Mr. Sobio, is this your wife?
Yes, yes.
I don't share it.
I'm going to enjoy better America.
Chief, we arrived, my money.
Okay.
Which currency is this, Chief?
These are honorable Nigerian notes, Naira notes.
What am I supposed to do with Naira in the United States?
Try to manage this money. I know how much your tobacco, this money will purchase me if I took it to enter market. I know how much.
So you think I would just let you into his house because you're his uncle? I'm not letting you in.
Hey, impossible. This have never happened in Africa. My own house. A small girl locked my door against me. Eh? The whole chief Oh
no. Good morning, Miss Victor.
Good morning, Mr. Falana.
This one that you are looking lovely. Eh? Everything to match. I love this style. Talk to your husband and wife. Where are you guys up to?
So, you know, we're about to just go out. I gotta drop off my wife.
But you know you are my brother.
I know.
You know, something happened. I have to rush down here, you know?
Okay. I hope it's not serious.
But seriously, it's not serious at all.
Yeah? Okay now.
The problem is that my new wife is coming today. And I have to rush down here because I need to borrow your car to go and pick her up at the airport.
Oh.
Chief, this is Maria, my fiancée.
You have finance?
No, my wife to be.
Huh? Who told you that one? Have you lose your temperament brain? It's abomination!
Please calm down. I'm hearing you don't have to shout.
I'm not shouting. I'm telling you what it is. No, hold on.
Bring that.
It's royal magnet.
Please. Okay, tell me softly now.
I'm softly you, that you should understand.
I know what you mean. I'm just kidding.
You are? I'm glad. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I'm seriously, I'm impressed.
Well, you know, I used to see an African before.
So what happened? He left you?
Oh, I shot him.
Uncle, is there a problem at home?
They was gathered together to find you a wife. And was choose me to brought her for you.
What?
These are your wife. Her name are Ada.
You can't be serious.
What do you mean?
Come on.
That I'm joking.
Uncle, you can't.
How can I leave the whole continent of Africa to come to America to come to joking?
You can't just bring somebody and throw at me and say it's my wife.
Ada, my daughter, come to greet your husband.
Oh, please, you don't need to meet him.
Ugobwe, Aqua. This is okay.
Uncle, listen, you will get me in trouble, please.
Which trouble? I've told you that white girl is fired.
Okay, here we are. First order. There you go, sir. Enjoy that.
Thank you.
How's that? Looks good?
Welcome to America, Chief.
Very good.
Welcome to America. Just treat our chief nice. Yes.
Chief, are you okay?
There was no cooking.
They didn't cook it?
I'm telling you.
No, that's the way it is.
Are you not cooking?
When something becomes available, just let it go. I'll try and help out. Okay? No, wait. No. Don't give me a lecture about responsibility. You're the one calling me asking for money. You got the gall to talk about responsibility to me? Oh, come on. Give me a break. Money doesn't grow on the trees here, man. Come on. Huh? Listen, all you do when you call is about money. When are you gonna send money? That's all you do, man. I'm sick and tired of hearing this. You understand that? Huh? Do you ever call to ask about how we're doing? Do you ever? Never. Can we talk about this another time? Right? Thank you.
14 of 19 candidates for president in Senegal have refused to attend tomorrow's meeting called by President Macky Sall to discuss dates for their country's upcoming presidential election. The president is constitutionally mandated to leave office on April the 2nd. While President Sall has agreed to go after initially delaying the election, he has given no date. The political situation in Senegal was one of the subjects discussed at the extraordinary meeting of ECOWAS in Abuja over the weekend. Nigerians today remember last year's election that brought in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Some are praying while some are agonizing. Economic hardship has descended on Nigeria following President Tinubu's removal of oil subsidy and the floating of the currency, the naira. On Tuesday and Wednesday, the Nigerian Labour Congress plans to embark on a nationwide strike to press the government to change direction. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Our guest today is a movie star, director, playwright, poet, novelist, publisher, and administrative law judge in New York City. He's the star of movies like Slave Warriors, This America, Return of the Spade, Spade, The Last Assignment, On the Run Again, and many others. His latest movie, Adopted, is coming out soon. Alongside Chief Zebrudaya Chika Okpala, he starred in the sitcom Cultures. He was the lead actor in an off-Broadway dance drama, Prisoners of the Kalakari and the Wedlock of the Gods. Oliver Mbamara has published numerous books of essays, poetry, including Why Are We Here? Love Poems and Quotes, Poems of Life, and so many others. His first novel, coming out soon, is called Gates of Tangled Leaves. Oliver Mbamara is joining us to discuss Nollywood and the rebranding of Nigeria through movies, music, and books. Oliver, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you for having me, and greetings to everyone who's watching.
Yeah, it's wonderful to finally have a movie star on the show. We've been having politicians and people in the academic industries and other fields, but it's good to have a movie star and to talk about Nollywood. But let me start by asking you, where were you this time last year on a day like today, February 25th of 2023? Where were you?
I was in New York.
You were in New York. Did you follow what happened in Nigeria on this day?
Of course. Like every Nigerian who loves to go home and loves to hear about our country do better, we are watching the election, and we expected that maybe we'll get a turnaround of things that will put us back on a pedestal of progress and back to the status of Nigeria as we then know, that made people call us the giants of Africa, the giant of Africa. So yeah, I was there.
So 1 year after, what is your impression of Nigeria after that election and all that happened?
Well, apparently, the situation is not better. It's actually worse. Because if you look at it from the perspective of the masses, things have gotten worse. So, and I doubt if you go out on the street there and talk to a number of people that you will get. Of course, in any dispensation, there's always going to be those who are on one side and those who are on the other side. But for the most part, you will hear people complain, and things have skyrocketed, prices have gone haywire, and the value of the naira has gone down. I mean, over the past few days, I've seen videos of people on the street complaining, in the marketplace, women complaining. So things have just gone bad. It wasn't what many of us expected at the eve of the election, that maybe after the election, things will start going in the other direction. In fact, many of us thought that it was worse before, and that things would just stop at that point and go in the other direction. But as you can see, it hasn't. Yeah.
Now you are the chairman or the president of the Nollywood Producers Association or something.
Yeah, Nollywood Producers Guild Association. Nollywood Producers Guild
in America. Yeah. In America. I know that people in your industry were involved in the political process during that election. Were you part of any group?
Well, no, I wasn't part of, well, you know, besides my artistic activity, I'm also involved as a civil servant here, you know, in the jurisprudence field. And that doesn't allow me to make any partisan public announcements, or, you know, because we are supposed to be non-partisan. You're not supposed to be taking sides. But yeah, of course, I know that a lot of Nollywood actors, not just Nollywood, many actors in Nigeria and Africa, all over the world, you know, who are interested in Nigeria, some took sides. And of course, they're entitled to their decision to take side. But the problem is with taking side is that if people look up to you, you know, from a perspective that is more broad, you have to be careful the kind of choices you make, because people expect more of objective analysis of situation from you. And once you take side, you begin to narrow your definition of things, your expression of things, and it could carry over to the movies. And movie, as we see, is a very powerful tool. And so I'm not against anybody taking sides, but if you ask me, I would say no. It's not the best thing to do, because you have a loudspeaker as an actor, as an artist, as a creative, even a creative content creator. You have an avenue that a lot of people look up to, and when you say things, they take it. And once you put it out there, they take it. Even if you realize later that you are wrong, they've already taken it and they've gone away with it, and it will be difficult to take it back. So usually it's good to sit in the back and try to make sure you provide both sides of the opportunity to make the choices that are educated, right? We don't sit down and say we do nothing, but you do all you can to educate, to provide the avenue for the masses who look up to you to learn and be able to make informed decision. Sometimes people make decisions that are based on not what they think, but what others think. And that is what we've been fighting for a long time. Bob Marley has said it: emancipate yourself from mental slavery, you know, because when you allow yourself to be tutored and cajoled into making decisions that are not even something you've sat down and analyzed, then you're losing your opportunity as a human being to make decisions for yourself.
Yeah, but also there's this social responsibility that comes with these positions of being an influencer, an actor, or a musician in a society. And a lot of people who were in that role came out supporting not particularly a candidate, but also saying to Nigerian people, you have to go out there and participate in this election. And they did. But then the outcome, how INEC ran the election and all the court cases, became something that most people did not expect. So I don't know if you were part of any group that said that people should come out and do something, at least participate in that election, which is a noble thing, you know, because if you don't participate, you don't have a say. But I wanted to know, the way it went. You're a lawyer. Most people may not know. You studied law in Nigeria and you're a judge here. How did you see the judicial process as part of that election?
Well, you see, again, because of my position, as you just mentioned, as a judge, I can make certain statements that are partisan. But generally, we expected that the legal system has a way of taking care of itself. And when, the challenge that judges have most times is that sometimes there's what you call public opinion. And public opinion sometimes do not materialize as legal opinion, because legal opinion has to be based on certain proven facts. Okay. And but sometimes there are certain things that are so obvious that you wouldn't expect the judges to come up with some sort of pronouncement that is like a slap in the face as to what everyone thought was supposed to be the outcome of a judicial appeal or whatever it is. And also, that the judges look at certain things that are before them. If I am not the judge, I can't sit here and assess another judge and say that that judge did or did not do this, except I see all the evidence that that judge looked at, and then I can make the same call and say, okay, this is the call I would have made if this case had come before me, right? But again, like I said, the point is that certain things are so obvious that you will expect it to go one way or the other. And then if the judges fail to follow, or not follow, the judges have to follow the materials that are before them and call it what it is. And it says justice must not be seen. Justice has to be seen to be done. It's not just a question of doing justice. It has to be seen to be manifest. So when you carry out what is justice or what is a decision and it is not manifest to be, it is not seen as manifest justice, then it becomes questionable. And that is where we have some problems with some of the decisions that have been made regarding election in Africa. Sometimes the facts are there, but then the outcome doesn't actually reflect what the facts are. And when you say this, people may think, oh, it's easy to cajole the judges and all that. But the problem is that people take sides. And once they are on one side, they interpret the evidence in one way. Those on the other side interpret it on the other way. And then it's now up to the judges to either stick to what it is or fall to the demands of some forces that would like them to rule in a particular way or the other. I'm not saying that is what the judges did. I'm just saying that these are the challenges that judges face and which the masses also have to deal with.
All right. We will take a break. When we come back, we are going to get into Nollywood, the work you do and your writings, and I'll get our audience involved in the conversation. Let's just watch this.
What is it, my friend?
All right, that is from your upcoming movie, Adopted. Let's go back to the beginning. How did you get into movie making and acting when you studied law in Nigeria?
Yeah, well, actually, I always wanted to be an actor, or at least an artist. If I write books, write stories, screenplays, and all that, and also act in them. So that was what I intended to do. And when I finished my high school, I also entered I was hoping to go and read theater arts, but one of my uncles convinced me, and entered me for law in Unilag. In fact, he didn't tell me. He kind of tricked me to get my results because I wasn't going to go do it myself. So he tricked me, got the results, and went behind me to actually fill out the forms with my name and everything and my results. And so when the results came out, I found out that I was admitted to Unilag. So I started studying law, and even when I graduated, I felt I was reading law for my family, not for myself. But eventually, I realized that I could also practice law and at the same time practice my creative devotion. So that's how I ended up practicing law and at the same time doing what I do in the entertainment world. And because the passion has always been there, so I never gave up on that.
How's it going?
Well, it's good because it allows you to look life from a different perspective. It's always humbling. I mean, many times when I played some roles in the movie, for example, before I even came to the US, there was a play we used to do, and I used to be a houseboy, and people would find it difficult to believe that I was a lawyer then because they say, how can you be a houseboy? But there's something about it that is very, I don't know how to say it, but that it gives you a wider perspective of life, and it humbles you to appreciate life and not be stuck in a particular place and think that, okay, you're a lawyer, so you can't do this. Even here, there's a movie we did a few years ago, and the guy who casted it said he simply wanted to cast me. The casting director said they would cast me as a mechanic. And the reason he said was because he said he's trying to see how someone who is at one point adjudicating a case here and carrying out decisions on one side, and then you see him on the other side acting as a mechanic, but that's the dynamics that I love. I love having to play on both of them, and there's a balance in it, yeah.
So are you looking forward to a time when you will fully become an actor, or are you planning to retire as a judge and then become a full-time actor or writer?
Well, I mean, I've been a judge for 24 years now. So I think I'm about time. At this time, I can't say I'm going to just switch. But eventually, thank God if all things work out as one expects. The idea is to continue pushing with filmmaking, artistic work beyond the position of a judge. Because once, that I think you can do and do till, if you look at Hollywood and Bollywood and many areas of industries of actors, you see them that they act and they direct into old age. So I look forward to continuing in that aspect. So when I retire from the judges thing, that will allow me time to now fully devote into this and carry it on as long as God and life and strength allows. Yeah.
I think I met you first when you were casting for This America. What year was that?
That was 2000. We casted 2003 and then released the movie 2004.
Okay. How many movies have you done since then?
8.
8 movies.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
One of them is called On the Run. That is a sequel to
This America. Mm-hmm.
Let me play a little bit of that.
Who? What? I'm sorry. Which hospital?
I swear I didn't shoot him!
Your bullet didn't hit your husband.
You think you can talk to me anyhow because I'm driving a car, eh?
Oh, man!
Zobio, is it you?
I'm coming, okay? You need to watch your step where you're going with this now, son. How about that run?
Anita?
Surprised? You brought your little Nigerian wife here, huh?
That is the true story, right?
Yeah.
You seem nervous though. Do you need to use the restroom?
Yeah, I think I should use the restroom, yes. I'm beginning to fall for you, and that's not good. No, it didn't go well, though. So, hey, why don't you go and sell to your own Africans? No, they were arresting people left, right, and center. Everyone that went in were taken off in cuffs, man. I had to escape, man. All right, listen, I got to get off now, okay? I talk to you. I have to look like nothing is happening. Okay. Come on, bye-bye.
All right. The industry has changed a lot since 2004. And so where are things?
Well, things are progressing. You know, we could do better, but we should not take away the fact that we've come a long way from where we were years ago. Yeah, and also over the years, the music industry has also lifted to a level that is nobody actually, maybe some people did, but a few people didn't expect that it would be that dominating. You know, you hear Nigerian music being played on New York streets now, New York clubs, you know. So that, in fact, Nollywood went ahead of it, and then all of a sudden the music came and then took over, you know. So
do you think that the movies will catch up with the music or become as dominant as the music industry, African music industry?
Well, optimistic. If I want to answer as an optimist, yes. But I say that I say that with care, which is that we have to do the work. It's not just going to happen. But things are looking like if we do the right thing, yes, we can get there. Because we are a very creative set of people, you know. We have, Nigerians can take anything and turn it into a comedy. You know, we are very talented people. We have a lot of talented people in Nigeria. And I always pray that we will get a government that can actually recognize how potent that is, how important it is to tap into the potency of these creative abilities we have. Because you can tell any story, you can do a lot of things with creative work. There are certain things people will not listen to. You put it in a comedy, they will listen to it. You put it in make it a lyric, sing it like a song, people will sing along, you know. So we have a lot of potential, and I think we can get to a point where we can be dominating. But we need to do the work, and we need the help of the authorities to help. There's a limit to how much you can do. When Nollywood started in those days, if you remember the guys in Onisha selling VHS, and you know, they didn't have the governmental support, but they had to continue to do that and push the VHS and sell somewhere selling VHS, but then decide to put something in it, as we call it, home movies then. And then eventually it picked up and got to where it got to. And it still can do that. We still can do it, but we need help. We need support.
Yeah, you're talking about help. The government of Goodluck Jonathan gave out a lot of money in billions as loan or grants to Nollywood. How was that used?
Well, we were in the US when that, well, of course, I'm still in the US, but we had an organization here then when that money was released. We didn't actually know that it was released till it was like a week to the time the thing was supposed to close, because we were supposed to apply for it. And that's when we knew about it. And when many of us started running around trying to apply for it, the window was almost closed, because you had to do business plan, write a proposal, package a lot of things, provide all that is needed to qualify. So a lot of us who were here didn't know about it. And when we knew of it, it was like a week or two to go, and we couldn't do much. We did apply, but we just decided to say, let's take a chance. But we didn't actually sit down and do our homework to be able to get it. So we didn't get anything from it. I mean, maybe I'm talking from the group as an organization, members in the group, but maybe individuals outside the group may have applied privately and gotten it, maybe. So I can't speak much to it because I wasn't on the ground in Nigeria. But yeah, there was. And also at that time also, one other thing that came up was that a lot of people were misrepresenting what was actually given and where it was supposed to work. So from some people, you will hear that, yeah, there's money, these people took it. Some people say, no, there's no money. It has to go through this process. Some people say, so there was a lot of back and forth as to what actually happened that I can't really tell you exactly, be precise on it because the information was all over the place at that time.
So currently we hear about movies released in Nigeria into this theater in Nigeria and some of them making billions. Have you tried to explore that? And how do people make money in the industry at this moment? Considering the streaming services are everywhere, people don't buy CDs. People see movies come out and they put them out on YouTube and different platforms. How do people make money?
It's a $1 billion question because everybody wants to know how to make money so they can make money, right? So yeah, but the short answer to it is that there are many ways to make money. You know, there are many ways to make money in the industry, but also it's important to add that the fact that one person made it doesn't mean that every other person has to make it the same way. You know, you could make it one way, the other person can try another way and make it, you know, another way. After some time, there could be a trend that will emerge as to what people are doing. But the thing is, because we are a growing industry, there's a lot of evolution. Things are fluid. You know, by the time you come out and you think this is working, something else comes up, another system comes in. If you go back to the days of DVD, when we had Slave Warrior, This America, we went to Nigeria to try to market it, and we spoke to people who were in a position to do that. And it was even screened at the census board and everything was supposed to go well. But when we came back here, some other activities started happening in Nigeria and eventually we did not succeed in putting it out there. So yes, but now, of course, you see that with the advent of social media and streamings you have content creators now who just create content on their own and they put it out there and they get streamed and then they get the views and then they get the returns. Even that also, there's a lot of, would I say misinformation or incorrect information that goes around because people think you just do it, put it out, you make money, you know, but you know it doesn't work that way. There are modalities that these social medias use in paying out. But of course it does pay and there are a lot of things that go into it. And that again touches on the other topic of the fact that sometimes the drive for views actually affects the quality of the message in the work that we are putting out. And that is another area that we have to be careful about because sometimes we just put things out, whether they are right or wrong, because we want views. People just throw it out there, you know, and then just to get the views. But in the olden days, or maybe sometime before, people would think twice before putting up such things out in the public eye, because some privacy is good. But now people just think you can just throw everything out and put it out there. And then when the consequence of that come, they forget that they are the ones that actually put themselves in the limelight and got the views when the views were there. The views comes with the consequences because people become a judge of you, what you are putting out. And you know, if you go to the comment section, you read those things that they say there, then you react to it, and because you are putting out yourself out there. But some people just go put out the content to make the money. So yes, there's a lot of ways to make money, but will everyone choose to make money the same way? No. You know, once I had there was a time I was trying to see if I could put out something on the online, and I asked someone to do some research on it, and the person came back and told me that it's not going to work with me on this. I said, why? He said, oh, he says pornography. I'm like, what? He says, yeah, because he put in Nollywood and search, and then the things that came out were photographs of, you know, private parts and bodies and exposures and women and, you know, a lot of things that the person saw and withdrew. This is a Caucasian guy, you know, an American guy. He said, no, it's not going to do that kind of work. I tried to explain to him that, you know, So people put these things on their thumbnails to sell, to get attraction. And he says, no, when I do a search, I say, Oliver, all the thing you're telling me, when I do a search, what is coming up is this, and I can't have this because I don't want my children to see this, you know. And so that is the thing. But people do that because sometimes, not because they just want money though. Sometimes they try to follow the mainstream way of doing it and it's not working for them, or they are rejected. Then they try to create their own way of doing it. But yet I say we have to take responsibility for whatever we are doing, because when you put out things like that and you just want to get the views, be ready, because it comes with a consequence that sometimes we regret.
So how does skits, people who are making skits, how does that impact the movie industry? Because now most people watch 30 seconds to 1 minute skits instead of sitting down to watch 3-hour movie.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Well, it does impact it, but in a way, it also encourages the industry. It does take away from in one way, and then it encourages it in another way. I give you an example, like in the days of DVDs, you used to have bootleg. I remember when we released one of our movies in the US, I think it was, I think maybe On the Run Again that you played. By then, we had a lot of people selling bootleg DVDs. And we had to go around town to talk to the sellers of the DVDs, and we tried to have a deal with them so that we can supply them directly, so that they don't have to buy the bootleg copies. But all the people we talk to, they would say, okay, all right. They would rather not have our DVD and follow the rules to prevent piracy, bootlegging and piracy, yes, rather than stick with us, because we're just one source of their content. And eventually we couldn't win the battle. So we realized that anyway, at some point, those who are going to bootleg it are going to bootleg it, but you will also get some part of it on your own. It makes it a bit difficult to get your returns when you have to deal with people who are bootlegging what you are putting out there. But there is also the idea that sometimes they push you to find creative ways of making your content more acceptable to the mainstream or to other, or they make you look for other ways of putting out your content so that you become creative in how you go about it. So those who are making skits, yes, there's nothing wrong with skits, because it gives people opportunity. Those who can't afford big cameras, who can't afford crew or things like that, but have a story to tell. Because I've always been one person who always propagated the idea that we should tell our stories. So if it means people using skits to tell stories, fine. The only thing I always caution is that the fact that you have the ability to put out a skit doesn't mean you can put out anything, and that is difficult to manage or control. But that is just my caution. But a skit will always be a skit anyway, right? It's never going to be a feature film. A feature film will be a feature film. In 1 minute, in 1 hour, you can tell a story that a skit could try to tell in a few minutes. But you want to delve into the details of the story, the background, and what informed it, and out thereafter and all that, so that you can get in a feature film and sit down and watch it as a feature film, revolving around the themes in the story. But a skit, of course, can be a few minutes. You can, tell the whole story, try to tell it in one way, but it's never going to be a feature film. So I think they can exist side by side, right? They can exist side by side. The bottom line is that we are putting out the stories out there, but I always caution that we be careful what we put out.
Okay. In 2017, I was in Kenya, and my driver, I was talking to him, and he mentioned, we're talking about Nollywood and everything, and he mentioned that there's this movie that he loved, and that do I know the actor? And I said, what's the name of the movie? He said, Slave Warrior. For those who did not know, who have not seen it, let me play a little bit of that movie.
That should be a warning to any others who try to escape. Ah! I feel like...
That is if we get back alive. The indigenous get tacos anytime.
Agara, wow. When you going
How far is the village from here?
Master, if we pass this hill and the next village, we don't enter there. We go catch them off guard. I will go catch plenty men and women.
I don't know nobody on your time to run their life.
Shoot him! Shoot him!
Coward!
All right, so this is Slave Warrior, your movie, and he was so shocked when I told him, yeah, I know the movie and I know the actor. He could not believe it. I called you from Kenya, and he spoke to you, and he said, "This is the greatest day of my life." So how is it like? I mean, when you make these movies, and do you know how far they go?
No, you never can tell how far a movie can go, and but that is also the reason why when you're making the movie, you try to. That's why I keep saying you be careful what you put out, because you could do a movie and it could move one person, just one, and the change in that person could be so significant than when you move 100 people with your movie. You know. So the point I'm making is that when you put out some content, it could impact something anywhere, you know. So you never know who's gonna like it. You never know who's gonna pan it, but you just keep doing it. But once you come from a place of service, because if you look at Slave Warrior, the reason I did Slave Warrior was when I went to film school here. I went to New York Film Academy. By then I've done some movies, but I still wanted to. I didn't want people to say, "Oh, this lawyer is just doing movies," you know. So I said, "Let me go and get the academic approval." So I, you know, in the classmates that I met in the film academy, and especially our African American brothers and sisters, were of the opinion that, in fact, the opinion they had about slavery was that, oh, we sold them, we sold our African brothers, you know, and somehow a part of me did not understand why we would just sell, you know, because I'm someone who believes that in everything in life there's always a background story. And if you understand the background story, you can understand you can be able to assess the situation better and make a better choice, because that's what life is about. You know, the choices you make, they come back and present themselves in life, either as a reward or as trouble. So I decided to say, let me go. I actually went back home. Thankfully, my dad was alive then, and my grandfather had lived to be 124 years that they could count, you know, in terms of how they count years, and they could count 124. My dad was in his 90s. So I said, let me go home. Because between my dad and my grandfather, there was that link that could take you into the 18th century when slavery was happening. So I said, let me go and ask some questions about slavery. Why did you guys just sit down and sell people if that's what's been said overseas, that you sold your brothers? And you know, and my father told me a lot of things that his father had told him, and explained how those things, the situation arose, and that led me to understand what was happening, which some people now used to say that we sold our brothers. And I decided to say, okay, the best way to do this is to tell. I had four instances, actually, yeah, four. And I said, let me put it into a story, Slave Warrior, and tell and share the circumstances that led to people allowing their brothers and sisters to be taken away as slaves, or as some would say, sell them as slaves. And because what I heard from my father was that it wasn't just like that. People just sell slaves. There were a lot of things that went into it. When the slave masters came, there were ways they presented themselves, and our forefathers accepted them the way they presented themselves. But they had some other thing under under their sleeves that some of these people didn't know. And some of the people that actually left or that were given out as experimental to go and come back, not to go and stay or to go and be treated like merchandise on the high sea and the Atlantic Ocean and all that. But many of them never came back to tell what was going on. So this continued. And eventually some people also had issuances of, and there was all the argument that we used to have slavery. And I asked that, and I was told how things happened. You know, we never had jails in our systems. We never had police. We didn't lock people up, you know. Even if you're a slave, it is done with, there's servitude. There's, you can hire somebody or you could owe somebody and then pay off by way of service and things like that. But to treat human beings as merchandise and in subhuman manner, that wasn't the way it happened. So I tried to present all that in different ways in Slavery. And I remember one lady here, she's passed now. She's from the Caribbean. And when she saw the movie, she came to me and she said that, she thanked me at the premiere. She said that she never knew that this perspective that I was sharing about how slavery occurred, that he just thought that Africans just sold Africans, you know. And he said I just changed her thinking about it, because some other African guy had been trying to convince her about it, but she said she never believed the guy until she saw the movie. So that's the power of movies, how you can use movies and tell the stories, and you can impact things beyond places you could imagine.
Mm. Now, I know that most Nigerian movie makers, they are now, apart from going to theaters and making money from there, they're also selling their rights to streaming services like Netflix and others. How is that going? I'm also hearing that the money they are paid is nothing compared to what movie makers in America and other places get paid for the rights. Have you explored that? Have you looked into that?
Yeah, there's truth in that, definitely, yes. But it's like many other things that happen in Africa, and also remnant of, will I call it, for lack of what should I say, remnant of colonialism, you know. I'm not trying to sound the victim. I'm not trying to say we are being exploited, but that's how the system is set up, right? We have Hollywood where the big money is made. And this is not just movie. This is in every other thing. The gold, the things that you're getting from Congo, from Burkina Faso, all these things that we get and we bring over here and we use it to make big money. We get it cheap there, then it's big money here, right? The same content you get in Africa and you pay people limited money based on sometimes the value of the exchange rate. And you come here, it becomes big market here. You get it to Netflix, it streams worldwide, it gets world recognition and everything. But still, we struggle to ask for equal pay, you know. But so that is true. But also, you also have to understand that the people that are coming to get these movies like Netflix, they also have to study the environment. They also have it's a business approach that they have. You know, they are not there to promote our industry, even if they say that. They are there to tap into the industry and make as much as they can. So their bargaining power, so that is reflected in the bargaining power. That is reflected in what they offer. You know, the good thing that can happen is if you start having competition, you know, Apple, Disney, and so everyone starts coming in, then you will see there will be an adjustment of what value is being given. The other side of it is that even what they are giving is sometimes actually, if you compare to what the producer may get elsewhere, is actually okay than what they will get elsewhere, right? So if you're getting 5 naira on a content and somebody's giving you 10 naira, you know, when he should be giving you 20 naira, you are juxtaposed between either saying, okay, you're giving me 10 naira, but I'm not going to take it because it's worth 20 naira. Or you can say, okay, I'm going to take this 10 naira, but look, next time it's got to be better than 10 naira. So that is what is constantly going on. And that is where competition is good, because if you have a lot of people bidding and providing and making the offers, it will keep on lifting the value that we give there. But the other part of it is that they're also helping to help us share our story worldwide, you know.
All right, let's take another break. This time I want to play a sitcom that you did with Chika Okpala, Zebrudaya. And I want to know when we come back where that is now, where people can watch it, and whether it's a continuing series or once. Let's watch.
Is this your wife?
Yes, yes.
Actually.
I'm going to enjoy it, America.
Chief, we arrived, my money.
Okay.
Which currency is this, Chief?
These are honorable Nigerian notes, Naira notes.
What am I supposed to do with Naira in United States?
Try to manage this money. I know how much your tobacco, this money will purchase me if I took it to enter market. I know how much.
So you think I would just let you into his house because you're his uncle?
I'm not letting you in.
Hey, impossible. This have never happened in Africa. My own house. A small girl locked my door against me. Eh? A whole chief Oh
no. Good morning, Miss Victor.
Good morning, Mr. Falana.
This one that you are looking lovely. Eh? Everything to match. I love this style. Talk to your husband and wife. Where are you guys up to?
So, you know, we're about to just go out. I gotta drop off my wife.
Right? You know you are my brother.
I know.
You know, something happened. I have to rush down here, you know?
Okay. I hope it's not serious.
But seriously, it's not serious at all.
Yeah? Okay now.
The problem is that my new wife is coming today. And I have to rush down here because I need to borrow your car to go and pick her up at the airport.
Oh.
Chief, this is Maria, my fiancée.
You have finance?
No, my wife to be.
Huh? Who I told you that one? Have you lost your temperament brain? It's an abomination!
Please calm down. I'm hearing you don't have to shout.
I'm not shouting. I'm telling you what it is. No, hold on.
Bring that.
It's royal magnet.
Please. Okay, tell me softly now.
I'm softly you that you should understand.
I know what you mean. I'm just kidding.
You are? I'm glad. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I'm sure.
All right. When did you shoot this?
We shot it a few years ago before the pandemic. We are hoping to get it on as well. The idea was to, first of all, before I go in there, let me not forget, please. I want to say that I want to use this opportunity to show appreciation and gratitude to Chief Zebrudaya. Chika Okpala, I'm sorry. Chief Chika Okpala, aka Zebrudaya alias 430. Because when I was a kid, and I told you that I wanted to study theater arts, I used to watch it. In those days, when we grew up, there wasn't a lot of TVs in houses, television. So we used to travel to go find one television in the whole neighborhood, and we crowd it and we watch every Tuesday. We go there, it makes us happy. So I liked that, that this man could make us, these people, Zebrudaya, Jegede, Nati, Cladus, Grigori, Ovaleria, they all could make us happy, So that was kind of like something that inspired me to start looking at entertainment as a way of making people happy and keeping people, cheered up every once in a while. And I used to remember then I would tell my dad that one day I told my dad, they said, "What are you going to do?" I said, "I'm going to study theater arts." He said, "What?" I said, like Zebrudaya. He said, "Like Zebrudaya?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Is that what I'm going to go study in the university?" I said, "Yeah." But as fate would have it, I remember once Zebrudaya came to the house and I said, "Daddy, here's Zebrudaya that you said you used to tell me if I was going to go study and be like Zebrudaya."
He came to your house?
Yes.
And okay, in Nigeria.
Yes, and he met my dad, and I said he was like 360, So, but it was a learning experience for me. The man is a moving icon of humility. He was in New York here, he stayed here, he did not ask me to ask us to put him in a hotel. He decided to share with us in my home. And it was just the most humble, I don't know how to say it, but But the reason that is important is we have to look up to those type of people and that type of character, because it's very sustaining and it's very infectious. And we want to transfer that going forward, because a lot of that is the dedication, the humility, the humanity. We are missing a little bit of it and chasing just the publicity, just the publicity, just the notoriety. But there are other things that go with it: the humility, the humanity, and the intention to serve and make people happy. Unfortunately, I've had in other circumstances discussed the idea that people like this should be treasured. They've not gotten their share respect and and many of them have passed away in circumstances that make you say, how is that possible? And so that's why I just wanted to say, let me take this moment and before I talk about anything else, because I learned a lot from him as a human being, as an artist, and I think we should cherish people like that. There are still many of them living now. Fortunately, Zebrudaya is still active to be doing the things he does, but there are others who are no longer here, but also there are some you can pick up in some areas, and we should try to.
Yeah, Oliver, I'm getting a message. I think Zebrudaya is trying to join us. Yeah, I can see Igbo Basics. I can see in the backstage. Okay, so when they turn on their camera, if they are here,
okay,
let them here. All right, but so you shot this in America, and
yes,
and then
yes,
it was supposed to be put on. Where were you going to?
Yes, we shot it. The idea was we were trying to tell a story of the African experience here, right? Because we see some of these sitcoms on TV, and they tell the American dad. So like, what of African dad? What can we tell about Africans? The challenges that we have. Of course, that is also what informed This America. It was a story that we decided about the conflicts, which the title I had for it when I first wrote it was Conflicts of an Immigrant. That's what This America was, Conflicts of an Immigrant as a book. But then when I met, of course, my colleague Betes Gomo and Felix Norom, we decided to turn it into a movie and call it, and then we came up with This America, what it is and what you had. So the same thing with cultures, the one we shot with Zebrudaya, because the idea was to also see how these Africans are living here, because sometimes what people hear that the challenges we have there is not the one we have here. Why would a guy come here and marry somebody that's not African? What are the circumstances that lead to that? And then if you now throw an African woman into the mix, what are the challenges that become manifest? So we try to put that out, but like in many other circumstances also, we didn't have the breakthrough that we had expected, because for some reason it wasn't addressing what was selling, which is the American story, So, but fortunately now we have, at least things are going on now. We at least we have one sitcom now that is based on, I think on CBS, that is based on an African lady. But that was why we couldn't. We had expected that we could get it going, but because we didn't have the connection, I would say, to present it for us, we couldn't make that presentation. So we had on it for a while, but now we decided, we're just gonna put it out as a streaming service and let people go and watch it. And just like in those days when people watch every week, they watch New Masquerade. We thought we could put it out now as a series. So by the grace of God, somewhere in the beginning of March or middle of March, we'll start doing weekly streaming of the series, and it's a long series. It's not it's not a movie or part one. It's a series, a long series. So if the idea is that maybe we could still get the kind of support we wanted to put it out there, and the story can continue being told in a bigger way, But it's always good to have people see what the life is here, and not just hearing it from others, hearing for those of us who are living through the experience. But doing it in a comic way, that's the other thing, you're not telling it like because it's not all gloomy, it's there are challenges, and that's why initially we called it a conflict of cultures, that you have to live through. Yeah, but it's worth sharing.
All right, we are at the 1 hour mark, and there are a lot of questions already for you. People want to know where they will find their movies like A Slave Warrior. But before we go to audience and get them involved in the conversation, let's talk a little bit about your books. You're also a very well-known writer. You've written so many books, and you have a novel that is coming out, and this is a preview of the novel. Let's watch.
A unique story unfolds in an epic community unusual to our contemporary world and transcends the mysterious worlds of the beyond. Gates of Tangled Leaves, created by Oliver Mbamara, invites you on a special journey beyond the physical realm, time, and space. So get on board to travel to the far side where reality mixes with illusion and events play out like magic to the novice. Similar to the fascinating realms in the books Talons of Time and Third Eye, or as in the TV drama series Lost, strange and extraordinary realities are revealed. But that's not all. As the story unfolds, we discover the inner journey of the soul. Every choice and action we make echoes beyond death and lifetimes and shapes our awareness as souls. Mbamara tells this story masterfully, exploring the very essence of our existence, where the line between life and death blurs, and our spiritual accounts are debited or credited as consequences of our actions. Get ready for a collision of worlds, lords, and forces as Gates of Tangled Leaves takes you to a place where reality and illusion meet, regarded by many as the world of the unknown. Are you prepared to explore what awaits you in the hereafter?
So, someone said that people with your kind of creative minds, that you are possessed by Agu. Your own is too much. You know, like you write, you act, you're a playwright, you're a poet, you do everything. How do you do this? And you're a judge. You practice as a lawyer. How do you do all this?
Well, I guess I'm possessed by Agu, but it's the good Agu. it's a positive Agu. It's just, I mean, on a serious note, yeah, Agu can be interpreted as passion, right? It depends on how you look at it. I always look at those Igbo things as there's always a positive twist to it. So Agu is not just something that proves it's positive. So to me, it's the passion, it's the love for it. Like I said, I was a kid when I saw Zebrudaya, and I continued at it until I had the opportunity of being on set with him. You know, the same thing I'm doing with the stories. After my profession, it will be, some people may find it difficult to understand this, but for me, the law profession has always been in the background. I consider myself actually as an artist foremost, you know, and I intend to do that. And the law practice will go away and the entertainer will continue. You know, so that is because of the love I have for it. There's something about creating something and manifesting a concept, and especially when you can pass on a message through that medium. You know, the book Gates of Tangled Leaves is the story of follows the journey of a man who transcends into the unknown world, and experiences things that you would experience. And one of the reasons why I decided to put that story out there is that genre. You don't find a lot of Africans writing in that genre, but we have a lot of stories that could actually be told in that genre. And I figured, okay, in fact, somebody came and told me, he said he saw some of my short stories and he said, you know, you could put this out as because there aren't a lot of Africans telling that type of stories. So I said, okay. And I decided to.
You call this class science fiction?
Honestly.
So where do you classify it now, what you did?
I classify it as a spiritual actually I just want to, if I can remember, it's fantasy, but I'm trying to remember exactly the way I couched it in the promotion. And the reason it's not easy for me to just say is because you could give it a different name. You can interpret it the way you like. Because the thing with these things, I'm not trying to bottle it up and tell you this is exactly what you're getting. I'm trying to give you an opportunity to share that experience. And then if for you it becomes, it's a fantasy, fine. If it is a spiritual adventure, fine. Yes, spiritual adventure, fantasy fiction, whatever you see it as. I don't want to give it away by bottling it into a particular genre, then knock off those who may not like to enjoy that type of genre. But when you see it, it falls in the category of, you could call it spiritual fiction, you could call it fantasy, you could call it a mystery, you could call it, so it all falls into, there's a coinage I have for it. I don't have it right in my head now, but there's a way I try to count it to try to accommodate all that. But the point I'm making is that it is not important what genre it falls into. It is important what you think about it, what it reveals to you after you watch the movie or you read the book. What does it fill in for you? So I don't want to make that decision for you. That's why I try to give it a broad definition in terms of genre, so you can place it where you want to place it.
All right. We are going to let people to join us and have opportunity to have a kind of conversation with you or questions for you. But before they come in, let me bring in Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics, who is working on a biography of Zebrudaya. Maybe he can add to this conversation. I can see Ambassador Chief Chika Okpala, who I think may be Zebrudaya. If he could turn on his camera, we'll bring him in. But Igbo Basic, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and thank you, my great brother, Oliver Mbamara.
Greetings, greetings.
May peace be to all of us.
Amen.
I don't even know how to put it, but in this life, one thing leads to another. It's a labor of love in the first place, very serious labor of love. And some people ask, would labor of love put food on the table? Yes, it will put food on the table. How? Because labor of love opens doors to places where you never dream or never think about that you can ever get to. I have known Dr. Damages, the ruler of Okonkwo, for many, many years. I never asked him where he came from. And I have almost a folder on Dr. Damages here in various places. Oliver, I have known for quite some time, especially meeting him when he was working on Chief Zebudaya's African series down here at Odabro Restaurant in Orange, New Jersey. With that said, Chief Zebrudaya, alias 430. When I talk about labor of love, I actually started trying to do a project on him in 1984. So that's been 40 years, 40 whole years. When I undertook that project, Mazioko was the director at NTA, and he was the one who put them together, James Lino and the rest of them. So it became a very serious process that when you talk about Chief Zebrudaya, it was the book, Mazioko, Journey from Medicine to Theater Arts, that led into reopening the book of Zebrudaya, which has been on the shelf for many, many years. And that book of Zebrudaya, which we finally put together, and we're hoping that by around June, that book will come out. It's called The Man and Legend of the New Masquerade. It was in the process that I came to meet Dr. Damages up close and personal when I introduced the subject to him. I had no clue that he was from Nobi, the same place where Chief Zebrudaya, alias 430, is from. So in putting this whole process together, I've listened to the things that our brother here, Oliver, have done. Marvelous things. It's long after we are gone that some people will say, oh, they were here, but we will leave our footsteps behind. Thanks to the digital generation that you can now, the Bible was written many, many years ago. We were not here when it was written, but it's a reference point, especially when it comes to the truth and nothing but the truth. So for the activities of today, today is Oliver's day. And for whatever we can do, I want to first of all appreciate the work that Oliver have done in bringing people like Chief Zebrudaya, Alliance 430, to the forefront. I also want to appreciate the fact that Zebrudaya, people will be thinking, is he still alive? Yes, the man is alive. He'll be 74 years old. Only this year, he'll be 74 years old. So because he looked older in the times when they were cast, people thought that he was so old. To make a long story short, when I learned of today's event, I decided to speak with Chief Zebrudaya and I thought that by the special grace of God, hopefully he will be able to join us. But you know, as we have free electricity here, they don't have the same thing. I was talking to him this morning when I came out of church, and he said, "Oh my God, hey, they've taken light again." So they took light. In as much as he was supposed to be in a meeting of his own people, which he hates, but he decided that he had charged his phone to be properly prepared so that just in case he is able to join us, people can be able to see that this man is alive and well. I spent 1 month in Nigeria this past December, and I came back with a load of information, which I'm still trying to get debriefed because there's so much raw material from out there. As a matter of fact, I spoke to Dr. Damages right from Nobi. When I got there, I said to him, finally, I'm in your town. And I'm grateful that I was able to pass through Amici and also to Ezinifite, where, by the way, our good brother Maz Ezoke made all efforts and came to meet me there. I'm thankful to God. So what are we saying is that on the icons that we have, like Chief Zebrudaya Alliance 430, there are 3 of them from the main cast that are still alive as we speak today. That would be Clarus Davis Ofo, who is in Aba, almost blind, but in this process we've been able to speak with him directly. Then that's also Lizzie Oveme Ovularia, who is in Port Harcourt. We've also been able to speak with him. There are others in the background who participated in Kemo, Peter Doche, the rest of them that participated in the background in making of the new mask. So as it stands right now, after listening to all the ways that we can possibly help put these things forward, last year we did a celebration of Chief Zebrudaya Okorigwe Nwobe's 73rd birthday. Thank you, Oliver, for being there, and also Felix Norom, our great brother, who was also there, and several other people who participated in that. Now he will be 74 years old, coming June, and we're almost trying to beat the clock to see if we can walk this book around his birthday, either before or after, but certainly we've brought it to that particular stage. I want to extend particular gratefulness to Dr. Damages for the work he has been doing and for the things that he's been doing in the background. And I also want to extend our appreciation to Dr. Seli Okogu, who is out in Lagos, working day and night. What are we trying to do? Not just to launch a book. The book might be launched in Lagos, might be launched in Abuja. While all those things are taking place, we came up with what do we do to address this situation. So we have come up with what we call the New Mask Foundation. So the New Mask Foundation is what we're expecting that is going to carry on with the launching. And hopefully, if Dr. Kogu is able to join us, he will be able to explain to us a little bit more about the New Mask Foundation. Again, this is Olivia's day. But it is to that effect that I would say for now, when Chief Zebrudaya comes up, that is the man and legend of the new masquerade. But this will not hit the streets until people like Dr. Damages and Oliver Mbamara have seen the entirety of it and make sure that it's good to go. So I'll leave it at that because I could talk and talk, but Zebrudaya, I hope he will be able to join us because most important is both his children. I was with him at his OB at Nobi. And what I saw there is actually a place where we all should endeavor to try to go and see what he has put up there, just in case after we are done.
All right.
For now.
All right. Thank you, Igbo Basics. Thank you so much. And so, Oliver,
yes,
we are going to open it up for the audience to join us and have an opportunity to ask you questions. So, if anybody wants to, you can join us on the stream. Turn on your camera. We will bring you up. Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm fine, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah. So you're talking to Oliver Mbamara, and we have Igbo Basics too. Do you have any question for him? Have you seen any of his movies?
No, I'm not a movie person, but I have listened to Igbo Basics many a time, and during the days of Zebrudaya, New Masquerade, I was an ardent follower of it, and I'm just happy that the issue that I have to do with him is brought to the global stage at this time. So I appreciate that.
Okay, very good. So, any question for Oliver?
Actually, for now, no, because I just joined right now, and I've not actually followed to understand his perspective and the things he must have put in place. Yeah.
All right, thank you. So, Oliver, let me ask you: you still write poetry?
Yeah.
How is that going? Who are the poets? Who reads the poets now?
Well, poetry is one of those outlets, like I always say, where you can use creative content to say something without having to appear like you're knocking it into someone's head. And again, like I told you, based on my background, I am not supposed to be partisan in making public comments, but poetry allows me the opportunity to touch on on things like this, and the idea for me is to make people reflect, make people think about things, And again, like you talk about creating something and not knowing who you will impact. I may have told you about a gentleman, he's late now, who read one of my poems he was in Maryland and decided to come visit him. He was very ill, but he drove. In fact, he was ill. It was a fatal illness. He had cancer, but he had to visit. And I told him not to visit. He said, no, he had to come. And he came down and we had a moment. And I asked him, how did you get to know me? How did you come about that? He said he read one poetry. There's a poem I called Resurrection. That's what the poem he read. And he decided to come. And he's a big man. I don't want to mention his name because he's a big man in Nigeria. He ran for office, for senator's position sometime in the north, and has some affiliation with some of the power brokers there. And he has a different opinion from what they had. What you would think like the power brokers' position they had, he had a different opinion. And he came, and the poem was what brought him, and we sat down and we talked. And, so when I write poetry, I'm not writing it for the purpose of trying to reach everyone. I'm writing it because I feel there's someone who may pick this up. And if at least it's one or two persons that gets to pick that up, then that's fine. And we continue to write. In this age now, people scroll things, and if it's not in 2 lines or 3 lines, they just scroll and they move forward. So you're never gonna get people who are gonna sit down and read poetry to the end. But if you have 10 people scroll through and one person reads it, maybe that's the person that needs the message that is in the poem, and that serves the purpose. And we continue to write.
All right, we are going to take a break. When we come back, will you be able to find that poem to read it for us?
Oh, find one to read one poem?
A particular one that moves.
Oh, Resurrection.
Yeah, Resurrection.
Yeah, I will. I think I also have a video of it on my YouTube channel where I did a
reading.
Yes, a reading of it, yes.
Okay. Yeah, either you send me that or you can read it for us when we come back. Let's take a break. And for those who are watching at home and those in the studio, hang in there. I will come back and we will get you into the studio.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you have no quanumo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo, Ulaga doni piazugo, akwa mwilo chio bikora puzoro, kona bazia. Onyo mazoro biko abamba watara dasari ibya unyane gwana mo ulaga dori byazigo mo ulaga dori byazigo abamba wilo chilo bikora buzoro ona wazia. Mazi wake up, Odoguna Quaresonaka. On your money, got the lemon. Mazi ni Mazi. You move on with the melody. Where you're for Odogu Natala Noka is the one them nigga de lemo Olaga doni pesigo Olaga doni pesigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzoro Anabaze Say Sorry, if I were to go Molaga, don't be Nazaboy, Molaga, don't be a sugar. I'm a willow chilo, because I put I can never be catching for. I'm a Pamnika Gogodia. Well, you work well. He catch your mother. Hey, you want? So Chukwe mekalumo ike chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene ni Ilapu ife nini na-eme wee bịa Ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom gaji Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili maxi Obu na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe iyo iyo biko lapụ na-abasị ya zoro 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 Duru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto jembe mwilo anụ solo nwe nwa n'ọfịa n'ara onye nwụrụ zuru ike.
Tell you what they think. We invite you to share your opinion. What happens after, we cannot control. Participants may pound you like this. And then you will join Bumi in saying, this platform is not for the weak. We do not start every conversation you hear, but we make every conversation you hear sizzle. All right, welcome back. We are having a conversation with Oliver Mbamara, who is a movie maker, an actor, director, writer, poet, Broadway star, and everything in between. Administrative G. And also joining us is Igbo Basics, and Righteous Man is in the studio. Oliver, before we went to break, I asked you to read a poem for us. You sent me a video of you reciting that poem. Let's watch and see if I have it. I thought I said, yeah, I have it. Okay, Oliver, let's watch.
Resurrection, parable of the lost ones. Led astray by illusions and egos, the prince wanders and journeys through life. In search of the glories he once had, he comes to the threshold of reality. To hear the sound of the waking call, the drums of time beat even louder. The wanderer shakes out of slumber. And when the prince has abandoned his ego and humbly lets his fallacies go, he unburdens his mind of illusions and pierces the veil to see within. The light is aglow that once was dimmed. The path is clearer that once was vague. The eternal light shines forth once again. And so, in humbling of the little self, the prince resurrects to that true state and is exalted to higher realms, where he finds his being again renewed, and the true self is again revealed, the spark and essence of God divine, which has been and always will be. Best wishes in this time of resurrection. I'll see you next moment.
Wow, that was good.
Thank you.
So there are a few questions here on the comment section for you. Someone asked, where can I watch Slave Warrior? Where can they watch it?
Well, we are gonna start doing the streaming on the YouTube channel, which is at Oliver Mbamara. Well, if you search Oliver Mbamara on YouTube, it's gonna bring you to my channel. You're gonna see the two faces of the one was an artist and one is a student, but it's Oliver Mbamara or at Oliver Mbamara 333 at Oliver Mbamara 333. And but I'm gonna put the link. I'm gonna try and get you the link to you so you can put it up. So that's where we're gonna be streaming the series, and later we can also put up Slave Warrior there. But we didn't want to put it out until we get the channel going, because we want to make sure that you guys are subscribed and ready to watch it. Then we can put it out there. So you can encourage people to get subscribed, and once we push the channel up and have the subscription enough to put out content like that. And it's not just Slave Warrior, there are other things we can put out there, but we have to have the crowd there before we can put it out.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Igbo basics. Any questions for Oliver?
The question for Oliver is really the correlation to the Nollywood angle of this whole process. I listened to you earlier on, talked about the possible fundings and stuff like that, and when the funding was to come through. What can we do at this stage? I haven't narrated the concept of the New Mask Foundation, because the whole process is like, what can we do so that we don't forget those on whose shoulders that we have climbed or stand on, to make sure that that becomes real, because we have HMOs and stuff like that in the background to attend to their health, not just for their well-being of now. What can we do to make that a reality as far as the Nollywood Coalition is concerned?
Okay. Just before you go, I have Chief Chika Okpala on the line. Okay. So Chief.
I wouldn't pick you very well because I don't know where the glitch was coming from. Usually the glitches come from Nigeria, and so we could not. But all the same, I appreciate some of your expressions on some of the shows you have done. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
You can also always get back sometime when the network is better. I think network is a problem.
Yes,
yes.
Network
is bad, really.
Yes, that is part of what we hope to be fixed, so that people can have easy communication. Yeah. Thank you for calling in. I am live online with Dr. Damages. They're on the line, but unfortunately we couldn't connect you, so I have your speaker speaking into the system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for calling in.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Okay.
Keep it up.
All right. I'll call you later.
Right.
Okay.
Sometimes it takes a couple of days me trying to reach Zebrudaya. His phone is in his hand, but the system says the phone is switched off.
Yes.
I tried to reach his wife. He says the phone is currently switched off.
That is true.
And I'm with him at Nobi, and I'm calling him, and they're saying the phone is switched off.
That is true.
So I don't know. Maybe when Bat Energy will make its magic, and we have 24/7 light. I don't know how we're going to do it, but that communication needs to establish so that people can at least. Any day we do a show on Zebi, I think we're going to send a whole crew down there to be with him and make sure that whatever it takes so that he can be, because he really desires to be with us, but it pains him that he could hear us, but he can't see us. Somebody on the chat line says, thanks for this life or something like that. You are told that he died some years ago. Come on.
He's not dead.
The man is here.
Yeah. The sad thing is that some of his colleagues have passed away. Lately has been the gentleman that plays Nati. So that's why that rumor is always out there. But some of them are still around. Mbamara is still there, and but the thing is that we don't want to wait for them to die and then we hear that they are dead. Even if it's at this age, we can help them. We can do what we can to let them enjoy some of the fruit of the labor that they have sown. And give them the appreciation while it is due. Not wait for them to pass before we do anything.
All right, thank you. Righteous Man, you want to say something?
Mr. Mbamara, I just want to ask you this question. The Igbo people says the sound of bitter cola does not reflect the taste of it. The name you gave to that particular movie, The Slave Warrior, what does it depict? Does it reflect the drowning to glory of the Igbo slaves that died in faraway United States? I think one of the states that refused to bow to slavery, and they decided to go down to the bottom of the sea because that word, the warrior slave or slave warrior, I think I want you to expatiate on it. What does it depict? What is the concept of it? Why?
All right, thank you. I think you are talking about Igbo landing. That was where the slaves decided to take their lives, go drowning instead of allow themselves to become slaves.
Yeah, that's in Georgia.
Yes, in Georgia. Yeah, that's Igbo landing. The question you asked is quite important. The thing is that I don't know if you were listening earlier when I said that the reason I did the movie, I went and did the film Slave Warrior was because of what I was hearing when I came to the US. And people had this opinion that we just sold them, we just abandoned them and sold them, And I went back and asked my father and my grandfather, and they explained to me some of the things that happened in those days. And it contradicted the narrative that we just sold them. So I decided to do the movie, and I gave about 4 or 5 instances in the movie where people can be moved around or taken away, not necessarily because...
Go ahead.
Yeah, not necessarily because they are being sold. So, and again, I told the story of the lady who has for years been fighting over this, and when he saw the movie, she came and she said that thank you, because now I knew that our people fought back. Our people did some things. It wasn't that they just were willingly selling us. There were circumstances that led to slavery. If the white man did not come bargaining for it, they wouldn't be bringing people over to the Americas and all that. And that there was some effort on the part of the local people to resist it. And that's why the name Slave Warrior was there, that there was some sort of someone who was fighting even though he was under the pressure of being enslaved, he had to fight and try to free his people and free himself from that circumstance. That's where the name came from.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Righteous Man. Ovie, welcome to the show. Ovie, we can hear you. Unmute yourself.
Unmute. Ovie, unmute. Okay.
I'm unmuted from here.
All right, go ahead, Ovie.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, Obi, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello? Oh, I don't know. Thank you for bringing somebody in a better position to answer my curiosity. Two things when I was listening to the questions you were asking our guest. You told a story about your encounter with a taxi driver in Kenya, which speak to the
Now, for those who may not know, Via is in America. He's not in Akwa Ibom. Akwanga is in America, but I'm not sure what part of America he is. And Trump will not like this. He's embarrassing America. Internet. Look at righteous man in Nigeria. His internet is doing well. Okay, Oliver. While we wait for Via, let me ask: how much does it cost to bring an actor, an actress from Nigeria to come to America and be in a movie these days?
There's actually no precise amount that you can say, this is how much I have, and then I'll go get an actor. There are other factors that go into it, including, are you starting from scratch and negotiating with the actor? Or do you have some history that is going to allow you to step in and have a pleasant understanding? And also, what type of involvement is the person going to get in when the person comes over here? And also, in movie making, we have, royalties, we have deferred payment, we have other ways of compensating people. So what arrangement do you have? Those are the things that are going to determine how much the person will eventually say, okay, this is what I need. Some people may not actually want anything. They just want to come and do it, but at least you got to pay for the flight ticket,
Yeah.
Now, but I asked that question because I also wanted to explore the idea that, in Afrobeat, you have musicians like Davido, Wizkid, partnering with African-American musicians, like even someone like Rema, I think Rema, with, what's her name? Serena? I don't know the name anymore. The one that... Yeah. Yeah, that they work together, and it's been going on for many years and doing very well for them, for the Americans, and for the Nigerians. But in Hollywood and Nollywood, we've not seen so much of that kind of partnership. What's going on? Why is that not happening?
Well, the thing is that, again, like I said, you had asked a question before about why they are paying Nigerians peanuts in terms of if you compare what they pay other countries. And also, if you go back to those some years ago, Nigerian artists were not being paid this much to actually come here. But music, in the Nigerian music is at the top of the class now. So for you to get an actor here, it involves a lot of things. In fact, if you want to bring a Nigerian musician here and is a star, it's going to cost you quite some good money. It's not something that you can just, that we're talking about a different type of arrangement, because he has managers, he has, a lot of things that's going to be negotiated for the person to come here. So depending on how much in demand that musician is, determines how much the person is going to get. I'll give you an example. We used to have the Office of the Organization for the Advancement of Nigerians here that hold the Independence Parade that we have here. For a long time, we used to try to get people from Nigeria to come and perform here. And, sometimes we'll get people here if it's difficult. But when you're having that type of arrangement, you take a long time for you to do it, get involved, negotiate. When it comes to film, it's more of a direct thing that you're talking about, a particular script that you want the person to come and do. And if that is the case, how you intend to finance the project, how you intend to compensate the actors, the crew, and so on and so forth will determine how much you're going to come up with. Now, for Hollywood to invite a Nigerian actor here, they have to give us that, recognize the fact that we have become major players in the industry so that they can be able to give us what it's worth to bring people here. And there has been instances before. There was a project I know some years ago that wanted to bring Genevieve here, and myself, I was supposed to also play in that movie, but it didn't succeed because at the end of the day, they didn't want to offer what was needed. But if they begin to recognize the value of these actors in Nigeria, then they can begin to, compensate them and also bring them to feature in big movies. The reason why Rema and Selena did the track, which won an award, I think is it Baby Calm Down, whatever, So it's because Rema has been did the song, it's good, it's popular, it's all over the place. So Selena can find it easy to say, okay, if this offer comes for me to work with this guy, I can work with him because he's already big there. And that's why you see names you mentioned, the video and so on and so forth. Burna Boy, Burna was in, he performed in the Grammys, right? Yeah. So, but when you're talking about at that level, you're talking about a huge sum of money. You're not talking about independent filmmaking budget, which is not as huge as the studios. So the question is, our actors and our film, in the film industry in Nigeria, are we playing at that level where we will be able to exchange that big amount of budget when we're talking about these exchanges? Or are we still at a level where they think they can just get it because we are not paid well, or the industry is not that big as it is supposed to? The industry is big, but in terms of the money, they still do not pay us what we think they should pay us in terms of recognizing us. But when Nigerian films get to the level where music has gotten now, they will have to do that, because now they're doing it. They're getting Burna Boy, they're getting the video, they're getting Rema at that huge amount. Right now, the industry, the film industry is still getting there. There has been talks of getting some of the actors there to come here and act, but it's not a priority yet. Maybe when we start having some stories, there are stories we will have that will become landmark stories that an actor out there can be made or invited to come and play a role here in the US. So it's not dead, it's still ongoing. As I'm talking to you, there are people who are negotiating to see if they can get an actor to come. But you don't see it very often because there's still that little thing about them not waking up to recognize the fact that we are a force in terms of filmmaking or actors.
So along that line, I would say that Grammy Awards, we now have a special segment for Afrobeat, where you have a lot of Africans competing. And but Oscars, the Academy of Motion Pictures, happening on March 10th. Do we have African movies or Nigerian Nollywood movies in contention?
Yeah, I think we submitted the black and white movie. I've forgotten the name now. That was the Nigerian representation for that this thing. But say I think a year or two ago we had Genevieve's movie after it was recognized in Netflix. Genevieve had also got involved with was invited to be part of the committees and whatever that get involved in some of these things. So the more that happens, the more they begin to recognize, and the more we can also have people who are there who can speak for us and be able to make it easy for us to bargain and get the big names come here and do those big projects. It's an ongoing thing. But right now we are getting there. We are getting there.
Is there any kind of disagreement between Nollywood at home and Nollywood here? What I mean by that is you guys who are making movies in America, because I had a guest here, you may know him, Raman, who is in Boston, making movies in Boston. He has a unique way of defining who he is. Do you call yourself a Nollywood actor, or do you consider yourself part of Hollywood?
Well, the thing is that, if you know actors, no, not actors, if you know artists, that is creative content, creative artists, let me put it that way. You know that there are various ways they relate with each other. There are those who may want to belong to any organization, and there are those who think that they can do it on their own. And then we also have this factor, and sadly I may say, of some people who don't want to associate with some other people because of certain maybe tribal elements or tribal feelings. So they don't want to associate with some other people. They choose, because somewhere at the back of their mind, they are thinking that it's a question of, let me get this to belong to my tribe. And because of that, they don't want to get involved with the figure that maybe they are not represented in the organization or whatever. Some people also feel that they are comfortable with whatever they have, so they don't need any group to succeed. So it won't be surprising if you see somebody come and say, no, I don't belong to Nollywood. In fact, there are people who say there is no Nollywood. In fact, if you bring Nollywood as a topic, there are people who are going to tell you, no, it started from here. This person say, no, it started from here. This person say, why are you calling it Nollywood? Because does it embrace everyone? What of these other people? And then if you say, if you want to be part of it, why don't you come and answer? No, they say, why are we going to call it Nollywood? Why don't we call it some other wood? Right? So, but you see, those things are normal when you have artists who have different inspirations and different motivations that push them to act. There are people who come into the business because they see it can make money, so they want to come and make money with the movie making. We had a lot of that in the era of the DVDs before, that I talked about pirates in the US here. There are people who come in because they love it. They have the passion. They want to tell the story, right? And they don't care whether it's called any name. The idea is do it and put it out there. You know, so I'm not going to stop anyone from calling himself one particular type of actor or not belonging to any organization. But for me, the name is not important. What is important is that I put out the content that people can consume. And also more important, not any type of content, but the content that can help create that emancipation that we want for our people, to be able to also use it as a way of branding ourselves and selling our positiveness out there. So whether you call it this wood or that wood or that wood, it's not important. But I can assure you, yes, there are groups that would not like to, or people that would not like to be called a particular wood. In fact, they get offended if you say you're a Nollywood actor. But for me, when I call me a Nollywood actor, or you call me a Nigerian actor, or you call me an African actor, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything for me. But I belong to the Nollywood Producers Guild Association of Nollywood Producers Guild here in the USA, which of course I'm the president. But I don't expect everyone to be in that organization, right? It's open. If you want to be part of it, fine. If you don't want to be part of it, that's okay. It's not going to cause any friction between us. You know, the problem is that when people start thinking that maybe your content is a problem for their content, that's the other underlying problem we have in the industry. There are people who think that if instead of putting out my content and giving you opportunity of putting out your content, I will put mine out because mine will get a chance if I try not to get your own. And that's where it becomes a bit mock and it becomes a bit problematic. But the name you call yourself is not important as the content you put out. Your content will represent what you are.
All right. Igbo Basic, hold on. Okay, let me ask this question from the comments. It's from Ifi. She says, please ask him why they have decided to sideline the marketers at Alaba and Opiweka, who brought the money to fund Nollywood in its infancy. So why did you guys sideline Alaba and Opiweka?
You say you guys sideline.
That's CP's question. I don't know. No.
Well, maybe if he could be clearer who she meant, but the point is, you see, the industry has been going through a lot of changes, right? When we did This America, that was in 2000 when it was released in 2004. We tried to bring it to Nigeria we came and we had interviews at NTA Patakot, NTA Lagos and all that. But eventually, as I explained here before, there were some forces that didn't like that incursion of foreign filmmakers coming to get a share of what's already going on in Nigeria and frustrated it. And but we moved on from there. But later, we also found that there are people who would welcome content creators from anywhere in the world, and they're willing to work with you, right? But the thing is that by the time you are working on DVD, first of all, we are doing standard definition, SD. Then some of us produce content in SD. Then a year or two, HD came up, and then doing HD. Then we go 4K, and then you move to 4K. And then gradually DVD started going away. And then people started streaming on YouTube. And now you have Netflix. So each time there is a change, there's somebody that is displaced. There's somebody who had thought, okay, I'm going to make it by selling DVDs. But all of a sudden, DVDs are not selling anymore. The person is stuck with the DVD. So the person gets sidelined. It's natural for the person to blame it on something. But also, there are people who may also say, okay, when YouTube came up initially, that was before Netflix. People were submitting to certain stations. I don't want to mention their name. They were submitting to those stations. And initially, they felt it was good. Later, the story came out that what they were getting were not good. People started pulling away and started opening their own channels. Now you come to YouTube, you see a lot of people have channels. And a lot of them are doing well. So they don't want to go back to those people that control it. But each time there's a move, there's always somebody that is displaced. So it is easy to think that somebody displaced you. Now, the people in Onisha who started the VHS, remember, when they did Living in Bondage, they started with VHS. Remember how it wasn't that they sought out saying, we're going to go make a movie. They wanted to sell VHS tapes. Then they find a way to sell it to the homes. So they put a home movie on it. And all of a sudden, Living in Bondage came at that time. It was an opportunity. They grabbed it, and Living in Bondage came up and introduced the current Nollywood at that time. And VHS soon turned into VCD, if you remember. Then VCD, DVD. So the person who has a bunch of VHS gets displaced by VCDs. The person who has VCDs, invested in VCDs and structures to help VCDs and market with through VCDs, gets displaced by DVDs. And people have DVDs. I have some DVDs here of some of my films, but DVDs are not being bought anymore. So we're now talking about Netflix or YouTube streaming. So each move keeps displacing one person or the other. So that's why I don't know who he is to hold blame, but I personally did not displace anyone. But I can guess that that's maybe what may be the problem is that the dynamics keep changing. And as it changes, another person, now you have the cinemas, right? Initially it started with Silverbed. Now it's no longer Silverbed that is dominating things now. So it keeps changing. And I wouldn't use the word somebody displacing somebody. I mean, maybe she has a particular precise point. I don't know that. But in the industry generally, it keeps moving. And people, sometimes, you're talking about people who do skits. Maybe today is skits. Maybe tomorrow it becomes series. Maybe not series. Tomorrow it becomes short films. It keeps changing. And we keep going at it, trying to adapt so that we can continue to pass on the message.
All right, thank you. Let's welcome the flagship. Flagship, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And welcome to our guest today. My apologies, I joined in midway when you were presenting. You're a man of so many hats, I could tell. You wear so many hats, and it's quite distinctive to see how you are able to function in these diverse areas that you are involved in. I think Rudolph mentioned that you are possessed with something. I can't remember the
There's no English word for it, you know.
Yeah, that's quite phenomenal. I really admire and appreciate men of your character and your ability. So thank you for that and for putting us and showcasing us out well in the Western world. My question is this: Nollywood, when it came, and I just heard you talk about Living in Bondage, which seemed to be, maybe not, but seemed to be the first time that Nigerian movie industry really hit the airwaves, and it made a big bang that from then on it cascaded into what we have today. It has taken the African continent by storm. Our movies are watched in so many African countries. They look forward to them. They are like hotcakes in their movie shops when they go get the videos or VHS, then CDs, and now online to watch. This is each time that Nollywood at least have some sort of collaboration in a more wider, bigger space with Hollywood. There is one of our great minds, Ayo Maku, popularly known as AY. He did it with one movie, I think 30 Days in Atlanta, and was able to get some great Hollywood stars to act with him here in Atlanta. And that was really phenomenal to see that collaboration happen. And I've been looking forward to seeing that go beyond that level and at least do what Bollywood did. What would it take to get Nollywood up to standard where they can easily be sought after within the movie industry like they do in the music industry? Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and the rest of them are highly sought after by Western musicians to do collaborations with. What would it take to get Nollywood to that standard?
Very good.
Yeah. Well, thank you. The thing is, Nollywood was actually ahead of the music industry in terms of popularity some years ago, right? There was a time it was touted all over the place that Nollywood is the #1 filmmaking industry in the world. That was in terms of numbers of films that they roll out, and then we had Nollywood, Hollywood, and Bollywood. The three of them were at the top. But Nollywood was actually rated as turning out more movies, and that was penultimate to the time we're talking about the AY thing, which was around 2015, if I'm not mistaken, around that time. Yeah, he did 30 days in America and in Atlanta. So every once in a while, you could situations like that occur, and a movie can transcend, beat the odds, and be able to stand out. Because we applauded it, we were happy for it, and like you, we expected more of it to happen, but it didn't happen that way. There are still collaborations here and there, but we expect it to be big, but it has not happened that way. And that's not to say that it's not going to happen, but it goes to tell you how the dynamics of the industry works. And one of the things we have as I don't want to use the word developing, as an industry that is competing with Hollywood, is that people easily make a comparison of the two. And I've always tried to make argument to people that you can't make a comparison of Nollywood with Hollywood. You can actually use it to refer and make references and say, for example, this happened, but you can't make a comparison. Because Hollywood, in fact, the history of Hollywood in this America is actually a different story again. It started somehow and then evolved into this Hollywood thing. It didn't start that way initially. So we still are in the game. We can still get there. We will still get there. But part of the problem we've been having is because we have, once in a while, you have an economy that moves forward, then that seems to move forward, then one step forward, then two steps backward. Because movie making, you got to understand, first of all, to many people, like I've said to Rodolphe earlier, is that some people come into it because they want to make money. They don't care about your beautiful story, but they will take your beautiful story and make money off your beautiful story. And then there is also the people that want to tell the story. They want to share the story. They love it. They want to have it out there. People, they don't care about much of the money, so long as you're able to make it and share it. So you have a collision of these two. So it is a constant marksmanship going on. Who gets to lead the direction? Is it the person who loves the creative content, who wants to put it out there, or the person who wants to make money? And there are some filmmakers here, even Nigerian filmmakers, that have gone to Nigeria because at that time you were talking about Nollywood was like this. So I know a guy here who was already doing movies here. Not big time, but he's been directed some Hollywood music and so on and so forth. So he wrote a story. He went to Nigeria, but he came back complaining because the treatment he got in Nigeria wasn't what he expected. It wasn't as professional as he expected. First of all, most of the other filmmakers in Nigeria wanted him to be calling them Oga, sir. And this is a filmmaker who has his own crew, who has his own history, who has done his own job here. But he goes to Nigeria and there's this play of, you're going to call this person Oga, you're going to subject yourself to this person, I'm in charge here. So he just couldn't fit in. And he stayed up to a year or so, did 1 or 2 movies, and then he came back and said, I can't. But he went with good intention to go and help there and try to bring the industry up. Because at that time, there was this complaint about some of our movies have sound problem, light problem, the boom comes in here, it cut off here, it goes black. There were a lot of complaints, but people who make no complaint are making that complaint because they compare it to Hollywood. So they want it to be as beautiful as the movie you watch in the theater. Yes, it can be, but you got to also understand where the Nigerian filmmaker is coming from. The budget is running with. I remember a film when I did Spade in Nigeria, I had for 2 days we didn't have light. So we wanted to shoot a night scene. So we had to get a generator to pump the light. And the generator, you could hear, we were fighting not to get the generator into the sound of the that is being recorded by the camera. So these are some of the challenges. And then we had to use vehicle light because we could not get the light going. We had to use vertical light and point in some direction to just get light there. Because first of all, we have a budget, we have a deadline, we have to leave that vicinity at a particular time. And this is the last night. What do? If you want to come back, it's going to cost you more to get the artist and the crew back again. And you don't have that kind of budget. So you're short-handed. You do the best you can in the circumstance. I tell you, Nigerian filmmakers are some of the most creative you can find in the whole world. So, but we need that a little bit of the help. It doesn't come. So because of that, every once in a while, a movie like the one you mentioned about could make it to show that we can do it, but to sustain it is a bit difficult because things change. And as things change, especially in terms of how do you sustain the actors and the crew. And if the actor and the crew is not sustained, sometimes a movie can make it big, but the actor and the crew, they are not sustained. So the next time it becomes a flop. And so have we gotten to the point where it is consistent that we supply the quality and the environment that made that movie succeed? Have we sustained that level? No. Most times it's a trial and error for us. We keep trying, okay, let's try it this way. And they say YouTube is working today, everybody strips to YouTube. Or they say, okay, Netflix is working, everybody goes to Netflix. But maybe one or two will work and then the other ones will work. We give up, we try. So we don't have a structure that is in place in Nigeria. I wish we can have just like a ministry that is devoted to just filmmaking, and just focus on it so that we can have a structure in place. Study it, not just go there, give money. Not say, okay, I give you 5 billion. No, what 5 billion? In the Nigerian environment, you can't give somebody money without monitoring it. It's just going to be a gift to somebody here and there. You give the money, but create the environment. Allow it time to study and get acquainted with what it takes to make big movies like that. And there are a lot of talents around that can help sustain it. But we need to have somebody at the helm that has a structure. Every time, for the past years, every time in Nigeria, there's always, it's working this way for this person, and it's working the other way for the other person. And we are all in the same filmmaking industry. But it's not working equally for all of us. Some people, it works in one way, some people, it works in the other way. So you got to have an environment that is controlled so that people can have a structure. Before you make a movie, you say, okay, this movie I'm going to make now, it's going to cost me this amount. This is who's going to go here, and I'm going to get this amount. I'm going to get this amount. So this is the amount I'm going to ask for. This is the profit I'm going to make. Therefore, this is what I'm going to use for advertising. This is what I'm going to use for publication. This is what I'm going to use for distribution. Everything is in place and checked. But we don't have that structure yet. It is beginning to come. One or two, some people are beginning to do it at some level now. So it's coming out there, but it is not across the board. So what I say is we are still at it. We're still going to get to the point where, I believe so, that we're going to get to the point where we can be able to push out movies and have more collaboration with Hollywood. But Hollywood always looks at the money. They're not there to just come and help Nigeria and make Nigeria look good. That's not why a producer or a distributor in Nigeria is just going to come. He's going to come if he knows he's going to make his money. If he's not going to make his money, it's just a beautiful story. It's a beautiful story, that's fine. But, I have some other story that I need to make money to sustain my industry. And that's...
Thank you very much. Rudolph, do I have a second for one more comment or question?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let me ask this question from the comment section, then I'll come back to you and Bibo Bezos. So this question about, I think you answered it a little bit about the quality of the Nollywood movies compared to that of the Hollywood. Someone wants to know whose idea was grab your copy. I don't know what that meant, but I think it may be something that comes up with in the movies or at the end of the movie. My own idea is 71 Iweka Road. Who owns the building? Can we preserve it for posterity? Right.
Honestly, I don't know who owns 71 Iweka Road. I don't know, but on a more serious note, what you are saying is some of the things that is missing because we don't have a structure that caters to such things like that. We just talked about Zebrudaya. We just talked about, look, before Zebrudaya, before Masquerade, there was Eji Obama. There was Habat Ogunde. These people started it in those days. So it's not like we are new in this thing. But how much of it do we sustain? I'll tell you this, and let me be careful how I say this because I'm not trying to implicate anyone. But some of the, and Igbo Basics know what I'm talking about. Some of the recordings of Masquerade, or let me not say Masquerade, some of the recordings in NTA, right? Because it's not just Masquerade. Some of the recordings, you have Cockroach at Dawn, Village Headmaster, a lot of things that entertained us in those days, right? What museum do we have that preserves this content and these creators? Many times you go to pick up a tape, things fall apart, for example. You go to pick up or look for a tape, and they tell you, you get a tape, it has things fall apart on it, but you play it. I'm using as an example now. I'm not trying to implicate anyone. I'm just saying, for example, you have Masquerade, you pick it up, and then you play it, and it has a coverage of another station or another event. Masquerade is wiped out, or things fall apart is wiped out. The content is gone. So why? That tells you the level of value we have for the content. That tells you the level of care we have to protect those things. Why can't I just go into library now and see an upgraded level of about Ogunde's movie? And they may have it, I'm not too sure about that, but Edu Boma's movie, Living in Bondage, all packaged and upgraded. Now we have upgrading of these movies and still release them over and over again. You know, I think those ones could be possible anyway because they are private companies that made it. But this problem is more with the authorities, with the government authorities, the NTAs and the television stations that do not safeguard this content. They dub over them, or they put them aside and they get wasted. And you look for them, you don't find them. I don't know how anyone can find any of those shows we watched in the 80s about some of these beautiful artists we have all over the country that you can still find intact now. So that is also the problem. We have to have a system and a consciousness that preserves what we have and have value for it.
All right, thank you. Flagship, go. Oh no, Igbo Basics first, and then. Unmute yourself, Igbo Basics. All right, let's go for
right, so, yeah, thank you. While you were answering my question, you touched on something that I was going to follow up on briefly. You made mention that the monetary aspect is the biggest part for the movie industry. Yes, every investor wants to get their money back plus more, but the story, the content, the creativity, what value it holds that can get me or the viewers glued to their screen for the amount of time that show has to be on is tantamount to having you put out there on the global stage. My thing is this: the education part of it is big aspect in terms of sustaining Nollywood. Sustainability is our biggest problem. We are not gone past the level of light, sound, action. And like you mentioned, cameras this way, mics this way, booms this way, things interfering, it reduces the quality. And it doesn't make a viable investor look at the industry and say, let me put my money here and maybe get more out and push this guy's ahead. So why can't, and what is Nollywood doing to have its actors trained beyond light, sound, action, beyond the theater arts that we do in our universities? You get a bachelor's degree, master's degree, and maybe a PhD in theater arts. That's the theoretical part of acting. There is the actual practical part, which you have to go to an academy for. Will Nollywood, or can you guys who are in the business think of a way to bring this academy to Nigeria where the actors are trained beyond just natural skills? Yes, we have the creativity, we have the knowledge, we have the ability, but there's more to know than just standing in front of the camera and acting shows. So is there space and room for the educational part of it to get the actors in Nigeria know that beyond being able to act a certain way, there are intricacies, there are things that need to be known and how it needs to be done. And this requires an academy to be done. Why and how can we get that academy instituted in Nigeria to broaden the knowledge and ability of all our actors?
Very good point. The short answer to that is that is already being done. There are people bringing in the experts now to teach these lessons, and it's been going on for a little while now. So if you notice also, the films that used to have those booms and noise, and it's beginning to disappear. The films are now better. The quality that is out there now is also improved. So that observation is right, but it's been addressed, or it's still being addressed. We're still trying to do that. But we could do better if we have a ministry that focuses on, you see, the reason I keep talking about ministry, I'm not trying to just hijack a ministry I just threw at Nollywood. What I'm trying to, you have to understand where I'm coming from. Besides the political class, or the political, what I call it, political field, one of the, or the oil, anyway, let me say, besides oil, content creation, Nollywood is one of the biggest employers of labor in Nigeria, right? But again, you got to remember how security has impacted on that now, because I know actors who used to act Monday through Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now, they don't even act Monday through Friday, Saturday. There are certain days that they don't go because maybe there's a sit-at-home going on, or maybe there's a curfew not to stay outside on a particular day, or there are areas that they can't even go because they can be kidnapped. In fact, there has been Nollywood actors that that's been kidnapped recently. You know, so that now reduces the time and the freedom they have to invest. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about security. Years ago, I wrote an article that I called Investing in Nigeria, the Security Question. Security impacts a lot of things. It's not just security about just driving on the street and being safe. There are other things. Investors, Flagship asked about getting people to come and invest. If so, you got to look at Nollywood making, filmmaking as an investment also. Do I invest in an industry where it is unpredictable what's going to happen tomorrow? Will I make my money back? What if I start this production and somewhere the actors get kidnapped and the crew gets injured? What happens to the money I'm investing? Am I good to invest this money? Is it going to come out? Because actors and crew members are going through a lot in Nigeria, trying to put out the content that we see on the screen. And it's easy for us to say, oh, they have booms and it's not nice and so, but you got to take yourself back to where the environment they are working in. And if you have a ministry, the reason I keep talking about ministry is that you got to understand the value of Nollywood as a channel to express who we are. And then you can give it the support that it needs to be able to survive. Today, we have jeans and baseball hats all over the world. It used to be here, hip-hop, before hip-hop music came. You know, all of a sudden, now you have baseball, people are wearing American jerseys, American musical attires and materials that is now becoming a culture in some other country that is actually rooted in America here because of hip-hop music or R&B and things like that. So why can't we also do the same thing for Nollywood? Why can't we start telling stories that begin to export our culture? Instead of just painting, choosing the negative and leaving the positive, why don't we pick on a lot of the positive things that we have and export it through our movies? But if we understand that, we also have to understand that we have to support them. And that means if you create an environment where they can thrive, they can be able to propagate that out and also sustain the economy by employing more hands, actors and crew members, employ them, provide them the sustainability they need to survive. You know, so just to summarize Flagship is that the industry is working on that. In fact, there's a member of our group, a member of Nollywood Producers Guild, who went to Nigeria and established a place there now that actors and actresses can come and act. You can also bring your film and shoot in there. Stanford Films is the name of the guy. You know, so you can go there now, get location, and the actors will be they train there, and then they graduate, and he puts them into the film industry by giving them roles to play. So what you are saying is happening. Yes, people are doing it, but we need to do it more and encourage those who are doing it already by having something that caters towards sustaining and protecting them.
Thank you very much. In 30 seconds, please. You talk about ministry, and that's the government. In my opinion, waiting for them to enact this and get it running would be fruitless. A little over 2 weeks ago, it was reported, and I heard it on the news in Nigeria, that where the government is asking all skit makers to go and register their names with the CAC, Corporate Affairs Commission in Nigeria. And the reason being that the revenue they make from YouTube Instagram, Facebook, and the rest of them, they want a piece of it. Do you think this is encouraging? If we're dependent on the ministry, isn't this a move to try to silence the industry pretty much in the direction that is going with social media and technology that's been added?
Yeah, I think that is part of the problem we have in some other things that happen in our country. You see, if these people are not making the money they are making, maybe we won't think of the fact that they need to be reporting these returns. Or if they're not influencing people the way they are, we may have looked the other way. But now they're making money and they're also influencing people. So we want to have a control over them. I'm not against monitoring what content creators are doing, but you have to do it as a package. Don't selectively do it. Don't do it selectively. Like, okay, let me just go after the money they're making and control them. Create an environment whereby they can work with you and agree with you and say, okay, yes, I'm going to register here. Just like here, we have Writers Guild of America. We have Actors Guild. I know we have Actors Guild in Nigeria, but here it is not just about having the guilds, and the government doesn't come and take over control. They negotiate with them. Over the past months, you had the negotiation with about the actors. They took about 100 and something days in negotiating because they were trying to protect their rights from being taken over by the emerging AI environment. It's not just AI, but AI was one of the main reasons why they had to go and say, look, we have to call a spade and say, this point, you can't take this, you can't do this with us. This is what we're gonna do. Because if we don't do it, AI will start writing, start acting, start editing, and before you know it, our job is gone. So they had that negotiation with them and they came up with that. Now, do you have an opportunity? Do you have that type of environment whereby the actors can come and sit down and negotiate with the government without the government saying, oh, that you should do it this way? You see, that's the problem. We don't have to. These people are trying to survive, right? And you come all of a sudden, you just grab what they are doing and you want to control it. But did you sit down and look at the environment and say, okay, fine, this is what you are doing. This is how we can make you better. And this is what we can do to also, because monitoring is good. Part of the problems why Nollywood had a problem here in the USA was because when DVDs was out there, I know how many meetings we held and the committees we tried to set up to control piracy because people were bootlegging things left, right, and center and diluting the fee and the amount of the DVDs. So we said, if we can control it, have people come together, decide how many can be released at a time or what is the guideline before you release, we can have a control of the amount. You can't just pitch an amount because people are just, you go to a store, they say DVD $5. This person say DVD $10. This person say $9. People are just throwing prices all over the place. So it's good to sit down and organize them. But don't just go and make it seem like you're coming after them. Because people are trying to survive. They're going to resist you if you come with that approach. You got to give them a chance to know that you are coming for their interest because their interest is your interest. And your interest is the national interest that eventually lifts everybody up. And this it's not just concerning filmmakers. There are other things in Nigeria that are like that, that we need to address. We don't come after people because we want to control them. I don't know the thing about, we like control. I don't know why, but, even if you want to control somebody, you can give them freedom to control themselves and you just observe and you just coordinate or moderate and let them do their thing,
That's good. Thank you so much. I appreciate your answers.
All right, thank you, the flagship. We're rounding up. Let's go to Igbo Basics.
Yeah, that leads me to when I was talking about you never know what you got until it is gone. I think that was a song from the 80s and stuff like that. Some of us grew up from the school of hard knock. And we believe in infrastructure. And we also believe that this world is a stage. You dance your own, you get out of the stage, whether you like it or not. Some others will come to dance. When I heard Oliver talking about he wanted to study theater arts. And that reminds me of the story of Mazi Okono. Mazi Okono, who came to the US in the 50s. He came to study medicine, but he ended up studying theater arts. And it was in that process that he ended up in movies with the greatest of Hollywood. People like Clark Gable, people like Doris Day, people like Sidney Poitier, name it, he was there with them all the way to John Wayne. He acted in 8 movies in Hollywood. And along the road, he intertwined with Olabisi Ajala. Now you hear about Ajala travels all over the world. That was Olabisi Ajala. What that led me to because we've discussed here from DVDs. Some young ones don't even know what to talk about DVDs. And when I was doing this from Teacher Spade, and that was with Clark Gable and Doris Day, these are some of the greatest American actors. I have to first of all convert these things from here into a digital for me to be able to bring it into and then cue it in. And I learned a lesson, copyrights. Our people are just doing the grab, do stuff, skits, whatever. You don't care about whatever anybody went through to put together the material you're using. You don't even recognize the source of your material. When I was doing this, 20th Century Fox, they gave me permission to use 4 minutes, in some cases 2 minutes, and they have to go through the estates of the dead Robert Mitchum in order for them to sign off, in order for me to be able to use their material for Mazi Okono's project, which was launched at Ibere in 2010. I'm from Ibere. So I went through all that, recognizing what it is in an organized society. One of the questions I have on the table here is that even our government, there's no problem you going after money. So it's an appeal that I'm also making to the Nigerian government. Let me be specific, Nigeria, not talking about Africa yet. You reap where you sow. So it's an appeal to the government to help set up on the infrastructure and don't destroy the things that we already have on the ground. Why am I saying that? I have a question here that goes to Dr. Damages, that goes to Oliver. Do we have a database of our people from the past who were here before us? Just like I've mentioned people like Mazi Okono, and I mentioned people like Olabisi Ajala, and so on and so forth. I saw some people participating in movies in the 50s and the 60s, and they were great actors. Do we have a library that has the names, at least, of all these our heroes past before we even come to the people like Chief Zebrudaya, Okerigwe Mobe, alias Forta Day? Do we have that? I do know that our story is scattered here and there, just like Oliver mentioned here. How you pick up a DVD and you try to play something in it and it's recording something else. I have first-hand knowledge of what has happened in things like the New Masquerade. So what can we do? Starting with a database, can Nollywood, of which Oliver, you are the head person here, can Nollywood address that issue? How do we go about it?
All right. Yeah, definitely. That's what we are always trying to do. But again, it goes back to what I was saying before, which is that we don't have a structure that is set and tested to now provide these things. And it's not going to happen if we are coming at it from various angles. You know, if I go, I say it, and you say it, this person say it. But if we have an outlet, or rather an institution that is devoted to protecting and promoting content and content creation, we will have a structure that will allow people to now have a place where you can at least submit those things for them to be protected for posterity. You can also have suggestions that you can make, and it's going to extend beyond Nigeria. There are content creators in UK. There are Nigerian content creators in UK. There are Nigerian content creators in Canada. There are Nigerian content creators in Germany, in Europe. You know, if you have an environment where these things can be put together and people can come and reach somebody and have it done, it will happen. One of the things that I don't want to go into artifacts spreading all over the world in times of the colonial era, where they were taking artifacts from all the places and putting them together. They eventually stored them in some place. At least you have the museums, like the British Museum and so on and so forth. Last week or a month ago, some of them were returned, and they continue to get returned because at least they were preserved. Some of the argument that they use is that, oh, we are preserving it for you. If we didn't preserve it for you, you would have lost, which of course you know that is just an excuse. You didn't come. when you came to Benin, for example, and ran the people down and came back with your forces and overran the empire and took their thing. That's not trying to protect it for them. And that happens a lot. So that's what they say. But the point I'm making is that there is at least an argument that you can have that, okay, we can have it organized for you if you give them the chance to bring it. So if we create an environment where people can say, okay, submit your movies or store these movies. In fact, the ministry itself will be the one sourcing for these movies. They will go get source it. You go to film festivals here. There are film festivals in America here that have African films that are done that Nigerians have never seen, But these are good movies that you can also take and you store in those places and have them, organized as a database that you can look at, and not just the movies. The content creators itself. I talked about Ogunda and they do bomb up. Some people who are creating content never knew people like that existed, and they don't know the role these people played, And thank God, people like Zebrudaya, they are here with us now. That's what we are still talking about, because when nobody's going to live forever. I will live one day. I may not be there anymore. So if all these people are gone and there is no way of monitoring their roles, then there is no way for us to see what we can pick from and continue the journey and continue the struggle and continue the duty of trying to pass and share creativity. So database is fine. All I can say is that we will continue to raise the issue whenever the opportunity provides, so that we can have a central place. Because where are you going to store it? If you don't have a central place, where are you going to store it? You have to have a central organization or institution that is created for this. It's very important. It's very important. Any government that can come and say, okay, you know what? It's not just a question of saying, call it a Ministry of Sports and Entertainment. No, create an institution that is practical, that is going to go out there devoted to sourcing and protecting our content. The content we are protecting contains our culture, our language, our traditions, who we are, that you can never see if after some time people continue to pass away and take the knowledge with them and pass away. So we need to sustain them.
All right, thank you. We are, I think the next person is, let's go to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Mbamara and Igbo Basics. Ovie, good evening. And my brother that just spoke for a long time. God bless you all. Igbo Basics, I want to ask you this question. Since I joined this global platform, I've discovered that you have a very large network, and you're a custodian of history and events that may have happened before some of us were born or when we are still little kids. I remember then, far back in 70s, there's one program they call Ichuk, Lama Jugoji, Okechukwu Ekenze, and the rest of it, Is there any way, like what you are trying to do with Chief Zebrudaya Okorigo, is there any way you can, grab the details or the performance of these guys and just like make it a unique event that is going to usher in the new generation that are coming? Because like my kids, they don't know about this names I have mentioned or this content I've mentioned. Ichok used to be the order of the day in 70s and early 80s. Wabisi, Chukoke, those names. So is there anything you are doing? Because for now, just like my brother rightly said, we're not going to live here forever. Sooner or later, we go our different ways as God may have it. And we still have people like you and Zebrudaya around us now. What can you do to make sure that these things are protected? And finally, Mr. Kando, I greet you in the comment section. You asked of my number. I've already written it down there. You can pick it up or also contact Dr. Damages. He'll give you my further numbers. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Righteous Man. Igbo Basics.
Yes, Righteous Man. Some of us, the role we play is something we naturally find ourselves in. In answer to your question, That is what we are trying to accomplish with the New Mask Foundation. The New Mask Foundation is something that we are looking at that goes beyond just the launching of the book of Zebrudaya. It's something that goes into even taking care of their well-being, their healthcare, or whatnot. Those things are being worked out in Nigeria. But to be frank with all of us, sometimes we don't even know what we have that is around us. Just while I was in Nigeria, I ran into a couple of my homeboys. Two of them were players for the Super Eagles, Ikechukwu Uche, the Uche brothers. I know they are from my own specific Amankalo Ibere. I never met them. I have seen great things they've done. I was with them and I said, oh, that's the first time I'm meeting you. Congratulations for the job you've been doing. Another person I ran into was a young man named Joseph Odum. He acts in the movies. And I was wondering, what have you? I said, Madame Koi Koi. I never heard about Madame Koi Koi before, but there are things like that that are out there. What have we set out to do? At Igbo Basics, sometimes I come at it from the perspective of the places I know, all the way to Jos, where I grew up briefly. And when we talk about the Jos Museum, and when I go back into talking about people like Uncle Lemi Ijoma, who is in the Rotary Club, and a whole lot of things that we have amassed along the line, it brings me back to those who were born after we have already started the game. When I talk about the infrastructure, it pains me that nobody is grabbing it and running. Before some of us, I met a man named Achibaba here in New Jersey. That man had a library of only God knows what he had. Achibaba eventually died. We celebrated him. Everybody who came around here met Achibaba. Another person, Dr. N.K.O. Chukunta. Chukunta was in Essex County College here. He had a library in his home that encompassed things before some of us were born. People like Max Banite have come and gone. What am I trying to say is that it is an opportunity, and it's also a privilege to have come to know people like Rudolph Okonkwo, whom I have known for quite some time. Our people are playing various roles in various places. So our appeal, again, is very simple. At this stage, in other words, our people say the goat, the public goat, dies of starvation. But if these forums that we have can actually help us, I have put it out there in this open space. I say, come, because some of us, when we started taking pictures, there were no cell phones. What we were doing was taking pictures with film. And we amassed a bundle of pictures that you cannot even think about. I think about people like US Africa Online, our good brother from Houston who has gone on to CNN and the rest of it. And I think about Rudolph Okonkwo here. What did I say to you all here? I said that each person that we have run into that have done magic in the past, we tend to build a file or a folder on the person. And all we say is this: while we are still here, come, grab it, reach out, whatever you can do. And righteous man, by the next time I come to Lagos, I will seek you out. The same way I sought out Madam Prisma in Lagos. The same way Mazes came to meet me at Ezinifite. The same way I ran into things that are in the villages. Listen, what we do now, we're practicing what I call bushcraft. What is bushcraft? For some of us who came in the 70s, and we are getting ready that by the time we are done here, we're going back to the villages, back into the bushes where we came from. What you have behind your villages is what you in the town cannot even begin to think about. And that's why when I ran into the young man, Joseph Odum, who played in the movie Madame Koi Koi, I took him beyond the streams to see what was going on there. And I could see this young man's natural outing coming out. To say, oh, I can bring a movie set here. I can do these things here. In essence, they say FOC in Abafo. Now I realize that what people don't pay for, they don't value it. But when people pay for something, they value it so much. But because we are offering it, come and take it, oh, everybody seems to be playing deaf ear. But thanks to people like Dr. Damages, who has made it possible for us to continue to put out the information that this world is a state. It pained me. That's the same question that people were asking Mazukon, is he dead? I thought he was dead. And today people are asking the same question. Zebrudaya, oh, I thought he was dead. Thank God he's not dead. You all have his voice here. The man is alive and well. He will be 74 years old in June. And we intend to celebrate him this June. If any of these people can be a galvanizing point to some of us. Now I came to meet Peter Ego. Peter Ego was the person who was responsible for putting up both the village headmaster, the cockerel dawn. He was under Peter Ego that all those things happened. I came to meet him in this process. So we need that coalition between those back on ground and those of us here. And to start with, what we intend to do is to begin to register our head office in our village.
All right. Thank you. Let's final question will come from Mazobie, and then we let our guests go because we agreed on 2 hours. We are approaching 3 hours. Okay, go ahead.
It's like that agreement will need to be revisited, though. I had to stop in the middle of shopping, run 200 miles an hour to get to my hotel room just to make sure I get my question across. So, Momo, we.
Rudolph, give him all his time, please. He has been very patient.
All right. Yes. First, I'll say the flagship. Thank you for applying the street slogan. No good for anybody. I see how you are pressing on disagreeing with this. The way he's answer your question. And again, thanks for citing that movie 30 Days in Atlanta, which was directed by my own personal person, name of Robert Peters from Ososo, just my, somehow related. But anyway, again, to our guest, Mr. Oliver, appreciate your time and your knowledge and what you've been doing so far. Thank you for also correcting the fact that the question Rudolph asked, and Flagship also make mistake and ask that question, trying to say when the only we will get to that where the music industry is today, which is to me is a retrogressive question. It fits for what we are experiencing in that industry today, but to say that Nollywood should be aiming for where the music industry is pretty much come from a place of naivety, if for the lack of words. But again, I disagree with you. All I hear you saying in an attempt to answer Flagship excuses, right? People in power, government, lack of investment, and all that. I said it's an excuse, but at the same time, as a Nigerian, I felt again I felt insulted with that because Nollywood, where Nollywood has gotten to, can only be, I mean, everybody has a story to it. It can only be expressed in terms of everybody's experience. Dr. Damaji was, making an example about his experience in Kenya with his cab driver and how the man felt and all that. Instances, I remember my experience in Nairobi, Kenya, and Kasarani, Kenya, anyway, in 2010, which are as a track and field athlete, are two main events in my life that I don't think anything can be, quantified in terms of money to it. My experience in Kenya and my experience in slaving in Bulgaria when white kids are running after me because they've never seen a black person before. It would take me back to my days in the village. I did the same thing the first time I come in contact with white people. That experience I cannot forget. In Kenya, as a track and field, we around the relay as a team, and I was able to call the Nigerian team Nigeria. Nairobi, Kenya is known for, of course, the track and field, long distance, and have world record, those as Olympic champions and others. So can you imagine the stadium, how filled to the T the stadium is. And as soon as us, the team Nigeria, walk into that stadium, the chant, the noise that erupted from that stadium. I just can't. It's something that I never believed I would experience in my life. And all they were shouting is Baba, Oga, all the names of the Nollywood stars. They were just shouting. And again, I said, among all the team Nigeria, the only superstar we have in our team was Blessing Okagbari. And she was not competing at that time. It was her that was competing. So the effect of Nollywood across the world cannot be quantified. So to be saying government investment, to me, is lack of vision and greed, which span across all the elites in Nigeria. I'm not singling you out directly, but I'm using it as a point of contact to the rest of the elite. You just need to tap into our religious deities. So it is lack of vision and greed to me that we make Dr. Damage and Flashy to be asking, are we ever going to get to where music industry is? But I'm glad you corrected that notion. You also went and gave example with the exploits, comparing them with Hollywood and Nollywood. What not happened? To me, what I see here is that is what is happened to our sports legends, our also music legends as we see them today, the likes of Davido, Bonaba and all that. Because if you go into them, start doing your research, they are all signed to Atlantic Record, Rockefeller Record. In other words, they are mortgaged to this foreign corporation. Again, just like back in the days, the same mistake the elites of Nollywood make. As soon as they come to prominence, you're all running to Hollywood. They want to fit in. Yes, even if you fit in, you cannot be a king. You cannot be that original person that you are. You'll be trying for the rest of your life to fit in, and you cannot fit in. What stopped us with that level of prominence that this institution has getting to? With the actually level of relationship they had at one point with Nigerian government, Ruto pointed it out. They enjoyed some kind of, a lot of money was given to the industry. No structure was put in place to say in the next 100 years, the rest of Africa, this will be their home. I did not see an attempt to take, instead of a theater course from a department in the university, to turn it to a whole institution where other nations will come and study. I did not see an attempt to build hospitals, to build all this infrastructure that will span hundreds of years. I mean, when we see our Nollywood stars coming to beg for just few millions of dollars to do operation, it's sickening. With all the attainment of that industry that can stand anywhere on its own, without the assistance of government or anybody, they have attained that reputation. Rudolph also pointed out about the way Karuto Ninja. These are iconic places that are just, nobody is actually utilizing it for what it's going to look like in the next 100 years. America's pretty much run from NBC and Disney World. These are Nollywood and all that. So, to me, it is lack of vision and greed that is also applicable to our business elites, our politicians, every one of them. No one is thinking about by the year 2070, by the year 2100, what is this thing going to be like? For me to not be able to remember what things fall apart look like in a movie, it's just a testament of how that industry has failed our generation. If the government has failed to educate our people, the only hope Nigeria have is Nollywood, but we are running to fit into Hollywood. It's set out to say, you know what, by the year 2050, I want Hollywood to be coming to us. And we be the determinant of the contract, not the other way around. For me, lack of consistency, inferiority complex, and money, it is lack of vision. I don't know what you take, but I'm sorry if I go all out of time for that. But I'm just at this point, all that I live in Nigeria, I agree, really ambitionless. They enjoy so much patronage and so much royalty across the world. Even when I was in school in North Dakota, when I say North Dakota, even Dr. Damage has been here for thousands of years. I don't even know where that place be. But guess what? When I meet Caribbean athletes alike on campus, they don't care, even though I'm a superstar on campus. They'll be calling me Babao. You know, the phrases that was in Nollywood, the Cameroonians are adopting our name just because of Nollywood. That's how powerful it is. I go enter our old Oyibo office. I will be seeing fella digs. I will be seeing this for la past movie and all that. The places I never imagined I could I would ever seen all this thing. That is how far and wide that industry had gone. So to say we need government, we need investors, it's just lack of vision. I won't say you people are not smart or intelligent, but just for the fact that people are greedy, are thinking about yourself alone without thinking about the unborn generation, even though they are not going to be your grandkids. So, but as I said, my apology if this is not personal, but this is just my observation.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Oliver.
Yeah, it's not personal, my brother. I love the passion. I love it because that is how you feel about it. I feel you completely. It is nothing personal at all. There is nothing you said that is wrong, right? So it's nothing personal. But I think actually we don't actually disagree. I don't know where you disagree with it because it seems you're just saying the same thing I'm saying, the same way I'm seeing it. So we don't disagree. It's not personal. I don't see anything wrong with what you said. What you expressed is what we like, what we love to see happen. And the reason I say that we don't disagree is that maybe what you said actually will help me clarify something in case people may have misunderstood it. When I said we need ministry, I wasn't saying that we need government. That's not what I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to say that we should just wait for government to do all that for us. If you remembered, I told story. I don't know if you were online when I told the story of even how Nollywood started. Were people who are selling VHS, right? They didn't have to wait for the government to buy VHS for them. They didn't have to wait for them to do living in bondage and things like that. They didn't have to wait for government to do it for them. They had to start on their own. They started selling these VHS, then they started filling them with content, and then it was called home movies, and then and so on and so forth. Then all the trend began, and then we begin to, do it. And those era of the booms coming in and so on and so forth. But as time went on, it continued to improve, and now people are putting big money in movies and they are cleaner. You're not seeing some of the problems we used to see in those days. And it will continue to improve, So that is to say that I'm not saying that the government has to do it for us. If that's how it came out, then that's not what I meant. The reason I'm talking about ministry is that you have to have a central point. You have to have somebody that is, okay, I'll give you an example. About maybe 7 or 8 years, 6 years ago, maybe, I've forgotten exactly when, some guy came and took the name Nollywood.com. Before then, there were people like myself and some other people in the industry that had names attached to Nollywood. So we have like NollywoodMovies.com, NollywoodTV.com, and things like that. But some guy came and realized that there was no copyright attached to them, and he jumped on Nollywood.com and took it. And then went and gave a disease letter to all the guys that are. This guy is not a filmmaker. He's not interested. Remember what I said before when I said there are people who come into this and see it as an opportunity to grab money. Others come in because they love the industry. Now, this guy comes and jumps on it and says he wants the name. He didn't want the name because he wanted to roll out a movie. He wanted to get money. He wanted to use it to grab money. And he went and sent a disease letter to the other guys that were using the name. One of my good friends, Oshafisa, who was already running a big media outlet that he was doing with Nollywood. He disrupted the whole thing and told the guy to give up the name. It was even, we had to even think of going to court and everything. And it happened that at the time we were battling that, so we as a group came in. I remember from Nollywood Producers Guild, we wrote all the guilds in Nigeria. We had a list of all of them. We sent them a letter saying, this is what is happening. Somebody wants to take the name Nollywood.com, and Nollywood has to belong to Nigeria. We as a guild, as an organization, we don't have enough money to fight because the guy is talking about big money. But we can do what we can on the ground with the little we have. But this is a battle we think should not be left for us, just the Nollywood filmmakers here. We are very minute if you compare us to the other people that are involved in the whole thing. But we're on the ground here, we have to face this guy. So we are doing the job, but we need you guys in Nigeria to come and help us. We wrote the president, the chairman of all the guilds, actors, guild, producer guild, everything in Nigeria. Not one of them responded to say, okay, this is how we're going to support you guys to fight and get that name, Nollywood.com. We continue to go. I engaged some lawyers, we tried to continue, entertainment lawyers, we went going to court trying to fight it, but at the same time, we wanted to just shut this thing down. And I had an opportunity of the then minister came to New York here to have a talk, to have an event. You know, and she said, "Oh, Nollywood is our second largest employing industry in Nigeria. That Nollywood employs more than anybody else." And I was there, so I stood up, said, "Thank God." I say, if you know that Nollywood employs this, we have a situation here now. We've been fighting them, and we need to be able to go to court and get these things challenged. But the way this guy is saying it, if you have any vote that you have towards supporting this industry that employs more than the second most employing industry, we need, even if it's just, if you want to name a lawyer here to come in, because we are paying the lawyers that were doing it. So if you need to get a lawyer to come in and help us so that we at least are a bit relieved in that respect. And this Nollywood is not for us only, because Nollywood.com is all over the world. And she said, "Oh, you know, well, Nigerians, although you always want the government to come in, why don't you just go do it?" But we've been doing it already, and we are having a problem, and we need the government to show that they are interested, because this is Nigerian property. It is not Oliver Mbamara's property. Nollywood is not me. I will pass and go, and other people will come and continue Nollywood or whatever they want to do with it. It's not the individuals. We are just channels that are doing the role we have to do at this time. We may do it better, we may not do it better. Somebody comes in next time, pick it up, and continue to run with it. David is signing major contracts like you talked about now, what these guys are signing. There were people like Majek in those days, you know, they were great and so on and so forth. They didn't have the opportunities that these people had, not because they were not good or because they were not as devoted, because every time has its time. Every time has a time when certain things are in trend and certain things happen. So you grab the opportunity. So this person did not, the minister did not say anything about it. And I asked him a question. She refused. She declined to do anything. And I think the Nigerian organization for NIDO, well, one of them was the chairman was in the floor, and he said he was going to get in touch with me. So, but anyway, long story short, that didn't happen. We didn't get help from the guys in Nigeria. We didn't get help from government, and we continue to fight the battle. And so that is, so when I say, but if you had, imagine if there was a ministry that is devoted in protecting Nollywood, I wouldn't have to come and start asking the question. I would simply just go to that ministry, submit that information, and with the power of government beyond what I as an individual can do or what a group or organization can do, the government can have influence and be able to protect and get that name back for us. So that's what I mean when I say ministry. I'm not saying that the ministry, you should rely on the ministry to give you loan, to give you, no, we've been surviving without them. None of my money, all the money you see here, none of them was given to me by government or you know, it's our sweat. We do the civil service job, the 9 to 5, and we save the money and we use it to do the movie because we love doing it and we continue to do it, right? So we are not depending on the government to do it, but there are certain things that the government can do because we are operating within the vacuum of that government. We're operating within the industry that runs and succeeds in the economy. You see now they're talking about content creators coming to report, right? Because why? Because they feel that they have a territory that these people are operating in. So they have an influence, they have a decision to make, they have to get involved. That's what we are saying. We don't have, there are many things. Are we going to talk about the guys that are dying, that are not getting the respect that they have? They're not getting the treatment that they have. We're not going to overflog that. Why can't a government ministry be set up to cater for these people who have given so much in creative entertainment and take care of them in their old age? In America, we have the social security system. We have the elderly people programs that help protect these veterans, and they will honor them and respect them until they pass. Why can't we have something like that? You see, so individuals, there are certain things we can do, and we're going to continue doing that. But we need the support of the government, not because they can do the movie for us or they come and, but they need some structure. Like we're talking about, I talked about content loss, right? Private people still have their content. The ones that got lost is the one that was running in government television stations like NTA. The ones that were produced privately, individually, I have all my films, I have them.
Yep.
But NTA doesn't have the ones that run through them. NTA, the government. So that's what I just wanted to clarify. I'm not saying that we should rely on them. No, that's besides the part.
But Mazio here, but you see, Oliver raised Mazio here. No, Mazio here. Hold on for 1 second. Hold on for 1 second. Oliver raised a very important issue here. What is in a name? Let's not take it for granted, because when I came out of college again, second time around, 2007, I realized. What I did was specialize in web and print. I realized the force of a domain name. Then I realized that there was another town. This is from my hometown, Ibere. I'm from a place called Igbere, where Mazukono is from. I realized there was another town in West Africa called Ibere, spelled exactly the same way. I zeroed in and bought the name Ibere.com, Ibere.org, Ibere everything pertaining to Ibere. I didn't buy it for me. Some people have approached me, they wanted to buy the name. I said, hell no, that is for the town. So that is the importance of what is in a name. And what Olivia is talking about is akin to what the force of an organized institution can do when it comes to their name. Elon Musk, or whatever is Mr. X, was able to shut down somebody's account because they have that kind of force. So if we have that kind of force, and Nollywood belongs to us. Here in New Jersey, there's a guy named Abuja Restaurant. He's from Cameroon, but he knew the name, and he took it up, Abuja. And people would think, oh, he's a Nigerian. No, it's a Cameroonian. So let's not joke with what's in the name. I will leave it there, Ovie, because I'm going to say, Ovie, if you check and you see, you as a sportsman, do Nigeria even have a list of all their stars? Do they have a database of all their stars? Let me not go into some of us who ran bicycle in Enugu Stadium in the 70s. I was a gold medalist in cycling. That record, if you ask me, I don't think they have it, but the pictures are there. Over to you. Sorry, I have to torpedo you.
I don't want to forget my thought. Again, to our guests, all I see is you highlighting the problems that everybody knows. The question is, yes, with the kind of government that we are operating in Nigeria, there's pretty much nothing you can do without one way government interfering or want to be part of it, want to take over it. Yes, no doubt about that. But that is what the beauty of democracy is all about, right? You have a chance to persuade the public to put your mind there to bid your bid for you. If the minister is not listening to you, that is because it's not from you. You did not contribute in being a minister in any shape or form. So at this point in time, we should learn how to play the game. The game is for all of us to be. That's why I was very particular about the elite who have the resources. This is Nollywood. We are practicing democracy, a game of persuasion. Who's better at persuading the public if not Nollywood? So saying that the government is not coming to time with you is an excuse. You have 4 years to change them. You have the resources, the knowledge, the expertise, the reach. So saying one person is somewhere in the name of government official is being on it is an excuse. What are you doing about it? The idea of somebody who wants to take your name is also speak to the lack of vision I'm talking about. If you discover something that's worth the while, you don't care if you are going to sell it, it's going to attract patronage or anything. What the first thing you will do, you go ahead and secure it. The fact that I'm actually explaining this, my people from the South, is something else that baffles me. These are business people. When you discover something, immediately the first is that, okay, this thing is worth it. I am going to secure it. So for you to be battling an ordinary citizen for that name that you created, is still boiled down to the lack of vision I'm talking about. So instead of highlighting the problem that we already know, yes, the government is impudent. There's no lack of this. We all know this. But are we going to die just like that? There's no way around it. We are smart people. We are human beings. If the law, it is not favorable, the law is not the Bible or the Quran. We can change it. If those who are in charge are not ready to change it, we can engineer people who can change it. Now, I'm not saying that, oh, this is something that will happen overnight. That is why I say vision. By the year 2050, Nollywood should be sufficient in any way. And the second part of my question is that the appetite of running to go and be a Nollywood Hollywood star after you don't become somebody is what I don't. I think to me is what is killing everything. Because when I use the video and the Bonaba as an example, I said people who are in charge of making those billions for them, they are right, are not Nigerians. So in the next 10, 20 years, they will be wiped out. If those guys say we are not going to release your record, they don't have any money to play it.
They can do it. So we are deliberately and directly giving our culture, handing it over to people that will monetize over us. So that's what I'm saying. Why run it to Hollywood when you're already a Nollywood royalty? It's killing us. I use Basic used me as an example as an athlete. Yes, in the history of 100 meters, before the man called the Asafa Powell and Usain Bolt came into the scene, before you run 9, any athlete in the world around 9, either be training in America or live in America. But those two guys, they say, no, we are not going to America. They were able to, the guardians, the elite of the Jamaican athletic royalty, able to convince the government that if you can switch the school system totally with that of America, because that of America is something our athletes, we are going to be in competition with this great nation. And that's what happened. Usain Bolt refused to go to America to train. He refused to a scholarship. So everything they buy was Jamaica. Nobody knows his secret. That is the beauty of you trying to steal originality. And it was a risk for him, right? He said that will make it, he doesn't make it. But it's a legacy that we are talking about. Why are we running to Nollywood when we are already a royalty? So what is the lesson for the upcoming artists or the urban generation that after they don't make money, now Hollywood now be the hemo? Indians are a good example. I know they see the way Indians are wrong, because the partnership there, the Chinese are doing partnership around that, but they never let sense of their originality. I'm seeing that within our own industry. And as I said, the industry is suffering the same thing. So what can we do, or what is the elite in that industry doing to make sure we're able to keep our originality of what they think about it? Because I think we are running for acceptance, right? When Flashy used that 30 Days in another example to say that is the biggest movie we are, even though the product of mostly Nigerians, but the originality is still not there. You can't still compare it to the Things Fall Apart of these days, of yesterday. So there is no hope in sustaining our industry.
All right, Obie, thank you very much. Oliver, you can then answer him and maybe make your final submission.
It's okay. Let me just answer. I hope he's listening. But the thing with I don't, like I said before, I don't know where Ovie seems to be disagreeing with me, because he keeps saying things that we have been saying here before, which is that we got to do better for ourselves. That's a summary of what he said. We got to do better for ourselves, and we are doing it. I think I don't know whether it was Righteous or Flagship that asked the question, and I said that there is an organization in Nigeria that is training people, and I mentioned one of our guys here, Stanford Films. He went and he built something in Nigeria, and you can go there now to shoot a film, and he's training people. And Stephanie Okereke sometime merged with the New York Film Academy to bring them to Nigeria to come and train, and people are doing things. So I don't know where Ovie is coming from, saying that we are waiting for the government. Now that you are good or independent doesn't mean you isolate yourself, right? Mm-hmm. You don't isolate yourself. You don't say because you are working and trying to survive in Nollywood, then you isolate yourself from any kind of possible help that you will get. You got to understand that even here, right, in Hollywood, as good as they are, there are certain areas that when you come to shoot a film in New Jersey, for example, there are laws that the government pass here in New Jersey, for example, in New York, for example, in every state. They are fighting for who? Fighting to get who's going to come shoot in their state so that they can make money from the crew and the production that is happening there. These are laws that the government passed. Okay, we're going to give you 5%. We're going to give you 2%. This is not individual. So the thing I think Ovie is missing is that there are things you can do for yourself, and there are things that have to be done to encourage you. Not that without those things you can't survive. But in Nigeria now, for example, do we have any provision that says that taxpayers filmmakers in Nigeria should get this type of incentive if they shoot in Lagos? Or Ibadan say, do you have this type of incentive if you shoot a Yoruba cultural film without English? Do you have incentive that says we have a government cultural center that is going to support your movie if it is purely Igbo? When I shot Slave Warrior, I had that situation where I asked one of the professors, because when I was writing, I was in film school. So I asked the professor, I said, I have this story I'm telling. It's an African story. It's an epic story about what happened in this slave trade era. And I'm wondering if I should do it in English or in Igbo language. And he said, no, don't do it in Igbo. Do it in English, because people will not everybody likes to watch subtitle. That was his professional advice from America, right? He's a professional, he's an American professor That's what he told me. But I sat and I thought about it. I said, if I take away the language of the people who were living at the time, this is the only opportunity I have to, one, sustain that language, two, bring reality to the story I'm telling, and four, be able to at least pass on something to posterity. If I now take English and put it in there just because I want to make money and have the movie said, because he said if you put it in, if you do it in Igbo, you're gonna have problem marketing it. But if you do it in English, and then if you like, you can do any subtitle that you can sell it easily, as opposed to doing it in Igbo. I thought about it, but I looked at it. I had to choose: do I just go with the commercial advantage or with the cultural advantage, which is what drove me to do the movie in the first place? Not that I don't want the money. If you give me the money, I'll take. But at this point, I felt that I had to make that decision to tell the story in Igbo and subtitle it in English if necessary, so that I can have that reality of the language applied to that environment. That is what I can do, right? It's what I can do. What about the government now setting up an institution where you can take this movie, translate it to Portuguese language, translate it to you can and so on and so forth? Because you can't expect me. I'm a civil servant. I'm a civil servant who loves to make film. I can't afford to do everything. So there is nothing wrong in somebody's government saying, okay, this guy is doing well with this story, we can help in this regard. Or these filmmakers are doing this, we can protect them. Today, people are being kidnapped. What is in America here, when we were shooting this America, we had the cop scene. On one scene, we were shooting in front of a project. Some guy came and wanted to attack the guy that was shooting the cop thing because they had a disagreement and they were trying to attack the guy. The cop guy that we had, because we had to pay a cop guy to be a real cop to guide the acting cops, the fake cops. He came to our rescue. The same thing with the scene where you see me running and the DVD guy was shot. When we were shooting that scene, immediately the guy got off his CD and started running, and the fake cop, I mean the fake cop, that's the cop in the movie, started chasing the guy. Another real cop pulled up, jumped out of their car and started joined to start chasing the guy. And they were chasing with real gun. But luckily we had our protector, who is a police guy, because when they assign you these materials for the film, whether it's a police car or uniform, it comes with a police, real policeman to help protect you and explain that you are doing movies and not mix it up with the reality. So the guy was the one that was able to stop them, said, please, it's a movie, don't shoot, don't go after the guy, right? Now, I say this to say these are the protections that are provided by government. It is not just Nollywood that sat down and just go and create the police, and no, these are things that the society can provide and help, like in everything else. Do you have protection for a Nollywood actor who is shooting in Asaba and is kidnapped? Do you have protection for the Hollywood guy that is shooting in Lagos and maybe some people come and push them and say, hey, you're going to give us this money before you continue to shoot? What kind of protection do you have for them? What are you doing about piracy? Is it me, Oliver, that is going to execute piracy laws in Lagos? Is it not the government? So the point is that you got to understand that there are things I can do. The same thing I talked about with the Nollywood name. We knew how important it was. That's why we took it up. Because one guy came to us, we took it up. But then we contacted people in Nigeria, they didn't hear back from us. I didn't get the support we needed. Do we give up? No, we tried as much as we could, but at the same time, it would be easier if you had that kind of backing. So let's not mix it up and think that by wanting the ministry to be there to do what they can do, that we are trying to say that we are depending on them. No, but there are certain things that you can just do. And up to this, you see this thing we are streaming here now, there is a lot guiding this streaming that we are doing here. There's something here now that will shut you down. It is not Rudolph that has that power. It's not me. It's the system that set it up so that it can run well. So Rudolph will do his thing and make sure he falls within the guideline to do a better job and reach out to as many people as he could. It applies in everything in life. I'm not trying to make excuses. Don't see it as I'm making excuses. I'm just trying to tell you that we are doing what we can and we're going to continue doing it. But at the same time, if I were to be in a position there that I could set up a ministry, I know what a ministry could do to make it easier for these Nollywood actors to excel at the highest peak.
Yeah. All right. Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that you are pretty much.
Thank you. Let's. We've done 3 hours, and we'll have to let our guests go. Oliver, thank you so much for joining us, and we appreciate you. And hopefully, we'll bring you back soon with your other projects, like Adopted, when it comes out. With your team, because we want to talk more about the industry and how you are doing, how you're faring in the industry. Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and God bless, and keep up the good work. You are reaching out to many people, and it's important to inform people because information is power.
Yes.
And we have to package it for ourselves. We can't wait for people to package it for us.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Olivia, and let us hope to celebrate Chief Zebrudaya by Alliance 430 in June.
Sure.
We'll take a break, and when we come back, we do analysis of the show.
Making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Press it down for so
All right. Welcome back, everybody. And it's nice to see you guys on this beautiful Sunday afternoon here in New York City. Igbo Basic, thank you for hanging in here. The flagship, Ovie and Righteous Man. So let's have a review.
Facebook basic now. Now I'm going to collect the remaining backbones.
No, Hala.
Let me start with Igbo basic.
Actually, Oliver has done great work. And one of the things I observe is that if we are talking politics, or if we are talking a different kind of party, so many people will be on. But yet, a lot of these people, they listen to Nollywood movies. And I mean, these days, thank God, in America, you're driving down the lane and you're listening to music on your radio. They're playing a lot of Nigerian music. And this goes all the way to Jamaica, to everywhere around. But this one that we are seeing, again, I said we take a lot of things for granted because it's right there. Just like we see Rudolph doing the best he can, bringing in all the knowledge. It's not easy what Rudolph is doing. I really do appreciate Rudolph Okonkwo for everything that he has been putting in, the professional ways that he has tried to do all these things, and then to try to bring in talents to us. Again, we take it for granted in a lot of times. So it's not asking too much that when we have people like Oliver who have been doing work in the background and people around appreciating them. That's why when I come on, I said labor of love. Labor of love. I've run into Rudolph in quite a few places. And we go out there, how we manage to get there, how we manage to come back, how we manage to continue the journey. People don't seem to understand. So I will appeal to our people, once again, to not take for granted simply because you are seeing these things, just there like say, not be nothing. It means a whole lot. It goes into our sight. Like the music you just played, not the Majek Fashek. I mean, we've had the luxury of meeting Majek Fashek here. We took it for granted, but that man is gone, and he's gone for good. We're not going to see him again. The other one you played about Zoro. You can be, this thing is getting into the minds of the people. Throughout last night, that was singing in my head. And I keep saying, you don't know the impact of the power of what we are doing for those who seem to understand it. And for those who were not here, when Naira was 42 kobo to $1. And when you look at that scene where Zebi said, this is Honorable Nigerian Naira. And then you can think about it today, Honorable Nigerian Naira. And then you think about what is happening now to lay the foundation. They tell you that it took more than 10 years for Professor Barton Naji, the event that is about to happen tomorrow in Aba. May God help us. That bringing 24/7 power supply. Can you imagine what that, I mean, I can't even imagine what Oliver was talking about, how they were shooting movies and they were using power lights to bring lights to certain places so that they can just, so these are some of the basic infrastructures that we are talking about in the background. And what Oliver has done, like many others that are working in the background, is something that should not only be encouraged, but like the gentleman we met at Princeton University, who says that when I asked him a question about what are you doing to bring, it was on the Things Fall Apart 10th anniversary. And I asked him a question about what are you doing to make sure that others can join? He said, listen, I'm not seeking out. Those who need to seek me out will seek me out. And it was indeed a privilege to have been there and to also have seen what is going on in the background. Don't take things for granted, our people. Please do not take things for granted. Appreciate, not only appreciate, now that these people are still alive, if you can you imagine that some people have the guts to go to Zebrudaya's studios, the Zodiac studios, during this past holiday and broke in and stole something from there. So there's no more sacred places? Hello? Are there no more sacred places? So we need to actually find a way. Again, like I talked about, a database is very important. Some of us do have individual databases here and there. If anybody can hook it all up, that will go a long way. So we appreciate the presence of Oliver today. He lives somewhere here in Carteret, New Jersey. I've had the privilege of visiting his home when Chief Zebrudaya was there. And then again, places like Odabro Restaurant in Orange, where we have been at, where they came to shoot some scenes of the movie. So what the Indians are doing is what we who are here should also attempt or try to do, if not better. What do I mean by that? I'm engaging people from my village or people from different places to start doing, pick up the phone and call the bank here now. And who answers you? Somebody from the Philippines. Is it not because they are better organized in terms of basic trust? You must have that basic trust. And places like Dr. Damages have been a trusted channel. And that is why some of us will come out here and try to say, this is what we know. This is what we are leaving behind. If you care, reach out. If you don't care, no wahala. So they come, so they go. Barak go remain.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Igbo Basics. The flagship.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and again, to everyone on the panel. Good afternoon. It was a great conversation. I enjoyed every bit of it. And like I said when I spoke the first time, I admire men of his nature who wear so many hats and are so very involved in every aspect of life that they put their hands into. And I appreciate the fact that he's here in the West and not just forget about home, the culture, the stories, the history of our land and the country where we come from. And the most appreciating part was when he talked about his story, where he met his professor at school, who gave him professional, I guess, an academic advice when he talked about putting his story in a movie, and was advised to take out the language so as to get a bigger audience. But I'm glad he made the right decision. The thing that really stood out to me is the fact that he is still in our modern day history when everybody's going for the modern day of acting, portraying the modern day of life, the infiltration of the Western culture and the African culture, so to say, and how we are transiting, so to say, and leaving back a whole bunch of knowledge and traditions, good ones, which our forefathers passed to us in exchange for the white man's way of life, which is not bad, but I think it's important that we know those, and in our time should be able to pass it on to our children who are growing up and coming behind. The fact that he put that in a movie, and I'm going to take time to go see that movie once it's ready, and see the part of history that he's trying to depict. When I mentioned Hollywood and Nollywood, my focus is not in the notoriety, you call it, financial aspect or acceptance aspect of it. But I'm talking about the influence of Nollywood on the global stage, how we can tell our story that will impact the way of life in other cultures. Things fall apart. Chinua Achebe's novel is groundbreaking, phenomenal. And I really can't tell you how excited I am when I hear that a lot of the Western universities here study that literature to date, because it has so much of the African or Nigerian culture that the white man thinks that this is good enough to learn about, to study, to know, and maybe to imbibe it within their culture if it allows, or if they are willing to. That's the part that I'm talking about. How do we get our history and our culture told. And I'm a big academic fanatic. I believe in education. I really do, because if you are not educated, you are lost in life. And one big aspect of our education, humanly speaking, is history. If you forget your history, you forget who you are. If you don't know your history, you don't know who you are. And you will continue to make the same mistakes that your forefathers made in the past. History is very important. In the Western man's language, it is said that experience is the best teacher. Simply put, history is a good teacher. It makes you avoid the mistakes of the past as you navigate your way into the future. So Nollywood has to find a way to put these together, enshrine it into their act, and sell it out to the world. Great that we're making money out of it, but we still want to let the world know that this is who we are. This is where we're from. This is our tradition. This is our culture. We have to figure a way to get into the lives of the Western world so they know and read about it and understand it. Their culture is so much taking a huge grip on ours that our people and our children back home, I'm talking about the 0 to maybe 25s, maybe 30s year old, they really don't know what culture and tradition is about. But they know everything about the Western man's culture, that they can speak the language without even leaving the shores of Nigeria. When you speak with them, they speak like they've been abroad, or maybe they were born there. They know about everything that happens here. But ask them about where they are now, where they live. Some of them don't even know the road to their villages, not to talk of the culture, the traditions, the heritage, rich in its ability that we have back there that nobody's looking into, and we're so much forgotten. For the sake of time, and I'll end with this, I wanted to throw a question to him, but it was going to come from the political angle. And I hope he's listening, and if he's not, maybe those, and I'm sure the people who will need this will be listening also. I'm talking about Nollywood actors, skit makers, and the rest of them, including our that are back home. Our country is at a crossroad right now and is going through a huge challenge. We are at the verge of losing a lot if care is not taken. My question to him was, or is rather, what role does Nollywood have in this time that we're in? And I'm speaking from the educational aspect. You and I know that one thing that has so much grabbed the attention of our people, the young adults, I'm talking of the 50s and below, back home right now, is skits, Instagram videos, short movies that the everyday Nigerian youth can get an iPhone or a good camera and just shoot and make a 5-minute skit and put it on the web and it goes viral. What role does Nollywood have to educate these ones that are their attention is grabbed by these short skits that make them just laugh and entertain them, and that's it goes? How can Nollywood get good information like Igbo Basics was talking about just now? How can we get the people informed? Maybe through the skits, these little short dramas, put in the real vital information that they need to know that will help transform their mind. Because if we can do and effect a transformation in the minds and the way of thinking of our people back home, the young ones, we can then start to change the culture. We can then start to redirect them and focus them, point them in the right direction. So Nollywood has a big role. They need to start thinking about making the skits, getting vital information that will educate the people about their rights, about what the Constitution says, about what they need to know, the role they have to play, what they need to put away, give up, and where our country is right now, and the actions that we need to take to help navigate our way from destruction into where we need to be, which is success like every other country in the world. So I hope he's listening, and I understand He has a civil office. He cannot say or make any comments in reference to politics or be partisan. But I'm sure there are ways that this information could be passed around, and from someone like him who has a big voice, to reach out to the other actors, the Actors Guild that are here, and those in Nigeria, PM and the rest of them, and get this message across to them in a non-partisan way, to start to think of ways to get this vital information that we need at this crossroad to get us out of destruction, which is kind of the pathway we are heading now if care is not taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The flagship. Let's go to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, you're next.
Yeah. Once again, good evening and happy Sunday to every panelist. It's been a very wonderful and interesting Sunday, and interesting show. But because we are not talking politics and we are not criticizing people, you could see the number of panelists that appeared today. But I tell you, this is one of the best shows I've ever enjoyed in your platform, you know, because this is dealing with the realities of our culture and tradition, and trying to see how we, you know, restore the dignity of our labor, of our heroes in the past and in the present. You know, one of the things I have learned from your platform is meeting Igbo basics. Each time I listen to him, I acquire wisdom, I acquire knowledge, history. You know, he's a man that I've really worked so much from the things he has said and references he normally makes. I say, no, he got a lot to offer to us before we go back to Nigeria to rest thereabout, you know. Ovie is always controversial. Ovie, you were, you know, the statements you made, somehow it was sounding political. But one thing that I got this night from Mr. Mbamara is a very honest and humble man. Very honest and humble man. And he responded to your questions in a very humble way, you know. At a time, it looks as if logically or indirectly you were putting words across to him, classifying him as one of the elites. And some other people may, you know, result in responding in a way that, you know, it will not look as if he's antagonizing you. But he was so mature, so diplomatic, so humble, that he gave a very good response to your questions, you know. Right here in Nigeria, where I am now, I live in Lagos. I spent virtually major part of my life on earth as of today, living in Lagos, outside the little one I spent abroad, you know, before I came back to Nigeria. The Nollywood industry and the music industry in Nigeria has kicked out foreign influence. If there is anything today working in Nigeria 100%, it is our Nollywood industry and our music industry. It is very rare for you to go to the house of any Nigerian today and see them playing Chinese film or American movies or the foreign music. They don't sell here again, you know, and the government did not play any part in that. But government can come in and enhance it not to die. Because when they put up policies that will make and encourage these individuals and attract foreign investors, the Nigerians that are in diaspora that wants to come back home to invest, if the policies are friendly and they have human face, you will see these people dishing out their millions and billions, and the industry will grow and meet up whatever that you classify there as a Hollywood, grade, you know. Even as low as our pictorial images are in our local movies here, we still enjoy it because it picks and tells stories of who we are. the things that happens within our environment. That is what our local movies are doing, and we enjoy it. The pictorial aspect of it might not be that fantastic, but I tell you, hey, we are not interested in Chinese and India film. Those things ran in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and early 90s. But right now, we are happy with Nigerian movies. The Afrobeat is the best in the world. The other day I was on Wheel. Then I was talking with my wife, and we were just discussing about Burna Boy and the rest of them. He said, have you found out that even the globe, the whole world now, have embraced Nigerian musicians? They are the stars of the world today, you know. So what Mr. Mbamara was saying, if I did understand him very well, they are not asking the government to give them money, but they are asking the government to play a role in terms of providing the environment, a conducive environment for them to enhance their production and their creativity so that it can be internationally accepted, you know, so that it can compete with other knowledge in the world. That's what Mbamara was saying. And like Igbo Basis, he is doing a great work. In fact, since Zebrudaya, because I listened to the last interview that Zebrudaya granted, I think, to one journalist, where he spoke how he came into the acting, you know, how he was taken to River State to do, is it an apprenticeship or whatever? He was riding a bicycle. And so I listened, I spent good time, burn my data to listen to him, because I was imagining how he came about with that new masquerade, you know, because that was a program that really educated Nigerians. It brought families together. It unified homes. I remember 8 o'clock every Saturday, you will see everybody in my family. Then I was living with my elder sister. Everybody will come to the parlor to listen to masquerade, new masquerade. The husband, my sister, every other person, the neighborhood that doesn't have TV, then they will come to our parlor. We'll be watching new masquerade, you know. Then those memories, there is nowhere our children can retrieve them again, because there is no institution that is trying to say guide these prestigious actions and events that people created with their mind, you know, to create a healthy environment and society. So please, I just want to use this opportunity to thank once again Rudolph. I'm thanking you. I'm not praising you. I'm thanking you for the good work you are doing. Continue to do it, because you are bringing people that we really need to talk to us, and we talk to them so that they will know how we feel about them and then where they need to improve. You know, I thank God for Igbo Basis. I thank God for my brother there. My screen is not too bright. I couldn't pick up your name, but you have spoken eloquently very well. And those of you that are in diaspora, do as much as you can to also help what is happening right here in Nigeria, because we need you guys that are over there now. We need your presence. We need your contributions. We need it in action. We need it in words. We need it in kind, because back home here, those people that have played for Nigeria in one level or the other, they are dying. Some of them have no houses. You know, when this man that won the Golden Eaglets, the first under 17 World Cup, when he died, I learned he had no house. He had no house. Look at when Sam Oparaji died. The way he was treated, the way he was buried. Just look at the recent one, Stephen Keshin. His burial was like a child's play. So we need Nigerians in diaspora to come and support these honorable heroes and heroines that have given this name, this country name, Nigeria, lifted it up in the global stage. That have given us a voice. Today, Burna Boy is reigning. Wizkid is reigning. You know, all of them. They have lifted up the identity of the black world, you know, to the global stage. We need to encourage them. We need to promote them. We need to make them feel that, yes, they are coming from a place. And we honor them and we respect them. Thank you. That's the little I have to contribute.
All right.
Dr. Damages, To piggyback on what Flagship was addressing here, that's the issue of losing our culture. Let me put it this way. I don't have a blue jeans. I don't have a blue jeans, period. Not that blue jeans is a bad thing. Last time I wore blue jeans was when I was in college in the 80s. But you go to my village now, the young ones, what are they wearing? The blue jeans that I haven't even thought about. The sneakers that I've not even thought about. So therein lies the challenge of what we need to start dealing with now before it goes too far. Nothing wrong with wearing a suit. Our forefathers wore better suit than we are wearing today. But there is something about our culture that we need to own up to it. That I'm going to share a photograph with us. See this picture? See that outfit? Akwete and stuff like that. When we wear it proudly and come out somewhere, somebody will be looking at us and wondering, and they will be wishing that they could wear that. And why is it so that we need to educate our younger ones? There is nothing wrong in wearing t-shirts. I remember Moshood, I feel like in New York. What did he sell off of? It was a nose. If you remember Rudolph in New York, I don't know, Moshood, his signature was a big nose. And that's all he was marketing in everything that he did. So it's an appeal that while we are enjoying or imbibing or welcoming the Western culture, for us to also go back into, when you see people like Chimamanda, I haven't seen her, or Okonjo Iweala, I have not seen them on a suit yet. I'm not saying they don't own a suit somewhere, but they represent. And indeed, those are some of the things that we have to start making our young ones to look at that, to be proud of it, because before the Oyibo man outfit came, we are Jola Owa. We are doing all kinds of things. We just need to modernize those our Owa into something that wherever we go down the street, we're just proud of it. So that is my little contribution as to the answer to Flagship. It's a concern, and we need to address that from the younger ones as it stands now. Let them be proud of what they have.
All right, thank you. I can see that Ovie is sleeping, and I will come
He's
back.
not sleeping. He's not. He's thinking.
But after Ovie, I'll give you guys a chance to weigh in. Final thing we're going to discuss is today is a year since the election of 2023. So 1 year after, a lot of people are doing some things across Nigeria, praying and wishing Tinubu all the best and other things like that. But I want to know what you guys think, and then we will call it a day, unless I have somebody to monitor who will moderate. Okay, go ahead.
This is my observation, I think, generally, and specifically these elites, when you put them on a hot seat. And Flagship, thanks. The question you intend to ask, I think, is actually embedded in the question that I'm asking him. Right? You said something very important too along the way, which is human beings. Human beings are storytellers. And when you are not in the business of telling a story that has the capacity to actually shape history, shape society, and we should hold you in a very, very high esteem, but at the same time treat you as such. The question you asked, because and again, my observation, I don't know if it's because all our life we are used to complain, or it's part of our education. When you ask somebody to just give you a solution, your own solution, we are not saying what you are saying it has to be graded. What do you think can be done? You will just go back and be telling us the problem. The problem, we know government is the problem. But for God's sake, government is the people. People make up government. If there's anything we should learn from Tinubu is that he single-handedly dislodged the military elite from the first position to the second. How did he do it? He did not say, man, this military guys, he no go fit do am. No, he get to work. You say government is your problem. Government is your... Yes, we all know this, but people make government. What are you doing to make sure people that hear your language, you understand your industry, are represented in the government? I'm not seeing any. Tell me what you are doing. If there's any reason there at all. No, you keep telling me government. I know there's a problem. Just like the question of like Jesus, I tell you the problems. We know. What is a solution? Even though your solution is off point, but just tell us that you are thinking. Because the way you are approaching it, next year somebody you complain again. Just like that, it will be a... Why do we used to complain when we know our problem? We should stop repeating it. What is the solution? Your solution doesn't have to be accepted. But put it out there to know that, okay, you are a thinking person. Are you thinking? That's just the difference. That's what I'm trying to get from him. I'm not saying there's no problem in the problem that government is not. It's there. It's obvious everywhere in Nigeria, every sector. I mean, I'm from the sport industry. I know, and that is the fight I'm fighting my federation. We should deliberately go autonomous. It can be done. When you keep waiting on government and these government officials are not ready to actually think outside the box and innovate, what do you expect? It's because they're getting free money. We are not ready to work, and that of Nollywood is pathetic because they don't need anybody. Out of nowhere, they have risen to be number 3 in the world. What else do you need? You just need people that think. Somebody is dragging your name with you. That's because that guy is thinking. He say, if I go register this name now and I win the case, in the next 100 years, my generation will never suffer again. It's not about him. So people don't think. Nollywood actors will come and say, I need surgery. Like, for God's sake, your industry has been top of the world. What arrangement did you make to partner with the best hospitals in the world? Because of your image. You don't need government to do some kind of things. Now, when you see the struggle, yes, you need support from everybody. You've done it without the support of, so are they thinking? That's what I'm asking. What are the solutions to all these problems you are highlighting? We know. Are you making any move? Because you occupy a very important place in history. Okay. Just like
okay.
Let me put this out. People basically was complaining, making a point about how young kids are wearing jeans in Nigeria. How did they get to hear about it if not in Nollywood movies? It's not Nollywood movie. I can tell you about New York, about coming to New York, because I don't see any Nollywood movies. And that was my question. Why are we catering to these people? They have acceptance. We have a big market in Africa, 1.something billion people. We don't need their acceptance for us to sell our thing the way we want to do it. So just, and I know you understand what I'm getting at, but you find a way to get around it, which is okay. I know that, but the fact that, and that's why I ask, isn't our education, or I just say we don't do suffer it? I understand we are conquered people. Why do we always like to repeat our problems as a form of a question?
Ovie, thank you. Let me just do a monologue to be random. And KJ, do you want to? Are you in a place? Can you wait? You've been coming in and out. Do you want to go first?
Yes. Sorry. Again, sorry for coming in and out. That's because I'm not in a very stable place. But unfortunately, I would have loved to listen to our guest today. I didn't have the opportunity to. Because if you're talking about the Nollywood industry, I actually, I have to put it on record here. I was one of those who first shot the first movie, if not for in Nigeria, in the North. And it's called The Crooked Generation. The Crooked Generation. It was, the executive producer was a guy called Eze, Chief Eze from Onitsha. He was a trader. That movie didn't get to make it to the market because I and my friend who was then producing, he's now a Professor Dandara, Emmanuel Dandara. We felt that the artist was going, he had told us in confidence that he wasn't going to pay the artist. Okay? And so because he wasn't going to pay the artist, we felt that no, there's no need. I mean, we called him and said, Oga, pay he said, no. You people just do your work. When you finish your work, I'll pay you off. You people I'll pay, but the other people, I will settle with them whenever I finish selling the movie. Anyway, that brought about the end of the movie because we felt, me for instance, and he also being a lecturer in theater arts, and me being a theater arts graduate, we felt that was too much. These are fellow artists, and so we, out of moral standing, we disassociated ourselves from that movie and discontinued shooting it. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say that, just like Ovie is saying, the Nigerian movie industry has always highlighted what the problems are. It is the government, just like, even, if we can, if I can digress a little, in the same way the journalists will tell the truth, but left for the people who are in government to adapt to what they are saying. Now, right from the origin, the Nigerian, the movie industry, now known as Nollywood, has always, hit the nail on the head. Remember, it was because of hitting the nail on the head that government came out with a policy that you can no longer do movie about certain issues in Nigeria. That was why the movie industry went into all this Africanism practice and all that, because the government banned the way and what topics that can be discussed, that can be, you can produce about. And so it limited the people. It limited them to, all kinds of nonsense movies that didn't make any sense anymore. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that government has also intervened. At least during the time of Jonathan, he gave a lot of money to the movie industry that brought a lot of issues. Okay, that I don't want to go into. But like I said, I think if so, I don't repeat myself. What I think is that what normally any literary work would do is to bring the fault lines to the national stage, and it's left for those who are the major players, who are changers of the discourse, will go ahead and take those things and implement. Once you have done that, you have done your job. It's just like, those of us who have read a lot of Wole Soyinka's writing. One of the quarrel we used to have about Wole Soyinka, that he brings you the information, he plays up the narrative, and it gets to a point and leaves you to take your decision on whether which way to go. Now, for Nigerian movie industry, especially like if we wind back a little bit, the days of Chief Zebrudaya, they always bring forth what the issues are. Even the corruption we're dealing with now, it didn't start today. Those guys have always played it to the fore, even though it is in a comic way. The village headmaster have always dealt with things, wickedness, insubordination, and bribery and corruption, and all that to the fore. The question now be, have our government ever made use of all that? If you go back to the days of Cockroach at Dawn, which we all gather to watch, they also play up all the fault line in the Nigerian society. But did the Nigerian society ever built on that? No. If you go back to the days of, even to the modern days of Checkmate and the rest of them, you find out that those issues are still being, in the Nigerian space. None of them has ever gotten a national issue discussed and all that. And what's an agenda? Once you bring up the narrative, the government should be able to set up an agenda and such issues discussed. Not when you are looking for how to help you win a political election, you go and then meet leaders of the national Hollywood, bring the ones who have built, made themselves superstars by their own effort, and begin to use them to now launder your image, which is what we have generally done, have reduced culture into caricature of dancing under the sun for you to come and perform a civic function of cutting tape for the nonsense gutter you built, of reducing culture to just mere entertainment. Okay, where are we going to drink our champagne? We're going to drink our champagne in Dr. Rudolph's house. Okay, go and get this young boys. Let him go and line up in his courtyard so that they can dance for us, and then we'll drink our champagne and go. That's what they reduce it to. Nobody's thinking about how to even move it to the next. Since the days we were in primary school to today, that is what culture has been reduced to in Nigeria. Nobody thinks about it as an industry. Nobody thinks about it as a way of creating jobs. Nobody thinks as a way of civil education of the society itself in which it exists. So, if somebody comes up and say the European culture has taken over, why won't it take over? Why shouldn't we wear suits? That's what we are taught. That's what we saw our ogas wearing, our fathers and our mothers. If you go back to the days of the days of the Second Republic, all the people who look good look like Rudolph. Yeah, they wear tie and they look good, and we respect such people. That we don't look at those people who wear too much agbada and the rest. They don't look modern to us. That's because, again, we as a people fail to tell our people. Having to ask yourself, no matter how long an Indian lives in the US, he still dresses in their cultural clothes. So something is wrong with our own education. We all know what the problem is. We have refused to accept the problem. We have refused to, in fact, we even went ahead to say, you know what, we even chose some people's culture and say it's a national cloth. So if you wear Agbada to the office, you say this is a national cloth. But the Igbo man's cloth is not a national cloth. The Yoruba man's own is not a national cloth. So we reduce everything to, the smallest decimal, okay, of tribe. All right. It is time for the Nigerian government, the state governments, to go down and pick these things and pick some of these stories that make sense and deal with it and remove the Nollywood industry from doing only voodoo and fetish movies, because that is what the government reduced them to be doing. Allow us to get into every area of governance in Nigeria. If we feel like criticizing the president, we should do a movie criticizing him. Okay? If we feel like criticizing the commander, the army chief, we should do a movie criticizing him. It's a society that refuses, constructive criticism. How do they move forward? We end up where we have ended up. Everybody is a sycophant. Okay, looking for how to make the next Gary. But if you allow the society to flow with ideas, you like it, you don't like it, you don't necessarily have to like Rudolph to take his idea and work with it. If his idea is good, just like I keep saying, I said this yesterday, if Obi's idea is good, what stops you from calling, hey bro, come. I know you contested against me. You didn't win, I won. Now I'm in power. I need your help. Who has ever asked for help and didn't get it? I need your help. Okay? This is what I'm struggling with right now. I need a way forward. I hear that you have statistics in your hand. I want it. Have you ever heard where somebody did this appeal? Even if it's your enemy, you will not give the person assistance. So okay, put this aside, let us deal with these issues. So this is the cost of the nation we have built for ourselves. Okay, where people who don't even know, the non-entities in government, we still refuse to listen to those who have the idea, and then they find one term and call you names and write all kinds of nonsense in the media. Anyway, sir, that's my little take. I really regret not following up, because I have a lot of things to ask him. But however, I cannot leave church now. I have to go to church and praise God. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much.
I was speak for 2 minutes. You cut me short, but you will allow everybody to talk for 3 hours. Why?
Yeah. I wanted to cut you short because I wanted to.
How about OVA?
Anyway, it's a question. It's a question. You answer it well. I reach out to my lawyer.
Ovia, before you reach out to your lawyer, let me say something to you. No matter how smart or intelligent we are, there are certain things you don't dream about until it even has happened. Like the question you continue to pose. Why didn't they? Vision, foresight. How do you know that somebody was going to take your name the day before? The person saw it, grabbed it, and that's it.
All right, hold
on.
on.
Why would the person see? Why would the person know the importance of your name more than you?
Okay,
that's
hold
the
on.
question.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so
Dr. Rudolph, why are you wearing tie?
Oh Lord, let me say a few things, and we can go on and after that. The first thing is this. So I went to Kenya, and for a different thing, and I was meeting people on the street, and people were talking to me. They were asking me about people like Apostle Prophet TV Joshua, Apostle Suleiman, Adeboye, and people like that. When it comes to music, they will ask me about P Square. People, they like Nigerians. They are fascinated by Nigerian culture and Nigerian society. And then until my driver asked me about Slave Warrior, and I've seen the movie. I knew Oliver, and I because when I talked to someone, I said, I would say to them, do you want me to talk to Adeboye? Do you want to talk to Adeboye or P Square? Do you want me to call Burna Boy for you? And they would be excited, I would be laughing like, I'm just kidding. But when this guy said slave warrior. I said, oh, do you want to talk to Oliver? He just said, like everybody else, yeah, call Oliver. And I called Oliver from right there in his taxi, and he spoke to Oliver. He couldn't believe it. He thought I was a genius. This man knew Oliver. Oh, this big movie star. And it made me think about the impact of what we do. And there are so many people who work hard, but sometimes they are not recognized. They are not known. There are so many writers, Nigerian writers, African writers, that most people will not name. People don't know them. They struggle. It's not easy to write a book. It's not easy to make a movie. And these people work very hard. And in this kind of industry that we're in, few people succeed and become successful, and the rest, it doesn't mean that they are not contributing. So I have special interest in making sure that some of these people are given the spotlight. At least we hear them, know what they're doing, and not wait until one day you hear that something happened to somebody. People will be like, oh, I feel bad. I used to read him, I used to know him, and things like that. So that was my mission. But I wanted to address a few things, especially what Ovie was trying to get to. It's always good to engage people and challenge people.
Can I ask a short question?
Go ahead.
Yes, okay. Short question.
Yeah.
Who you said that there are a lot of people, great writers, great people who are not known in the industry. Whose fault is it for them not being known? Is it the fault of me and you, the government, or the industry?
Okay, that's another long conversation and book, but I'll get to that. Let me not leave my line of thinking. I'll get to that. So, so these people work very hard, and because of the nature of the industry, I can tell you, especially something like writing, in the field of writing, the people who control the gatekeepers, so to say, we pick 2 or 3 people from Africa. There are periods when we had Achebe and Shoyinka. They were not the only people writing, but they were the people that the West will embrace. In our age today, this time, we have primarily, it's always controversial to mention lists and names, but then everybody can agree that Chimamanda is a leading writer in Africa today. I've had people call me and say, oh, how can I get her number? Maybe because they saw, I took a picture with her somewhere, or that I was in an event where she was, they think I know her, I can always call her. So you get these calls, and then they fail to get Chimamanda because it's difficult to get her, whether you can afford her and other things. And then we now, you said there are other people, but they don't want other people because they want the ones that the West already said, this is the best guy. It's something in the movie industry. There are so many movies. Sometimes it's about who is the producer of this movie. That will determine how far the movie will go out there in the world. If you want to use another example that most people are familiar with, think about soccer, football. The people who play football, the people today play football. They may not be the best in Nigeria. Maybe they had opportunities. Maybe they played for the right team, other factors. So I say this to point out to the fact that it's easy to always say who is responsible, whose fault is it. And when Ovie is talking about what are they doing, I used to be like that. I used to think that way. But if you go pay attention to PMAN, that is the Performing Musicians Association in Nigeria, and you also pay attention to Actors Guild in Nigeria. They have now fund for their old and retiring actors. They may not have enough money to take care of someone like Ibu who needs to go to India for surgery. If you take one actor to America for medical treatment, that money is gone. And people think they have a lot of money. No, they don't. Especially today. They don't have a lot of money. Not to talk about the ones they can keep. The fact that we find women actresses buying houses and living big doesn't mean that they're making that money from acting. If you have $2,000, $10,000, you can probably get any actor you want to play any role in a movie. That's not enough money if that's what you are going to make for 6 months. And for the kind of lifestyle they live and what people expect of them. So it's easy to blame them that they are not thinking, they are not visionary. There's nothing. I've attended conferences. Okay, I'll give you one last thing. At Harvard University, they had a conference on Nollywood. Nollywood stars came there. I was there. I don't remember the year, a few years ago. And you find all these big professors and people speaking big grammar, and they talked about what is the issue. And this is an international conference. Americans were there, everybody. I remember one actress, I don't know her, I don't follow them very well, but one actress spoke, and after she finished, a Nigerian, not an actor, from the northern part of the country, asked a question that shocked everybody. He said, why are you people at the end of your movies, you guys will say, glory be to God? Are you people trying to convert everybody to Christianity? We were shocked. But the biggest shock was the answer that the actress, that we thought was just one of those pretty faces that had nothing in the head, the answer she gave. So she said that she laughed first, and then she said to the guy, look, that when they shoot movies, like Oliver just said, I didn't even know that Oliver would say that they carry generator at the back of a motorcycle. She analyzed all they go through, that at the end, when they say this is all done, the only thing you will say is, glory be to God. That because they didn't know they would finish it. That there is nothing to do with converting anybody to Christianity or anything. They just felt like we were able to do this, despite all these challenges. So for VA, before you keep saying that they don't have visions and they are not making efforts, you should attend some of these conferences where these things are discussed. They tell you the efforts they've made, the problems they have. Now, let me say one more thing before I leave. I hope forefathers will join us. Let me say one more thing. I just checked on Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It was established in 1983. I was surprised, considering how long the music has been playing in America, how much resources are in America. It took a record executive to say, we have to establish something to preserve these things. We have to, and he got some people, lawyers, some other people together and made it happen. So in most cases, it doesn't have to be people in the industry that which do these things that we're expecting them to do, okay? And not that they've not been trying, but Ovie can decide today, you know what, I'm going to preserve, I'm going to buy a 71 Iweka Road, Onisha, because it's the history of where these movies, whatever they do there. I said one time that when I go home, I go to Onisha, I'll go to that building. I want to see what's there. I want to see what's left. But someone can decide to preserve these things. There was a story I read, I don't know whether it's true, but I think it's true, about Fela's people. In the newspaper, they said that they were cleaning out Fela's shrine. And they brought out some broken, what do you call it, saxophones and equipment, musical equipment that Fela used, and threw it in the trash. And I'm thinking, this is an opportunity for somebody to preserve these things. I'm not saying they have museums, they have places they preserve some Fela's stuff. But if there's anything from Fela that is out there, you don't have, you as someone who think, if you think that this is of value, you can be the one that will do that. So sometimes it's very easy to criticize, and I've done that. That's what I do when I write columns. But I also realize, I acknowledge that it's not an easy thing. People think, people try. If you get close, you know how much they have been trying. There are difficulties. All right, let's summon for this.
Rudolph, before you just hear this, before you go hear this, also know that I'm also pretty much from a similar industry. The question I'm asking is not what they have done. That is there. It's visible to the blind and audible to the deaf. Not necessarily what they are doing. It's about, is there any plan for 100 years? That's the question I'm asking. I'm not saying nobody. And I'm asking this question because they are able to build that reputation. They've single-handedly take themselves to that height that we are seeing them. It is not due to us or anybody. So when I'm asking question, what is the vision to preserve all these things to the next 100 years? You talk about generator. Again, isn't that a shame? Let me finish me Igbo Basic generator. That industry, all their exploits, they could not actually capitalize on their image to have a place or industry, power plant, build their. It is a shame. So again, who is responsible for that? Don't say me or government. Then you're talking about is an outsider coming to make things happen. Yes. And that is again where I hold them responsible. Their business is to advertise. Their business is to tell story. How well are you packaging your story to attract outside investor to go that route? Again, they have everything. If I want to do marketing, I will go Nollywood. Anything I want to do, I have to go to Nollywood. Politics, I want capital, go with Nollywood. They have everything to be self-sufficient. That's my question. I'm not even saying what they've done or what they are doing. No. Is there any plan? It's a harmless question. Is there any plan to make sure these things doesn't happen again in the next 50 years? This question
Ovie, here is the plan.
Let me land this point. As an athlete, I was reading about Innocent Egbenuke. They never even bought me when they complain. When they compete, he was complaining about the same problem I was complaining about when I was in Kenya, almost 40 years apart. So if we are not careful, this same question I'm asking, we'll go ask them again in the next 50 years. So the question is why? Is it that they don't have plan to be self-sufficient or to do all these things? If you want any Babalawo to come and invest, you have the mechanism to convince the Babalawo to come and invest. I don't know how, even if I have the vision, I still have to come and now them get everything that is required to change everything they want. If they want to turn government upside down, they have what it takes. So it's that they don't understand their power. Stepping to what Flagship is saying, what is even plan to even have an institution? Just education, educate people. What is it? We're not even talking about the content they are giving us, they are feeding us with. When you talk about in God we trust, they are using an excuse. If we know that we know we'll get like that's like, come on now. Really? That's an excuse? I should buy that? You know, get generator after I don't exist for almost 20 years at the top of your game. What are you doing?
Ovie, let me put it this way. You're talking about 100 years ahead. Let me be blunt. KJ is here. This is the second year that I passed through their village and I ran into what we call Ila Oso Uzuakole. Ila Oso Uzuakole is a cultural, and the previous year I ran into it. It caught me unawares. I took some quick shots. This time around, it breezed past before I could whip out my camera or to even stop. And that is culture right there. So next time that I pass that way, it's often in the month of December. I'm going to make sure that I don't miss out. Instead, I will stop next time to capture that moment. What am I saying? Is that as we are rolling along, let us understand I stay in my lane. When it comes to culture, I could tell you the much I know about the bush and the things that I'm doing to preserve. I could share with you any day, anytime. But in the United States, I shared on this forum with us an experience I had traveling to North Carolina. And I looked on the roadside. And what did I see there? It was a statue of two men. One was sitting down, a conductor, and the other one was playing music. I drove past. 5 miles down the lane, I said, no, something stuck out. I went and made a U-turn. I came back to go and record that moment. It was a monumental museum, a preservation. I stopped, I have the records, and I appreciated it. And thinking about somebody in my village, Uncle Lenny Ijoma, who used to be, is about 80-something years old now. One of the greatest photographers you can find. He read statistics. He was a student government leader at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He's a Rotarian. He's been around the world. He is somebody who is in demand to come and teach people photography and things like that around the globe. That thing that I saw on my way to North Carolina reminded me of what can we do to preserve these people. So we are at the moment of now. You can only play your part. We have come to meet because Dr. Damages has given us a platform to meet. And I don't swear, but I promise myself any day I come near wherever Ovie is, I will hunt him down and make sure I see him face to face, the same way I saw Mazi Ezoke at Ezinifite. Or any day I come near where forefathers is, I will make sure I let him know that I'm somewhere around here. And if he doesn't find me, I will find him, because we only have these opportunities once in a blue while. So let us look at it that way. The culture of my people, of which I went home for, is what we called Ibotomma, the traditional age grade retirement. And the period I spent there, to God, when I begin to put out maybe 5 minutes or 2 minutes, which is the attention span of the people now, of what
sorry, I'm not cutting you, sir. I'm not cutting you. Ovie, I don't think you're appreciating what a producer goes through in Nigeria. And just like he has said, now Music Messiah, which is Lemi Joma, okay, I knew when I was in primary school. Right.
I don't want to hear the problems. I know the problems.
I'm coming, sir. I'm coming, sir. I'm coming, sir.
Hold on. I have to go. I just want to thank everybody. I really need to run. It's 4 p.m. here. I have to take care of something. Forefathers, please, can you continue the conversation? Thank you, everybody. I will see you guys next week with a new guest. Ibo Beze, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
AJ, thank you.
Thank you, Forefathers. Please put me in the background. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right. Thank you.
KJ, don't tell me what the producer is going through. Tell me what he's doing to stop what he's going through. I want to hear that, not what he's going through. We know what he's going through. You are muted. KJ is muted. Forefathers.
Is he muted? Yeah, he's muted.
Yes, it's muted. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Now that's where I was going before you interrupted me. I will not say rudely though, but I will say you interrupted me.
Anyhow you put them, I go take them.
Okay. Now listen, I'm going to speak as a producer for once now. You see, when you have assembled your team, I'm telling you, Ovie, from the scratch of the matches to the last of it, you are dealing with variables that you never anticipated. You are dealing with variables that you never even thought in your planning will ever. Let me tell you, I've gone to shoot in a place and we now have to turn it to prayer and fasting because of the juju people who are in the town who was insisting they will do ritual on our behalf. Okay, I'm coming, sir. I'm coming now.
What is your plan?
I hope I just pray you don't plan. There is no way you're going to make sure it doesn't happen, because in Nigeria we're not shooting inside studios. We are shooting in real live locations. In other words, if your story is written in a village, you go and look for a village that's suitable for your story and shoot there.
We are doomed for life. We are doomed for
life.
No,
now listen to what I'm saying. Now listen to what I'm saying. Right now,
you got to give me a chance.
If you don't want us to explain, how then will you hear? Now, government, I'm coming. The government of Lagos State is now trying to build a film village. The government of Enugu State is also trying to construct a film village. Okay, already you know that Jos, as has always been, has been a film village. The whole of Jos, you could see the whole of Jos, because those guys have been dealing with film for a long time, so they understand, what is involved. So you can actually go to Jos and within a short time. In fact, Jos is the only place where I think you can freely shoot anybody harassing you too much. Okay, but apart from that, honestly, to tell you the truth, I
like what you say. I like what you say. Lagos is doing some. Those are solutions. Those are the things I want to hear. Not that.
No, there are solutions. Even the federal capital right now is building a film village. And until you shoot in a film village where you are in control of the variables, you cannot say what is going to come in a day shooting.
I just want to know that something is being done. I'm not saying
something is being done, but Ovie, hold on for a second. Ovie, my brother. If you don't know where rain begin beat you, how you gonna know when the rain stop?
I wonder.
No, we know where rain begin beat us now. Which are the problems? We know the problems. We all know. We not be saying that narrative, but what are you doing? And he just said something.
Wait, Ovie, when you say you know the problem,
KJ was going somewhere. Listen and learn. Listen and learn from the ant. No, listen and learn from the
see,
ants.
most of this,
KJ was going somewhere with his narrative, so let him learn, and you can come back and in. Let him. No, please, can you just give him the moment? Give him the moment. I don't have the voice. I don't have the strength. Give him the time. No, he hasn't finished. Let us for a moment.
But Ovia, you are the one who you are the one who disturb my train of thought.
Give him
I wanted
time. Let him take his time, please. Thank you.
Okay, so Ovia, right now, honestly, you have distorted all my thoughts. So I'll leave it until another time, another moment. I have a potential.
Hold on, Mr. Basic. You guys are not understanding me. You have actually answered my question. You say Lagos State is doing. Hold on now. You answer, and I like that. I am not going to say what is Lagos State doing. All I wanted to know, what are they doing? It's very simple. I don't know what. So don't repeat the problems. I know. What are you doing?
He is not repeating the problem. You are not inside the belly of the well. You don't know what the man has in his mouth or in his mind. Let us give him a chance to say his piece.
Hey, there are many giant producers in Nigeria that are even doing their own personal projects that are also running, like people like Zimiraj. They are also having, in fact, they have their own laid out. In fact, as you're sitting here now, you can call them up and say, I want to shoot tomorrow, and they'll provide for you everything that you need. So there are producers and companies that have been in the business who have been able to establish their little own. But you see, that is not a national policy. That's not what we're talking about. Is a national policy where you now tell people, you know what? If I feel like talking about the FCT minister in a movie, nobody should stop me from doing that. Nobody should tell me that this is the only area you can shoot your movie on. Nobody should tell me that this is the only place. So when that is done, then we know that government is working hand in hand with the movie industry. It should not be only story about witches and witchcraft. It should not be only story of family issues. It should also include stories of the Civil War. It should also include stories of the Nigerian army failure to be able to apprehend bandits and miscreants in the bush. It should also be a story of, any story that, just like it is in the US, you are free to shoot and tell any story that you want. Okay, you are free to do that. It's not anybody telling you where to go. Forefather, how can you be raising hand now? You are the moderator now.
I didn't raise hand, did I? Oh, sorry. I think I got frozen.
Have you done? You don't finish.
Yeah. I think my hand didn't just froze. It's not me.
KJ, what is my question? KJ, what will be my question?
Your question is, what are they doing? What are the producers doing?
Hold on. Why are you telling me what is the government? Those are problems. We know. You that's why I said you've already answered my question. You say Lagos State is doing this, Justice is doing this. That's okay. That's all I am asking for. I am not asking for me to know. People are watching us. What is being done, either by government, by individual, by anybody? It's as simple as that. What is being done that I don't know of? You are telling me problem. Government will stop you from doing this. You will say me should make me for this, make me for this. We all know this. These are not secrets. Those are problems. We know them. What are your plans so that in case you not succeed today, the next generation will succeed? Will not come and complain the same thing you are complaining about. We know the problem. Now, I'm not asking what is the problem. No, that's not my question. What are your plans? I'm not even saying what are the right plans, though. I'm not going to challenge your plan, but do you have something that, we can say, we are busy, just as you said, Lagos State is doing this, Justice is doing this. So that's it. But the questions are, if the executive producer, if you won't produce this, they go stop up. We know. That's not the news. As I'm telling you, I'm also I can relate to that industry. I'm a smart person that the same problem. Where did they now we get? It's just like if you ask me now, what are the problem? What are the solutions that we are thinking to make sure Nigeria Track and Field be better than this? I will tell you, we are pushing for autonomy. Because if Athletic Federation will get autonomy, we can able to actually evaluate our athlete, which is our product, and make them to the world, look for sponsor and all that. It's our plan. Is it the right plan? Maybe no, but there's something. Somebody is thinking. I'm not going to say, if you ask me what are the plan for athletic to get better, I will not say, government no they give money, Federation, Athletic Federation, they do this, athlete they feed drugs. Those are problems, we know. Solution. What is the solution? So that's why I'm asking, what is wrong with us? Why is it that when we trying to find answer, we end up complaining, repeating the complaining. Is it because of our educational background? Or is it because we are just so used to complaining that even when we are complaining, we don't even know that we are complaining? You understand? You said that you are the first person to actually produce movie either in the Northern, and you went ahead and enumerated the problem you encounter. Now the question is that, what are you thinking of to make sure in the next 20 years somebody will not go through that problem? Because if you are not putting anything in place, somebody will come and replace the same problem. I will begin to complain, say, because now the same government will give you that hardship. Now you see there. But because we are not planning to say, okay, government are people, if that is a problem, can we change them? There is no the power of persuasion, which is pretty much only we say as well autonomy of that. They can change anything they want to. But guess what? You are complaining about if there's a movie about a juju, they go say now Christ. What is responsible for that? You say that because of money. Where is the money coming from? Of course, somebody who is sponsoring your movie can dictate to you how we should go. So now, what are your plans to make sure in the next 50 years, somebody from your village wants to make movie in the name of your village, who doesn't have to have a problem of finance that has to run out to the outside world for the outside to dictate to him? What are those simple
I don't know.
plans?
Of you, I will get you correct. I will get you correct. Are you asking us to become now take over the government as an institution or what? I don't understand this your question.
So,
because you asked me like, what's my plan to make sure that my village gets water in the next 50 years? How does that?
What is wrong with taking over the government? What is wrong with
No, that's not right. Okay, the government has a function. I have my own function. I can't take over the government position.
Can I finish? That's a good question. Military took over government. Here you can say that by force. Bola Tinubu is the president. You can say he took over government legally. He worked for it. Yes, Nollywood can take over government. How? They have the power of persuasion. That's it. It's in their hand. Only they know how to manipulate everything. Yes, you can take over government if that is what you need to make sure you have freedom in the next 50 years. Start aiming for that. It's not a crime. Now, yes, now gang they come up, move and take over government and run it the way they want. That's how it works. So again, excuse, you will find them out. Everybody know what is wrong in Nigeria in every sector. We all know. But what is the way out? Is it that we are doomed? There's no way out. We complain, no thing. This generation is out. My grandfather complained. My papa complained. I am complaining. My daughter will come and complain. Let's stop complaining and see if the next generation will not even know that yes, their grandfather once complained.
Okay, on this faithful note, can you allow forefather to make an input? Because maybe he has a better understanding of what you are saying. I don't understand it.
For forefather to be quiet because he's agreeing with me. I know forefather.
Okay, you just reminded me of my late friend, Professor C.C. Nwako, who taught me a lesson. The lesson he taught me each time we go to a meeting and I try to speak, he will pick me. If I try to speak again, he'll pinch me. One day I asked him, why are you doing that? He said, Alex, when we go to these meetings, let those people place their case on the table. They would judge the matter. Don't say a word. They would examine the whole thing. They will contradict themselves. They will pass judgment on themselves. They are still expecting you to say something. So silence is golden. And forefathers, please help us out here. Because KJ was actually going somewhere. He was going somewhere. We should learn to, in some cases, listen, because I don't have the energy. I just came from church. Okay. I may have to come to your place. So me and you can have a one-on-one talk. And when we finish talking, I would listen to you. You can talk for 2 hours. No problem. And at the end, you can bring your we go drink. If na brukutu where you get, you bring. If na pito, no wahala. Listen, there's whether me go, nothing on earth where you eat that has not been eaten before. Okay, so let's just take it easy. Forefathers, give us a helping hand so that, because KJ was actually going somewhere when I talked about an 80-year-old master, Lenny Ijoma, but we cut him off. We didn't allow him to teach us what We learn from that. So let's give some people a chance to.
Igbo Basic, I'm sorry. Igbo Basic, I'm sorry. If I sound as if I'm arguing.
It's well.
No, hold on. If I sound I'm arguing with you, I'm not arguing.
No, it's not argument. It's a calm down for a moment.
Yeah, let me finish. You as
because I'm about
Igbo
to
Basic
go and do something else, and we don't want to shut down the show.
Yeah.
Please.
I think this thing.
Please, let me just make the point. Igbo Basic as a concept is actually an answer to my question, right? Because you are deliberately making sure you keep custodians of history. That is an answer to my question. It's very simple. I don't want to. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to argue. I'm trying to make sure it doesn't go out of my question. It's very simple. As I said, Igbo Basic concept is actually an answer to my question, right? Dr. Damaging bringing these people to come and document all this thing is actually an answer to my question. That's something that is being done, but because we are so in love with our problem, we turn a simple answer, even when it's in front of us, we push and go aside, we begin to mention the problems. So it's not that I'm arguing. I'm just trying to make it note because it's narrating the problem, which we already know. So Igbo Basic, I'm sorry if I come as if I'm agitating. As I said, your concept, Igbo Basic concept, is actually answer to my question. That's something that is being done, that in the next 50 years, great-grandchildren, people from every walk of life will come and read about what Igbo Basic as a concept has already been documented. That is 50 years, 100 years plan. That's simple. But I may come across as if I'm very complicated. No, that is because we love problems. It's as simple as that. So I'm sorry if I come very that's not what
I think some of the things you are highlighting maybe something to do with something I heard about a few days ago. There was this black guy, Frank Fanon. He used to be like a revolutionary and a psychologist at the same time during the 40s, 50s, and 60s. I think he even went to France, this in Algeria. And one of the things he found was that people that were colonized seem to have some psychological problems that is debilitating them, actually. And it's weird because they don't normally tell you this on the English. I don't know how I stumbled across it even. Maybe YouTube is trying to push me into some of all these things. So this is a black guy and he found these things. He said he was finding some, I think I will probably may want to highlight it there. He was finding that the people were suffering from certain things that just didn't appear normal to normal French people. Then he linked all these things to colonialism and the psychology of how it is affecting them. Maybe that's something that OVA is trying to highlight, like we are in love with our problems because it looks like we are stuck. And even I experienced that stuff. The other day I was on a panel and I said, if you feel you can't reason objectively on any topic, recuse yourself from it. Try to learn how to detect when you are like that, because some topics are so close to you that you can't be objective discussing it. Take yourself away because you're not going to be productive in that conversation, and people like Ovie will find that you are stuck in one place. And that is what I think what Ovie is highlighting, that we are in love with our problems. I think it's a form of trauma or something. It freezes you in place. And you may not even recognize it at first. And what I find is that sometimes you have conversation with people. You have conversation with people today, and you talk about the issues. The next week again, they will show up and they will revert back to type. And you begin to wonder what just happened. Why are we not moving on? And it's very interesting you use the term that we are in love with it, but it's a form of the psychosis aspect of what Frank Fanon was talking about. And who knows, maybe there are ways to deal with it. My own is that if I know I'm unproductive with a discussion and my position is just so frozen beyond reason, where I'm seeing evidence and I'm rejecting it, I will recuse myself because but I try not to ever get to that point where I lack objectivity. I would rather just say I agree with you very quickly. Once I see evidence, I move on. But when you see people that see evidence and refuse to move on, they are too close to the matter. They are not, allowing their evidence or knowledge to change their opinion. It's trauma. It's a form of trauma. You are too close to it. You can't reason anymore. So
Yeah,
I
let's
agree
even
with you on
use.
that front.
See, I
And
know that I agree.
like you said,
I know you agree with me. That's
when
why I
you
get
know I
that.
agree with something, I don't tend to interject much. I just
Oh,
say the
yeah,
next comment.
Let's use it on more.
forefathers, what I think I'm going to start doing, I'm going to start bombarding Ovia privately. No, seriously. And I will be bombarding him with information to the extent that he will sit down sometime and wonder, what happened here? Why am I saying that? In this last journey that I undertook, I actually took a time out. I took a videographer deep into the thick forest, documenting things and documenting leaves and all whatnot. I came across something I haven't seen in a long time, the ants. Ants as they were traveling. I don't know if you ever had that chance.
Yeah.
These ants, the colony, as they are moving. So I stopped for a moment. I recorded it. I wish I had spent more time recording the ants and understanding how they build their tunnels. I recorded that clip. I took from another clip, another angle, it was butterflies by the riverside. And these butterflies were just a colony of butterflies. They were just something amazing. I like that. On the same journey, I ran into what I call the sounds of the forest. And it was things that out of this world on this same journey. So amongst everything else that I did, I tried to put a short clip to accommodate those who cannot wait for 1 hour or 2 hours. Because if I sent you one of these journeys, of here you will sit down, maybe you'll be glued onto it because there is so many things that you learn that is beyond the village that you will actually appreciate. I call this one short clip. I'll send that to you. Ants, butterflies, and sounds of the forest. Very short clip. It's like 5 minutes. When you look through it, you will actually appreciate what was going on behind there in nature. In another channel of the same journey, I went into the stream to see the place that I cleared the previous year. And there were so many youths, so many young ones who actually came enjoying the stream. Over there, it was like a bazaar inside the river. But then I decided to do something unique. Walk past, enter the bush, and what I found in that bush, if I send it to you, you will say, wow, was actually a resting place where some of the young ones go there. They make a bonfire there. They do all kinds of things there. They actually make their stools and stuff. It was another angle. And what am I saying is that I record these things for posterity. And what I'm doing now is some of the leaves that I have forgotten their names. Some of the things that these leaves do, I record them and I say, this is what they do. You talk about smoky, but there's something we call Bema Abubara. Give me the wall, I'll carry the wall. It says a yam tuber. Bema Abubara. It's a yam tuber. If you dare eat that yam, you will become extraordinarily strong that you will say, give me the wall, I will carry the wall. I document, I know where this would start. So let us for a moment relax. It's a Sunday. To be here and for forefathers, in fact, I want to appreciate forefathers for the long hours, even though from where you are, you still come out and you help us out to keep the program going. So let us just enjoy ourselves for a moment. Oliver, I'm coming for you.
Let me say something. All right, let me say something about what you said about the ants and all that, right? You see, there's a book called Jam. It's called this book called Jam. It's called Gun, Jam, and Steel. That's the name of the book, right? By Gerald Diamond. He tells the history pretty much of how civilization started, pretty much from Africa. How did they come to write this book? It was historians, bird historians. His job is to study birds. So he came to one country in Africa and lived there and studied birds and started learning about the people. And here you are, pretty much saying the same thing, that you went to your village, focus on how the ants movement and all that. There's a lesson for me to learn from that. Now that is new. Imagine if I did not challenge us to stop complaining and start talking about solution or what plans we have. You wouldn't have said this. And the benefit of what you just said, imagine if I have a project or I know someone who has a project that needs information about ants or that part of the world, I would refer you to him. Either you educate that person or you make money from him. That is where solution. That's what's important. We should talk about solution or the ideas that we are, even though that doesn't make sense. Somebody will pick on it. Rather than coming, if you could have come here and tell us, I went to my village to go and do that, but the fear of Boko Haram, the fear of people killing you could have just tell your story from that angle. But you refuse, and that would also be legit. You are from the south, it's just all unrest, but you refuse to listen to all those complaints and went there yourself and carry out a very important research, right? And you are telling us to, because importance of telling the future. What are we thinking? What is our solution? As I say, even though it doesn't make sense to me, to forefather, or anybody that's listening, it doesn't matter. At least you are thinking. That's where we are. And because we are not thinking, we are forced to talk about our problem. You didn't talk about how the South security could have impeded you from doing that. No. So again, you put it out here. There's a lot of people that might reach out to you. Come, if you actually have this, how the ants are moving, there's something for me to learn. Yes. But again, this is coming from you because solution-oriented conversation.
I was looking for what I saved your name under. I looked over here. I didn't find over here. There was a name that I saved it under.
Maybe now on our politics.
No, not beyond that, because I spoke to you on the phone before.
Yes.
I spoke to you on the phone before. Whether can put that number again on the private chat so that I can and let's give KJ a chance to really tell us what he was trying to tell us.
Yes, I am driving. As far as I get to where I'm going, I will speak.
No, you see,
I will speak when I get to where I'm going.
KJ is driving.
So he can't talk.
I will speak when but Obie, think about it. We producers are not we're not solution finders. If that be the case, Hollywood, since they produce more marriage, we don't have the highest level of divorce in the world because they are always producing all the love movies. They know how to love more than any other person, and yet amongst them there is what? There's a high level of divorce. When I get to where I'm going, I will come back, sir.
All right, KJ, but you just said
your number, please, because I need to bombard you with some information.
Okay. It will basic. You see,
put that number.
You see another problem again from KJ that they are producer, they are not solution finder.
Put that number there, Ovie. Put the number there again.
Yes, I will. I'm putting it now. Can you imagine that? You are a Nigerian, you are a producer, you are not a solution founder. You see, everybody should be a solution finder. You live in that society, even if you don't. Look at him now. In the drive,
producing is not a form of solution.
You said?
Like producing is not a form of solution. Like if you are executing.
Well, according to him, that's not. According to KJ, that's not their job. That's for him, right? Now he's driving to where
you are too quick. You know the let person land. Allow him to land.
Because if you are producing, is in a way executing a solution, isn't it? Like if you find that you want to the solution is to start manufacturing and somebody decided to start producing the cars, that person is executing a solution of exporting. You see what I mean? So maybe you are saying similar stuff as KJ is saying, but he is talking about it from the action point of view where he is actually producing something that somebody has seen as a solution. Let's say he was doing something that was irrelevant, like digging a hole and covering it. That is not executing a solution. But if he was doing something that was part of a solution, producing is not a bad thing, is it? You see what I mean? If you come out and say we have to export more rice, and somebody starts producing rice, that's part of this. Is executing the solution. It may be a downstream part of the solution, which is not the originator of the solution, but he's executing it. And some people have to execute it. Other people have to create. They are creators of solutions, and those people that are good in ideas, they are the ones that create solutions, while other people are executors of those solutions. You see what I mean? So it's a kind of everybody working together, specializing in different areas, isn't it?
But he is even more important because he's in business of story. He's in the business of storytelling. It's even more important than most people in the society. You are telling story. That means you have the power of persuasion, power to shape people's minds, people's thinking, people's way of life. That's what you have at Japan. As a knowledge, you are saying that you're not a solution a provider. That's the point. So
are you saying that because he tells stories, he should come up with solutions? Or I'm not exactly sure.
No, it should tell story that will shape our society to the way we want it. The story can even change the government.
I think there's some truth there. Is KJ agree with that one?
Yes. Okay. And I will thank you for I heard all you said, and which is correct also. But I'm just going to add a little bit. You see, when you are producing, or when you're a storyteller, or when you are generally the work of literature, is to tell the story of the people as it is. You could tell. You see, there are many genres in storytelling. And sometimes you tell a story, you don't provide a solution. You let the society decide which way they want to go. You just play up everything to the fore. And when you have played it up, you allow them to point which way they want. That was what I was trying to point out before with some of the writings that we have read of some of the great writers in Nigeria. You see, we used to have an issue with people like Wole Soyinka, who sits at a very high level and then tells society this should have done, this should have done. But people used to quarrel with that. Because you are telling us you are above the society, and so you can provide solution to where society should go. But other and many people who are mostly on this right side are saying, no, you bring up the issues. Let society see which way is best to go. Okay, it's not for you to say, okay, now all of us are eating beans. Everyone must eat beans today from now going forth. No, we say beans is good. If you like beans, these are the advantage of eating beans. These are some of the disadvantages. But we play more on the advantage of eating beans because we are trying to point society toward that side which you think is the right way. Now, when you are producing, you are not necessarily producing because you are going to find solution, because you yourself may not have the solution. Sometimes sometimes when you set out to write a script, you don't even end up with what your original idea is, because along the way, many more things will have played into the script that you begin to tinker with your final idea of how you should be. Most Nollywood movies that.
Can you talk without telling us problems?
Sorry?
Can you talk without telling us? Can you talk without telling us the issues?
Well, I'm not telling you problem. I'm not telling you solutions. I'm telling that when a producer sets out, in most cases, depending on the genre that you have chosen, you don't set out to go and provide solution. You set out to bring the narrative to the fore and let people discuss and find their solution. You don't necessarily point the people this the direction, but you play out every noble idea that you think a society should have, and allow the society to decide whether it is right for you to go and convert your neighbor's wife or not. It's not for you to, you just bring it up and allow people, those who are practicing that, to know that what they are doing is not good. It's simple and short. You are not, because you're not a God. You're not trying to provide a solution that God has not given you. When you set out to write, or when you set out to produce, you're not doing that because you are more intelligent than your neighbor. You're only doing that because God has given you a talent to be able to tell a story in such a way that it can appeal to the ordinary man, and so he may decide based on what he has seen to change his worldview, or to change his approach to certain issues. It's not because you have all the solutions. If not, Hollywood would have been the best place of solution finding, but they don't have all. They don't have.
I think the way Ovie is looking at it, he's saying that
there
has to be a kind of a genre or authors or storytellers that tell more stories of that will enrich our psyche in terms of if I'm not mistaken, Ovie, please correct me, that would be more like empowering our people to think more independently and feel more empowered in this world. Like me now, I believe, like my own perspective on that is, I believe that we should be telling more of that kind of story, because the kind of story we tell is of the past sometimes, and we remind ourselves of the greatness of the past. But then again, we go on to tell that greatness of the past, how we were colonized and all those things, but never really tell us anything about our future and what we should be aspiring to.
Our future is tied to the
we
West.
should be aspiring to.
Our future is tied to the
I
West.
think maybe
If
that
they succeed, we succeed. If they perish, we perish along.
That greatness part is the part that maybe Ovie feels like it's not being told a bit more. And I too can say I subscribe to that, because most of the time when we talk about the future, it's either we talk about how we want to separate from each other. That's the kind of projection we tend to want to have. What have you ever seen Nigerian movies talking about the greatest of Nigerians ever traveling to the moon or anything? Nothing like that. It's like there is no sci-fi in Nigeria. There is no future in it, and that is because that is where the for want of a better well springs.
Every Nollywood actor wants to be featured in Hollywood. That's the goal. That's the goal of every Nollywood actor, to feature in Hollywood.
So that's the goal of most artists in Nigeria. They tend to want to feature in Oscar awards and that. That's the achievement, which is what we have always said. Those people who have been in the academic and those who have been in those periphery, I've always said that look, we can set these things up ourselves. We don't need to feature in Oscar before we know that we have arrived. Sonny Okosu didn't feature in the Oscar before we are still able to reference him. Fela didn't feature on those before we were able to reference him. All the great Oliver the Coca, Bongo Sikwe. These are people who told stories that help to push.
I said that Maria Jos, Alimo.
Yes, that Maria Jos. That Maria Jos. What is this other guy's name? The one in Zaria. I'm trying to remember his name. Okay. Somebody might. What's his name? These are great storytellers.
Alimo Kaho.
His name is. He used to smoke a lot. I forgot his name, but you see, these guys didn't do anything extraordinary except tell a story of what was going on in the society and how you need to change. I remember one of them Mariah's just song, which he says that this boy is so stubborn that nothing that worries him. Talking about children who are stubborn and why you should not be stubborn. That reigned in the north. Everybody listen to that music, And then when you begin to behave anyhow, they tell you, hey, Mugumbawa, that is a foolish boy.
Now, KJ.
Yes.
Now, KJ, yes. What is the probability that in the next 100 years, our great-great-grandchildren will be talking about that Maria Jos?
No, we're talking about the video and dancing with backyard, your backyard. You see, no. Wait, listen. Hold on. I hope you're not mistaking creativity that have gone to the dogs with what you're talking about. Well, it's not about creativity now. If you're talking about creativity, it's a different ball game.
I am talking about preservation. I'm talking about preservation. I'm talking about legacy. I'm talking about tomorrow. Igbo Basic people, they always make fun of Igbo Basic for talking about Chief Zebrudaya. They don't understand what Igbo Basic is doing. Igbo Basic, people will come and understand what Igbo Basic is doing in 100 years' time. If he's not doing what he's doing, the life of Zebrudaya will just go like that. Nobody will know about him. That is my complaint. What are we doing? Which is what Igbo Basic is doing. Which I said, Igbo Basic concept answer my question. He's doing something for the next generation to come and say, come, they used to be like this. Why can't we do it? Why are we so far away from this kind of life? Because that's the question we are not asking. And with next generation, you come and ask, why? So we used to have that Maria Jos. We used to have Oliver the Coco. What happened? If we don't preserve those history, question will not be asked. And we'll come they confused again. Oh, our people sell, our people come. We'll be confused again. Our generation to come will be confused about today's history because there's no deliberate attempt to preserve it. Just as we are confused about what happened in the Biafra. Everybody get different version, right? What happened before Biafra? Nobody knows. There's no deliberate. One can say it's a culture. We don't have culture of maintenance or whatever. But are we going to die like that? we know fitting again. Right? We can't wait again.
I think it's a pertinent question because there was a video I saw today that was shared amongst the private chat in this about Indians. I wish I'm trying to share the video even if I can get it. It shows how deliberate these people are. The man was talking about how the Indians were, they were living from hand to mouth. He says from sheep to mouth. That's what he said. And how life was really hard for them, and then they went on to build what they have now. And we as a people, that is something we seriously have to start considering, because for some reason our suffering has not inspired us to do those type of things.
We are happy.
Exactly, and this is why Fela is singing about suffering and smiling. Our suffering should have, made us feel like, oh my God, look at how humiliated and fallen we are. Let's push ourselves to succeed for the future. We didn't do that. And if you look at Africa today, you see so many African leaders still making the same mistakes. It's like, what is going on here? Why do we just remain stuck in one place? While other people, they have the same problem and they move. They act on it. So it's an interesting thing, and I think it calls for the kind of questions that Ovie is asking, that what is it we are telling ourselves? What stories are we telling ourselves? Are we telling ourselves of stories of greatness in the future, or just telling ourselves of a past, and then reminding us again about how we were undermined? Because whenever we talk about the story of the past, they show all those videos where you see our parents of maybe 50, 60 years ago, they will be wearing, or 70 years ago, they will be wearing short knicker. Like they will be walking, they are intermediaries between the British and the people. Those are the kind of stories we watch. We watch ourselves being second-class citizens to foreigners. I grew up watching those sort of programs. Never programs of our greatness, really. And if they want to go back in the past, they will talk about the ones where Obama fought the British and lost. Not the ones.
Sorry to interject, Naija. I'm about to step out. I will come back. Naija man don't now knows he get energy to continue for why I stop. We'll give her. So I'll be back within the next hour. I'm going somewhere. Naija man, my phone.
Ovie, before you go, take a look at this picture. You see that picture?
Okonu.
Okay, that's Okonu. You see that outfit he's wearing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You know the man named Bob Hope, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Bob Hope being one of the greatest of the Americans around. Mazi Okonu was hanging around with Bob Hope in the 60s. And I was just looking at something, and it was, in fact, I was just looking at something that says something about visa. I'm just trying for us to understand who. You see this picture? Mazi Okonu and Bob Hope, right? And I was reading underneath it, and something occurred to me. It says, Okonu met many celebrities during his student days at UCLA. Pictured here is comedian Bob Hope and Okonu beating the Afro-Californian drum at the 1960 annual meeting of Rotary Club, visiting international student activity, in bracket visa. Visiting international student activity. Is visa not what we are using today?
Yeah.
I don't know when that name visa came into being. Maybe I could Google it and find out when they started. But I just realized that on this book now. So what am I saying is that let us continue to be proud of who we are. Just like somebody was saying yesterday that maybe if Dr. Damages was doing something about church, if he was preaching church, maybe there'll be more people answering. And I said, any day Dr. Damages starts becoming, any of these preachers, then he will lose who Dr. Damages is. You cannot run away from your shadow. You are who you are. There's a character underneath it, and that is what we'll go forward with.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be back. Naija man, my number they private chats. Allow me more talk. If I
I sent you a couple of information.
Yes,
I sent you, and that should keep you busy. Before I give you another one and another one, I will continue to bombard you.
You know they put on.
You don't see. You don't.
No, I just say
Private
I want to
chat,
say it was script today.
Okay, let me. Now, I see. Now because you just come in, that's why I put them before you come in.
Okay.
I put that now. But I'll come back. But in case I come back,
okay.
Time don't go for you. You don't see Amabi?
And the first person why I see where God bless Nigeria.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Igbo Basic, thanks very much. In case I don't meet you again, I'm learning a lot from you.
I think they WhatsApp now.
That guy now.
They WhatsApp now.
Yes.
No, I'll do for WhatsApp.
Yes.
Ovie, did you see one
I need to
Nigeria
go to the bad guy.
Ovie, did you see one Nigeria yesterday when he came in? Yeah. Yeah, man, my goodness. Yes, yesterday,
I don't go that time.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Now this morning, not yesterday.
Oh yeah, man, it was completely crazy, man. He completely unleashed on Abure. He completely unleashed on Abure. He was, it was a therapy session, man.
Now which platform is that?
It's on this platform yesterday. It was at the last hour, like 17th hour.
Last hour.
Yeah, the last hour, man.
Father, you know watch Arise TV this evening. What I said this morning, go and look there. This guy repeat everything today.
He repeated it, Wow.
Repeated it today now. But we watch it this evening with Tabati this evening.
So what do you think about him now? Is he somebody that you should give the benefit of the doubt, or is what do you think? Has he even stepped aside?
Oh yeah, do you ever see criminal in Nigeria step aside? Criminal they step aside for Nigeria politics. No money, not money that they are making there. Do you ever see anybody retire in Nigeria politics? They never retire. Money is there. They don't want to leave that money. They can never step down. No matter what you say, they will never step down. That is why they will tell you that it's opposition. Oh, is the opposition is this one? They will only give life. See, government, they say excuse they give everything. They will be blaming Jonathan. They will blame PDP. When you are coming, you said you can fix it. I've never seen a government. It's only in Nigeria you see government and we make an excuse for them. The economy is bad. Inherited bad economy. But you told us you are going to fix it. Fix it. That is what we want.
Exactly.
We know it's bad.
That's a fair point because they always come in with bad economy. And then when they go there, they it's bad economy.
And they will not tell you bad economy. I will not receive salary. I will not buy a new car. I will not do this one. They will keep on buying everything, but with giving you an excuse.
Yeah, that's true actually.
Only what will benefit the citizen excuse will come in Nigeria. Okay, economy is bad. You are renovating the Don Barak with 15 billion. You are renovating your buying car for first lady. You are renovating a vice president office. Economy is bad. Only what will benefit the citizen is bad. Then what will benefit them is good. And we too will start making excuses. It's all over the world. America, UK, there is inflation, there is economic crisis. Is there people crying in the street that we are hungry? Nigeria will never go that way. We will turn it. It's everywhere. In UK,
your audio is skipping in and out. It's a shame. I do like the way you see things. He can, the Nigerian man can simplify things very, it's like, when you said the economy is good when it comes to them, but it's always bad when it comes to us. When it comes to deciding their own salary and all the perks, the economy is good. It's really screwed now.
You don't hear any governor. You say, okay, I just came in. Economy is bad. After 1 year, before I would receive salary, food for free. Okay, no. Nobody should cook here. Don't keep cow. I will be paying for my food. I will only be receiving salary 50%.
Man, seriously.
So it's good for them to buy 160 million car. Okay, just give citizens come on light and so much like here abroad. Government have to do
like UK now. In fact, their government had to pay for even Brits. They pay for most everything for them. But Nigeria will tell you, UK, now you see in the street crying. Maybe we are hungry, we are hungry. But
Nigeria man, your audio is shaking badly. Your audio is not very
clear. Bad. Security is there. Is it when we bring?
Yeah, your audio is shaking.
The economy is bad. Let me go in. Let me go out and come back.
Yeah, go out and come back. Man, I do like how there's a way Nigeria man sees things that I actually do like. He has a way of distilling, nonsense when people are trying to confuse the discussion or issues. He distills it very simply. He doesn't like confusing. He doesn't like confusing stuff at all. If he gets confused, he just simplifies it and goes after one side. So I do like that way of looking at things. Pardon?
Like you now.
Do I? I don't simplify things. I try to get very convoluted.
You confuse things.
Exactly. Exactly. No. I think you are right there. You are right there. I like the way he simplifies things.
Basics. Long time.
Blackstone, thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir. You are back to UX, yeah?
Yes, I am.
Thank God.
Yes, I am. I was in communication with Blackstone and KJ during the time. It was something else. Yeah. That's a session of its own. I'm trying to narrow it down in a way that somebody can understand it within 5 minutes of little patches. But it was a great experience.
Really. That's good. At least it is something good that at least all of us should have an experience of our country. It is when we go home, we see how things really are, not what you hear on the news.
The reality.
Yes, we know the reality.
I would like to share that video that I saw.
Yeah. I have one good news for you.
Okay.
So next time, if you are going to Nigeria, you will be flying British Airways. You'll be flying Air Peace.
Ah, that's nice. Is it cheaper too?
From on the 30th of March, Air Peace will be flying to London, to Gatwick Airport in London. Daily flight.
That is good. That's really good, because at least now we have a Nigerian airline flying there, and I just hope it's a little bit more competitive price wise. But it doesn't matter
for the student. So it's be cheap for the student, but I don't know for other ones. No, you have money.
As long as it's competitive, it doesn't have to be that cheap. It just has to be similar price as others, and one can take it, isn't it?
That's a good news, of course. Yeah. So from the 30th of March, they start flying.
That's really good.
Daily flight from Nigeria, from Lagos to London.
And I hope he really takes it seriously and does a good job. In a couple of years, most Nigerians will be on it, and most Nigerians will not take anything else. They will just prefer to use it to travel back, because some of the nonsense you get from all these airlines. I remember the other day, when you want to ship stuff to Nigeria, they will tell you, "Oh, Turkish airline." They will separate your package and send some first and send the other ones the next week. And it's been very, very frustrating because we don't have any international airlines in Nigeria. There are so many ways you get humiliated when you are not producing for your people. You get humiliated in so many ways that we don't even recognize yet. So that is just one of them. Yeah, that's very good news. Let's see. There was this video I wanted to play about that stuff that was shared. This Indian man was telling the Gen Z generation of India some of the things they've been through in the past and how they've overcome it. And during all this period when they were overcoming all these things.
Forefather, you're echoing.
Am I echoing?
Yes, very bad.
The Blackstone, are you hearing any echo?
No, you're not echoing. No.
You see this.
Check your.
Did you open the enemy of progress, Mr. Odi.
Are you on WhatsApp and also on StreamYard? So are you on the YouTube and StreamYard at the same time?
No. I think maybe there's just a little bit of. You might have two audio actually. Maybe that's what is causing it. I will check my listening if I left my echo cancellation on, but I doubt it. I hardly.
No, you're not echoing actually.
Okay, great. I think Nigerian man is coming back. Okay, so let's just play this so we hear some of the things, because I found it quite remarkable, some of the things he was telling the young generation.
Sir, Mr. President, do you know what hunger is? Do you know what hunger is? You don't. Sir, do you know what hunger is? I'll tell you. 1965, we fought a war with Pakistan. 1966, the rains failed. Do you remember that, sir? 67, the rains failed. We had to import 9 and 11 million tons of food from the United States. We were living on what is called ship to mouth. The ship would bring us the food, the wheat to eat. And Mondays, we were not supposed to eat. Ma'am, you might remember that. We were not supposed to have a meal, not have dinner. Ask me. Not that my father couldn't afford it, but he was a loyal Indian and he said no. And a 15-year-old kid sleeping hungry, let me assure you it wasn't easy. And this country that begged for food, and Mrs. Gandhi turned around and told her assistant, India will never beg for food again. This country that spread its hands and said, feed us, is in 2018 the second largest producer of food in the world. Your country. This is the mega trend we are seeing. This is the change we are seeing. India's consumer story, according to Goldman Sachs, will be shaped by people like you. We call you the Gen Z, born after 2000. People like you and I. Those fellows in the front row are all oldies. They don't know. But we have to shape the future of this country. And Goldman Sachs says this will be the world's most compelling story for the next 20 years. We can do it because we are Indians. 2015, Prime Minister said we will have 20 gigawatts. 1 gigawatt is 1 billion watts. We'll have 20 gigawatts of solar energy. We will have it by 2022. Announcement made in 2015. People said, you can't do it. We said, oh yeah, we'll show you. 4 years ahead of schedule, on 31st January 2018, we produced 21 gigawatts of solar energy.
You are watching a country within 3 years generate more power than the entire Nigeria has been generating for 60 years or 70 years. In 3 years, and they didn't just do it with the other power source, so solar power alone. That's what they did with solar power alone. And I just thought I should share that. It's just quite remarkable how, oh my God, let me just finish it anyway.
This is India's strength. People come to our hospitals. They see we gave over 2 million medical visas last year. People coming for treatment. One of the presidents of Africa I'm privileged to serve came. When we treated him, repaired him, he said, can I see the bill? I said, no, sir. You're a guest of my government. Atiti Deva Bhava. Said, no, I want to see the bill. We said, all right, see the bill. He saw it. He said, there's 1 zero missing. It can't be that cheap. I said, sir, we are Indians. We don't cheat our friends. We might cheat each other, but we don't cheat our guests from overseas. And he rubbed his eyes in disbelief and he said to me again, he said, Ambassador Deepak, that's why you are destined to be the best country in the universe. And I said, there's no doubt about that, Your Excellency. So what should you do as an Indian? Have faith and confidence in yourselves. Do not allow cynicism to affect you. And do you know, if you have to be scared, be afraid of fear. As we say in Hindi, darna hai to dar se daro. The great dictator Genghis Khan, my hero, said, if you are afraid, don't do it. But if you do it, then don't be afraid. That is India's philosophy. When we set our minds on something, and clap if you want to, my dear young lady, don't be afraid.
And we are known as headquarters for fear. I think what he said there is almost, he said everything. He even referenced an African leader that came there. And if that African leader actually said that, even if he was a diplomat, said you are destined to be the greatest country in the world, he shows you our mumu. These people, you go there for treatment that you should be getting in your country. Hey, we are a cliche. You will never see a British person there. You will never see a European there. No European you will see in their country. That's diplomat, high up diplomat, getting that kind of treatment. It's always ours that you see there going to get treatment overseas and saying, "Oh, I can." There's one extra zero is missing. because these people go and waste their own natural resources on other people. We are the ones that do it to ourselves. And you see how simple what they did for themselves. They said, oh, we are hungry. Okay, we'll make sure we don't humiliate ourselves like this again. And they went on to do it. And the one that is actually probably even more remarkable is solar power. They generate in 3 years. This is what I've been telling you, that our country, these our leaders are standing us down. In 3 years, they were able to generate more power than the entire Nigeria has been generating for decades. In 3 years, they did that. With solar power, not Kanji Dam, not any of, just solar power alone.
Forefathers, ask yourself why were they able to?
Our leaders are wicked. They are really wicked people.
Not only the leaders
people are going there. They get into power and they don't want to do anything for their people. They are cowards.
Not only the leaders. Not only the leaders. One thing, I work with Indian people. I work with 2 Indian companies actually. One thing I see with them is love for their country. You understand me? Let me tell you one story. I was not some story. What I experienced. I was there. I was talking with a guy. You understand me? He was working in the US, right? He and his family was in the US, right? Working for an Indian company in the US. So they have their first child in India before they move to the US. So when they want to have their second child, instead of having that child in the US, the guy now decided to relocate, to reapply, that company should bring it back to India. Then I asked him why. He said because they have their first child in India. So if they have their second child in the US, they will be asking why am I a different citizen? And why my brother is a different citizen? For that reason, the guy decided to go back to India to have that child, right? Maybe after the child have grown, they now go back to the US. What I'm trying to say that is loyalty to your country. You understand me?
He said it now when they were starving, that his father had the money, said they are not going to eat. They
what you don't have in
lived on
Nigeria.
rations. Has Nigeria ever got to the point where they are living on rations, the entire country?
So that's what you don't have. That's what you don't have in our DNA. Nigerians want to have everything from abroad, from foreign countries. You understand me? Right from 80s, when they knew that if you give birth in the UK, your child will be a British citizen. Women who has money, families who has money, that to born, they fly their wife.
Yeah, that's what they did. Yeah.
So this is the problem. That's that lack of law, lack of loyalty to your country.
No loyalty to their own people. Even we don't have.
Let me finish, sir. Let me finish. Just look at every country that today have developed. Ask the citizens. They will tell you their country is first before another country. But our own, other countries is first before our country. So how we go? That's why we cannot sacrifice for our own nation.
We don't want to sacrifice. That's what I was saying the other day. Now that our leaders and our people, we've eaten our system like termites. It's destroy wood. Termites are great builders. They build for themselves, but when they go after wood, they destroy it. Like that's how we treat our country. We treat our country like if it's not our home. Termites will build their home like they are the greatest builders in terms of insects. But in terms of destroying other things, they will destroy. But we, instead of building our home, we are the opposite of termites. We destroy the home and go and build other people's countries. This is our expertise, working for other people. You know, I'm telling you today, if I go into any office, I see a Nigerian in that office in the UK right now, I'll be worried. Because that Nigerian will be so hostile to me than he will be hostile to Igbo.
Yes.
Yeah, that is true. That's what they
do.
Did
you read the Sarah Reporter this evening, Father?
No, I didn't.
Read Sarah Reporter this evening. That is to know the kind of people we are in Nigeria. Nobody we will blame government, and with the citizen, our own is even worse than the government. I want to look the government as if they come from another planet. Where they come from another world. They are not our parents, they are not our brother, they are not our uncle. Sarah Reporter this evening, I think about this afternoon. Nigeria, people are crying of hunger. Some people, they have to tighten the presidential guard in Nassau Rock today and give instruction to the chief of staff, to the president, that are tightening more security that some people, there's a suspicious coup that want to take place. Look at what is wrong with Nigeria. This is the 4th time since last year that the army have been warning that people are disturbing them, that coup should take place. People just believe that they should take us back because of their selfish interest to another 50 years of backward. How many years is Nigeria in democracy? How many years that we want it to be like? Even UK that is 500 and something years, they still have flaws. Even America that is 200 and something, they still have flaws. People should sacrifice for country. Look at what this man is saying. Nobody, because it's not me, I didn't get what I want, the country must burn down. How can people with this all what we face from military?
I think Niger man, this comes from what you said earlier on, that when the economy is always good for the elites and bad for the ordinary people. If you heard what the Indian guy said, it was affecting the entire country. He said his own dad even had the money, but he says he put the country first. And in their regard, these people, when you have leadership that suffer with the people are willing to go through anything with you. This is why I've said it before. I said the Chinese, even during that same time when it was 1965, that's the year the Chinese tested their nuclear weapons. They were living on rations too. Most of the world was suffering. We were basically heading towards a civil war then. Most of the world was really suffering. They were living they were really hungry. People were dying. And they went on, they made all those sacrifices, and look at what they built today. But we don't seem to understand because our leaders themselves are not setting good example. The Chinese top brasses were living on rations too. You have to behave like the people. Otherwise, people will not support you.
Wait, the people...
First time you just said something that people are suffering. They are using millions, billions to renovate Donda Barrack. Who is going to stay at Donda Barrack? Who is staying there?
You see, that kind of stuff is stuff that gives people trust issues.
Who's going to be staying in Donda Barrack in the first place? Right? So, you are using billions to build a new house for the vice president. Don't he have a house in this economic crisis? You understand me? You are using billions to buy brand new cars for the first lady. These are the white people. Like you said,
and they tell you to buy a Nigerian maker, you refuse to buy.
Are not suffering with the people. That's why people are saying we don't want it again. You understand me? If one of us is going through,
Mr. Blasto, you don't understand. I understand where you are going. Exactly the same point. Me too, I am. But we cannot say because these people are like this. Why are the citizens not coming together? Look what has happened in China. Look what happened in France. Look at what happened in the other world in Spain. The citizens have to come together, but we are divided because we let the politicians divide us. If we, the citizens, come out, we say, yeah, this is our country. The sovereignty belongs to the citizen. Nobody can take power from us. But we don't do that. And why can somebody that because those people are bad, they will not say, some people will not be saying military should come back. For what?
Najama, let me ask you a question. Somebody asked me this question. He said, why can Nigeria now go into the street and demonstrate? Why is it a pocket of demonstration from state to state? Why can't they now organize one massive demonstration in the whole country at the same time? That was somebody asked me. What is the answer? Because they have been broken. You understand me? That's why they cannot come together and organize. The people that they were organizing those days, those demonstrations, they're no more interested. They're no more there.
No, I totally disagree with you, Mr. Blasto. During the election of last year, only on Twitter, on WhatsApp, on Facebook, people will do 1 million march. They will put it 1 million march. All states and the 6 states, they do 1 million march.
Yes, the question now.
What are we talking?
The question now is this: why is it not happening now?
Because everybody is not divided. Some people say no, the election didn't go our way.
So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying, that they have been broken. You understand me? So that division is part of the way they used to separate everybody. Everybody will be on their own. It's like all is there, all you to your tent.
You see, but what you are saying, what you are saying is that sometimes we too I think what Nigerian man is saying is that sometimes we make it worse too. Like when there is protest now around the world, in Nigeria, I mean most parts of Nigeria, and suddenly you hear some Southeasterners say, "Oh, we are not going to go and protest. Let them suffer." It's like, how does that even help solve your own problem? When you have a chance to actually come together and achieve something, it's like, let's say you're fighting for electricity, and now the entire country is on the same page. Let's say you were the one that was doing it and they were not following you before. Now everybody is on the same page, and you'll be like, no, I'm not going to join. To make it less likely that electricity is achieved. How is that a logical behavior? You forget, even after that protest, you still need electricity. That is the kind of behavior we tend to portray. Something that just it's like a perfect storm of total self mutilation, where we just damage everything. And I was really shocked. I don't even know where those narratives come from. I was very shocked that this week, suddenly the Southeasterners are saying they are not going to protest anymore. I'm like, where did that mentality come from? Who creates this narrative?
Okay, the best thing now, people are calling for military to come back. Is that the best thing, the solution? Okay, because we have to clear illegality with illegality to just destroy the everything.
And many of them, according to one guy, say many of them were not even born when the military was in office. Let me announce it. Military, they don't rig elections; they cancel them. They cancel them. If you think they don't throw you in a guard room, sometimes you disappear. Nobody sees you again. Bye bye. That's military attitude. The reason why people are calling for military is because the dividends of democracy is not showing. Our country, these useless politicians have turned it to just they are not showing any signs of trying to change. That is what is making people mad. They come into office knowing how upset people already are last year, and they come in and look at what they are doing. They are just repeating the same thing again. They are already stealing now. They're already catching some of them stealing. You see fellow Nigerians sabotaging the country. The entire thing is chaos, and that's why people feel like a military person needs to come in and knock some heads together. And if they have to clear, some people don't even care. They even want a dictatorship now. They don't care whether it's a dictatorship. That what is happening now is total chaos, and nobody seems to want to take charge. Tinubu is not looking to take charge. That is the problem. That's why you're getting. That's why you're having people call for military. And can you blame them? Look at the anarchy these people are presiding over.
Okay, now the Arewa is say, okay, let's separate. Why the Ohanese didn't come out and say, okay, let's have a meeting, a discussion on it, and let's separate? The Afenifere should come. The Yoruba Sotudwa is going. Why is the Afenifere is not coming? Okay, let's separate. The Arewa, the Arewa Consultative Forum have called for it. The Arewa leaders are called for it. The Arewa women are called for it. They are in the news. They are flying every day. Separate. Okay, why is the Ohanese not rising for it? Why is the Afenifere not rising for it? And let's go back to where we are coming from. Nobody should bring military. The military can never work. Everybody needs military to come to the people of Nigeria. It's enemy of Nigeria.
Nigerian, we are talking about separation. You understand me? If we cannot solve this problem today, you understand me? With separation, also solve the problem. That is
the best one.
Let me finish. If we cannot even rule ourselves together now, you understand me? Do you think that each of the region will also be able to rule themselves? Because it's the same problem. There are also ethnic groups in each of the regions. You understand me? It's the same problem we are. It is the people. Let's actually realize one thing, that it is our mindset. It is who we are. Not the system, not the country. It is we, the citizens. It's the way we reason, where we think. You understand me? That is the issue that we have in Nigeria. You understand me? Go to anywhere, ask any Nigerian person today, what are you want to say? Tell you, I'm going to leave Nigeria. I hate Nigeria. I don't know. It is only Nigeria I see that always declare that hate their country. You understand me? And the worst thing, when they come to diaspora, they'll be telling their friends, what are you still doing there? Who to leave the country? We continue are going
I think it's a psychosis. I said it earlier on. I think I probably need to share some of that video about somebody that investigated people that have been colonized. There's a psychosis going on there. Because if Nigerians hate their country so much, when they are playing football, they are dying, fainting and dying of heart attack. They love. You see, you love something, but you don't care for it.
Papa, that's not really
You don't even know.
When it comes to sorry to cut you short. When it comes to football, have you not seen people killing themselves because of Maju and Arsenal or Chelsea in Nigeria?
Another person country.
Another country, they're killing themselves, they're fighting themselves. That's football, not because of the country.
No. I think you hardly hear that people are watching it, fainting and dying.
No, I've of course, I hardly hear about it. You understand me? Even I don't know, this last African Cup was the only one I've heard that people fainted or died. The previous ones have never happened. You understand me? So I guess there's something.
And this one was quite serious because I was surprised that even like people I know said they know of somebody that did it. That is how strong. And I think the reason why it happened, maybe people were shocked to find that they felt it. They felt nationalistic to an extent because they spent so long.
Altruism was also there. Altruism was also there. Altruism.
What do you mean altruism?
People that spend and
well, they don't have the health issue now. You have the health issue that what is it, the Cairo? You have the health issue before.
Yeah, there's health issues is often involved.
You have health issues.
You're not hearing me out. It's like, when you have legs and you've not used it for a long time, and suddenly you discover you have legs. If you try to walk, you fall. And it's almost like that Nigerians have never been patriotic for a very, very long time. Maybe it shocked them because I remember watching the penalties. I didn't watch the main match, and I felt my heart palpitating. I was like, okay, I didn't expect that. So, you see what I mean? So you can be shocked to find out, okay, suddenly you still have heart for your country, and you are not ready for the shock that it brings. Maybe that accounts for what you saw.
But that's not for your country; it's for the football. That's what I think, because they also have it in other
matches. Yeah, but why did you associate yourself to that football team that is your country so strongly that you die?
That man is a politician.
Listen to me. All British clubs, all clubs in Europe, they go to Africa and go and open their so-called club school. They go academy. They go and set their jerseys and everything because they know Nigerians are one of their major supporters.
See, it's not the same thing. Do you know how many billion people watch that tournament? It's higher than the ones that watched this American top football that they said they had the highest rating this year. But it made the African one got more than 5 times the view, or maybe even up to 10 times the view. That tells you the participation is not the level of Barcelona football. We are talking about on a different level here. If you don't recognize it, I experienced it myself, so I know. I don't like football. My point is I don't watch football much. Why did I watch it? I don't watch football much, but yet I watched it.
The people that love football will always love football. You understand me?
Oh my God, you're not listening. It goes beyond that because even I watch it. I don't follow football every day. Since Arsenal started messing about with the Wenger, I didn't care about football again. That's a long time, more than a decade ago. I don't follow football, yet I saw it. So if I saw it, other people that didn't follow football also saw it. Maybe those are the ones that are collapsing and dying. People that are used to watching football will not be having a heart attack when they are watching it. And those were a lot of people. That's what you are missing that number. We're talking about a significant population that came in to watch football.
There are many other side factors that contributed to it, not only because of the football.
Not that football, not be football.
It's not football that caused it. It's the fact that they are supporting their country.
Yes, I'm saying. Has it been happening before? Have we ever heard it before? Is it the first time Nigeria is going to play football play the African Cup of Nations or go to the Olympics or go to World Cup? It's not the first time now.
I think we never got to the finals or semi-finals.
We are going to be shocked. We win Atlanta, so that we celebrate.
We have won African Nation 3 times now. We have won it 3 times.
Unless you stay here, we have never qualified. We have never bring anything from the CAF. Africa,
maybe it's after COVID-19 and period, but the point is that there was something that happened that shocked Nigerians, yes, and it's just a fact. Something shocked Nigerians.
The only one that actually said the one that collapsed in the stadium. That's what the other ones I can say. Maybe they were. I don't know. Maybe not people.
It happened everywhere. I know it's true because I experienced it myself. I was concerned for myself because I didn't expect it. I think it's the unexpectedness of it. Because I wasn't watching it, I just woke up, I just saw the penalties, I said, let me just watch. And I was surprised how my heart was palpitating. I didn't like that.
Some marriage that died in the field. What caused it? Because of the love of the Nigeria.
Nigeria man.
It's the truth. I know. It's
Please say that. That's not the point I'm making.
Because of the love. Some marriage that died.
No, that one was physical exertion himself. I'm talking about the general public watching match, and it became an epidemic that people were collapsing and dying. There is a difference there.
It's only one man at that kind of
No, it's not only one man. It's only one man. I'm telling you, I know people. Somebody in my area died. I think it's more than 4 people.
Forefathers. How do we know it was actually the match? How do we know? We heard that people they said that during the match, people died. During the match, these people collapsed and died. They didn't say they were watching the match. The only one we know that were watching the match was the man that was in the stadium, live on that stadium.
Yeah, you see what this guy is saying. You think you see the kind of something that he's doing. He's trying his best to make it look like you see. I think you are trying to say that Nigerians don't love their country.
No.
I don't think that's what. I don't think that's what.
I'm not saying that. No. I'm not saying that. That does not matter. That like me, I don't watch other matches. I watch every Nigerian match. Even the main match I watch. You understand me? But if you are talking about Nigerian country, do they watch Nigerian local league? Do people watch Nigerian local league? Do they watch it?
The point I'm making is that we are almost. This is why I say it's maybe a kind of psychosis where
John Abba talk to us.
Something we care about. We don't even recognize
the message, sir. What is decided?
Don't mind the Blackstone, Jonaba.
The
Blackstone.
Hallelujah! Praise the Lord.
You need to mind your business. When he comes here,
Right on, Papa.
rascality behavior. When he doesn't like, he wants us to believe that Nigeria said Nigeria. That is what he says.
Oh, I'm not saying no. Forefathers, let me find
No, Papa, don't go to that way now. It's not.
If you know the way Nigerians talk about Nigerians, you know, Sammy, about Nigeria, you sometimes will be disappointed.
No, I agree with you on that. I say some of all those things.
No matter how bad it is, our country, all this talk about division, this and this, it doesn't help anything. It doesn't take us to anywhere. Let's find a pathway to that, to who we want to be, how we want the nation to be. We have to find a pathway to that point. And we should stop putting people who has no vision, people who doesn't know what to do in government.
How can somebody be saying Nigeria can never be redeemable? Nigeria is irredeemable. Nigeria can never be better. Gaza, Israel, Palestine, they are still fighting. They are still praying for the country.
That's true.
Nobody
should ever. I think that's the one I totally disagree with. You cannot say that. That's a cause on yourself. When you start saying things like
that. What you wear, you're when it does like you are a surgeon in your room there, you understand me? Please try. Dr. Damages have damaged Nigerian brains. Please try and reconstruct it.
Dr. Damage that. Please, Jalaba, come in. This the black stone before he leaves somewhere. I don't understand at all.
You try. And reconstruct it.
Maybe Dr. Damages now. Welcome, Jalaba.
Good evening, my fellow brothers. And Igbo Basic, been a while, the Blackstone, Nigeria Man, and Odi. I watched the clip that you showed, and how the man, what they projected and what they accomplished. And I was thinking that I believe is the people also, we need a leader with a vision. I personally do not care, to be honest, whether it's a detector, whether it's whatever, but have a clear vision where we take Nigerian to. But if it is for selfish reason, or if it is not me, destroy it, I am not for that. But then I know that there are many Nigerians home and abroad that mean well for their community, for their fellow Nigerian, that the people have destroyed that vision. Let's say you're going home now to do some certain things. You will be robbed by your immediate family. They will not do the right thing. So the corruption they talk about, they say that charity begins at home. It's one of us that become a president. And there's always said that we are a product of our environment. So this is not one man issue. It's all of us. And oftentimes I've said that the mentality of Nigerians, anyone coming to take us, have to be very ready and set the goal and make it plain and clear to the people. These 4 years, these 8 years, this is our agenda. This is the roadmap to where we are going. We're going to pay price. There will be a reconstruction that will affect human life, property. But let us take heart and do it for the next generation and for the name of our own country. But in the situation where you see that ordinary person that you are trying to lift up is trying to pull you down, it's difficult to even to get anything done in that kind of atmosphere. And that is the problem we're all having. And it's a long walk to freedom, but it's possible. But we need a leader with a clear vision. I don't know, you guys mentioned about the military trying to take over. I think if there's anything like that, I think they should retire some of the top immediately. That's the way you should go. They will just resign them or retire them immediately, give them early retirement. Because our problem is not military. Some people believe military, but it's not about military only. The mindset from every side, we need a leader. And I hope that we all talk to ourselves in our dining table, in our barbering shop, wherever we gather as a community. How do we begin to change our orientation? How do we begin to love ourselves? How do we begin to appreciate? How do we put our own gift to work? And let us start doing that. Some people, to be honest, people are just being hypocrite. Some people are afraid to even tell their family friend they are traveling, they are coming home, they are going to these places. Yeah. Because there is a say that a man's enemy is in his own household. So we need to begin to have an open dialogue with ourselves, right from our own household. And then we also collectively, we can now become a better society. This issue of this is a thief, but it's not a thief enough because it's related to me. Or this person is bad, or it's not bad enough because it's something I will share something or whatever. It's affecting all the whole society. We have to come together as a people. Like I always say here, I understand some of the issue I speak to, how it provoke people, but the truth has to be told. The truth is bitter. I told you guys this is opportunity for the whole Nigerian, since this the hardship or whatever is going on, that it's not sparing anybody. Nobody should act like they are exempted. Nobody is exempted in this, except you are just trying to be hypocrite. This is how we galvanize But unfortunately, we have no leader. The opposition leader, whether it's Atiku or B or anybody that have that followers, is not utilizing it. Because this is the time you push back, it's okay. And the other, we say check and balance. We don't have check and balance in our system. Where if we just, okay, to your tent, oh Israel, it's okay, I throw it away, it's not affecting me. No, that's not true. We are all affected. It's the same air we are breathing in Nigeria. It's the same road we are all traveling in Nigeria. It's the same airspace we are all flying through in Nigeria. So anything that affects one of us or any region affect all of us in one way or the other. And this is about time that I think, and I always say, nobody become a husband or a wife to fail. Nobody become a leader, no matter how wicked you are to serve your people. Even if you are a dictator, at least your aim is to make name. So nobody become a leader. I don't believe that, whether it's Jonathan, whether it's Buhari or the current president, I want to become a president of Nigeria to fail them. No. But also we cannot, we will speak truth to the power that when you don't plan, then you plan to fail. But sometimes this thing is real. And I think we all have to learn as we share our love for our country that this is the right time we all speak out. Nobody, I don't think all of us want to be in abroad. I don't think so. I think if Nigerians have whatever we are all looking for here, we will be glad to be in our mother's land. We will be glad to die side by side in our community with those that we have lived together and we die together. Well, and that is why it's a heartache for so many people. But we have now formed a common way of, okay, how do we start working on it? Because one person, you will be tired. You'll be overwhelmed by anything you are doing. They say a tree cannot make a forest. In your own family right now, you cannot be only one person that have money and you are safe or you enjoy it. Because the other people will be demanding from you. And I think it's not a blessing like you may think. But if everybody is doing well, it takes the burden off of one person or few. So that is the way we should go and use this opportunity and galvanize the base. And hopefully a leader will emerge that will say, okay, hear his voice. He's speaking for the people. But the corruption of him or the mentality of even ordinary Nigeria is desperately evil. If you go everywhere you go, you see it, whether any part of Nigeria you go, you witness that. And we're supposed to be speaking. When I was growing up as a little kid in my village, I used to see the town hall, how when anything happen, how they rally to solve the immediate problem and keep the community safe. Right now, even the vigilantes in the village, you cannot trust them. You cannot trust them.
Yeah, it's very interesting you use that trust term, because I have never really seen any other community where they are going to somewhere, they are afraid of telling their fellow countrymen. That is almost unique to Nigerian. I don't know about other African countries where they are scared. They do it first before they tell their family members. It's really, really strange, some of the things that we practice. But that said, the bigger point is about, for me, the one that blew my mind is that India is able to generate 20 gigawatts of electricity in 3 years with solar panels. More than what Nigeria generates, we've managed to generate for the entire 60, 70 years of our existence. In 3 years, they did that. That shows you how useless
what does that
we have done
surprise
to ourselves. Pardon?
Why does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't surprise me. No, if you look at what I've been saying forever,
listen,
I'm commenting on need, because when this stuff, when people say it, There are people that will tell you that, oh no, our situation is different. Stop comparing this thing. It's normal. And you hear people doing analysis and telling us we should wait 40 years, 50 years for anything to change.
Well, I think it's commonplace. We know Nigeria it's not working. Nigeria is not working. It's a failed state. Don't you know that? So listen.
No, that is not the point. Actually, the point I'm making is that the people, just like what you are doing now, the people are the problem.
That's my position. I'm sorry, to kind of interject, but
you jumped the queue. Let's allow Odi say something else, because Odi was here earlier than he went out.
That's fine. I just wanted to respond to John Abbas. You see,
if you don't mind,
you have not finished there.
Go ahead, please.
Hello, fellow panelists. I was here before the great John Abba, but he's your friend, so that's why Nigeria is not good.
That is not fair.
Yeah, but anyway, it's good to meet with everybody. So look, the most important thing is that we're having a conversation. There is always dysfunction in different settings, groups. America, you meet an average Republican now that Biden is in government. This economy has never been any better, I think, in the history of the United States. This is the lowest amount of, jobless people you've ever had. This country is richer than ever it has been. More military hardware, much more respect. Meet a Republican in Texas. He'll tell you that this country has never been as bad as it has been. Look, people can criticize their country, and rightly so. And once, let's say Trump wins, watch Democrats. Look, America is divided among the tribes in the United States. It's no longer like the skin color per se. It's not the political parties. Look, in the next 1 year, I hope not, but Trump may be the president. And if Trump becomes the president, the same Democrats that were saying, oh, this country is great, everything, they will say, oh, everything, this is the worst you've ever seen. America, even a leading American journalist went to Russia to interview Vladimir Putin. He said every disgusting thing about the United States. People can criticize their country. And that's what the Constitution provides for and protects us from saying. It's not, the question is, are people patriotic? Look, I think that's where I've always summarized my I can say that Nigeria is a useless country, but I can still support Nigeria if they are playing sports or if things are working out in Nigeria. Niger man was saying something about if you didn't want. Look, if the process is not clean, and if I feel cheated in the process, look, I'm going to keep screaming about it. And no one should take away my right to scream about this process. You talked about India. I listened to the video. I didn't catch all of it. It was echoing on my own end. The guy said, oh, there's never, the poverty and the hunger then was during the war. If I remember, if that's what he was referring to.
After the war.
After the war.
After the war, yes.
Odi, sorry, Odi.
No,
Odi.
Let me land.
I'm going to go
Let
out.
Olumide, come on, man. You just
Let
came
me
in.
land. Let me
I'm
land.
going to go out now. Sorry to...
I'm going out too. I'm going out. So that's, I'm going to come back to the. Let me land with my point. I'm leaving. I have an appointment.
People.
Let me tell you. Forefather said, oh, has this ever happened in Nigeria? My brother, the word Kwashoko was fully conceptualized in Nigeria during the war in Nigeria. When the Gaza war is going, there's so starvation. And when you see people getting good lentils, food, and, look, these Gaza children are looking good. Go and look at what happened between 67 and 70 in the southeast Nigeria.
But
so yes,
different context.
No, it's not. It's post-war India
in the
that is talking
Southeastern
about.
He's talking about, hold on, let me finish now.
Being starved out.
No, let me finish. It's post-war India, post-war Nigeria. Go YouTube. People were given, whether it's £10 or £20, everybody. There was a deliberate policy to make sure that that region never came up again. A few years after the war, Nigeria sold its assets. Amongst, go and check it. Sold all the assets of Nigeria.
Indigenization decree, that's what it's called.
Between the people who could afford it. Of course, the people that came from a big region of part of Nigeria could not get involved in the process. They did not. So what I'm saying is this. What India has done now is that most Indians are patriotic about India. It wasn't always like this, because they got a leader and someone saying, oh, like, let all the citizens come and support. Look, countries get well based on good leadership. There is no go and people can go and riot and do whatever.
Audi, I'm going to leave now.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Don't
do this.
Let me finish. We have many examples.
Look, quite good, but he's containing himself.
You act like you take sides with.
I have to finish. I like your idea. Look, if you look at the history,
there are more people here. They need to be able to talk. KJ hasn't said anything. OT hasn't said
let me just finish.
That's fine.
History is littered with leaders, strong leaders who have managed to rescue their countries. Hey, you're not going to shut me up. Let me finish what I'm saying. I know we have similar views, but let me finish. If you look at history, starting from Julius Caesar, from Augustus Caesar, coming to Singapore, coming to India, coming to United States, and their first president, you had strong leaders who moved people out of poverty in droves by decisions that they have made. This government, why people are calling it out, is because they have refused to make simple decisions that could move people out of poverty. The government came without, many people didn't, the majority did not support this government, even by INEC values. Now, the government, first day, the president says subsidy is gone. Now, that's already set panic. This is what you call an own goal in football. Immediately, they followed the policies of trying to share money to citizens. And when people criticize them, so I'm telling, the basic thing is that the government did not come with any plan. This is failure of leadership. Everybody's waiting for the decisions that this government will make. Immediately they started giving money, sending prayers to the senators' accounts. They bought billions of naira worth of cars that not Nigerian made. They are making promises about things that will happen, and immediately they floated the naira without any plan. That's why we are here. It's because of failure of leadership. It is not, stop blaming the citizens. Citizens are doing what they're supposed to do. Nigerians love their country. Many of us want to return back to Nigeria.
If I'm to summarize that clip, it was about citizenship, patriotism, sacrifice, and courage. He ended with courage, and that's another part that most Nigerians have never shown. I think when you
can I come in now?
Jonaba, it's like the chicken is coming out to root for you.
I'll go to the backstage, guys.
You are now talking against the government. But let's make it louder.
No, I'll just go to the backstage. Yeah, take me to the backstage.
Because the idea that the Civil War context was about a war that they are
Jonaba, the chicken is coming on to root now. Let's put that louder.
You need to stop this now. Come on.
Nigeria.
You and this your warm light in the background. I will put you backstage. You need to stop this now. Come on.
This is Nigeria now. That's how Nigeria be. They always be the queue. They always want to
speak the truth.
Whenever OT is here, I'm not going to let you interrupt because OT is quite good at it. But whenever he's behaving, you should.
I hate to listen to the rubbish. I must say.
What is rubbish?
know.
What is rubbish? Nobody say rubbish.
People talk rubbish.
In the context that India,
sometimes talk rubbish.
Let me just make a
instead of you to criticize your government, where you should criticize them.
This is their own belief, not rubbish. Somebody saying rubbish. Let people have their own view.
Olumide, you need to stop it. You are not trying to troll us here today. Let me just say 15 seconds quick, because he made that this in example about the Civil War. The context the Indians were talking about was after they finished fighting with this Pakistan, not even within their country, they were poor. And the entire nation was poor. They were not eating certain food, yes, and they make the sacrifices to get themselves here. That is what he's talking about. He's not talking about whether when they fought each other, they didn't starve each other. It's about a poor nation that had to survive on other people. The entire nation, not just targeting a specific population. I think was it KJ next or OT? OT, please go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
Why I wanted to step back is because really, I mean, after listening to him, I wonder what else am I going to say? Because some of these things are quite simple. I don't know why all this our never guessing, people just talking. Is it like, I mean, because we like coherence in our thought, or that we have such a short memory? Now, I listened to John Abba. Somehow he's asking the question, I mean, wondering where are our leaders? I mean, looking up to the opposition. I mean, the opposition. Yes, remember we had an election, and somehow, well, not somehow. I mean, these opposition leaders you're pointing to, they lost. They didn't win the election. Okay, so we have a government, a leader of the country. The president is the leader, right? So he's the leader, and I wonder why you are, looking for other leaders. So, and that means if this leader cannot lead, so he doesn't fit. It doesn't. It's like a square peg in a round hole. He should give way if he cannot lead. So, as I said, Odi quite clearly summarize the problem. It's a matter of leadership. All these things we're talking about, I don't know. We cannot always try to reinvent the way. Okay. You lead, the people will follow you, and it is no point talking about loyalty or patriotism. All these have no meaning. Okay, people are individuals. People are grappling, facing a daily battle to survive, and I'm talking about patriotism, talking about trust, talking about courage, talking about all loyalty, all these things. The country, the leadership, political leadership, is failed. And if you don't have a leadership, no organization is going to make any headway. When you have the proper leadership, okay, now you see the people, it's quite easy to lead people, when you have a vision, do the right thing, making the sacrifice, leading by moral example. It's not pontificating, it's not telling the story, it's not saying one thing and then doing the other. Come on, it doesn't work that way. This is quite simple. Because sometimes people talk and then
sorry to cut you short. When you talk like this, you all think that governance is just like a very simple thing. Even the Canada you are.
Hold on, listen. I'm not saying the governor.
Let me ask you a question. I'm asking you a question.
So, Blackstone, what is making governance back home so difficult for those people that they can't do the right thing? Give them a self-defense.
Yes. I'm not even.
Let me tell you one thing.
The understanding of it. Okay, listen.
Oti, don't worry. You take two questions. Olumide has asked you. I hope you've noted that. Then the Blackstone ask again.
Let me tell you one of the reasons why it is difficult for most leaders to.
You're asking a question. No,
you're asking a question. I'm going to ask you a question. Yes, I want to ask you. No,
go ahead.
A question. He said, "What is it? Corruption is one of the things. And corruption is from the top to the bottom." Right, that's one of the reasons why it's difficult for you to make a law.
Okay, right. Okay, is that a question?
My question I want to ask is this, right? If you are the Nigerian president, tell us how you are going to rule that country.
Oh, come on. Hypothetical question. Now, first of all, yes, you're right. Corruption.
That is everything he has been talking about. To be fair to him, that's everything he has been talking about.
Hold on. It's simple. Okay. Blackstone. It's simple. Corruption from head to stone. So where do you how and where do you begin to solve it? From the top, not from the bottom, right? So as a president, if you're not corrupt, okay, a president of a country, and then people, then the country, the Nigerians, you have ministers know that they're not corrupt. They're not going to be corrupt. Or if they are, they know that there are going to be consequences, right? So already 70% by the president not being corrupt. Already corruption solved 70%. This is it's not magical thinking. It's common sense. Not because
I understand that's 1960. We have never had a president who was not corrupt.
No, listen. You can understand that. It's not a difficult concept, right? If you're on top, you're not corrupt. You are transparent. Excuse me. You
as a person since 1960. Have we never had one leader that was not corrupt?
So Blackstone, you are contradicting yourself. Excuse me. Complaining that Nigeria cannot work. That's why you are saying you can't
Nigeria is
work.
corruption from
Since
top to bottom.
1960, you are saying it yourself.
And I'm telling you,
you can't work.
If the president, the person on top, is not corrupt, and the population, those that he's leading, know that he's not corrupt, corruption will go not 100%, but at least 70%. And here we make it clear that I'm not gonna stomach it. I'm not gonna put up with corruption. His ministers, permanent sex, all these people. I would be moral leadership. It is simple. I mean, what is complicated there? And
okay, are you not telling me that president will be going to every region to region?
No, I when they tell all these things, I just laugh sometimes. When you say all this, I just laugh. You know.
Excuse me.
So Blackstone, you guys, you and Nigeria, one Nigeria, whatever, one Nigerian, lie.
So
you are contradicting yourself.
So are you saying
you are saying that people ask for the country to break up? You pretend that the country is workable, and for 60 years you have never had a good leader, and the guy is providing solution, and you are telling him it's just grandstanding.
And that's it.
No. So what is your own solution? What is your own hypocritical
what solution is he providing? What solution?
You see, that's for Germany. They post.
Can we allow him talk? Why are people just jamming him everywhere?
No. Where are you? Where are you? Canada.
And in Canada, it's just shit. I'm telling you, there's not fixing anything.
Canada.
There's no fixing anything.
I beg, forget that.
Stop just jabbing at people left and right. You're going to have your turn, Olumide.
You are never straightforward. Blackstone, you just Benin people. I don't know what's wrong with all of you.
If there was slave now, you're about people. Can
you stop with this type of talking? What is wrong with you? You've gone tribal now.
You see,
one Nigeria on top lie, on top
Olumide, you are being disruptive now.
The Blackstone. So now the thing is, okay, of course, there will always be corruption. There will always be law breaking. There will always be criminals. Okay, but then the thing is this: when you break the law, what happens?
There will be consequences
from top to bottom, and again from the top, right? Now, because if those on top break the law, and
it's not just only from the top. I think
first and foremost from the top. That is why it is leadership. That's
so
why.
Are you telling me the corruption in Nigeria is just 1 year old?
No, excuse me, sir. That is why it's from top head.
No, my question to you, OT, are you saying now, summarizing everything, that we all understand the corruption in Nigeria? So the corruption now is just 1 year old or whatever that this president came in, that the corruption in Nigeria started?
No, of course, I'm not saying it's 1 year old. It's systemic.
Okay, that is what we are speaking to. We are speaking to that, and the notion that you are
listen, Janabas, we're not saying the same thing, okay? And you see,
I'm not saying we are saying the same thing.
Okay, we're not. So now, therefore, what you're saying is this, okay? I mean, it's like we kind of we don't know where to start to solve this problem. I mean, that's the impression you're giving. Or now you say leadership. Okay, you're looking up to the opposition, those that contested.
No. I think you choose and pick to what you hear, and you change the narrative to what you want, to how you want to.
You are not telling that because somebody is corrupt, one minister, the president should go and fight that person. What you're supposed to be asking, what is EFCC and ICTC doing? What is their job? That is their job. It's not the work of president to go and be fighting corruption.
Come on, listen, is it my friend?
See,
my friend,
I think the president has a say because.
Let me answer his question. You see,
Hmm.
the thing is this, okay? You see, that's what, look, and the kind of system we have, this presidential, right?
In that country to play.
So we have the courts as well, the EFCC, all this is, but don't these are kind of agencies of government, okay? Look, the buck stops at the presidency, right? He's number one. So if we're talking about leadership, political leadership, he's the center of the universe, right? Okay. So, and if he is failing, nothing else will work. It's as simple as that. Are you with me? So this is not difficult. It happens everywhere, right? So you fix political leadership, even everything, but your cultural, whatever, your cultural state, your educational.
Okay, we have heard you. So you are the same thing you are repeating, right? In the one way or the other. My question to you, all my saying to you is that, Odi,
are you referring to me?
No. I have heard I talk about Odi that left, and you continue almost the same submission. But my question to you on the issue is that you have answered that corruption did not start 1 year ago, and you say it's epidemic, it's been rooted, and now, like we all understand, a level of leadership that when it happens, it stops at the desk of the president. He can fire, if things are not going the way he wants, and all of that. But then we are saying practically that the corruption in Nigeria, speaking that we have to have a dialogue from every side because it's in our family, it's in everywhere in Nigeria. And if almost 100% society are corrupt, which means if you fire this person, the next person you're going to bring is also already corrupt, right? But you can set a standard whereby, as a leader, you set an ideology, the pathway that we are going. Maybe you may not accomplish everything in your tenure, but at least you lay the foundation, and we are lacking that. And I said there should be a check and balance. They cry out the leader of any party of the masses. But you are saying that the election just ended, and these people that are here, that are illegal and all of those things. That does not, what of if, do you think there is any perfect election anywhere?
No. John Abbas, you see what I was getting at is this, okay? Look, I'm saying, again, I was really trying to kind of emphasize the point, about where responsibility, where ultimate responsibility lies. Okay, now because these other leaders, there are leaders everywhere. In your family, you're a leader. I'm a leader in my household, right? Okay, so now, but we're talking about a country, and therefore is the number one man. Okay, so he sets the weather. He sets the tone, and every person ought to follow. It's authority. That's what authority is. Okay, so. And there's nothing more authoritative than an example, moral example. But it's not when you are corrupt, when you are...
So you mean he cannot enforce the law now, and the reason why things are getting worse is because he's a corrupt person?
Yes, not only that, okay? Yes, you see? Now, because it's not only a matter of enforcing the law, because this law thing is also, we'll talk about the mindset, the mentality, okay? This can change overnight. It doesn't have to take years. A mindset, people's consciousness. Okay.
So for what you have been,
a visionary leader can inspire. A visionary, able leader can inspire a change of mind by his personal example. Believe me.
I know that. I said in my statement that if we have a leader that have an ideology or a clear vision, I say, okay, bear with me, and there is a roadmap to where we are going. I think citizen does not mind going through that. But when there is no a format where we say, okay, this is where we are heading to, then that gives people worry. So I do not understand of anything you guys are coming to criticize me, and I don't even care about.
Let me help you augment the answer you gave
It's KJ. It's KJ's.
KJ, I'm not trying to
KJ,
take.
please.
I'm not trying to take your
Hello,
spot. I'm
Crayfish
just trying to augment
When you
Otis'
give us
answer using Otis' spot. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Please
okay.
don't vex.
Use 30
Don't
seconds to
vex,
make your
KJ. Don't
point,
vex.
Olumide.
So
30
what I'm
seconds.
trying to say, Jonaba, what we are trying to say is that there's a process. See, democracy is a process, and the process for leadership involves a cycle. Every time that cycle kicks in, it's an opportunity to reset the leadership, because this leadership is the one responsible for making laws and policies that direct the very affairs of the country. Everybody is involved, whether elected or non-elected, every citizen. And the citizens are trying, go and give it to mommy, I'm coming. Go and give it to mommy, I'm coming. Go and give it to mommy. So it involves, you understand, everybody. Every day, companies are taking decisions, they are making policies, government parastatals are making decisions, they are maybe punishing or disciplining erring staff, sacking erring staff that have been involved in corruption. But every day when we read the papers, we don't see that happening with government officials. We see millions being misappropriated, billions, and we don't see the people that were elected to leadership showing good example. That is why we have this. We have lost faith in the system. And when I say a cycle, we had an opportunity to reset this cycle in
30 seconds,
2023.
and you are
Listen,
making a
listen.
whole speech. It's KJ's turn.
One last
It's
line.
not
In
your turn.
2023, we had an opportunity to reset
Why
this
are we
cycle.
not
But
considerate?
that faith in that cycle was demented when the people had an impression that they were rigged out of who they wanted to choose. And now the man that you are choosing that is there doesn't have a clue what he wants to do, and then you're expecting miracles. The next cycle is 20, except something happens before 2027. We have another cycle to get
Are
it
you
right.
going to respect some other person's time?
You understand? We have another cycle to get it right.
Father, you moderate now.
No, I'm
You
allowing
understand?
him to use his own
We
decency
have another cycle to get it right, and not just the presidential cycle, governorship cycle,
Olumide,
local
okay, your
government
time
chairman
is up
cycle.
now.
KJ, I apologize. Take your turn.
Yeah. See, let me just make one quick 30 seconds remark. Unlike Olumide, I'm not going to take more than 30 seconds. Leadership and the people, I think they have a kind of symbiotic relationship. Like when you eat and you go and write an exam, if you eat poison, you're not going to do very well. And depending, and sometimes if you eat some relatively okay food, you'll be fine. They have that kind of relationship. It's not only one-sided. If you could eat terrible food and go and perform very well, in other words, you can create good leaders from nowhere. But
The
most of the
West
time,
that you copy the
what you eat
democracy
affects how
from.
you behave.
You
Hold on.
understand? The West you copy
Man,
the
this guy,
democracy
man,
from.
can you
They,
just stop it? Come on.
You can
you're
moderate
putting
now.
it on.
It's okay, KJ. Please go ahead.
Go ahead. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Again, I want to draw us back to today's topic, which is rebranding Nigeria via movies, music, and books. They so far on the project, the trajectory or whatever that we're taking is not going to get us there, and we don't seem to be agreeing. The little knowledge I have about leadership is that everything rises and ends in leadership. So if you have a good leader, majority of the countries that have developed, have taken shape in the recent times, are not. It wasn't done by the majority of the people. It was done by a leader who had a vision. Every vision that you have, you cast it, and you point to the people. This is the direction we are going. Just like we were discussing earlier, that some writers, some literature books, the writers or the people who have formulated the story that we are reading, or the drama that we are watching, or the music that we are even listening to, do not necessarily say they are champions of ideas. Do not necessarily say they have it all. They say to you or to us, these are the flaws we have found in our society. This may be a way to deal with it. What do you think? At that basis, you now decide by yourself which direction you want to go as a society. And if a clever leader is following the trajectory of events, you quickly take on that idea that has been thrown to the public, and you deal with it. You don't necessarily have to be a member of the party to be able to deal with idea or that have been brought forth from various dialoguing. You don't necessarily have to be a supporter of the government to bring, for the government to take your idea and run with it. But we have reduced our own governance to who is supporting us, who are the town criers crying for us. Once they are not crying for us, once that media house not working for us, we try to ostracize them from being able to get access to information or even report. So if you ask me, I will say that leadership, is not only you can't achieve much when you're not in a position to make a change. If you're in a position to make a change, unless I'm coming.
KJ, did you see that video, the video that I played of that Indian
No, I'm coming to that story. Now, you don't necessarily have to. Okay, you have now destroyed what I'm going to. I can't remember what I want to talk about.
It's okay. Well, you can talk about the Indian one too, because I was curious whether you heard it, because you went back to the original topic.
Yeah, that is because I'm trying for us not to divert. Now, what the Indian man was talking about is not exactly what we are talking about in this context. But I don't know. I didn't hear all of what you're saying.
One of the things he said, in short, let me distill it down. He started with sacrifice, hardship that they went through. Then he talked about their triumphs, what they've accomplished because of those sacrifices. Then he went on to talk about courage. It's very interesting because he didn't have to. He went on to talk about courage. He used Genghis Khan as his
sacrifices by who? By who?
Now that is where
people.
That's where I totally refuse. I disagree with him. The Nigerian society, north, south, east, or west, have over-sacrificed. We've over-sacrificed. We've been sacrificing since the independence was declared over Nigeria, and we're still sacrificing. Well, how much more do you want us to sacrifice? You want me to sacrifice when I see that my legislator is collecting 160 million naira to buy a car?
And when you are an exile, self-imposed exile from your country.
Okay. You want me to sacrifice when I see that just 2 days ago the man was living in a face me, I face you. Now he's living in the legislative quarters in a duplex. And you want me to sacrifice?
Okay, I think that's a fair question. I think what the situation is a very, very interesting question actually. If let's say, I think the idea is that I agree with you. That's a fair question to ask. If your leaders are not setting an example, why should you follow? Because those leaders probably set good examples.
Yeah.
But but you have to be open to it first. Because if you're not open to having leaders that are willing to make the sacrifice and you just abandon hope, you're not going to create that at all.
No, but you're not asking him for. It's not about abandoning hope, but sacrificing.
Now, when Peter Obi took over, and I'm using him because that's the example I can only get right now. When Peter Obi took over Anambra State, it wasn't that the governor before was sacrificing. One of the things were set in place. But he came in and set the pace he wanted to work with. And every other person who didn't want to work with that either simply resigned or was relegated to the backdrop or couldn't steal until he left. And that's what I'm saying. So you cannot tell us to sacrifice. And I turn around, your Minister of Humanitarian, how many billions missing there? Nobody has gone to jail. And I turn around, the man who was the former Minister of Aviation just went away with $18 billion and he's still walking around. And I turn around, I see that the former Accountant General has gone away with 180 billion,
I agree with you on that. I think everybody will agree with you on that. Our leaders are not making the sacrifice that they are asking of the people.
Sacrifice? What are we sacrificing for? Because you still have an over-bloated government. You still have ministers using more than 8 official vehicles in a row. You yourself, you are still driving the least you have taken is 50 cars in a convoy. And you want me to sacrifice? Come on, guys, wake up.
I agree with you on that. I don't think anybody.
And do you know that an average salary of
hold on, Nigerian wants to say something quickly, and then it will be your turn.
You know, the Northerner. Let me say something. You see, the Northerner are complaining of nepotism during Tinubu. I went to make a research. Let me tell you something. During the time of Buhari, that we say it was the appointment was nepotism. The total appointee of Buhari, 54.2 was from the south, 45.8 was from the north. Let me break it by region. It's only Igbo that have a good fight in that nepotism. The southwest was having 33.7% in Buhari tenure. The northwest was having 19.5%. The northeast was having 15.3%. The south was having 12.6%. The north central was having 11.1%. The southeast was having 7.9%. But the people that have the most, 33.7% is the southwest, the Buhari, but they were crying nepotism. But now the north is crying of nepotism. They are saying they didn't talk the time of Buhari. Buhari slash his salary with 50%. All the old ministers during Buhari only appointed 2 aides to them. Tinubu appointed 8 aides to each one. And he had the largest of ministers. And he's still appointing more people, parastators are tomorrow. You understand?
So what's the point you're making? What's the point you're making?
I think he's making a point that the South is in that record is the most kind of marginalized group.
No, but overall, you know, I mean, with the overall point you want to make in connection with the topic we're discussing about leadership and about failure of leadership.
Look at this budget now for this 2024. Look at what the big cabinet, this thing government is there. Tinubu is forming. Those budgets will just go for them. And these same people, you are telling citizens that it's a childbirth. If the pain comes from beginning, the end will become sweet. And so, you want?
I thought you're a support of government. I thought you're a support of a government. Really, I thought you're supporting the government.
No, he's not in support. He's not.
You have to be open-minded. Anytime you are the platform, that's the more problem you are having.
See, you know the problem I have with Nigeria, what people like Nigeria, Nigeria man, or Blackstone, is that they always they contradict themselves.
You are the one that contradicts yourself most.
You don't even understand what they are talking about.
Hold on. We can't hear one person. See, sometimes people can hold. Sometimes people can hold.
Maybe you should say your stuff in German. Okay.
So Olumide, come on, stop.
Stop it. Don't let me tell you.
Sometimes people can hold two different opinions that seem opposing each other, because I think Niger man, he believes in certain things, like he doesn't like military coup. It doesn't mean he supports the government, like what he's saying now. It doesn't. You see what I mean? So people can hold opinions without necessarily supporting the government.
So if government, because you don't like government face, or you don't like Tinubu face, when you not do something good, because the bad one is do, you have to clean up. No, I don't do that. I criticize government. I don't criticize the country. I criticize the government. If I want to criticize Nigeria, I criticize APC. I criticize Tinubu government. I cannot tell Nigeria cannot be redeemable. Nigeria is dead. No, that is where I was born. God created me there. If God doesn't want me there,
can I have my turn? Thank you.
Yeah, okay. To be fair, Nigeria, let's allow Olumide. Olumide hasn't had his son.
So
Nigeria man, your audio is bad right now. You can rest your microphone for a bit. Can you stop with that now? Nigeria man, just hold on.
Let me educate you a little bit about not contradicting yourself. Can I educate you a little bit? You know what they call consistency. Let's say, let me educate you about consistency.
Let me talk to Nigeria man. Nigeria man, they can't hear you. Your audio is shaky.
Can you please mute him so I can have my phone?
Hold on, Olumide. Hold on. I think I want to help Nigeria man's audio, because whenever Nigeria man tries to talk fast, the audio cuts somehow. I don't know why.
Because I try to finish your time for somebody else to get time. You just try to let me upset.
You have made your point now. For and against. You have made your point. For and against. That's why you're confused in your head there.
It's not confused.
Your part that you don't like. that is confused.
See, Nigerian man, take it easy, man. Come on,
look at
calm
it.
down, Nigerian man. Oh, let's not start insulting each other. Let's take it easy. I think Olumide is always jibing like that. Stop talking like that, Olumide. Come on.
Okay,
Olumide,
no
please go
problem.
ahead.
Let me. So let me speak with decorum. Let me speak with decorum. So let me just explain a few things. Nigeria.
Let me finish.
Let me talk now.
It's not your turn. Let me finish.
No, actually, it's Olumide's turn, Nigerian man. It's Olumide's turn.
I'm saying go.
It's Olumide's turn. Let allow Olumide to speak. Nigerian man is going to come back to you soon. Let Olumide just speak. And listen, Olumide shouldn't have said that he's confused. It's not nice.
Okay. I apologize for saying you got a bit of dementia in your head. I'm sorry.
You know what, Olumide, you've lost time now. You see, Olumide, you are being rude now. You see what Olumide is doing. He's not making point. It's not nice, Olumide. Don't be doing that. Olumide, you need to retract that now.
Okay, I retract it. In Jesus' name, I retract it.
Don't you understand that people have family? What is wrong with Olumide? People have family members watching.
Nigerian man, you should know that you just clean your leg. Forget him. Just
in Jesus' name, I retract.
Okay.
Amen. Somebody say amen. I'll say amen. Okay.
You don't have anything to say. You shut up. You must not back.
I have lots to say. Come on, listen.
Nigerian man, take it easy. I know that you are very action oriented and no nonsense kind of person.
All this gra no go fit Nigeria. All this gra now to sit down talk on the table of brotherhood.
Leave it. Nigerian man, just leave Olumide. Olumide will drive you crazy today if you carry on going after Olumide.
Just leave the guy. What Nigeria beg.
Olumide, please go ahead. Nigerian man, stop omitting yourself now. Stop omitting yourself.
We need to orientate and educate our people that we want to get things right. We want to build this country on the foundation of integrity, honesty, you understand? And the spirit of one country where everybody, regardless of your ethnicity, your culture, and your language. See, even the Fulanis are welcome in Nigeria. As long as they behave themselves, they go through the normal process, get a passport, register with immigration. They have they want to involve themselves in the community, buy land, go through, whatever you want to go through. Don't come and kill people on the farm. Don't come and tell us you own your Madam Ford, your forefathers own the land. That's Bokom and BS. And when it comes to building that country on the foundation that we want, the one country we want, it doesn't matter who wins that election, whether it is the Yoruba man, whether it is the Igbo man, whether it is an Ido man.
Nigerian man, just leave it alone.
Let it be free and fair. No country is 100% corruption free. We see it every day. But it is the transparency and the honesty with which you fight this evil that bedevils the society. When people commit a crime, you arrest them, you prosecute them, you don't sweep it under the carpet, you don't say, it's my party member, please let it go. If the EFCC chairman is not prosecuting a known case of corruption, who is giving him the signal not to hide the file inside the cupboard? Who is not letting him work independently of his work? Why was he even appointed in the first place? Was it because of the purpose of delaying justice? Is that why he was appointed, to do the party's bidding? You understand? And democracy is supposed to engender transparency and honesty, whereby no matter what party you subscribe to, that is the purpose of democracy. When people do election and elect different people from different parties get into office, it is supposed to, when you know that this other man that is from another party is watching you, it is difficult for you to involve yourself in corrupt acts or practices, because it's going to expose it. You understand? But because these resources that is there, listen now.
Election. What you are saying here?
So what I'm saying,
hold on, Olumide for a second. Hold on for Olumide for a second.
It doesn't matter to me what
Olumide, just hold on for a second. I need to tell Niger man, your audio, when you talk fast, it loses. People can't hear everything you are saying anymore. it's like your mic is losing details. We can't hear you fully, so that you know. Because sometimes when you say something, you'll be surprised. Olumide will go and start talking about something else. It's not because he's ignoring you, because he's not hearing what you are saying. So okay, please, Olumide, go ahead.
So in essence, what I'm saying is that, see, I don't believe that I don't expect the president to come and do right for the people. I don't expect it, because in the first instance, the election that brought him in was flawed. So if he's not working what the people expect him to work, why are you surprised? That is what we're saying. So whether he does anything good or he does anything bad, that is your business, Niger man. You understand? So you can give him kudos all you want. You can. The fact that he came in and rigged and flawed and corrupted our process up until the Supreme Court, to me, as far as I'm concerned, is not a good man. When our constitution says that the man must have a certificate that is genuine and provable, we don't have that in his record. He had a criminal case. Our law says you can't have a criminal corrupt. You shouldn't have been convicted or committed any criminal conduct. He did it outside Nigeria, and here he was able to pass all the legal barriers to be president because of the way the country is right now. That is why we will never get it right.
But the point you just made just now is clear that convicts in foreign countries are able to become leaders.
We haven't taken it out of our own constitution. Our rule is our rule.
We are allowing another country to determine our leadership.
No, we are not allowing. We are saying that the people who sat down and wrote that constitution without our knowledge.
Yes, it's a lot clearer now.
For us. All this here kind of I don't know. This is a pedantic argument. Listen, legality is different from legitimacy, right? So I don't know. I mean, it's not about foreign countries, okay? So that is the core thing. Really, is this? That is this question of legitimacy. It's already his position is already suspect. The position, the way he came to the office is suspect. And it's not something he cannot. I don't know how he can get.
I know. What?
The same thing is true in America, in many countries. No, because it's happening everywhere. The same events.
The party despite that.
They hold on now. When somebody is talking, try not to just always interrupt them.
Excuse me. So if it's something wrong, it's happening somewhere else, and so we have to borrow it, we have to practice it. Is that what you say?
No, the way I look at it is that you want to look at how you can get your own system to function well, not necessarily always following what other people tell you should follow.
No. Listen. It's not what other people. Look, it's our constitution, the way Nigerians understand their constitution, and what it's inscribed. Or what is inscribed?
Okay,
right?
Can I find out
but what it is described is that if another country convicts somebody in your country, you are not allowed. You cannot have them as president. When they will not subject themselves to that.
I'm the one. This is my time now. You're occupying my time and wasting my time. So forefathers, our law says you cannot.
To be fair, let's allow me to
cannot hold elective posts. Simple. That's our country. Forget what. That's in America. They can elect a criminal. That's our country.
Yes,
our country says no. So we have to follow our law. But in rounding up, somebody said in the comment section that I read now, Marco Kusonya said, Olumide, okay, fine, we know that corruption is at the top, but what is the way out? So right now, even up until to the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court, the justices, judiciary that we rely upon has affirmed the illegality. So what if Tinubu, the only way Tinubu can be good in my book, you understand, is to allow, come 2027, choose a new umpire, allow the people choose a president of their choosing. It may be you, since the Supreme Court says you can contest. It may be you, it may be somebody else. Let the people choose free and fair. Even if there is corruption, you can never rule out people wanting to overvote or rig, or let the system deal with that. Don't shroud it in secrecy. You understand? Let the people choose who they want. When they start that process and they know that they can choose their president, that man that comes in will know that after 4 years, if he doesn't perform, he's going out the door. And it should happen at all levels of government.
Mr.
State
Olumide,
governorship, local government. And if the president wants to come and implement his own program, have because Buhari came in and he lied when he came in 2015. He lied to the people. He said he was going to hold a conference. He said he was going to restructure the country. It was going to be making more independent, more federal in nature. With the moment he got there, he said, restructure my foot. You understand? He came and lied to the people. And then in 2019, he rigged himself there. That's what is happening.
See, everything Olumide has said is true, but it still doesn't mean for me, the only sin the politicians in Nigeria have committed is they didn't develop the country. Because all these things you are describing is happening in every other country.
Development happened. What did they do with the money? They stole the money and put us in perpetual debt. That your children, your grandchildren, your grandchildren will find difficult to pay back.
Okay.
Is that the kind of country we want to give to our kids?
Thank you, Olumide. I think we get where you are coming from. KJ, you wanted to add something.
Let me say this. I don't know where Olumide is getting all these ideas from. How do you want, if you are the one, assume for the 1 minute, that you are Tinubu, when 2017 come, you give power up. How can you do that?
KJ, I will answer that. It will be almost
let him finish now, Olumide. You are being quite disruptive. Let him
They
finish.
cannot mind one gaslight you, KJ. One gaslight you. The first say they fight for
no, but he has not finished.
He has not finished his Nigeria.
Okay.
Yoruba, one gaslight us here.
Listen, there's no need for us to be unrealistic. It's not going to happen. Nobody will do that. Who is president? And then you say you have done wrong. Even when he said his election was flawed, did he give up the power? The thing to do is for you to walk from the point where you are to the good point where we're expecting you to walk.
No, I'm not saying that he should leave power. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that he can change himself into my good book by conducting a free and fair election in 2027. You understand?
Good book. You got a good book again.
You understand?
Who are you? Where to the book?
I don't tire for this man.
My good book.
I don't know if it's for Nigeria.
I'm not body. It doesn't have to be my good book, but you want to continue.
I can see how Olumide would drive someone like
Nigeria country. And I'm telling you that
Nigeria
will not be a slave land for me and my descendants to come. It will be our own Yoruba nation, independent nation.
So there's no one fighting for Yoruba nation. Go home now, I help you.
You can
go home, I help you. Don't be hypocrite here.
Your Nigeria, your one.
So there's no one fighting for
Nigeria man, stop this Agbero behavior or be me. I go start my own. Nigeria man, stop this Agbero behavior. I come this place, make I can't tell you. Wait, my Yegun said, nuisance lele.
Nuisance lele, okay, nuisance lele, okay, but nuisance lele, what about nuisance lele?
I think it's Ferrari's turn. Ferrari, did you see the video that we played of the Indian?
Leave that video alone.
Can we the Blackstone? Can you stop the Blackstone? You want to start your own rascality?
No, leave that video alone.
Can you allow me discuss with the panelists too? See the video. I don't know whether you saw it. About what the Indians did. I think he didn't see it. So maybe I should refresh your memory about it so that you can be able to comment on it. Because this is something that is very interesting.
Play it again.
I'm looking to play it. Hey, God, the Blackstone. Can you give me a little bit of this piece tonight? You know why Blackstone starts? Doesn't let it go.
No, no, you are AI now, so I have to ginger you.
All right. Let me just play it quickly again.
Mr. President, do you know what hunger is? Do you know what hunger is? You don't. Sir, do you know what hunger is? I'll tell you. 1965, we fought a war with Pakistan. 1966, the rains failed. Do you remember that, sir? 67, the rains failed. We had to import 9 and 11 million tons of food from the United States. We were living on what is called ship to mouth. The ship would bring us the food, the wheat to eat. And Mondays we were not supposed to eat. Ma'am, you might remember that. We were not supposed to have a meal, not have dinner. Ask me. Not that my father couldn't afford it. but he was a loyal Indian and he said no. And a 15-year-old kid sleeping hungry, let me assure you it wasn't easy. And this country that begged for food, and Mrs. Gandhi turned around and told her assistant, India will never beg for food again. This country that spread its hands and said, feed us, is in 2018 the second largest producer of food in the world, your country. This is the mega trend we are seeing. This is the change we are seeing. India's consumer story, according to Goldman Sachs, will be shaped by people like you. We call you the Gen Z, born after 2000. People like you and I. Those fellows in the front row are all oldies. They don't know. But we have to shape the future of this country. And Goldman Sachs says this will be the world's most compelling story for the next 20 years. We can do it because we are Indians. 2015, Prime Minister said we will have 20 gigawatts. 1 gigawatt is 1 billion watts. We'll have 20 gigawatts of solar energy. We will have it by 2022. Announcement made in 2015. People said, you can't do it. We said, oh yeah, we'll show you. 4 years ahead of schedule, on 31st January 2018, we produced 21 gigawatts of solar energy. This is India's strength. People come to our hospitals. They see we gave over 2 million medical visas last year. People coming for treatment. One of the presidents of Africa I'm privileged to serve came. When we treated him, repaired him, he said, can I see the bill? I said, no, sir. You're a guest of my government. Atiti Deva Bhava. Said, no, I want to see the bill. We said, all right, see the bill. He saw it. He said, there's 1 zero missing. It can't be that cheap. I said, sir, we are Indians. We don't cheat our friends. We might cheat each other, but we don't cheat our guests from overseas. And he rubbed his eyes in disbelief and he said to me again, he said, Ambassador Deepak, that's why you are destined to be the best country in the universe. And I said, there's no doubt about that, Your Excellency. So what should you do as an Indian? Have faith and confidence in yourselves. Do not allow cynicism to affect you. And do you know, if you have to be scared, be afraid of fear. As we say in Hindi, darna hai to dar se daro. The great dictator Genghis Khan, my hero, said, if you are afraid, don't do it. But if you do it, then don't be afraid. That
you can see in 3 years, that is the one that really knocks me sideways. And I've been saying this. In 3 years, they were able to use solar power to generate more electricity than Nigeria has managed to generate throughout their existence.
But you should take that video to Tirumbuna and his cabinet. Not.
It tells you how wicked and the kind of things we have done to our inflicted on ourselves. Something, and when we're having this discussion, they say, oh, it's going to take 20 years. It's going to take 10 years to fix electricity. No, it shouldn't have to.
But who is saying that? Who is saying that?
Oh, believe me, I've been on this panel where they said so many things like that.
Before you move on that solar panel issue, if solar panel was so good, the developed world, the West, would have been relying on it. It's not a reliable source.
I think you are not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying solar panel is not reliable, but they were able to, something that is that unreliable, they were able to use it to generate 20 gigawatts of electricity, which is higher than Nigeria's 11 gigawatts that we're generating throughout the entire country.
Even if people on this panel are saying,
you know how hard that is?
What about the government? What stops the government from acting on it?
Our problem is that we are killing our system instead of building it. Because our antics, some of the things we do is attacking the system.
From Canada and in the system. I mean,
you heard what he said. You heard what he said. He said, don't give in to cynicism. No matter how things are.
Who now? Is it the people back home?
You are one of them. I call it Nigeria, Nigeria.
It's my turn. Why is everybody talking when it's my turn?
I don't know.
You call Nigeria all kinds of names yourself. You call Nigeria Nigeria.
Listen, all this placating and what you call is streamlining and trying to drag people along to praise what is bad. That's why what got us to where we are today. Call a spade a spade. We are not doing well. We are not doing well. Your child cannot come home with a D or an F, or they do A, B, C, D, E, F here, not F9. Now, with a D, and then you'll be praising him that he's getting an A because you want his ego. That's why all these new generations are spoiled anyway, because every event they go through, they give them a trophy. Everybody is a winner. No, everybody is not a winner. Your boy is not doing well. You tell him straight to his face. No, all this nonsense of placating, streamlining. I think, Father, you are in that role. How is criticism destroying? Without criticism, no organization, no group, no society, no profession, no anything you put your hand.
I didn't say criticism. I didn't say yeah, exactly. I didn't say criticism. I never said criticism was the problem.
Criticism is criticism. You're not doing well. Do it well. It's still criticism.
But your statement is completely misplaced.
Constructive
I never said
criticism is
that.
called sugar coating. That's the white man's invention. When they will see you in the elevator and smile at you, that's the word sugar coating. There's nothing like constructive criticism. Stop deceiving yourself. Criticism
actually there is actually.
Sorry,
where did you get that from?
Is criticism.
You're just making stuff
You
up.
cannot say because your child have that
criticize
you
or you
don't
don't
say copycat.
Some criticism.
No,
what do you mean by destructive?
Okay, let me
explain. I tell
Let me
you, you're
explain
not
to
doing
him.
your
Hold
job
on.
well. That's suddenly going to make you not do it well.
Oti, I'm coming to you next.
No.
Hold on. Now, I just want to explain something to
Look.
See, constructive criticism is criticism in a way that doesn't kind of insult the person you are trying to criticize.
No, sorry, if you say you have to be ready to take the insult. Excuse me. Look, forget all this semantics, fancy. Listen, forefathers. I don't know what you mean by cynicism. Okay, look, you can.
Not me. He said it too. I said you are disagreeing with him.
No. Oh, look. Why should I agree with him?
Because they have results to show for it.
They have results for sure. You can be cynical. I mean, look, if you have to prove the results, but their fruits, you shall know them. And having faith without works.
He's got results to show for it.
No, excuse me. Faith without works is useless. So all these things you're talking about, look, excuse me, the government, the political leaders have failed. They're not doing well. Pure and simple. Why are we all this? I mean, I don't understand all this gyration. Simple language. These people have failed. They're not doing well, and then you blame people for being cynical, for not being loyal, for not being.
No. I'm not saying you should not criticize our leadership. Who said that? Nobody said that. Too. Even Nigerian is criticizing the government.
So why are you playing the video? You want to show us?
I'm playing the video to show you that there are certain things we should be expecting and demanding of our leadership.
Oh God.
That is to show you what is possible. If your leadership come and tell you it's going to take 20 years to solve a problem, 10 years to solve a problem, don't believe them. They are lying to you.
Confusion. It's confusion.
Ask a question. I'm giving you a straight answer to it. You said, why am I raising it? I'm telling you that so that you know what to expect from your leadership. Because in Nigeria, I've had conversations where they will tell you, oh, it's going to take 10 years to solve this. Why should it take that long?
Okay, now, you see, criticism, okay, we have to criticize our government because we want them to do better, right? And then, look, why should you be bothered whether it is constructive or destructive? Okay, if you're failed, accept it. Simple, right? If I'm not doing well, tell me, plain language. Quite frankly, I can tell you, I'm speaking for myself. I prefer rather know the truth. Tell me the truth, okay? Look, all this.
Are you sure that?
I mean, someone just saw $18 billion.
Tell me the truth. I don't have to be patriotic. I don't have to be friendly. I don't have to be loyal.
Oti, from what I know from you, nobody can criticize. No, you have to take the truth because you seem to do everything. You are always right. You are always right. Wait. From what I know from
you know me.
Platform. From what I know from your platform, you try to know everything.
I don't know everything.
Professor Noho.
Yes, that's what you prove to be because you always know everything. Everybody saw that. Every other person is wrong.
Blackstone. I've never seen OT act like someone who knows more than what he talks about. Please,
let me show you what I'm talking about. So OT understands what I'm talking about. Hold on. Let me see. See, the Nigerian government, they started this project for electricity in Nigeria, and they started it, and suddenly something that was supposed to come on stream in 2025, they moved it to 2030 again. This is the thing they do to us. They will tell you, this stuff is going to take 5 years to be done, and next thing they will tell you, it's going to take 10 years, 15 years. And while our lives are being listed,
to the right
I don't like the way you keep interrupting when I'm saying something that I feel very strongly about. This is the point I'm making, that what that Indian is revealing is that if you mean to do the right thing, you can accomplish great things in 3 years. But in Nigeria, they just keep postponing everything and keep allowing them to get away with it.
But forefathers, is that like a great discovery? I mean, this thing you're saying. The problem is,
it's a great discovery.
Is it
based on the kind of yes, actually.
Let me break the ice.
Based on the conversation we have in Nigeria here, based on the conversation I've had on this panel,
gross and dekung. It's not. I mean, it's
actually it's great.
You can do it
because
hold on.
If you ask a question, you should wait for the answer. It's a great revelation to many Nigerians, because when they see that, they'll say, oh, 2030 is not so far, we can do it. Then they wait again. They keep waiting and waiting, and nothing happens. This is why I keep telling you that these are our leaders. They are standing us down. They are not allowing our nation to develop. They are going to Igbo people. The Igbo people will give them instruction, and they come and decimate our country for us. They will not allow it to develop. And that is something that the people need to start understanding, because some of them will go on to become leaders, and when they enter that office with the Igbo man, they will go and sell us out again if they don't prepare for it. And there is a reason why the man at the end talked about courage. There was no reason to talk about courage when you're talking about building power plants and all the rest.
The problem we have is not leader, is the citizen. Look at Abure, still money. People are still defending
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That the man, the reason why, hold on now.
The problem is the citizen.
Yes, look at Abure. Look at, no, Mr. Ferrari, wait. Look at Abure, still money. Citizens are still protesting for him that is a lie.
You're confused.
For them to ask him to go and bring accounts, they are telling you it's a lie. Citizen. Look at Better Edu. They are doing protests. They should bring Better Edu back. President has still money. Is that not citizen?
Let me tell you about Abure. You see that Abure
is a confused man.
The people who can really remove Abure,
you know all this type of when you want to talk, you don't have sense.
If they are not complicit,
this radio we have to stop listening to it.
There's no hype up here. Don't do that.
Too white man. He's talking like a toddler.
You see, Nigerian man, Nigerian man, take it easy. God help us if
you just open their gutter mouth. Talk to anybody in Nigeria the way they like.
See,
what do you know about confused? You are not confused. You don't know you are going to the outside. You don't know you are going to Ipoh. You don't know you are going to Nigeria.
You are confused, man. I'm sorry.
You see,
listen.
To be fair, Nigerian man's instincts, generally, his judgments are actually quite sound.
I'm listening to him. I can make the head and tail of what he's talking about. So really, where he stands, and then somehow is Mrs. Edu, is she not a leader, being a minister of of a government? Is she not? And then
I think some of the things you are demonstrating. Oti.
It's my turn to talk. I talk. Niger man, I just want to explain some things to you. Partially, you're right. The people are a problem, but the leadership carries more burden. You know why? To whom much is given, much is expected. The citizen, yes, they are ignorant. Yes, they are bigots. Yes, they are tribalists. Yes, they are tribalists. Yes, they are illiterate. Yes, they are poor people. They want to be rich. But look at what they see. They see the rich, educated people. They are trying to be like them. They saw how they got there. That either, they saw it. They were there, were alive. So they are their role model. So the light that shines back to them comes from these people. That is us, the educated people. So it's a vicious cycle. I understand your point that the people are cheering, but that is the level of their knowledge. That is what Martin Luther King called the conscientious ignorance. I mean, what was it? Conscientious stupidity are the educated ones. I can't remember, something about ignorance are the people. So it's arrow, radiye kind of relationship. But the real burden is those that whom much is given, much is expected. If you look at the population of the world, I don't know the exact numbers, out of everybody in the world, I can say maybe about only 40% or 60%, I might be wrong, Godfather can correct me, or anybody who has numbers, are lucky enough to have education, depending on the region of the world you come from. So being educated or being high class or being middle class is a privilege. It means in this life, you have been given something some other people don't have. Yes,
excuse me, Mr. Ferrari. Mr. Ferrari, please, if you are saying about those in Nigeria, okay, let me ask you, what about those in abroad? What do you see Tinubu when he come to France? Well, those people that were shouting, those people in abroad, are they ignorant?
I know.
Oh my God.
Because
we elect these people, we don't hold them accountable. There's no, okay, if you put me in head of something, you don't hold me accountable as the electorate.
I will do whatever I want. That's the problem we have now. Yeah, if you put me in charge of something and you don't hold me accountable, I will do whatever I want. You're right. That's the nature of human being. That is the state of our country. So for us to get to a stage where we can hold people accountable, we need more army. We need more soldiers. I'm not talking literal soldiers. So I'm talking me and you being on the same page. Me and John Obla be on the same page. Me and Oti that you're just cussing out be on the same page. So the more numbers of us we have, then we can now face those people that are doing anyhow and say, you can't do this now and get it. Well, yeah, you've been doing it before, but on
Oga Ferrari, as you are saying now, you are saying now, when we say constructive criticism, as you are talking now, how do people with knowledge do? If I don't agree with you, you finish, I will tell you, no, this way I didn't agree, this way I don't agree. Okay, I will just come. The first thing I will come and tell you, I say, Mr. Professor, no, I will say you are stupid, you are confused.
But I did the same to you. You're not mad at me. I stylishly cuss you out. I said I would come like Mayegu and just call you nuisance, Lele. But you were busy fighting OT.
I stop.
I do that, but that's what you should always avoid.
You think I'm gonna get mad because I'm talking rubbish?
You abuse me. I know.
I'm not gonna get mad.
They abuse you. They vex. You have a very
no. That's what we all should avoid.
You abuse me, I abuse you. Don't say that.
Yeah, you abuse me now.
You go first to my tribe. The conversation was not to my tribe. You go first to my tribe. Then I wait for you to come back the second round. Then I give it to you.
Anything where you call me, I know
you have big mouth. Okay, you cannot say because you say confused. Okay, to know that Oti doesn't have sense, nothing. Because Olumi they say confused. He now finishes, so Nigeria is confused. This is the third time.
The problem with you is that you know Olumide has not taken his medication. Oti has not taken off his glasses. When people have this problem,
listen, Najama, of course you can be.
We cannot get anywhere if we keep us.
No vex. Na country matter. Na they hot us. I beg.
Argumentation. I mean,
I beg. Make we apologize.
You are the one that confused. You are the one that confused. Don't say I'm confused. No, not your Olumide. This man, you are confused. You are the one that is confused. That's your head where you like honest. So say I say wait, I talk about cool down your head this morning. For cool down your head. That radio Biafra way the year is correct. I'm supposed to dial you someone this morning.
Look at this guy.
No. Najama is okay. Don't go too
Look at this. I mean, it shows how you know.
Okay.
I mean, really how your level.
Let's also have it.
It's your level because you this type of this is the way you want to act. You want to believe you know how to bully people. It's not people like me.
And look at
I will bully you out of this place.
If you know how many times I don't abuse your number, if your number still is tomorrow, now cutlass go.
No, we can abuse. We are all mature men. I'm a mature man. I have 4 children. My 2 sons is university here. You understand? So somebody cannot come. I've never abused somebody unless you abuse me. I'm not trained like that. You can't just tell me. If anybody that think one is that you are confused. You are confused. Only abuse, you know. What's wrong with you?
You can be confused, and I can tell you.
Your family, your generation, you are confused.
The sky will not fall. I don't know what they're talking about.
No, I will sky for. Do you know what is sky? Do you respect your head? That's all I say. You want to say sky for?
It's okay. Please, Dajaman.
You're confused. Only one word. You're confused. You're confused.
No, it's okay.
Najaman,
let's go this route, please. At least this is all what we talk about Nigeria. We are the Nigerians, and we that in diaspora if your eyes have seen, your ear have heard, and what your eyes have seen that is humanly possible, even if you can create your own, you can copy it. So it's no limitation, but then let us know that people watches us all over the world. And if we present ourselves like this, I don't think we are doing ourselves any good. I understand Nigerian anger of the language that OT used when he came in. Is I think he came with the word rubbish and all of that. But then we all have known everybody with some similar character that we all exhibit here. Let me interrupt you anyhow. Is known to the platform already. We all have known ourselves, so please don't take such things too far. You see, or evening, wherever you are, just calm down. And sometimes let's take a higher road. If somebody, you say something and is not happy, you can politely apologize to the person that I don't mean it that way, so that we don't. That is not our aim here. Our aim is to use this medium to speak truth or to reach out to our people in one way or the other. And there's a book written by Joe Austin. It says, I touch one life, and one life that I touch a million. So sometimes if this word drop on someone and have a clear vision, the person can run with it and go even deeper than you that started it. So I think that is the aim here, where we can also speak on our issues and our different view. And nobody is right, nobody is wrong. It's just your own perspective. So, and everybody is entitled to their own. And I hope we all grow up to take criticism, and as we give to others, we also can take it. So that is the measure of a man, not that you give and you cannot take. So please, but in any case, we all meant well, and it is the passion we have for our country. Some of us have crossed the sea, but we want our brothers and sisters not to cross even the sea, but to be a better people wherever they are. So please let us have that in mind, that we are all still one Nigerian. We all speak to the same issue. We may have a different view or have a limited of the zone or the tribe or the religious or that we are trying to reach. But end of the day, I think we all mean well. So please let us not go.
Thanks, Pastor Janaba. Okay, look, you see, the thing is this, okay. Look, if you, there's a saying, if you cannot take the heat, don't get near the kitchen. Listen, I know the words, I know the language I use, okay, and I know the kind of person after saying something I start apologizing, because because I am careful, I choose my words, and I don't insult people. I may insult what you say, the opinion you express. Then what a reasonable person, what I would expect you to do is just ask me, if I say, for example, that Nigerian man is confused, you should ask me, how am I confused? What, so that is the clever thing to do. It's not, insulting me, calling me IPOB or whatever. You don't know who I am. You don't know me. You don't know whether I have any association or not with IPOB. By the way, so and the thing is, okay, the question that you had an argument.
You are IPOB because anybody who doesn't say bring down Nigeria it doesn't love Nigeria. That is the way people do. What may I do for OP? I don't think you do 1%.
Again, that's nonsensical. Okay?
You are nonsensical. Because you people only want to preach the vision.
What you're saying is
nonsensical. You want to preach the vision when you come to here. You want to turn this place to hip-hop.
I want to address one point, okay? This idea of forefathers, I wanted to listen, because we had whether an argument, a criticism should be constructive or destructive, okay? Now, in a political arena, okay? Because politics is a kind of, it's a battle, it's a game, it's a war, if you like. So if your political opponent is criticizing you, I don't think you have the privilege. You have to say, okay, to expect or to demand a constructive criticism. Come on, he wants to destroy you. He wants to defeat you. So really, we have to be realistic. This is not student union politics. So if an opposition or for example, we are here. I see myself as an opposition because I don't support this government for so many reasons. Okay, so if I'm criticizing them, I don't know why. On what basis should you expect me or demand?
We are not doing party affiliation yet.
Keep quiet. Keep quiet.
You keep quiet. You keep that your rubbish man quiet. That your stinky man.
So
we are not doing party affiliation yet.
My friend, you can't get me annoyed. You're making a fool of yourself. Please, I don't insult people, but if you want to, you can go ahead.
You keep saying they talk to your brother for free for
I'm addressing
keep quiet. Who are you to tell me keep quiet? Who are you? Are you my father? Are you feeding me?
Let's take it easy. Let's not insult each other. Let's not insult
each other. Folks, excuse me if you don't mind.
Okay.
Folks, if you don't mind, at this stage, this is some of the things that make some of us stay back. It's very painful at this stage. No matter what our situations are, let's try to be a little bit more courteous to one another. And we are not in Nigeria where you go hook person for tie. We have to take it easy for our own dear sake. It's an appeal I'm making to us. I mean, we can speak to ourselves. Let me give you a little example. I had a job, and this man, he was the manager in the job. Every Saturday we'll come to a meeting. The man will come, what the F, he kept on doing that. One day I had enough. And I said to him, excuse me, with all due respect, look at me very well. This is it. You can't do that when I'm here. You are the manager, yes. If we go out there and say, what the F to the customers, do you think they're going to come back to buy from us? It is your prerogative. You manage accordingly. So what I'm just asking us is that let's just take it easy.
Yeah, thank you.
It's going to be just okay. And that's one of the things that will make us to continue to. I'm smiling, not because I know you're wahala.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's okay, sir.
Well, James came here, and as a result of the way we talked, at some point, James said, enough is enough. So, Nigerian.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sometimes what we need to do, if we are blowing hot, you could pick up a phone, call people like me. By the time I'm done talking with you, I think you will say, okay, everything what you don't see, and you still can.
Okay, great. Sure. Okay. Did you, I mean, what the point I was making?
Thank you, sir, Mr. Igbo Basis. Oti, please, I'm sorry, it's okay. Thank you, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I mean, I don't insult people. I don't mean to insult anybody, but I can sometimes, and I don't mind people using strong language. It's kind of really, it's not an insult. It's you express an opinion, and then I tell you what I think, and if you're not making a lot of sense, I would say so. Quite. I mean, I get it. I try.
No, Oti, you see, when we watch CNN and we watch all this other mainstream media, we see how they conduct themselves.
Yes.
I can give us an excuse as, say, Nigerians, for instance, who have very strong voice. It's our part. It's our portion in life. When we are talking, it seems as if we are quarreling. Yeah. We are not quarreling, but if we just add a little bit of, it's well.
I get it. That's great. That's great. So anyway, I try and moderate my language too. Okay, so I want to tell me if whether I'm right or wrong. Because sometimes I like to have my views where kind of either vindicated or or negated. So you were kind of particular, or about whether criticism should be constructive or destructive. And I'm saying in a political debate, when we have political competition, you don't have the kind of the you don't have any standing to insist that your opponent should offer you constructive criticism. Why? Are you with me? Do you agree with me?
If you ask question why, then that's what I'm going to answer.
Yes, yes. So I'm saying. So if you don't agree,
because you stand a better chance when you make constructive criticisms to progress on the topic that you are discussing. If you make constructive criticism that blocks because the other person could receive it as a criticism in a negative way, and then it stunts their their dialogue with you. They will just start becoming defensive, and even in other words, start using destructive criticism on you too, and you to put your back up. Then the problem remains unsolved.
Okay, sorry.
So we are
remember, don't forget the context, political context. For example, both of us are here in the UK. The House, what goes on in the House of Commons. So, do you think Wednesday's Prime Minister's question time, the opposition, the leader of the opposition, is he going there to offer constructive criticism?
Often it's actually relatively civil. Actually,
to bring the government down.
To an extent, it's constructive, because you see, that's what I'm saying. It depends on how you perceive constructive criticism. What they do in the House of Commons, that's why they don't use "you lie" or "you are stupid." So if you do it in the House of Commons, you are breaking the protocol. You'll be in trouble in the House of Commons. So there are certain terms you don't use.
But you won't say you're lying, but you're not telling the truth. So which is the same thing. Hi with me. So
I mean, I do agree that decorum is needed.
Yes, decorum.
But sometimes criticism can also be very harsh.
Your job is not to
it can be harsh without being necessarily insulting, but it can be harsh. And
yes,
some people may not take that.
And I will accept that. A lot of people, the majority of people will accept harsh criticism that is not insulting.
It's not personal, right?
But some people can mistake that harsh criticism to mean an insult or something.
I agree with you too. There's a line there.
The job of opposition is not to uphold the government. If possible, let the government fall.
Olumide, you get a chance. You see, Olumide. If you are APC now, when you say political, let's put it on. Sorry, Mr. Oti. Let's put it on politics now. If I'm APC, you are Labour. If you are criticized, you can come hard, destructive to each other, because this one want to destroy this one want to destroy this one. But me and you here, to God and man, you know, none of us here is affiliated to any political party. Even we that say we are obedient, we are not a Labour Party. I'm not a card carrier of Labour Party. We are just only obey alone. You understand? Most people who are APC,
I mean, we can be in the
same. They are not card carrier. They just want Tinubu alone. So how can we not put politics into our place? That's why we only have division.
And still disagree on some other issues. We can subscribe to the same ideology and still disagree on some other issues. That
is normal. That is normal. But if you are here, if you are you now, okay, you say 80% of Buhari administration was a nepotism. Okay, you said no, it was not 80. Okay, me, I have my facts now. I do my. I said okay, see. You come, you said no. Najama, it's not like that. It was Southwest that was 20%. It was Northeast that was 40%. We are giving facts to each other. That we cannot be saying, shut up. You are stupid. You are confused. You are mad. What kind of argument is that?
I agree. I mean, you were trying to make your point. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, you're trying to make your point. So I'm not going to begrudge. I'm not going to begrudge.
I think let me just play this other video about when I talked about this black guy that we don't know about. He's known as a revolutionary now, but he started off as a psychologist.
Before you play your video, before I sign off, I just wanted to leave us a couple of words. I'm an Aba boy. And for Aba, if you grow up for Aba, there is a difference between Aba people and Enugu people. Enugu people are cold city people. They are quiet, gentle. Aba people, get and blow, which side? That's Aba. But in between, it's a worry. I'm just talking about on the east. So we've gone through people like K.O. Mbadiwedem, the man of timber and caliber. We've gone through people like J.S. Takadem. I mean, all these things that we talk about, it is still within us. So it is my prayer that as we come out to this moonlight marketplace, village square, whatever you may call it, let us take away something that at the end, if I see forefathers tomorrow, this is my brother. If I see any of you tomorrow, is this my brother? It's because of how we relate. But if we come out as if we are boxing, fighting, them they there the chop. Oh, we they hear the talk. We are fashioning our solutions. So
Bobesi, let me ask you one question though, because I noticed that almost every time you speak, you reference like in this case now you talked about Aba and up to Enugu. Don't you know of any other part of Nigeria that you've been that you can talk about? Because you appear to be like somebody that documents some of all these things. It would be beneficial if you expanded some of these things you talk about. That I'm curious. Do you ignore the other parts of Nigeria?
No, I don't.
Just focus only on the southeast.
No, I don't. Let me put it this way: why I don't? Because I grew up in Jos, like I keep saying. I went to school, 1962, St. Teresa's Boys School, Jos. Had my load of experience there. And anytime I have an opportunity, I go back to Jos. And where do I go back to? I go back to Jos Museum, the museum in Jos, which is one of the greatest museums we have over there. I trod through Benue State because my uncle Lenny lived in Benue State, and he still lives in Benue State. He spent all his life in Benue State, Mr. Lenny. So with that, let's go to the west. I lived in Lagos. Number 1 Olubimi and longest street, Ijesha Tedo. There was a time, that's after coming to America and going back. There was a time I spent all my, before you look at all those roads up there when you're going to Oshodi, on the left-hand side, it used to be forest. Let me say palm wine. Now there where they go with palm wine tapas. If I showed you the pictures of those places during the past period of time, you will be shocked when you compare it to what they are now. The reason why I speak from the perspective of the Eastern Zone, not just because I grew up, I was born in the East, but because that's my forte. I could speak authoritatively from any angle. As far as, a matter of fact, as far as Nigeria is concerned, I can speak authoritatively from any angle you want it, politics or otherwise. But I try to stay in my lane. When we started publishing Igbo Basics, listen to this very carefully. Our first book was Igbo Basics for Beginners in America. That book was interpreted into Yoruba Basics by one Princess Ayo. It was also interpreted into Hausa Basics by Abdullah Igwari. Those ones have not been published yet, Hausa Basics and Yoruba Basics. So we tend to cut across, we try to reduce friction by trying to stay in our lane. If my Western brothers, some of my friends are from the West, some of our sisters were married to the West. Some were also married to the North as a result of all those coexisting. So in answer to your question, forefathers, not that I cannot speak from any of those areas. If I begin to tell you the stories or my stories in Lagos, I would face that angle. You want to talk about spiritually? You want to talk about church? You want to talk about Wayo? Name it. What subject do you want to bring on the table? And we will speak to you from experience. Is it not the same Nigeria that we're talking about? If we're talking about in the West, the same Nigeria where some people are held by the police in the past. And then John Nebolisa, I name names, would, with some strong boys, go to the mosque in central Lagos. And by the time they enter there, the people who are in Panti are released. So I beg, make una just leave them like that. Make a day for my lane. For this corner why they because
I think I understand where you are coming from. I was just curious because I know you must have, you know something about River State, Port Harcourt. You didn't stop only at Aba, and you know about Edo State, Delta.
I was just in River State. Yeah. I went to Obakili Yoso, a town that I have never been to in my life. I was taken there by my good friend, Palmer's Hospital. We went there, and I was told the story of how that town was torn apart, how they burnt down the whole of that area themselves because they were quarreling among themselves. And I saw for myself, and we came visiting one of the leaders of one of the arts and science school there. We came there and I saw a whole lot of things in that area. What am I trying to say? Port Harcourt is usually my base. I have been around the block, so I could tell you a little bit about the things that happen in Port Harcourt also, because I spent a lot of time in Port Harcourt, in transit. I can tell you more about what happens in Owerri. So let's just leave it at that to say that the way some of us have operated, if anything is happening in the West, I normally will send, say, some hunters, or I'll send the war dancers. That's the way we function. If I have a friend of mine in the West and their dad or mom died, you know what I do? I call the war dancers. It's a phone call. I've been doing this for years. I will send them. They will go there and they will represent me and they will bring a culture from my area to go and present. And in some cases, the people of that area may have not seen anything like the war dancers. All they see them is on TV. I came back, my friend from Edo State came with me to go into the bushes of Iberia to go and break ground in the things that we just set up. And maybe I'll send you some of the videos for further. If I have your information, I'll send you a little bit of information from every angle you want it. You want it from Middle Belt, you want it from the North. We participate in the background as far as this whole political who is concerned. We go quite, but we have been around. When you know both sides of the coins, by both sides of the coins, I mean some of us who have flown Nigerian Airways, Pan American Airlines, I'm talking about from the deep past, and some of us who, when we came to this place where some of us are, be it London or wherever, it was a time when you say you're a Nigerian, somebody would open arms, welcome you. Because Nigeria was not only rich, money was selling at 42 kobo to a dollar. That's what I bought money for. So what am I saying there is this. According to the strength of our government, which all of us, we are still in Nigeria for now, until anything happens otherwise. According to the strength of our government, that's how we are looked upon wherever we go. We are all ambassadors of that country. Whether we like it or not, we are still carrying the green passport, which, by the way, is now no longer the federal passport, the passport of Malamilia that I used to share with us here. It is now ECOWAS passport. If you look at it, that's what we carry until further notice. So, my brothers, it is well with us. I prefer sometime if you have anything that you want to know, because Hunter never talk everything when you see for Bush.
Thank you.
If you talk this time that I went, you know who were my people? The hunters. I came to realize that they have organized themselves properly. Abia State Hunters Association. And here is their slogan, because they went into the bushes with me every angle. They say, Abia State Hunters, Abia State Hunters. No hunters, no meat. No farmers, no food. Go figure with that slogan.
That's interesting. So they are trying to hunt all the bush meat that is left in the forest. We are going to run out of we are going to run out of meat at this rate, because that's your population. all the grass cutters they are going to.
One is 27,000, 30,000 in Nigeria.
No, they have gotten wise. Those things have gotten wise, including all those things that they've gotten so wise. They're so smart. For you to catch them now, it's
want to eat everything now with all this hardship. You can imagine they too will be feeling the pressure. It's not exactly very friendly to them. Now, the hunters are even more organized. How is that helping?
You see those slogans when they say no hunters, no meat, no farmers, no food. You can take that to the bank. But let's not forget where we started the conversation of today, which was on Oliver Mbamara the great artist who came here, and for those of us who were able to listen and participate, I still bring it back to the fact that people like Chief Zebrudaya, Alias 430, we do owe them a duty to just show appreciation before they go, because sooner or later they will go. So let's try to the little best we can. That's why I went to meet with him at his Obi, at Nobi, which is, by the way, Dr. Rudolph Okonkwo's hometown. I went there for the first time in my life. And the things that they have left behind are the things that we should really look at. And we appreciate that that's a place you can shoot movies. He built it like that. And I had meetings with him while there. And when I was leaving, he said, "Did you look at the gate?" I said, "Yes." And he told me, he gave me an interpretation. What did you see when you saw the gate? Talking about the gates of Nigeria. It's both courage and everything else that is a symbol of that particular gate. So my friends, we will celebrate Zebrudaya in the month of June. He will be 74 years old. Since somebody asked earlier and thought they told us he's dead, he's not dead, he's alive. And he spoke to us somewhere on the phone today. So let's try the best we can to keep cutting across. John Abba, I hope to see you one of these days.
Thank you. Thank you.
Remain blessed.
Yeah, thank you, Igbo Basics. I will really
And don't
appreciate
forget
that.
I'm retired now from active community service.
I think you have done more than enough. I think you've done more than enough. I think
No, but the journey is just beginning now.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Practicing bushcraft.
Thank you, brother.
Good night.
Yeah, I think half of Southeast is in somewhere in his apartment in America, because he's taking everything there. The cola nuts, the calabash, everything, they're all there. He's taking everything back there. And I hear what you said about River State. Actually, it's very interesting, because we were talking about it yesterday, how River State, they really did a lot of damage to themselves in the last 2 decades, and it's more recently they are beginning to fix things. So it's funny you actually said that when you went there, they were talking about something that they destroyed themselves, and it's actually true. When I went there, that's what I saw too. Patrick Okafor, I don't think I've seen you here before, but I think I've recognized that name somewhere before. Thank you for joining us, Patrick Okafor. I don't know what you had. So what do you think about what you've had so far? Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, this is my first time here. Oliver actually told me about this forum yesterday. So
I appreciate that. Nice one.
I'm a newbie, so I don't really know what's going on. So I hope to, keep on coming here until maybe one of you put me through. My name is Patrick Okafor. I live in New York. I'm a CPA licensed in New York, so I practice here. So
CPA, what is that?
Certified Public Accountant.
Okay, nice one. You'll be able to check our accounts then. Okay. Please go ahead. What do you want to comment on? You are free to say whatever you want to say.
I cannot comment on something I don't really have good knowledge about. This is my first day, so unfortunately I've been tied up the whole day. So I've not had anybody brief me. But I work with Oliver, we're close, so he would brief me on what's all about. So next time I'll be ready for you guys, please.
No problem. I guess one of the things we were talking about was a video we saw of the Indians talking about some of the things they've done for their country, how they went through a lot of difficulties in the 1960s, and they were living on rations basically, and that they showed a level of patriotism whereby a parent could buy food, but because everybody else was starving, he made his own son go hungry. That's the testimony the man was making. And then they went on to become the second largest manufacturer of food, from starving, living from sheep to mouth, because they bought food from America. They said from sheep to mouth. That's what they were living on. And that they went on to become the second largest manufacturers of food. And then they went on also to develop a 20 gigawatts power generation with solar panels in 3 years, when they actually set themselves 7 years timeline. They went and accomplished it in 3 years. and then he summarized everything up by saying, as a people, that you need to be. He talked about an African leader coming to enjoy their healthcare too, which is not exactly flattering of us. And then he summarized it by saying that you have to be brave in this world. He was telling the younger generation of Indians that you have to be brave, and when you do anything, you should not be afraid, and you should go ahead to do it. So that was basically the gist of this thing. And for me, what stood out is the ability to make a change very quickly, and when nations mean business. But we have not managed to do something that they did in 3 years. They generate Nigeria's total energy capacity is 11 gigawatts, and that is
4,000. We have 4,000.
No, yeah, the one that is available is 4,000.
11, but the distribution the problem now. We have 11,000, 15,000, 15,000.
But they went on to generate 20 in 3 years with solar power, which is not easy. With solar power, they did that in 3 years. It just shows you the gap of performance, of functionality that others have over us. And I don't know whether you have anything to say about that.
What I have to say is that, talking about Nigeria, because, all these things are saying about other countries, you are saying it with, with Nigeria in mind, To me, whole thing is a mess, I don't see any, any sun in the ray of sun, coming shining in Nigeria because of the imbalance. Something has to change. I mean, in terms of the structure that we're having right now, it's so messed up. We don't even know where to start. So until we get, things right, I'm not even saying the whole Nigeria. The structure, something has to happen. The tribalism, the corruption, this has to be fixed.
If they were to ask you to name 3 or let's say 4 top problems of Nigeria, what would you say that is preventing us from developing?
One, the injustice that's going on,
One, okay.
For many years, you understand? And we're not a nation. We're not one. The disparity between, the tribes.
We are not united.
We're not united. And the way things have been happening over the years, I don't see any unity coming. I don't see, because it will take a lot. Where you see a certain set of people as, inferior to the rest of the country.
Sorry, if I'm asking, injustice by whom and against whom?
I'm an Igbo man. I'm talking about the injustice against the Igbos. Until it is addressed, Nigeria will not move forward. I'm an Igbo man.
What is the injustice? What is the injustice?
What is injustice?
Yeah, what is the injustice?
It depends on, is there any definition for injustice? What I'm saying is...
No, it's what is the injustice against the Igbo?
Political representation? Is that what you mean? Or infrastructural underdevelopment? Or
so many, we are not seen as human beings in Nigeria.
Oppressive,
Nigerians
oppression?
are not, Biafrans are seen not to be part of Nigeria based on what has been happening.
Okay, maybe under the umbrella marginalization, more or less.
Yeah, it's very painful, and there's no end to it. The way, based on the trend, no end.
Okay,
so it has to be addressed first of all. We can't say I'm happy Obi is not the president today. I'm very happy because what could he have done? What could he have done? Tell me what Obi would have done.
But no? Could it be that what you are experiencing as injustice is similar to what maybe the Northerners will experience as poverty, lack of development, and Southwesterners will see it as corruption, but they are all manifestations of nation that is dysfunctional?
I'm not even thinking about the Northerners. To me, the civil war appears not to have ended. The war is still being waged against Igbos. That's the way I'm saying it.
But if you look at it, because the question I asked earlier on is about different perception of the same thing. Because I've spoken to a Southeasterner once, and believe me, you sound very, very, how do I put it, polite when discussing Nigeria compared to him. And in the end, when I asked him what is the solution, and the things he listed, I was shocked. That's it for me. It was almost as an epiphany. What he basically listed, I said, but all these things that he listed are things a Northerner wants, are things a Southwesterner wants. You just want a nation that is functional.
Okay, permit me to correct you or redirect you.
Right.
Really,
that's my experience.
hold on. But you see the three regions of the country, of course, I mean, Nigeria is bigger than, these three, Yoruba, Hausa. But there's no parallel. I mean, there's no parallel. In other words, for example, if the Igbos in the Southeast are talking about oppression, marginalization, injustice, I mean, for you to equate that to perhaps the perception or feeling of poverty in the North, there's a difference. I mean, a category difference, so you really can begin to compare.
Well, how is it different when they are suffering more than?
Let me explain. The difference is this, because in the first place, I mean, the North wouldn't say somebody is responsible for their poverty if they consider that as a problem, as an injustice. Because we're talking about injustice. Yes. So if they say in the North, Nigeria is unjust to us. So and then that injustice, if they specify it as poverty or underdevelopment, whose fault is that? I mean, after all, these people from their region, in the leadership of Nigeria, they've had more than their fair share of leadership of Nigeria. So who are they going to blame for poverty? So that's what I'm saying. It's a wrong.
That's why I try to explain to you that it's perception, the way you perceive it. You perceive it as a form of injustice. They see it as a form of their leaders are incompetent. They are poor.
It's not justifiable. I mean, there's no equivalence. There's no parallelism. And then again to the West. So is it corruption? Corruption that is something that affects. I mean, Nigeria as a political entity, is our system is wrong. Again, you cannot. In other words, I think the point I'm trying to make is this: look, what people from the Southeast might be feeling is quite particular. It's peculiar. There's a singularity.
I think there is a little bit of a misalignment of expectations.
No, it's not.
Let me explain my point. Let me explain what I mean by misalignment of expectations. Because sometimes, and this is what keeps us in this vicious cycle. Well, let me just make the point.
I don't agree with you. You see, look,
you are not. You have not even had the point that I'm trying to make.
Let's hear him out.
See, there's misalignment of expectations, because sometimes, let's say a northerner expects, some things to happen and they don't get it. They will say their leaders, because they know many of their leaders have run the country. They are not going to perceive it as and somebody inflicting it on them. They are still going to perceive it as their leaders are incompetent and they are poor for it, and they are not going to be happy. They have their own grievances. Now, that is a grievance they will have amongst themselves, and that's why you see some of all these Fulani and all these problems. Fulani and Hausas, they are fighting in the north too. And then you go to the south, west, they will say their leaders are corrupt. Their leaders are incompetent. All this sort of thing. That's how they perceive Nigeria. And they are not happy too. The South, they are stealing all our oil. And they fought and the injustice, all of them happened to them. They hate Nigeria too. They are frustrated and they too have their own grievances. The Southeast, civil war happened. They feel marginalized because they are politically, they don't have a lot of participation compared to other regions of the country. They too feel marginalized. The only people that don't say too much about marginalization in Nigeria is only two states that I know about: Akwa Ibom and Cross River. Yeah, I'm sure they must have something they grieve about in Nigeria, but you don't hear a lot about them for some weird reason. Maybe everybody's ignoring them because it seems like their own pain, nobody cares. The point is that the entire Nigeria is having problems.
Listen, for us. You see, quite frankly, it's not that I, for one, I don't, I don't.
But to say that your own pain is more than other people's pain, you are missing the point.
Look, let us not sometimes argue unnecessarily, okay?
Okay.
I for one, coming from the Southeast as well, I don't, I don't want to make it an issue, victimhood, okay? But again, you really have to be, realism, okay? Practical experience and truth, okay? All this moral equivalence you're trying to draw, it's not there. It's not sustainable. And
how?
No, excuse me. Look, first of all, a region was affected. I mean, if we want to be concrete, okay, and truthful, because if we cannot tell ourselves the truth, sometimes this argument becomes pointless. Because in the end, is it just to win an argument? I'm not interested in that. No, but look, you see, it's not because I'm from the Southeast, okay? But when you think about it, a region affected by a war, okay? And then from every indication, I mean, there are signs everywhere that this war seems not to be over. Some people are still waiting, okay? And you can't understand the particularity of that. You can't see that something here is grievously wrong with the system, with the imbalance, that how Nigeria from the start, how it was founded, and the vision and hopes of our founding fathers somehow, I mean, got kind of derailed. And, you know, up to today, the system, the polity is still affected by, you know, the interregnum, the military interregnum, you know, the coup and the civil war. You know what is the civil war, okay? And then you want to compare the experience, the cries of this, you know, part of Nigeria to what is happening in other regions. You know, people are poor.
It happened when you were barely alive. That's one. And let me add to it. It happened when you were barely alive. And secondly, there are people right now in the South. Their whole environment is destroyed. You don't see it. And they had grievances before you had your own grievances. And the person that put that one down was a Southeasterner that went and put that rebellion down. So sometimes when people, it doesn't mean you don't have pain. Nobody's saying your pain is not there. To say that you allow pain to stop you from because that's
nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that.
The problem
pain has not. I mean, has not stopped anybody. You know, but you see,
but it is preventing us.
Is you know so. Look again, injustice.
Preventing us from being functional.
Let me give you another practical instance or a concrete fact. Now, the three major regions. This is not to belittle, you know, any nation, because a nation is a nation. You know, these are all nations. Okay, each one of them is entitled as any other nation to, if like, self-determination. Okay, respect and recognition. So now. But at least the three, remember, we had the West, the East, and the North. That was how Nigeria was set up from the beginning. Now, when you think about from independence and up to today, in terms of, I mean, the headship, leadership of that country, okay, perhaps it wouldn't consider that an injustice or a deprivation, or, I mean, when you consider how people, the zones or the regions that have had the good fortune or misfortune, you know, depending on how you want to say it, to rule Nigeria. Okay, so you don't consider that is not something that is important to you, but it is.
It's important.
Okay? If we are talking about,
it shouldn't be the preoccupation.
Why not?
I'm not saying it should be preoccupation.
The reason why is because many nations have the same complexion.
Is a fact.
Let's just allow Nigerian to add briefly. It doesn't.
Okay. Let me come this way. You know, when we say marginalization or marginalization, only the thing I can say about the East, maybe they already cry. We can already say they have 100% that people are supposed to cry with them. It's only maybe they say political power to become a president, because I don't see any other thing finish. That is only the thing they ask. I can hear maybe they say marginalization. Maybe they are not the president in the Fourth Republic. That is only the thing. President.
Can I give you another example, concrete example?
Because if you look at this Fourth Republic, I will give you about 3 something, please. Just look at this Fourth Republic. The South, this Fourth Republic is 24 years. The South I have it for 24 years. The North I only have it for 10 years. In this 24 years of democracy,
political leadership.
Political leadership.
Okay. No, that's fine.
The South I have it for 24 years, for 14 years, but the North I have it for only 10 years. Which marginalizing who? Okay, now let's see. If we now say number 2, say, okay, the East, they want to say something. One thing, if you want to say something, they will say the aid did not, they fight the war. No, bros, let's be realistic. Unless somebody wants to be lied to ourselves. The war was fight against Nigeria soldier. Gowon was a Nigerian soldier. If my father fight for the war, he was a Nigerian soldier. If the Yoruba fight the war, it was a Nigerian soldier. I don't see why that would be a tribe, be a hatred to one side of the nation.
I think they may perceive it like that because
let me give you another serious example. Okay, do you know?
No, wait. Yeah, wait.
Okay, I have an example. Serious example.
Okay, that.
In other words, again, is as an offshoot, okay, of the war, okay, to show you how destructive it was, and it continues to be up to today. Now, do you have you been to the East?
I've been only Anambra.
Right. So
the
presence of the military, okay, checkpoint, police on the southeastern roads. Do you find it anywhere else in Nigeria?
No. This man never go Niger Delta. If let's say you never go Niger Delta.
I don't know,
Hey,
man.
Delta. When RMD want to do, when RMD want to do RMD, when you want to do his father burial, Niger Delta is like this. The one that breathe during them
when I was in Port Harcourt, I saw a lot of roadblocks.
They are the click. It's like this, 1 point to 1 point.
Because there was hold on, because of there was a short period when there was a crisis, okay? But I'm saying since after the war.
Since then.
Don't go there, man. It wasn't like that. We traveled by that road all the time. It wasn't always like
which road?
This thing on each road and to Port Harcourt and all the way to
the East started doing this airport something now. It was not like that before now.
So when I went to Nigeria, I saw it myself. Like you will see one roadblock here. You see the next roadblock.
Let me give you another instance, another example. Okay. Can you think of any federal infrastructure in the southeast?
Which one? You have the never this thing there in the southeast. Which one do you want?
Never what?
The one in Imo. That never for Navy now. You have Navy this thing Navy camp there now in the Imo. You have military. Which one do you? Even never. There's not even supposed to be a never base in east because there's no water. Even in the north doesn't even have, because they have only this military academy. This what is the name? This the academy. What is the name? Military academy there. The one in Kaduna.
Where is this never base about? Where is this never base? Where?
Anyway. So look, sorry, Patrick.
NDA.
I think
Nigeria Defense Academy.
From your mouth. So maybe you can go ahead and round off your submission. I'm sorry I did interrupt you.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that. I think the point Patrick Okafor was making, that was 2 points of things that are holding Nigeria back. The point is that it's a clear case of people perceiving things differently, but the country is dysfunctional. That at the core of it, if the country was functional, nobody cares about all this, so they will move on. It's because the country is dysfunctional. Because I'm in the UK here, where most of the leadership attended one university, and most of them come from the south. The other nations that are part of the United Kingdom, they barely produce prime ministers at all. So it's something that
it's because Nigeria is not working, and that is why.
Yeah, they don't care exactly. Most people don't care about those things here in the UK because the country is functional. We need to get functional.
The Azikiwe was a leader in the southwest during that time. This the Northerner was a mayor in Enugu now. A Northerner was a mayor in Enugu. So because the country is not working again. That was 1956. A Northerner was a mayor in Enugu. Because the country is not working. Nobody cared those times. Because the country is not working. That's why this I must be a president. This one is not a president. But one thing I believe, let me be realistic. I only have, if the Igbo said, if only where me I know that the Igbo, they don't want to be realistic to themselves. The Igbo, when they say they are politically marginalized, that's why when Obi started this campaign, that is one thing people, because that's what they were complaining. Majority of people were on the other side. They will say, yes, true. The Igbo have been marginalized. They have never been president since this Fourth Republic. You understand? So, but later, they diverged from there. Some was in Finland, said they want Biafra. Some was there. They want
Sorry, who?
This one, Samuel Pata said there must not be election.
It's opinion.
Who is Samuel?
It's the opinion, but it was threatening.
Whom does he speak for?
Bros, maybe you are not a part of them. They push social media.
No, come on, social media. So government makes policy on, come on, that can be serious, quite frankly. Look, the thing is this, as I said, this is not my kind of, it's not a kind of argument.
No, but the reaching, Mr. Oti, let's be realistic here. The reaching, people are marginalized politically in the power. There's something, baby, you want to say there is no federal I don't know what else you want to do there.
It's not just,
economically.
The Igbos have to.
Who have the economical power in Nigeria? Who is the business power in Nigeria? See this,
Who?
Some people, they be the business guru all over Nigeria.
Is that what you call economic power?
I wanted
No,
to do
see,
We don't have nothing.
Oti, please, can you tell me any federal government presence in Delta State? Can you tell me any federal government presence in Delta State?
I don't know, Paul. I don't know. I have to say.
Okay, there is no federal government presence in Delta State. Tell me any federal government presence in Edo State. You don't know. Tell me any federal. Tell me any federal.
Amadia might help me. Can help me answer that question.
I want Amadia to come and save you. You don't care because it's not your problem. That is the thing. This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
My brother,
But you don't notice your problem. It's only your problem.
my brother, Nigeria fail every one of us. And 1 minute, Nigeria fail every one of us. So don't. I understand with your majority, say the 3 major ethnic groups. I understand if both parts have taken. For example, one of the ways we can put it, this is the time that I would say the Igbo is supposed to rule because the Yoruba have taken their own 8 years of president. They've even taken another 4 years of vice president. They've taken 8 years of speaker of the house. They've taken, you understand? So they've taken everything. So this is the time of the Igbo. If you said that, I will understand. But if you're talking about infrastructure, Nigeria fail every one of us, including that north. Everything we have in terms of infrastructure today is what the military put donkey years ago. Nothing else in any other state. So it's not personal. It's not personal. Let's not be too myopic. And I'm so young and I can say all these things. So let's tell her said the truth. So political powers, I will understand. And I think forefathers spell it very well. Because the North have leaders. The leaders does not represent their people. They represent themselves. The Southwest have this thing. Jonathan became president. He failed his people. One university, nothing he put in Bayelsa. He didn't do nothing. He was building Alamajiri schools everywhere in the North. He didn't do nothing. So which means he himself too, he also failed his people. You understand? So the thing is just funny. So if you were talking about that politics, let's play politics. I quite agree with you. Outside that, nothing. And the rest of us that have even had the privilege of having presidents, you understand? The presidents still fail their own zones. Obasanjo lose in his own town. He lose in his own place. Obasanjo lost 2 times when he was president. He lost his vote and everything. And he did not even do his road. Road, where he has his best friend.
Let's allow I would like Okafor to say something about what he's had so far.
The whole thing is so painful. It shouldn't even be about.
I'll join you guys today.
It shouldn't be.
Thank you for coming in.
It shouldn't be about an Igbo man. So what I'm trying to say is this: it shouldn't be about an Igbo man being the president or Yoruba man being the president. Want somebody there who will look at all the sections of Nigeria as one. Doesn't have to be an Igbo man. Doesn't have to be a Yoruba man. I schooled in Unilag before I came to the US. I have no Igbo friends. All my friends are Yorubas. All my friends, I have no single Igbo friend. Get the point? It's the leaders, these people that think that once they find their way to the presidency, it becomes a tribal thing. During the war, my father told me, an Hausa man lived in the village in the east. I was born in Benin. I grew up in Ogwashuku in Delta State. My father told me how an Hausa man lived in our house during the Civil War. And an Hausa man, nothing happened to him. It's only when you want to say it's an Igbo turn, it's a Hausa turn, it's a Yoruba turn. That's because you believe that when he gets there, and what happens that when he gets there, he thinks about his own people. Look at what Tinubu is doing right now. The same thing Buhari did is what he's doing now.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though. But that's not the problem. The whole thing is a con, because none of them are actually delivering actual development for their people.
Nothing.
The entire thing is a con. Now,
it's so painful.
The sad thing about it all is that other countries, they have all these problems we do have.
They do,
but they manage to develop while having them. Why are we paralyzed by our own? And this is where I think we have to get to the core of the matter here, because some of the things we do ourselves, we need to start asking ourselves, what have we done that has put our nation in this place?
Amadia cannot come.
The problem is deeper than that.
Let me tell you what we have done.
Amadia
cannot come. Let me tell you what we have done.
We're not telling ourselves the truth. Just like you and the Naija man are saying right here now. And Otis just here talking. Listen, you see Paul. Paul came in here and he gave his point. He said, even of us is like Paul. That's called a speed. And what it is. See, we are going to be fine. But the way you guys, I believe you guys says, the way you guys are going, especially Naija man, that's not the way. If you want Nigeria. You see Paul came in. He made his point, and everybody reason, everybody understand what he just said. All right, then like pointing accusing finger to one region and not to another, complicating yourself. You just said South I do this. You see, and he came back. He said the Calabar and this thing are not saying anything. Is Calabar and the Akwa are not part of South?
No. I'm saying that we are forgetting them because we don't. Everybody don't talk about their problems.
South are doing this. I don't know part of South. You know they are forgetting them. Listen, if you know,
I'm talking about some different specific areas that have problems.
Let's put it. Let's be in the track. Let's be in the track. You are talking about South. Talk about South. You are talking about Niger Delta. Niger Delta is not only people in the river area. Imo State, but on those people on Niger Delta, we make people to understand where we are coming from. So when Najama said Niger Delta, or in Niger Delta, it doesn't. Yoruba people are part of Niger Delta. Some part of Yoruba are Niger Delta. Some part of the Igbo speaking Yoruba about that.
You're conflating. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Another one you said. Another one you said. You are talking about NDCC or Niger Delta.
What is NDDC? What is Niger Delta?
Niger Delta Development Commission. Even the Imo and the this thing, they are already in court. They are going out of it. What are you saying?
Amadioha, you see, Ken Saruwiwa that I mentioned is not the entire South. He was all about the Ogoni people. He wasn't fight. His struggle was not. It's not like when Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for the entire Southeast. The South, they have different groups in the South, and the reason why I highlighted this in Akwa Ibom and Calabar is because for some reason nobody seems to talk about their own issues in national. I've never had one person bring it up here.
Because if you don't bring your case to the court, nobody will talk about it. Let me tell you, that's why I hear some people tell you that why is Igbo complaining? Lord Najaman said, why we be talking, we are being marginalized. If I don't bring my case before you, you can't talk about it. The Calabar people, I'm so many friends of them, they're not attack their complaint. They take actions instantly. They don't
what I said the only marginalization is political. I don't say why people complain. Please, that's not what I say. Everybody is here.
Listen, guys, listen, if you want to move forward, all right, let's leave this calling of Igbo, this, that, and talk about one Nigeria. Let's leave all this Igbo, and talk about one Nigeria. Because the way you talk about my own tribe, I be feel angry. If I talk about your own tribe, you feel angry. We are going nowhere with that. Nobody be happy when they talk, say, Igbo do this, or I come and tell that Edo do this, Calabar do this. If you're from Nigeria, you're not going to be happy also. So if you want to talk about one Nigeria, as you guys are proclaiming your name is Niger man, let's leave everything and talk about one Nigeria. What will make us and stop pointing at accusing finger or one
why are you calling my name? The man that brought the Igbo matter, you didn't face him. You are facing me.
Okay. Let's go back. We have taken the mic from Patrick Okafor. You know, he's still a gentleman. He's not gotten very rascally. Like most of the panelists here. Yeah, all these people that like to jump queue. Can we allow Patrick Okafor to carry on, please? He has not finished his point.
For here.
That matter don't go like 2 of us. It's only me and Oti. We have to understand it. And we are settled if you apologize. Don't bring that matter again. Don't bring that matter again. That matter is dead and buried.
Can we allow him to speak, please?
My brothers,
you have to get used to these people, because
I'm a Nigerian man. I'm a Nigerian.
Exactly.
Amadio has not come because scatter everywhere now. You go say that is scatter and come.
The painful thing,
You said I didn't know you
they won't let you talk. You see how they are behaving. You have to let them aside.
Eh?
brothers, the painful thing
Nothing I
about
don't
this
see.
whole,
We don't settle her. Not bring that matter, I beg.
the most painful thing about the whole thing is this. I live in America, before I came here, I thought it was heaven. But I'm here now, I'm asking, where else will I go? Because this place doesn't appear to be the heaven I thought it was. I think of Nigeria every day. Even when I visit, I don't feel like coming back. So to see that place, the best place in the world, Nigeria, is being messed up. That's my anger. That's why I'm not happy. There's nothing in America. I'm here. I've seen everything. I've married an American. I fought for them.
Imagine.
So, and here I am, and I'm not happy. I'm like, where else will I go again except when I die? There's no place like Nigeria.
Nigeria. That's the place.
There's no better place. Look, I'm alone. I got evicted because of the election. A Yoruba person evicted me. We're supposed to be one because we don't agree. I didn't want to go there. He wanted to. I got evicted. That will show you how. Yes, I'm in a new place, trying to manage. And all my friends.
Election, wow.
All my friends are Yorubas. I have no Igbo friend. Yet that election, separated us. That's how deep this thing is. So, where will I go again?
Nigeria. That's the last bus stop for me too.
And it's the best place in the world. But when you hear people say it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie.
I'm living in Germany. I'm living in the UK.
Look at me. Look
at my home.
So I am alone here. I can't pick up a phone and call an American. I went to school here, New York University. I can't call a white man. I don't have that freedom. I can pick up a phone and call a Nigerian guy without even giving the person notice. And he will listen to me. There's no place like I've been to many countries. No place like that's why I'm bitter about what is going on.
But don't give up. That's what we're.
I think this generation and the next one, we have to start. We have to grit our teeth here, and people always have problems. Like the Indian video we played, they had problems. They came through a war, and I think that is another thing. You see that ingredient when people fight on other people, not themselves. They fight other people, and they recover from that. They go on to do great things, and you see that all over Asia. But we never had that kind of experience. We didn't even fight the colonizers and enslavers. We just talked to them, and they walked away, and then we carried on from the mess. So you see that pattern. But we didn't experience that. We can't complain. We have to find a way to get past all these problems that we have and focus on solution. Because in the end, I think that is where the solution lies. That's where we are going to progress from. Because every nation has all these problems we describe. That is the weirdest thing. Almost every nation has similar problems, divisions. In the UK, they call it North and South divide. They literally give it a name. And it's happening all the time. But these guys went to dominate the world, for crying out loud, with that problem. They still went on to dominate the whole world. That tells you that there is another ingredient that we completely ignore that is even more essential than everything else. Because all of them have it. So I really appreciate you coming. I did say that you should mention 4 things that is holding Nigeria back. And you just mentioned everybody exploded. You see that Amadio High is here. Everybody's here because you mentioned 2 problems. So do you have more problems of Nigeria?
Sorry, Patrick, he mentioned injustice, mentioned corruption, mentioned what is imbalance or something like that. Is that am I right?
We say we are not united and injustice.
Okay, lack of
unity. Unity. Yoruba says, once Hausa man wants what's it called? Hausa man to be president. Igbo man wants the same as Igbo man. Shouldn't be about. Let it be about a Nigerian who we cater for the whole country, not just being Igbo outside.
Well, I mean, what it shows, to sum it up, it means that we're not yet a country. It's a kind of
we're not. Yes,
we're just experimenting. And we really have to be honest about it. And
that experiment, I don't know how long.
Okay. Look. You see, at least perhaps something radical. At least for once, fundamental. Okay. Yes, that's for me. That should be the really starting point. Is what I meant. Radical.
Could it be that we intend to do the right thing by the nation, but we just lack the ability? We lack the necessary capacity to be able to do it. Because this type of thing, it requires quite a lot of grit.
By the way, for us, intent alone is not enough. Okay, and talk is cheap. It's action. What you do. So that you tend something. No. I'm not interested in that. It's what you do. Okay, and yes, so let's not forget. Let's forget
how did this thing start? Remember, I think it was 1957 or 53. I can't remember the cross-carpeting politics when Zik won an election in Ibadan and he was overthrown. That was the beginning of this tribalism. I'm not saying the Yorubas have to be blamed, but that's when it started. That an Igbo man won an election in Yoruba land overnight. I was arranged door to door. The next day he was overthrown. So Zik had to go back to the east. You understand? And then teamed up with the Hausas and accepted a lesser post.
So again, long history.
That's when it started.
No, yes, but you see where we are now. So if we are starting to, if we want to solve the problem, we have to start where we are now. And as it is, Nigeria is quite unbalanced. I mean,
horribly unbalanced. Horribly.
I actually think that in terms of representation in things and others, if you take the matrix in Nigeria versus other countries, Nigeria is far more balanced. Nigeria actually in the constitution hold on. Let me finish my point because it's not a flippant statement I'm making here.
Because listen, what do you understand by balance? Okay, now listen. You see,
I think that I thought you were referring to everybody being represented.
No, not really.
Okay, maybe I'm missing. What do you mean by balance then?
Okay, look, okay. You see, because first of all, you have to recognize who you are, okay? Nigerians, because these are nations. You can't run out. We can't escape from that. This is a fact, right? Asian nation, Igbo nation, Yoruba nation. So you have. It's a fact of life.
What is the unbalanced part?
Okay, now so any kind of constitution, any kind of structure, the polity has to be alive to this reality, and that means
that is true.
All these various people have to have a sufficient autonomy, sense of autonomy, okay, to really pursue their destiny, okay, and therefore the idea of a federation, it has to be a federation for real, not a central federation. We have a central power, all right. It's not, and that's why all this fight, this struggle for the presidency, okay, and that is the major crime, the major problem.
But that's what I mean by we have intention, but we may not have the capacity to do the right thing.
What do you mean intention? It's not.
Mr. Aoki, are you supporting state policing?
It's going to be hard.
It's a cliche now. It's a cliche now. Everybody seems to support it.
The capital, okay, the central government should not be as powerful as it is. Okay, I mean that state government.
Actually, see, the thing is, when the world is
going the state government should be have more resources than the central.
Let me add this. Let me add this.
The state should
hold on. You know the world is heading in the opposite direction.
You're right.
The direction you are saying we should head towards. Hold on. This is what causes our dysfunction sometimes. The world is.
What do you mean the world? What does that mean? That is nonsense. What do you mean the world is going in a good direction? Come on.
Every time you see what we do here, we always go in the wrong direction where the world is heading. My point is that somebody came. See, hold on now. Let me say it now. Let me say it. When somebody came on this in Arise TV and said Nigerians are arguing for this is state police right now, when the whole world they are consolidating their police,
What does that mean?
They are reducing the number of their police every day. And then hold on. Let me finish my point.
What are you do with that?
See, if you keep interrupting me, you're not letting me talk.
Allow him to make.
You're not letting me talk. Then when it comes to centralizing power, the world is actually becoming more and more central every day. This is why people are talking about police state and all the rest of it.
So it's
becoming more and more central every day.
You are not listening. Oti, you are not listening. You just want to respond and interrupt.
Because the problem you are facing here is that there is a world that you have to deal with, the trends that are going on in the world that you have to deal with, and you have to keep an eye on that. Because if you just only go in one direction, pretending as if, because you read a note of about 30 years ago, you head in this direction, you're going to find out after you get there, the whole world has moved on. And you are still behind everybody else.
We have is a country we have. Okay, we have to build our country. Okay, now before we start talking about world powers and regional blocks, come on, this is a fantasy. Look, charity begins at home. We have to set our home first in order, and the way you can do it, you have to be able to govern yourself. Have you heard about what's called subsidiarity? Right now, you talk about this word. The word is, what does that mean? Look, Nigeria as a country, as a polity, we have to be able to organize and govern ourselves properly. We're not really to the way we are set up. It is simple. And then you're talking about what the trend. What does that mean?
What you are saying is not the reason why we are dysfunctional.
Okay. What's the reason then? What's the reason?
It's because of exactly what you are doing. You are focusing on minutia when you should be focusing on action.
You can't decide for the rest of us now. Why
no, because I can play you a video of about the psychology.
That's the problem the country is having. People want to decide for the majority of us.
Okay, let's hear from Master. Let's hear from Master.
If somebody has the right solution, if somebody has the right solution, see the Nigerian man.
Master, come in and bring it to you.
Just because you don't, you are not a moderator. Keep quiet. Hold on. If to be fair, I don't think. Amadioha, you said something now.
No,
Master, your audio is off anyway. KJ has come and turned your audio off. So clearly, okay, I think I can hear you now. I can hear you now, Master.
Okay, can you hear me now?
No,
yes, I can hear you.
When Amadioha have not talked, I hear before him. That is not fair. Don't imagine.
Go ahead, Amadioha.
Master, just hold on. Before he will not let us rest about that marginalization. He did say something for about 3-4 minutes, but it's okay.
Listen. You know, say me at the come wait is the evening mass people. Where they come evening mass. Now here would they get the main thing where they happen. Just imagine what is going on this platform now. And you are talking about Nigeria of how many ethnic groups. Look at the way we are disagreeing everything.
You must disagree, right? Democracy.
Then we can't look at Nigeria. How is it going to be where you have all those people put together that call different names? If I tell you, all right, we can say anything about ourselves, but make Ghana come try us. All of us go jog and beat the Ghana person. We go remove our tribal and everything. Even here in America, if I do with you, just guys. If you from another place come, we'll go join hand and do with you correctly. That's one thing I like about Nigerians, me particularly. All right, we join hand to fight. But when we come among ourselves, we start to they drag bone where we say flesh no down, that it makes no meaning. That's what we have to say here. All right, we are all brothers. We are all listen. All of us every day is Friday.
How do we fix our problem?
Saturday, Sunday, all right? If any of us have not logged on to the Damage show, we'll ask you, are you sick? I say you're in the hospital, all right? To find out what's going on this show. If most of us, if we are not logged on to the Damage show, Saturday and Sunday, that means something is wrong with you. You see that other story we are to fix Nigeria. But sometimes we'll come here, we'll start attacking each other, start bringing tribal, this region, injecting it. Outside man, they suffer. Igbo man, they suffer. Everybody for Nigeria, everybody suffer. The two guys that come yesterday, I don't know that number. One now a jogger, one now from boss was it under me. One now from I think Ijebibo. They not all say because people not say me something. Oh, God will say as he be hungry, they finish us. So, but we'll come here, we'll come there talk say. We know you from Nigeria, not from where we
I beg, make una like. Mr. Kafa, maybe subscribe first. I beg, thank you.
So my point is this. Most of us are always complaining about.
Subscribe, please. I like.
So most of us are always somebody bringing tribal. Now, would they raise the problem of tribal come first?
Yeah, subscribe and like, please. Thank you, sir.
Now,
you can see inside one black button in the top. Okay. You have to go to.
You can't be talking over people now. Let's try to be exercise some sense of.
I say make you subscribe before you forget. Now, Mr. Capo, now
I have to log in, right? I have to log in, right? I have to log in.
Thank you.
They don't know. No, you have to be. Log into YouTube.
If I take 2 cola, 1 cola, not pray for you. I tell you, you go they talk, they go. And they talk. Like
no, they tell that Mr. Capo we'll forget. We don't talk since we don't forget. Tell them.
I get snap and 2 cola nuts. They can pray for you. Go no.
You be about I'll be quiet.
So come guys. Only thing I just pray one day. The way we all of us want Nigeria to work. If we can put put money together in Nigeria, everyone going to be happy. All right. Obi said it one time. People don't understand what he said. Nobody buy bread cheap. North, east, west, nobody buy bread. It's affecting everybody.
What is our problem, Amadio?
Igbo man within that is not. It's affecting everybody. All right. Because you know, like picking, they cry, they done, they cry. Just they done there. You know, they cry. Just they done there. All right. So that's how they like Nigeria is now. Yes. It's not in Lagos State, and that's about 3 people.
What is the problem, and how do you fix it? You know, it's just
we have been coming here talking how do you fix it, how do this for over 1 year now. For over 1 year, we're coming here talk. No solution.
Tell us, you know. I mean,
yeah.
You know.
Now we'll call you, thank everybody. My point is this: the more we pass more positive, this outside there, it's more better for us to come here and start arguing about our trouble. Let's not become here. Many people listen to us talk, even hitting the topic more and more. Let's talk something good. That everybody come here, Nigeria never say, Satis never say, Igbo never do, Yoruba never do. That will talk about here most of the times. You take up for the conversation here. Let's talk something else. Damn here, we come here with Sasa don't do, Satis don't do, Southwest don't do, Igbo never do, Yoruba never do, Hausa don't do, Ifra never. See, people listen to us. That is not fair. That's not fair. All right. We are passing so many messages. All right. Even we have kids at home. They don't know difference between Igbo and Hausa. They know you're not African. They know you're African. They want to come, okay, I'm a Nigerian. Okay, you're Nigerian? I say yes. Now, if they hear this thing up and down, Igbo, they'll ask me, what's going on? All right. We all know this.
Now God will help us with tribalism. Tribalism in the warriors. Tribalism is too much.
Tribalism for Nigeria. Tribalism.
Let me allow Maska say something, and then I don't know.
I hope my audio would also allow me.
Yeah, it's very clear. And then I will play something then where KJ can go, because I know KJ has something very strong to say.
Yes, I'm going there. Let me
don't worry.
I would rather allow KJ to speak. The only thing I would say is to Mr. Oti. I think part of the problem you're trying to solve, Mr. Oti, is what you're compounding. We need to learn to listen to each other. When somebody is speaking, even if you think he's going to a place you don't like or you will not agree with, it's important to listen with an open mind, allow the guy to finish, and then you can actually counter him. Because I see forefather talking about...
Masker, yes, I agree. I take your advice. No, but this is something I know. Something is typical. I know forefathers. Okay, so I know is a.
This is the point I made.
So it's not a matter. I know what he was gonna say. It's diversionary. It's So I know exactly.
Your mic is not working. Your mic is not working, Masker. We are not hearing you.
You see, the fact that you call something that is clearly not diversionary smacks of what I'm talking about.
Forefathers.
It smacks of somebody that is incapable of understanding reality for some reason.
Yes,
and you probably believe that. You probably believe it, but it's not true.
No, listen. Okay, but it's okay.
I respect that you believe it, but it's not true.
Is Maska back or no or something?
No, Maska, your audio is gone again. You know, with this KJ around, I don't know. All these people that don't support Peter Obi, and when they show up, you start having problems everywhere. Okay. So what can I say? He's already muted Patrick Okafor too. Okafor, you are muted. You need to mute your mic. You want to say something. So see, Oti, one thing now, if you want to have a conversation with me, listen to what I say, respond directly to it, and also qualify it by examples, because then I will respect it more, because you have real world examples of what you are saying being true.
You see, forefathers, first of all, if we're arguing about anything, any point, any question, this kind of telling me that the world trend is going this way. I mean, that's starting point. That is really, you're starting on a very wrong foot. So I don't care what's the trend. Look, you have a problem with
should actually.
No, excuse me. Look, you have a problem. Okay, we have to be concrete. for all these abstractions or generalizations. It doesn't help anybody. If we have a problem, let's face it, let's discuss it, let's analyze it. Okay, Nigeria, we have our peculiar problems, right? If it is in terms of, the structural constitutional imbalance, the problem, we can deal with that. I think we have enough analytic power. We have enough brains to look at the problem we have and then try to provide solutions. There's no point in referring us to what somebody said somewhere else, right? I mean, borrowing, look, it's not that we cannot borrow, okay? But we can understand our problem. Are you with me? So when you start off by telling me that somebody was saying saying that the trend in the world, come on, that does not help anybody. And it really, because I know there's nothing you're gonna tell me that will make much sense to me, because that trend, which trend are we talking about? We have to understand our problem first. And if we don't understand
Mr. Oti,
we can borrow solutions.
Yeah, your audio is back, Masker.
Mr. Oti, is this same kind of thinking that I believe has landed us all black people into trouble?
What kind of thinking?
Our inability to be smart and strategic.
Your audio is cut out again. And I think he's making a point that Oti is a very fine division.
I want to listen to him.
It's a fine difference that I have with you. It's a fine difference that I have with you. It's a very fine difference that I have with you. You believe that the structure that you create in Nigeria is what is going to solve the problem. I'm saying you can have the best system on paper. If the people don't shift their mindset, they will destroy any system you create. And that is what I'm saying you need to look at. Because you keep looking at, that's why other countries have so many systems and they are functional. That is an example.
I'm not hung up on anything particular, structure or, but you see, it got to be dynamic. First of all, you have to understand that if you cannot make proper diagnosis, then any solution you can't even have a solution for a start. So I'm not like obsessed with the structure, but we have to look at it, and it's basic, it's fundamental, because we build on the foundation, we build on the structure, and this thing we talk about mentality, human beings are malleable, right? They're not difficult.
You just said something just now. You didn't qualify it with any example. Okay. There are nations without structure that went on to dominate the world.
Okay, see what I mean. Okay, what is so difficult to understand there? Human beings being malleable means that human beings. That's why you can educate people. Okay?
But forefathers, I as the Yoruba person, have listened to some of the concerns of the Igbo people. And we've said
this is not an Igbo. This is let's talk.
I know.
Oh, he wants to degrade the conversation now. Please go ahead, Oti. You were saying something.
Change that's fine. What I'm saying is that we see every part of what I'm trying to say is that every part of the country has peculiar issues affecting them. We don't necessarily have to have one issue. So let them hear and raise that issue so that we can all talk about it. There's nothing wrong in doing that.
We talk about tribalism.
There's nothing tribal talking about it.
Are you aware that the National Assembly presently is going through constitutional whatever?
Constitutional amendment.
Yeah. They are doing it all the time. Last year they had more than 60 of them.
Yeah. You see, but of course, when I think about a solution, I mean proper solution, effective, not something cosmetic. Okay. And you don't seem to maybe agree that, for example, that our governors really actually not doing proper governance. Thinking hard how to develop their people and the resources that that they're entrusted in.
But it's and again, Oti, to your point, it's even. For me, it baffles me that people who live in different demographics, different culture, different language, and you tell them not to talk about their own peculiarities, to look for a common ground.
Well, we are a federation. That's why it's a federation and not a unitary government.
Nobody is saying you should not talk about it, but when you make it paralyzing.
It is fundamental for us.
No, it's not.
It is fundamental.
it's not as fundamental as you're making it sound. Other nations, but it's not based on example. Okay, give me an example where people have this problem and they are. Stop interrupting. Jesus Christ.
Forefathers, okay? You see, if the constitution, okay? First of all, it has to define what Nigeria is, okay? Right?
It has already done that.
Excuse me. Let me ask you, what can be more fundamental than the constitution, in other words, that defines?
You see our problem? It's like they are frozen in place. They refuse to move.
What do you mean?
You keep talking about the same thing over and over again, and you don't even see yourself.
No, I want to make look. You said it's not fundamental, and I'm trying
our
to make.
Children are hungry right now.
Talk about
our
children.
People are insecure right now.
Excuse me.
They are busy talking about the same thing repeatedly. Israel doesn't have a constitution today. Okay. The UK doesn't have a written constitution today.
No, sorry, excuse me.
You are talking about constitution. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that.
Excuse me. Israel is a Jewish state, okay?
Oh my God.
Okay, so you don't think it makes a difference? Look, that they want to build a Jewish state, one people, one. Okay.
There are
you think it doesn't
almost
matter?
200 countries in the world with so many varied systems, and most of them are functional. It's only black people that are dysfunctional. Literally, only black people are dysfunctional.
Look, excuse me.
No, forefathers. That statement is not correct.
Okay, give me black countries that are very.
Give me one black nation that is
no. I'm not going to.
This Emilio network.
Your audio is cut out again, but I get where he's coming from. Maybe it sounds very harsh when I'm saying that, but most black countries are not developed. As a matter of fact, I cannot see one black country.
Look Jamaica. Look all of them. Yeah. Look all the West
most
Africa.
of us are still stuck in one place, and I can understand why, but it's not an excuse to carry on like this. You have to sooner or later lean forward and start doing things.
Forefathers. How do you then? Okay, look. If the constitution, okay, the basic law, okay, is not basic, so what else is? Okay, how do you even have a good government? Okay.
We have all the constitution we need. There is no people to implement it. That's the problem.
Even if we wrote our constitution on paper. You can make it functional. Even if it's on paper, even people who mean business, they can make it functional. Even in Israel, it's only 10 commandments that they had, and they managed to make it functional. And yet we keep making excuses for failures constantly. Oh, is this constitution? Is this one? Yeah, let's face it, we are not.
Before you come in,
see, Masca, this is why I was saying that I fear we as a people currently lack the capacity to build something great.
Is that okay?
No, we have. Don't worry, we have it. We have the capacity.
Father.
Yes.
If you bring that in, come out to subscribe.
You know what? Let me see. Okay, I think that's quite good actually. Let's use it as a break period at the same time to show the gentleman how to subscribe. Let me get it out. Okay, I don't know whether he demonstrated it, but we'll see.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah. Before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son. Ask your daughter. How to, just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know whether that helped you in any way, but let me show you. Let me show you another one again. Let me show you something that might be useful. You can see yourself here. You will need to go to YouTube page. This is the YouTube link there. You go to the YouTube link. Let me share it backstage now, so you have it. And you go on this thing. I think this should help. That's the YouTube link on the backstage, and you go there, and this is the subscribe button. Where is the subscribe? That's it there. You subscribe and select all, so you get notification whenever we are on.
Okay,
that's it. Yeah, you subscribe. I hope I'm not unsubscribed.
That place you see the damage at the down.
Okay. I should be able to find it on my own. Don't worry. Let's continue.
All right.
I'll look for it. Yeah.
So yeah, and while we are there, let me just share this one, what this guy was saying about the Algerian problem.
So Fanon was early on in his career.
The Fanon guy is a black revolutionary that wrote some psychological book about, you just hear what he says anyway.
Coming up against the racist and colonial misconceptions of the French medical profession, and ultimately of his own profession, psychiatry, although at that point he was just a general practitioner. And he wrote an extraordinary early article published in the French left-wing Catholic journal Esprit called North African Syndrome, in which he argued essentially that what was making these men sick was racism. These men were so-called French Muslims of Algeria, Français musulmans d'Algérie. That was their juridical category. These French Muslims of Algeria were told repeatedly that they were French. They were force-fed with French idea, French culture, the French language, and yet the reality was that they could never be French. They were not equal. They were discriminated against. They were oppressed. And Fanon's argument was that experience of oppression could actually result in physical and psychological symptoms of acute distress. So he was very early in his career, and he was only about 26 then. Fanon was seized by these, remarkably lucid insights about the connection between political oppression and mental health. I mean, today these ideas, I think, are widely accepted. Back then, they were extremely novel and challenging.
I think the general point was about political oppression and mental health, how it affects you. And let me just play this one as something on the side so that people just have a general idea of some of the kind of stuff that goes on around the world.
Enormous power. So the book focuses a lot on oligarchs. All right, what does that mean? It means we got to figure out how can we be effective in taking on people with enormous power. So the book focuses a lot on oligarchs. All right, what does that mean? It means that in the world today, the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 99%. In my country, richest country on earth, the United States, 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society.
So you see what he's revealing there. This is the reason why I share this is it's not because I'm trying to compare, notes. I'm just trying to show that nations have crazy things going on in them. But yet, look at them. Look at America. Many of us are running to America. Patrick fought for this same country. Because even if these injustices exist, they are still functional. So that's why I keep going back to this point. Because that is the one that makes sure that when you go to hospital, you get treatment. That's the one you make sure that your life expectancy is higher. Your student can go to school. People can feel safe in your country. That part of it is the part we have not done.
Sorry,
all the injustice is there,
but
they are still functional. Why?
Forefather, forefather. Sorry,
why are they functional when there is injustice?
You guys are not on the ones, Yana. Let us also continue.
KJ, please, a minute.
Wow.
The mistake you're making.
Yeah. I think KJ has been very patient.
Just one sentence. Look, you're putting the cart before the horse, okay? Now, because yes, there's a lot of dysfunction, injustice in the world. No, but okay, this Ben is talking about the political economy. I mean, how they rig the system. That's kind of we quite used to that in his political campaign and all that. He wrote a new book, yes, Capitalism and all that. Look, but America is a country stable, at least their constitution, okay, at least the rule of law. So they've got the basics, okay, and that is the concern we talk about. They've got the basics. So their political economy, the way the system functions, their economy can be dysfunctional, can be unjust, can be rigged. But at least they have a country. We are trying to have a country. We have to have a country first.
Oh my God.
And you can have it. You say, oh my God. You think I don't know what I'm talking about?
Father, take Odi out. Take Odi out. Take Odi out.
Why would you take Odi? Okay, yeah, he's driving.
Take Odi out now.
Look, take it easy.
No.
I know. I didn't see him moving. I thought he was
discipline ourselves. You can't discipline anybody.
I agree with you. I agree.
You understand? Look, no mercy for anybody. If you fuck up, cut your head. You see, Nigeria is already that
If
point
the
right
children
now.
could be watching, let's not be
No
like
problem, not vet, man, not vet. But Nigeria is going to that extent right now. Any
KJ,
small
don't wait,
minus,
talk. Don't
small.
wait for all these people.
You know, all this, you keep on putting the card. Fundamental mistake.
KJ, talk. We have had OT. We know what he's saying. Talk. Let's hear you.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
See,
Thank you for your patience, KJ.
I've listened. In fact, I've been listening. Even though I was not, on the screen. And the argument we have all canvassed is very, very, very fundamental. But the most that I would like to, speak about is the fact that the last statement that Oti made. We need to agree first that we want to be a country. Then we can now begin to deal from there to work the injustice that is there. Right now, today I had the privilege of watching a documentary done by one American on how Nigeria came to be, after the Second World War, and how they were able to put things together. Even what I've never heard it before that way, but he spoke about certain powers that came together and accepted they wanted to put nations together, and these nations were quickly assembled and was now eventually called Nigeria. He spoke a lengthy, about the history and how those things that those forces came together to build. So the question is, and he kept at the end of the documentary, he said that even though this has been done, yet these different nations, as he called them, have not still been able to tick together. Okay, they are still not ticking together because of the different ways they were brought together. It was not, in the first place, justice. It was not based on justice. It was not based on fair play. And somebody was saying, sometimes we make a mistake and saying God created Nigeria. No, God did not create Nigeria. Human beings like you and I sat in high tables and said to say these people should become one nation for their own best interests. But if we want to say, okay, because they have brought us together, now we want to be a nation, then we should sit down and be able to debate our reasons or what we do not want to be. I mean, for instance, all of us sitting here and ever asking, what does it take to be a Nigerian? You can't say other than that you are born in Nigeria. What is the American dream? I mean, what's the Nigerian dream itself? What is the nation of Nigeria heading towards? We can't say because there's no ethics. We don't have that. Okay, nobody can actually say this is the reason. Okay, if you are born in Lagos, this is what they are pursuing. If you are born in Sokoto, this is what they are pursuing. If you are born in Port Harcourt, this is what they are pursuing. We don't have that. Even the NYSC, which we used to say we should bring the nation, the youth, the younger people together, it's not even working. Because if you take the call-up letter and you read behind, it is said that you are not supposed to be rejected when you are posted. But government offices even reject the coppers when you go there. They bring your paper, let me see. They write on it, rejected, and give you back. This I'm not talking about individual companies now. I'm talking about government offices, federal government offices. Even they refuse to even obey the simple instruction not to reject coppers. So I'm saying this to say that if we can even flout our own laws, if we cannot even accept our own constitution, if we cannot even accept our basis of being a nation, if we cannot discuss the document that brought us together, that made us a nation, then what can we agree on? That's the question. What can we agree on?
I can ask you one question.
Now
Let me ask you one question.
I'll end on this. You played the American politician. What's his name now?
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is a very controversial figure. Okay, because despite his own summations on the economy of America, he's a wealthy man. He's a billionaire.
It doesn't mean it's inaccurate. Trump says the same thing too. It doesn't mean it's accurate.
No. All I'm trying to let you know is that when they cry out for the poor, the true situation is that they themselves are not living in. Those who are crying, you see, those who are crying, and I'm digressing a little bit. Those who are crying climate change. They all live in islands surrounded by the Atlantic.
The Republican in him is coming out.
Are they not afraid to die?
The Trumpian in him is coming out now.
When they want to divert your attention, when they want to bring something to talk.
But I wanted to ask you one question. Now you immediately forgot the question. Please, go ahead.
How do you feel when you hear Nigerian national anthem?
I can't hear you.
How do you feel when you hear Nigerian national anthem?
I think when I hear the Nigerian national anthem, often I think about the musical instrument that they are using, how it seems archaic.
You're not Nigerian.
Can you?
You're not Nigerian. Just keep quiet.
I feel like.
Can you guys hear me?
Let me tell you what
I feel like they don't.
You can hear me? Okay. Let me ask you a question, and this question will go to KJ and OT.
I've not finished.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Let you pick now. Since the mic doesn't work all the time, you guys just wait.
That's the reason why I ask you, how do you feel when you hear national anthem Nigeria? Do you feel, patriotic that you feel you're in Nigeria?
I feel very proud.
Depends on the context, yes. Depends on the context. I do feel proud.
Joke apart, I feel very proud. I feel like there's one kind of inner strength in me to just mess some people up just to make Nigeria great again. That's kind of, I feel that
I envy you, but the fact is that I feel like I've been destroyed. Do you know that I don't get moved when I hear Nigerian anthem?
I think you get that from a lot of people, some Nigerians.
Let me tell you, I was so brainwashed in the US military that when I hear the Star Spangled Banner, their own, I feel like I want to die for America.
I see people this is an example of the point I'm making.
I'm telling you,
I've been making for ages.
It does not move me. When I hear Star Spangled Banner, I feel like even doing my basic training in South Carolina for Jackson, we are so brainwashed. We scream this thing every day. We scream the anthem.
Patrick, that's the reason why Nigerian national anthem doesn't move you now, because you've been brainwashed.
No, because I feel I don't
I'm
have
just joking.
Let me tell you, this is my point. I feel that I have no other place. That's in Nigeria.
Patrick, let me help you. Let me help you. And Master, listen to what I'm going to say, because I've given a deep thought to this thing. If you listen to the American item, even without being an American, you are moved by the words.
Now big lie.
I say na lie, KJ.
What are you saying?
What are you saying? Move to where?
Listen to the weddings. Just listen to the weddings.
Let me tell you what.
That's experience now, local P. Now, please go ahead.
You think about the wars, okay? Now, just oppose it with our first item. Nigeria, we're healthy. Okay? Not this one, arise the compatriot, because no compatriots in Nigeria. But the Nigeria we're healthy, our own native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in unity we stand. That makes more sense to anybody who reasons.
Okay.
Arise the compatriot, Nigeria call obey. To obey what? To serve our fatherland as our patriot. Which patriot do you have in the past?
Yeah, but you see what you are saying.
I'm stealing money now.
What I'm telling you,
see why I say it looks like the people in Nigeria, they are opposed to their own nation.
No, you see, you are going off. You are going off.
But you don't recognize your position in it. You make it sound as if it's something out there. You are one of them.
It is not the nation as a whole that's fucking you up. Sorry, my language. That's messing you up. It's you, your kindred, your kind. Me and you.
Exactly. People, we are part of it.
Your neighbors, your office people, your school members. They're the problem of Nigeria.
And I think we start understanding that we are the ones causing the problem, not Nigeria. We are the ones
causing it. Forefathers, can I ask OT and KJ my question now?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm sure both OT and KJ are old enough to remember the 1986 Olympic gold medal when we won in football. Am I right? It's not a rhetorical question.
Yes.
How do you feel at that point? You are telling me that you did not feel as a Nigerian, you didn't feel anything, that you belong to that country that won the gold medal?
Wait now.
Celebrating
In
baby.
19,
Very cool.
When they are
Let's
not
talk about
in 1986,
I
right?
ran to the
Atlanta
streets.
96.
In
Atlanta
1986,
96. Talk about
oh,
Ivory
smoke now,
Coast.
wait. They
Some
say
people were
KJ
happy
and
that we
OT.
lost.
Me, I be KJ, except to
In Ivory
I'm
Coast.
sure
we don't
KJ
go
was
don't go.
outside with shirtless.
Eh?
I'm sure you were
In
outside dancing that day.
1986, okay? In 1986,
People were happy that
Nigeria, you
Nigeria
know, at that
lost.
time, is it the same
96.
Nigeria? Is it the same thing in 2024? The Nigeria of 1986, is it the same thing of the Nigeria today? Because 1986, hold
96,
on, sir,
96,
hold
not
on.
86.
Let me just hold on. Hold on. In 1986, I'm not going to invest you. Okay? And in that, after that, I didn't even go to university till almost, okay, I don't want to tell you when I went to university. But at the same time, okay, I went to university where I used milk. I mean, master, hold. I'm
So
asking
are
you a
you
question.
saying you were more patriotic then?
I'm coming now. At that time, Nigeria, every Nigerian had a reason to lay down his life for Nigeria.
Okay, fantastic. Can you just hold on there, KJ, for a minute? So the point I'm making is that yes, even if Nigeria is not there today, but Nigeria was there at some point. So this argument about there was no country, I think is null and void argument. We didn't form Nigeria, me and you. I was born in Nigeria and I have no choice. I was born in
Like most
You
people
see,
around the
again,
world, they don't have
that's
a
the
choice.
mistake we make. Sometimes we say we are born in Nigeria. You are not born. You are born either your tribe. You are born as first of all your tribe. You are born as Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, or whatever. Before they tell you that you are in Nigeria. So more so that
Actually, somebody told you were Igbo too.
No,
You make it look like the Igbo was formed from heaven.
There is no language called Nigeria.
Forefathers, sorry, guys, fellow panelists.
Nigeria is a subset. Igbo is a subset of the Nigerian languages.
Sorry, let me interrupt.
No.
If you don't mind, Loco P was chasing after me.
I'm trying to put.
I'm coming after Loco P right now. Forefathers, I just want to understand the guidelines here. I thought if you're driving, you're not supposed to speak, not to be in the program.
No. You can't be in the program while you're driving. Otherwise,
okay, I just wanted to clarification.
Okay.
Because I've seen that many times. I was not going to speak, but
All right, so KJ, the point I'm making, and to you, Oti, also.
Are you still coming for me?
Is that
you're hiding?
Nigeria?
I need to see your face before. I'm waiting for you to come back.
It's okay. I think it's been resolved now. Please go ahead, Masker.
Okay, so the point I'm making is that at some point, even if it's not the perfect Nigeria we had wanted, but in my lifetime, I know that there was a point where Nigeria as a country was there. It's certainly not perfect, okay? I'd always been waiting for ABC to happen to Nigeria so I can do E.
Your audio is gone.
Hey.
And you see what is remarkable about what KJ
You
said?
leave a below network now. Go carry obedience. Master, go join obedience. You carry good network.
Nigerian man, hold on now. KJ said something very interesting. That there was a time Nigeria was worth being patriotic for, and that was like under a military regime too. That Nigeria was worth being patriotic for, and it was relatively a long time ago. If you think about it, there was marginalization, maybe even worse than in Nigeria. So you see, this is why I keep saying the way we manifest things. I think people should read it for what it is. When people say they want Nigeria to break up, they are manifesting the kind of frustration that all Nigerians have, but in a different way. That's what I observe from what they say, and I just hope that they themselves start recognizing it, because when you recognize it, then now you can now be able to march forward and say, okay, this is what is missing. Let's go and fix that part that's missing. That is the way I look at it. I don't know. Patrick Okafor, you wanted to say something?
No, not really. I'm just listening at this
okay.
I have something to say, guys.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Oti.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, Maska. I came here because of Maska anyway.
Okay, but I just want to conclude and say good night, because my point is that as a country, we are in a bad place now, very, very bad place. But that does not take away the fact that we are still a country. And I think let's not go into the argument of, oh, let's form a country first before we make it better. This is a country. We should stop deceiving ourselves. We did not put ourselves together, but we found ourselves there together.
You are gone again.
Otilo.
So, I'm not sure what's happening to his audio,
Yeah,
but
so, what I would say to Master,
my point is this, I like how this discussion is going so far. Forefathers, I don't agree with forefathers in many things, as well as Masker. But tonight, I'm actually agreeing. I think all of us, you see this suffering in Nigeria, it go correct our brain, all of us. We know there's a problem. I like what Masker is saying tonight, that there is a problem. We need to all get together to solve this problem. Whether you're Emiloko, whether you're Arewa, whether you're Biafra, whether you're South, we're here together. I'm pan-Africanist. I'm not even just pan-Nigerianist. I believe that, there was something Forefather said initially, that people are forming groups to be bigger. I don't believe that, let's say, if there's Arewa or if there's Oduduwa or if there's Biafra, it's not going to make anything better. We're still going to have hope. Those are the Mars wanting to take power. And you're still going to have one governor in Enugu who wants to take power. Even in the Southeast, there's so much division. I'm from Abia State. We have a governor who is killing it now. If you can imagine, Bat will be in Abia tomorrow to commission that project that has not taken off for like 20-something years, right? Aba may be the first city in Nigeria that will have 24-hour light electricity. It may propel even part of the Southeast and Southern Nigeria to a height that we've not seen in so many years. We need all of us together to fight this fight. I don't believe that, united we stand and divided we fall. In Abia State, we had two different kind of ideologies. People said, I'm from Mungwa. These people said, I'm from Old Bend, which means completely stupidity, means nothing. But people voted along these tribal or whatever, Burakpo lines. And they voted people who were incompetent into Abia State for so many years, until people said, no, we have suffered enough. Abia State was the worst root state for so many years. And after a while, Abia people said, no, we just, anybody that will solve the problem. If somebody from Jalingo can solve Nigeria's problem, all of us here should agree and support that person. Look, if it's a military major that will solve Nigerian problem, Gaddafi solved the Libya's problem for a very long time. We'll support him. Anybody that will support, that has the result. My problem is when people have two tongues. When they say, the idea that somebody will come to steal election and put his son-in-law in government, and you think there will be something that somebody will succeed, that you're doing something criminal, and you think that the person will succeed, you're praying one way or the other, let him succeed. The person is buying 1 billion naira or whatever, 1 billion, $100 million yachts, or buying, they are still, you can see that these guys are pilfering, and you're believing that because he's from your place, he's going to succeed. Then we cannot speak the same language. Where I've disagreed with forefathers and Masker in many times in the past is the idea that when people say the North plays very good politics, no, they play stupid politics. They are supporting people based on religion and ethnicity that will put the country in a bad place. And they know this. How can you support Buhari and say, people who can forgive 2015, but how can you forgive 2019? When the man, we knew he was incompetent, his fellow Northerners are now coming to say that everything is to be blamed on Buhari. But we knew that he gave us 4 years, and we could see that the 4 years was a disaster. You know, people said no. Between Buhari and Atiku was a thief, but at least we had two clear choices. Atiku had clear vision. They had debates, whether they didn't want them to meet together. But Atiku could outline economic vision. But people say, Buhari is our God, though. Emi local people say, no, our pastor will take over after Buhari. Let's, vote this way. And you want a better country? You guys are jokers, man. People are already saying in this one that let's support Tinubu. Of course, so people, by the time 2023 will come, or whatever, 2027, they will say, let's give him one more chance. He has tried now. Or if something small, good happens, you say, let's try. No, the man doesn't have any ideas. He's filling the whole place with his people from Lagos, even if they're incompetent. One of the things that you have to respect Obasanjo for doing is saying, look, an article, he said, look, let's get the proper team. And they assembled the best they could. You understand? Tinubu doesn't even have the mind to get the best team.
Odi.
Go ahead.
I thank you and I salute you for the points you've made. I just want to make two small side comments or footnotes. It's your speech, but I will put a footnote under your speech. I have never said that the North.
Your mic don't go again.
I don't think I've ever said that the North plays good politics, but I think all regions have played bad politics. Because if they play good politics, it will be developed by now, isn't it?
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Forefathers, you have said that in the past. We have spent time arguing this. My problem is this. The North has ruled Nigeria for the longest period by far. But the North is the most impoverished place on earth.
Not by far.
And this was my...
Not by far. Now, that's what I'm military now.
No, but still the North is the still. Do you think that coup d'etat? Do you think if you're from Osun State, you can come and do coup d'etat in Nigeria and succeed?
You know, do tribe, or God will be realistic.
It's not good than being, no be human being.
Wait, you don't believe there's politics in the military?
No, he doesn't believe so.
Then, go check Nigeria. Nigeria history will tell you now.
I think if you remove if you include Gowon and include a few others, you find that Nigeria has been run 50-50% by Christians and Muslims. Because
I'm not. You see, you're going to. I'm talking about the North. You're changing. No. Forefathers, you're changing.
I agree with what you're saying. I'm not trying to change it. I'm saying in terms of when you say Northerners have ruled Nigeria more as a military thing, if you consider one middle, not northern, because most people consider him northern, but if you don't, then you find that.
Let me ask you guys a question. Has anybody from the south, as a military person, successfully done a coup in Nigeria?
No.
Anybody? Nobody. That's what you can't be in Nigerian setting. Nobody could have done a coup from the south and get support. It's just you know that if you do it, they will kill you. Even the Nzogbu, they have to hand over their coup to somebody, and the person was killed.
Why is that a problem?
No. What I'm talking about is this.
Can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me?
I said we have come to an agreement now.
Odi,
I think we have. Okay, let me give you.
Odi, you see, what you have successfully done is you've carried a national conversation and you've taken it into primordial environment. We are now back to North and South. Yes, that's what you want us to discuss, North and South. Something that really in fact, does not really exist. Northerners are poor, Southerners are poor. This idea that the North, what is the North ruling? Who is the North ruling? What does the North ruling means? It means nothing.
You know, he has gone. But you know, the idea that the North is really nothing now is a joke, because we know that Muslim candidate was run for a reason. It was targeted at the Northwest. I'm not talking about, look, I love the North. I want all of us. I'm just saying that poverty affects everybody. You know, the idea that there's poverty in the South and the poverty is in the North, yes, it's true, but there is way more poverty in the North.
Oti raised this discussion point. His question is, what do we do and what is the problem? And the particular point, the argument was that whether we need to have a new constitution and a new country before we solve the problems or not. That's the topic. Don't take us into who not who, who rule who for when. I think it's a smart discussion.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm glad you
want to carry us into whether
the idea that
you now say
we are not new to this program.
Let people count. Let's count.
No, look, we've been through this.
Let's count.
Let me tell you something. The time that will make success in this country is when we start telling each other the truth. When people you start saying the truth, and people say, "Oh, don't talk about it," you know, this person is our leader. Hold on, now let me finish. I said I came here because I saw Masca, because him and forefathers are here. We have had this discussion in the past before things have gotten this bad. Masca is speaking as a born-again person now. He didn't speak like this before. And I'm happy
is born again now.
You know what I mean. Stay for the last. Stay on the topic. That's one.
I don't know what I'm saying is
I don't think he said anything like when I think in the context we were talking about it before was that in terms of negotiating politics, maybe that's what you had before. In terms of the way politics is played.
No, see, I'm alive now, forefathers. I know what I've said. What I've said consistently in this platform, not only for the northern voters. I insist that Nigerian voters are Swazi voters. The challenge we have in Nigeria is the people presented to the voters and the circumstances of the voters that I've maintained. An average northerner understands politics very well. What are the choices left for him? It's another question. Don't tell me that the northern person on the road doesn't know that this leader is
You see, I'm getting him to say what he said before. The average northerner understands politics very well. He's saying it in another way. How can they understand politics well? And they are putting Buhari and they are putting all these guys. Am I alone here? Are you guys?
What are you use all this language?
This Niger man, why are you angry? Why are you angry? If you have something to say,
some people to be born superior than the rest of us.
Niger man, you have to.
Has not put a foot to me in terms of
forefathers. I thought we have to put on our lights. Let him put his light so we can see him now. He's just there in darkness and screaming. Put your on the light. Take him out of that place. That's part of the rules. If you don't have lights, take him out.
Somebody
take him out. That's why you took me out. Take that man out. Forefathers.
This is your follow. This is your follow.
Forefathers. That's part of the rules.
This is your follow.
Doesn't have light.
Forefathers.
You be a Bado man.
I think
no
you should.
You think that we can.
Let's maintain cause. I think you see, particular forgive them all their sins because you see the attitude.
Don't worry. I'm used to this.
Welcome, Paul. Thank you for joining us. I think the topic was about how we can actually get on to solve problems instead of always worrying about restructuring this and restructuring that, or having this conversation or having that.
I think Father, I'm with you today completely. Everything that you've been saying, I'm with you. But just to catch on what one myth that KJ put here that Bernie Sanders worth 1 billion. Bernie Sanders only worth 2.5 million. How do you go from 2.5 million to 1 billion? Come on now.
I tried for KJ before.
Yeah.
I didn't say the guy's a billionaire.
Paul,
You said he's a billionaire, so that's why I give him one. If you say he's a billionaire, I didn't even add. I give you one, but his net worth is 2.5 billion.
Not say he's a billionaire. I say he's a millionaire. I said he's a
billion. It's billion. You said billion.
He's a millionaire. That's what I said.
Okay, maybe I'm helping you to correct you. We can roll back. You said billion.
No, go roll it back. I know what I said.
Oh no, I heard you clearly. I have my phone here with me. I can bring it back.
Bring it back.
Then
KJ, that's what you said. Yeah, you said he's a billionaire. But I understand the context.
What I mean is he's a billionaire.
And that's okay. I think the idea is that Bernie Sanders is a rich guy, but not be Oyibo we can't discuss here. Niger, look, we focus on our people here. Leave all these people.
I know that. Let me tell you something, and please listen to me. You see,
you check the topic.
We talk about trying to
Niger man on your light. Forefathers, you're being you see, you don't want to take him out, but you are quick to take me out. He should turn his light on.
If the people
I put my light, I just off it now.
I just want to give a
no good like that now. You know, say that generation nation, they don't get light for Niger now. Why you go?
You don't know now. Don't like for Nigeria.
Niger man, they Spain. It is Spain. Or it is in Europe.
No mind that you off in light. Don't mind. Alaba leave this man. Make it on in light.
You don't see first. You don't see Nigeria first. Don't see Nigeria first. Don't see Nigeria route.
Go collect palliative for Nigeria. Your brother they share palliative. Go collect.
KJ say something, please.
They share rice for pot.
You people should listen to KJ now.
KJ just they talk. Nobody.
The only journalist among us, listen to him.
I just want to draw attention.
We're talking
about if there's no problem, why do we get jittery when we talk about putting things properly in Nigeria? And I give 3 analogies. The first time that Boeing made their first plane, it wasn't as perfect as it is today. They kept tweaking and adjusting until they got to the one that we all have now, which everything seems to be working properly. The first cars that were made were not what they are now, but the people kept improving on what they have until they were able to get to the place where the cars are almost near perfection. What is wrong in when we say as people we have been sitting on this system? Let us come together and readjust the system that can serve us better. What is wrong with that? Is there any of you here who's sitting here who do not have meetings with your wife and your children in your house year to year to see how far they've gone, to see what needs to be tweaked? Is anybody here?
I don't think that is what we are saying. I think what we are saying is that you don't put that as a condition for solving problems.
Why? Because problems are because
other people have the same problem constantly. And hold on, you said why. You asked why. Listen to the answer. You asked why. Listen to the answer, and
don't put what as a basis of solving problem.
Exactly, because other people have the same problem. They
KJ also talk about America. America have their own so much problem, even in their constitution, where they even class black people as they say they are 3/4 of human. You understand? When did black people started voting in America? When was this constitution that America have? You understand? This constitution has been there for a very long time. When did black people started voting? Hold on. No, now let me land with my assertion. I think that is what Forefather is asking. So all they do, you understand, just like when we called constitution, then we started amending the constitution, which means institution is still running, things are still working, and every other thing, things still work. You understand? Like I tell people, you and I, Oti, I will never agree with you. So if you tell me that I don't agree, whether you stammer or not. So you and I, KJ, we might be of 2 different opposites. I'm not Democrat. I am independent. But I will tell you, I know you are strongly Republican. But let me tell you something. One thing I know at the end of the day, in this America that I've lived for years, Democrat states are doing well and Republican states are doing well. We may argue over one thing and another, but all I know I've lived in a Republican state. In fact, I would say I'm almost living in a Republican state that is turning blue. It's now a swing state. You understand? But they are doing well. This state is doing well. When I moved down to the state of Arizona, it's purely red. Till today, the whole house is Republican. Undermining the governors and the senator are Democrats. It's more of a red state than a blue state. You understand? But what I will tell you, the state is doing well. You understand? So, which means institution is still working. They still they still respect their norm, their grand norm. When they put certain laws in place, they still work on it. And I will agree with you on one aspect. To criticize is more than welcome. So people can also criticize the parts that they felt is not working very well. They will criticize it. But for we to just say, let us put everything on standstill and just press pause and say, okay, let us go write new constitution and believing that new constitution will work well. I will use the same word. Since 1999, all our kingsmen have become governors in all our different states. Has anyone performed? That is the answer. You understand? When our kingsmen have become governors in their state, so it's not like they bring Ndubisi Kalu to come become governor in Lagos State as state administrator. I'm talking where a Lagosian will be a governor in Lagos, and Akwa Ibom man become a governor in Akwa Ibom, where your kingsmen will become this or certain strategic position in your state, but still it's not working very well. So more of it, we have more of a leadership problem than any other thing we can think of.
Okay. Paul. That's not what I'm dealing with.
Paul, KJ,
I'm only dealing with the structure of doing things properly. It's not whether you are north, south. It doesn't. It's not
KJ.
I'm talking about when the thing is not working.
Paul, did anybody suggest that when we point out problems with the structure, okay, the constitutional questions, issues, is there any suggestion that Nigeria should stand still, or we should not move on and do what we need to do?
Never to stand still.
I think the suggestion is that whenever they talk about solutions, you say, "Oh, we have to go and talk first." But you forget, and you never say, "Oh, let's figure out a way to talk about healthcare and everything." You keep saying, "Let's go and talk first."
No, sorry, excuse me, forefathers. And I don't know where you're getting that from. Like I said,
that's what I get. Maybe that's not the
intention. Oti, can I suggest something, Oti? Forefathers, I think they have a point. In fairness, they have a point. I don't think KJ and Oti are effectively saying that other problems should not be solved until this problem is solved. So my suggestion is that, okay, maybe for just the heck of it. Wait, Oti, you like to talk, Oti?
Oh, Master, this is a better pass my neighbor phone when you use it.
Forefathers, what I'm suggesting is maybe just on this platform tonight, can we take the issue of the structure of the country and the constitution? These are real problems we must acknowledge. Let's talk about it. What are the issues? What are the structural issues? What are the constitutional issues? Just a suggestion. I'm not saying we must.
I agree with you. We've talked about it quite a lot. And for me, when you finish talking about it and put a constitution in place, guess what's going to happen? You are still going to get people that disagree with it. And this is
but what is the problem? I don't know the problem. I don't know the structural problem.
See,
I don't know the constitutional problem. I'm saying let's talk about it.
People will forever. I agree with you. But my concern is that while we are busy talking about things that people will always disagree with, people suffer constantly.
No. I don't think. I don't also think that people will disagree if truly.
See, for me,
your audio is gone again.
Let me just jump in here. I agree with Maska.
They are moving motion for a parliamentary system now.
See, in the
okay, so that's one thing.
The only problem with the constitution is
that is the next thing. But this
this Nigerian man let him put on his light so we could know when he's talking now. He's just being like, come on, man, forefathers, do your job, man.
The Nigerian constitution. The only problem.
See my house, they share for neighbor for night after
if for me the problem.
My man Jagun, long time.
is how will I put it now?
Serious senior man, yeah. You don't tell,
right?
Oh God. See, Loco, please go ahead. All these people are. Please go ahead.
All of us are Republicans, you know.
So what I'm trying to say is, Nigerian Constitution. The only problem I have with it is simple. One, you have vague clauses that they are not. It doesn't have specifics to, like, okay, you have too many lacunas whereby lawyers or the politicians can take advantage of. You understand? They are not really well spelled out, and they also have conflicting clauses. In one of the section 2 was bad this, blah, this, blah, that, blah, this will tell you one. Then if you not go deep further to another section, it will tell you something that is countering the first one. So something like that. So you have two conflicting clause or laws conflicting each other. Why there's too many of them that are no they are too vague. They are not spelled out specifically. So I think that's the only problem. But when it comes to laws that has to do with governance, you understand, that like has to do with our everyday life, for me, nothing much is really bad. It's just that the only thing that we have is the government institutions that is dealing with us, our everyday life. That is the issue that is bedeviling Nigeria. Nothing else.
Let me just join and support Lokopi.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Like I was saying, our everyday life. If our everyday life are not affected, I don't think we should all be here talking about coming every day to be talking about the same thing over and over. Our everyday life is being affected when it comes to education, health, security, transportation, which is road transportation, education. You understand? Then when it comes to like food, you understand? Those are the things that affect us every day, and they are kind of taking the lives of Nigerians on a daily and even in large numbers. You understand? Those are the issues that are affecting us, and the only thing that will make those things work efficiently is when the judiciary, you understand, the judiciary arm of the government do their work effectively. When you err, the hammer will come on your head instantly. No, I beg you, no sentiment. You understand? I think if we have this hammer coming on our head 247 once we err, I mean, come on. They say if they use Kobuko whip you 2 times, you go. They don't tell you. You stay in line. You confirm. You start. So, but our problem is we don't have punishment for anything we do in Nigeria.
Okay. No
punishment. That's why we are here.
You made a point. Okay, Logo. Let me ask you, Logo. So you don't see a problem with our governors going to Abuja to collect allocations, money? Fine, you don't see a problem with that.
See, hold on, my question. Wait, if I use money send you message and you use the money well, I do not have a problem.
No. They are dependent.
No, hold on. Wait, first.
You don't have to generate.
Just listen to me. I use money send you message.
I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand what you mean by that.
I don't understand what the word.
Use money send me message. What does that mean?
Hold on now. You go collect your money where you keep for somewhere else, and you use the money judiciously. Would there be a problem?
No,
if they are using the money collected from Abuja, they are doing. Hold on. Now, they are giving us. Listen to me now. The money they are collecting from Abuja, if they are using it properly,
who owns that money? Who owns that money?
Then that's what. So collecting the money is
not
the problem.
Questions that are not. That is a thing I have issue with.
The money is not the problem.
What is about process?
Not using the money.
When in reality, the function is the most important aspect.
Exactly. Not the money. Leave the money.
Let me jump in here. Oti, sorry to interrupt you. I just want to give a shout out to Alaba. Ben, I've not been in this program for many weeks, but much respect to you. Like many times, I want to jump in. And you just will express everything I had to say. I will just say, let me just chill and enjoy the program. So much respect to you, my brother. Our problem in Nigeria is not our constitution. That's my view. Our constitution is a very good document. It's not perfect. Even the United States document, the constitution, it's not perfect. The UK has no constitution. They are operating and they are doing our problem is our institution. Our institution is completely debased. It's not even the judiciary. only.
Sorry.
Our
So
main problem, hold on,
it doesn't matter
is
who owns the resources in the country. It doesn't matter.
no, hold on.
Them?
Do you know where our problem is? Look, the people who own the resources are getting some 31% or 20%. They're getting derivation. We have NDDA, we have NDDC. We have many things. Do you know Akwa Ibom and Delta State is collecting as much money as Lagos State? Go and look at but they are not using it for anything. The problem we have in Nigeria is that
gets a lot of money.
Delta State gets about the most money in Nigeria. I'm going to land. Just give me a second.
Local governments.
No, I'm going to come there. See everything. Our problem is our process of choosing our leaders. Look, if you go into government and we have a process, we can hold you accountable. Let me tell you something. If not for all these things we are complaining now is because of Yakubu. If Yakubu followed the electoral law, it was a beautiful electoral law that Buhari, signed into law. If they followed it to the letter, everybody knows. Even Sowolu was going to campaign for the first time when he saw there was trouble. He was going to talk to people, going to churches, going to mosques, talking to people. If our leaders know that if you don't rule well, that you'll be kicked out, my brother, they will start ruling well. This is our problem. People know that they can go and use thugs and disrupt polling stations, and people will say, oh, it's okay, we have a leader now. Because the INEC law, the electoral law that they signed in, say if there's violence in the polling unit, the election will be cancelled and will be conducted on a later day. INEC doesn't follow that law. They said there will be electronic transmission from polling units. They did not follow that law. If there was electoral transmission from the polling unit and they were cancelling election where there was violence, my brother will not be saying these things you are saying. In some states, if we are electing the people we really want to elect, all these things, even local government elections, the states are organizing the worst elections than federal government. That's all these state police that you're trying to organize. Hold on. All these state police that people are talking about, if you organize state police and you give it to the Imo state governor, or that governor,
let me ask,
they'll finish all of us now. If you put your leg there, they will they will just arrest all of us.
Odi, let me ask one question, because I think
Odi, why don't call Yaya Bello? Why don't call Yaya Bello?
This is what Olumide is known for. Olumide is very, very passionate about electoral process, and I've been engaging him in this conversation that what if the people that are choosing these leaders are like the leaders themselves? And hence you are getting this type of results you are getting. Where does the change start from?
Okay, so I can respond to you, forefathers. I can if Odi agrees that I can intercede on his behalf on this matter.
I hope you intercede very well. It's up to him to decide. You want to?
we need to interact. You tell me where you live in the north. Next time I come to Nigeria, I'll fly directly and see you.
I'm not going to tell you.
Home.
Odi, you are a bigot. Every now and then your mindset is always about north and south. I'm not going to give you my info. I will do like Pansat. You are a southern Boko Haram.
Oh goodness. So but the question remains though.
Okay, so forefathers,
I want to ask Odi something. You see, your last statement didn't sit down well with me. Even though there's some things you said that I will contest, but your very last statement, you said like state police. If you give Uzodema or whatever his name is, state police, you see what he can do. You see. Should we, for the want of a shoes, lose the war? Should we?
Okay, so I wanted to allow. I agree with. Look, if you look at the United States, our policing is at local government level.
Correct. It's not state. It's local government. City police.
because the state cannot even police, people. The people, if you come to my county, the police people live with us here. If I call police here, in 2 minutes, I'm telling you, they are coming in front of my house. And they probably know me already. That's what we have as vigilantes. If you come to look, we had some type of policing in Abia State that was called Bakassi.
But I wish we were supposed to be using America as an example. America is very unsafe, actually.
I'm sorry. Look, in Abia State, we had Bakassi. You dare not sniff. It was running very well, but the problem is that it was completely under the control of the state governor. So whenever he decided to go rogue, he would go rogue with everybody. But if he had a House of Assembly that people were electing from their free choice, that were not dependent on, you see, when these governors were elected, they were going to thank Tinubu for allowing them to come back. The senators will go and thank Tinubu for allowing them to come back. These people know more than we know. House of Assembly people will go and thank the governor. So that's why, if you allow them to have free and fair elections, hold on. Look, okay, let me just summarize.
Sorry.
Look, I agree with state police, but you have to work out a good process before you go to, you can't just say everybody go into state police. My brother, it will be a recipe for disaster.
And you are saying that, you're talking about the governors now, the obeisance to the presidency. And you think that is not a constitutional issue, a problem, the imbalance we'll talk about? You don't think so? The power of the presidency?
I stand with OT, go to state.
Let me tell you two things. Look the way 2023 election was conducted in Lagos State, right? How the people whom you think you are supposed to be, who you think are supposed to be hoping to have good governance, that everything should be free and fair, legitimately, you understand? Look at the way they did their policies in Lagos. Just suppose that with what happened in Edo State governorship primaries. You understand? This has nothing to do with the government now or the presidency. This is just party people, just party members that are doing all this nonsense. Now, you're not telling me now that with those people involved, not even one or two or few selected persons, too many Congress members, which is the party members, look at what they came out to vote. Now look at all those people. Look at what they did.
Let me
hold on first. Look at what they did. Then you will now have to see have the mindset to tell me that the governors are still messing up. The kind of people that have it. The kind of people that they selected to choose them are even corrupt more than even the governors to be.
Okay, I get it. But see, do you really know that we can actually be radical if you want to solve this problem? You know that was really radical. Face it squarely. Okay. For example, well, I don't know how serious they are, but somehow the National Assembly is debating whether to, return to parliamentary system. Okay, that would be a radical, step. Okay, now so again, constitutional, structural question. So don't you think that Nigerians, for example, can decide that to make even a House of Assembly, National Assembly, a part-time role?
That's not the problem.
No, that's okay. That's fair enough. But the question that I will ask you, OT, is that this is wishful thinking. How do you move from where we are now?
I think you all are going in circle. Can you guys give me just 3 minutes to just make a point?
I'm just saying that
can you all guys?
I'm just here.
Alaba, just go ahead. Go ahead. They will give you time. Go ahead.
See.
Okay,
this thing. Hold on, Alaba. I'm gonna give you all the time you need. This thing that is doing all the time. Now you just talked about cutting the government to half. This clearly shows the same problem you keep having. You are not looking. You don't look at the data and what Nigeria state has been cut to the skin. America has a
I'm
far
talking about
larger
force of
state.
assembly.
Hold on.
Force of assembly. They're not the government.
Even all
National
other
assembly,
countries have larger ones.
they're not the
Hold
government.
on now. All other countries have larger ones. That's my point.
My God.
Everything it comes to Nigeria, you want to cut it to the bone without thinking, looking at how other people govern themselves.
Hold on. See,
if you want to cut their salary, cut salary. Not tell.
Is it the numbers that's your problem? Hold on. It is the numbers that is the problem, or is the behavior?
But the cost.
The behavior. The behavior is the cancer.
Is it the number that's the problem? Sometimes new Nigerians say, I don't know how you guys think about it. This is the numbers that you are
solutions without looking at it holistically, properly, so that you can actually know how to go about the problem.
You guys let me? Can we?
Alaba just jump in. Oti, actually, I do agree with you, but I have a different
view. These side moderators.
We have to elevate.
You don't allow somebody to moderate properly. Go ahead.
Let me come in now.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Ferrari
has been ready for a very long time.
Yeah, listen, guys, we have to elevate the level of our discussion. All this back and forth, which one came first, the egg or the chicken?
I'm here before you. Now.
What?
Nigerian man, Alaba has been there a long time. He put his camera off and then he put it back on and he go backstage, he come back.
I've been there long now. Let me finish. You have your chance, Nigerian man. It's not competition. Why you like to make everything competition between me and you? I take your wife.
Don't get Nigerian man going.
Guys, we
keep going back and forth. Nigerian wife fine.
Which one comes first, the egg or the chicken? We are all intellectuals. First thing, I'm going to my submission is going to be in form of question wise. You see, and if you have a pencil, you can jot it down. One, what is progress? My definition is that progress is getting from where you are to where you ought to be. Look at the terms I use. Where you are and where you ought to be. In the context of the Nigerian situation, we are misdiagnosing where we are. That's a problem. We don't know where we ought to be. That's a problem. Now, if we were lucky enough to define it or find the answer to that, now there's this big mountain between us and where we ought to be. So
Alabama, please.
Let me do my analysis. Don't interrupt. Let me
finish. Allow him to finish now.
Sorry,
let me finish.
Please, Alaba, please,
you see the connection I'm making. You see now, there's a mountain between us and where we are going. But we are moving, we could be moving backward. We could be moving in circles. It doesn't mean we are making progress. 60 years old. Show me a 60-year-old man that still crawls on his knees. We're 64 years old and we are still crawling. If none of you define that as an issue or a problem, then you have a problem. Now, who are Nigerians? Who are Nigerians? There are three basic categories of Nigerians. Two, primarily. The 90% Nigerians, the hardworking, struggling, to the core farmers, market traders. I don't want to use the word illiterate because I don't want to denigrate them because they are the ones that really hold our country. And there's this 10% elite, those who have been fortunate enough out of that 200 million to have had good education, good whatever, good jobs, can raise a good family, have a Range Rover, have their car, have their house, and those who are even luckier like Festus Keyamo have a house in Dubai. Those are the 10%. You understand? So those are the Nigerians. So it's been back and forth, the egg and the chicken. Oh, why don't that 90% change this other 10%? Or why does the 10% keep misbehaving? The answers are all clear in front of all of you. The other 10% keeps misbehaving because nobody's there to stop them. It's a typical human thing. If nobody stops me, I will do what I want. Every day I have a debate here with my wife that I want 20 wives. He said I can't beat Fela's record. I said that's why I want 20. So if nobody stops you, if nobody stops you, you will keep doing. That's the Nigerian situation. So go back to the key point I've identified. The problem that lies with this 10% is that We have those among those 10%, let's call them 2%, who believe we're doing fine. Don't criticize us. We're moving. We're making progress. It took America 100 years. We're young. We just started this democracy. There's those ones. Then there's the another 2% who have no idea what they're doing, but they just think governance is just to make money. And then there's this another 2% total apathy. Just focus on their own life, their own children, go about whatever happens, you guys do with yourself, they don't care. So we are now left with another 4%. Then there's the other 4% who, we can keep dividing them. I don't want to waste time on that. What I want to focus on is the fact that once you do that mathematical analysis, that brings you down to one point. What is the problem? For 60 years, the culture. The culture. We have built for ourselves a retrogressive culture that needs a U-turn, that needs to change. So that leads to the next question. How does that happen? Well, sadly as that sounds, you need that 10% to have that turnaround. If that 10% is not on board, on the same page, that country is going nowhere. The other 90% are not going to be the ones to effect that change. They would follow this other 10%. They will follow the alpha dogs. There's the alpha dogs and they will follow. But if you don't get to that critical mass of doing whatever you need to do to get that 10% on the same page, at least if you can't get all the 10, get 6 of them, 6 on the same page. You guys will be debating for the next 100 years. And just like Fela said, our life will be that like 1 year ball, where 1 year wind, they blow for 1 year corner. I put my mouth for song.
Thank you. Sorry, what I wanted to say, please, like when you say progress, like your definition is, and where you say where we ought to be, that's progress. I was saying no, that's not progress. That's where we ought to be is by default, right? And where we want to be, that's what is progress. Because
no, I can debate that with you.
No, that's what I'm
where
telling
you
you
want to be. Yeah, you might want to be. Listen.
Hold on.
You might want to be on the moon.
Yeah.
I might want to be in New York.
Hold on. Okay, now, let me rephrase it this way. Where you ought to be is by default.
Ought to be based on your God-given capacity.
It's by default.
That's where based on your God-given capacity, where you ought to be.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Where you ought to be is by default. Like with little strength, little or no strength, you ought to be there. That's where you are designed to be. You understand? But where you want to be is by effort. You understand? You want to be here.
That brings in a new comment. That makes sense. That makes sense.
There. You understand? But where you ought to be, that is like naturally, you are supposed to be there naturally. You understand? That means that is by default. You ought to be there. That's naturally. But where you want to be, that yes, I wish to be here, I want to be here, then you put more effort to be there.
Okay.
So,
now, using your definition, take the white man and take the black man. Where do you think the white man wants to be, and where do you think the black man wants to be?
The white man.
See now, it's a deeper thought now.
No, hold on. The white man wants to be wherever they wish to be. They want to be.
Where is that?
Also with the black man.
Is there competition? Don't compare. Are we both not human?
Forever.
Why are they making cars? Why are they making planes?
No, hold on. I'll tell you this, right? It's not about why they're making plays. They're not making plays because they want to show that they're better than us. They are making plays for also themselves.
Because
they're not doing it because they want to show that.
So if we define our capacity,
Ferreira, can I ask you just can you elucidate, elaborate? Okay.
Can they make bitter leaf soup?
Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Can Oyibo make bitter leaf
soup?
So
our objective is to make bitter leaf soup in the competition of mankind.
Ferreira, hold on.
Our objective is to make bitter leaf soup in the competition of mankind.
Ferreira, can I ask you for?
It's you when your aeroplane is
vanity. Go ahead,
Oti.
Okay, so now assuming we have the 10%.
And the marginalized me,
excuse me, I have a serious question. I'm not playing here, please. The 10%, if they're on board, where would they start?
It will start with a discussion. Where do we want to go? Where are we going? And where are we? That's how you start on anything. Where are you?
a viable, developed, civilized country. So where did they start? What building blocks? The first is first. What is gonna be, in your opinion?
The building block for who? For us or for the Western world?
No, for the country, for the good country, for the
for a good country.
Yes.
You gotta have those discussions.
No, where are they
But
gonna
you
start?
gotta have it with your colleagues, the 10%.
But I'm asking you, in your opinion, where are they gonna start? From with what?
Where are we gonna start?
From what?
It's a stepping stone. Look, it's a stepping stone.
No,
One step at a
you're not
time.
framing the question right, or I'm not
It's a
understanding.
stepping stone.
Reframe the question.
Sorry.
Oti, when you ask your question, where would they start? So we have 1%. We may have 9%. Hold on, Oti. So Oti, hold on. When we're talking about this thing,
right. All is giving you an answer. We have 1%.
So when we're talking, we have the 1% of the 1%. But when we're talking all these things, we're talking about now purely management. So when they talk management, what does management do? Sometimes when we walk in the field and everything, we have people who think for us, people who create things for us, and few people who try to interpret these things. You understand? They will put those things to work. Fabrication will start and every other thing. So the white people that Alaba asked this question compared to the black people, there are few people who think for the greater good of everybody.
Yeah.
In America today, we might call black people, oh, they are poor, they are everything. But the people who take more money from the system in terms of poor people take from benefit from the government are often white people. You understand? Precisely, even white women. You understand? But one side makes themselves look like the poor because they complain, they do everything. So it's just like that. But all I'm saying is that even within those white people, there are also weak and lazy people who are also not so smart, but they also have people who think for the greater good of everybody. That is what we are lacking. So like I tell people, there's this argument I brought the other day that people argue with me. Walmart cannot afford to go under. Delta Airline cannot afford to go. I will land. Let me land with it. So what? So because they create an enabling environment for this business to strive, government creates so many things that this business benefit from. And so these are all the things that you put together.
I asked a simple question, and then you're off.
You ask a simple question, and I'm giving you a broad answer.
And he gave you an answer that is very coherent, actually. But he's
he has a simple question, and I'm giving you a broad answer.
Excuse me. Now,
if I answer you in a simple answer, it will make me look dumb.
Excuse me. It's not the management question, okay? Vision, okay? Look, that's why, because in his analysis, identified 10%, okay, of the population, right? Or the elite, whatever. So now they sit down to talk and then to begin to design and vision this country. So the question, where did they start? From what? Kind of, okay? So remember, he talked about culture. That's the big theme, the culture, okay? So look, Ferreira here is also a clever man. I'm sure he must have thought about this. So in other words, what are the building blocks? Culture. What culture? Is it educational system? Is it
it's everything, my brother. Everything we have now.
Are you asking for blueprints?
Everything.
Of course, now
our religion,
before
our partying, our everything,
the party,
our way of thinking,
our
definition of
success.
One party state,
multi-party state. What kind of?
It doesn't matter. You're always going through process.
Stay within the primary level.
Let me add something to what Paul said. Paul, you see, the point Paul made was that 10%, when it comes to other people, they fight for their own people. They make good decisions on behalf of their nations. While the ones we have, they make decisions that compromise the nation itself. And I've said this before, that the problem we have in Nigeria is that the elite class never had a chance to truly become sovereign. They were the same people that their forefathers lost the colonization wars. They went on to collaborate with colonizers, and then the colonizers handed power to them. They didn't fight them. They didn't unite themselves by fighting foreigners. The colonizers were the one that organized them and said, okay, I'm going to leave now, and you are going to be in charge. And they left. And you can see why their decision making is impaired because of that. It's funny because that video that I played earlier on, hold on. That video, let me finish. That video that I played earlier on of the Indians One of the first things the Indian guy said was that.
Back to the egg and the chicken.
Hold on now.
Again.
No. So it's not even the egg and the chicken. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that our elite class is compromised, and they also help compromise the middle class.
Why do you think they're compromised? What if they just don't know? You keep making the assumption
I think they
could be a factor there that they just don't know.
I think they intellectually know.
You have a responsibility to educate them and win them over.
If you talk to them today, they know it intellectually, but they are bound. They are bound. See, hold on, let me finish now. They are bound by a lot of connections, some of them even family connections, history of serving it's like
let me give you another. I don't mean to interrupt you, forefather. You're making a point. You're okay. When I say they just don't know, you see a man, he has one well. You tell me if in that same well, that man fetches water to drink, to bathe, to cook. But in that same well, that man, when he now poo-poo or shit, he pours it into that well. When he pees, he pours it in that well. If I ask you, do you think the man knows what he's doing?
Sometimes they know. See, let me give you an example.
That's not possible.
Let me give you an example with
that's
my
not
own
possible.
Life. Hold on. Let me just give you an example with my own life.
So sometimes we think we know, but we don't. That's not possible because you will not self-destruct if you know.
It's not that straightforward. See, now, my own eye is clear. I know what I need to do and everything. And if I left for me, I want to be in Nigeria tomorrow. But I can't because of the latency that has to occur. The things that have held you here before your eyes open, the things that have held you here.
Stop that conversation. Let's ask each panelist one question. When you
don't tell me to stop. When I'm actually saying something, it's actually rude.
It's to help your contribution.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Control you. Don't make.
Let me finish what I'm saying, please.
Each panelist one question. It is important.
Can I finish what I'm saying, please, Ferrari?
Well, Pereira, at least let him finish. Even if you want us to ask questions, let him finish.
Let me finish what I'm saying. So I can't just pack up and leave overnight. Where if I choose, just because I'm aware intellectually of what I need to do, you can't just move because there are some things in the context of our leaders that have had decades, maybe their fathers and their fathers' fathers served these colonizers, and they are the ones that they handed power over to. They don't want to change, and okay, even if they did, it's not that simple. You need the other population too to push them in that direction because if left for them, if Nigerians came to the UK and say, get out of the UK, return back to Nigeria. I don't need a lot to convince me to do that. You see what I mean? But for me to do it myself, it's going to be harder. It's going to take longer because I have to say, oh, I have this commitment I have to do. I have this one I have to do. I have this job. My family here, the other family. Is all those connections will prevent you from doing what you need to do in terms of acting. That's what I'm saying. There's a latency that is there, that these our elites, they still go to Western economies. They do all this that they are doing, not because they don't know. They know, but they just can't break away. And sooner or later, somebody has to force them. Look at what happened with ECOWAS now. They are now inviting Mali and Burkina Faso and Niger back because, you know what? Niger forced them. They forced them by saying they are going to leave this in ECOWAS. Now they are inviting them back, removing all the sanctions. So I feel like we have to find a way to change our elites. If they refuse to change, you remove them. This is what China did. China kicked out the elites.
Change. It was Denzel Washington, one of his movies. He said, change occurs in two ways. The change you're forced to make, which is the point you're trying. Somebody remember that line, whoever watches it, or something, the change, you just have no choice but to make. Now, when you talk about change requires a moment of clarity. That's why I wanted to ask each panelist, what was their moment of clarity when they came abroad? What was it that they saw that said, wow, this is possible? Everybody has that. I have mine. I was like, wow. We can get to this level.
Well, I hope you know some of us are not abroad.
That's true.
Are you suggesting that we don't have clarity about things should be different?
No, you do, because you watch TV,
so.
you watch movies, you have, you pick things
What
up
an
in your
insult!
environment.
So I can only get to know from TV.
That's how I know about Germany before I finally got to Germany.
I'm crying
and about what you just said, working in the airline when I was working with white people, I thought they have this special spiritual gift. They have this special power, that they have this white voodoo in them, that they do the things that they do that we don't. We don't even understand that the tools they work with that we don't have is helping them make the difference. So when I get to abroad, first of all, I needed to have my training and retraining. Then when I have the ability of that tools, guess what? Now I become wounded lion. They can use me for 12 hours, while many of them will say, no, family first. They can't do 12 hours. You understand? So I see my wow moment.
If your closing time is 4, you will never see one of them say 1 minute before 4.
Exactly. So I see my wow moment, then I join the wow. Then the wow is no longer special to me. That's how it is.
Everybody has their. So Africa has not had its wow moment. You understand? So change.
No, that's also not correct. You see, Mr. Ferreira, I beg, please. I like your train of thought, but I think I'm beginning to see that it's also a little bit flawed, because you're already putting the white people as the gold standard. Okay, you said culture, and I told. No, I'm just saying that I'm beginning to see. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that that's where you're going to now, because you are suggesting that I have to watch the TV for me to have a moment of clarity. You're saying that. So, but the point I'm making is I don't like the idea that we wash ourselves down, that Black people or Africa has not had a warm. Africa had led the world at some point.
I agree.
The reality is that we should not see life is dynamic. The fact that we are where we are today, my simple point is that the fact that we are where we are today is not where we have been all our life. I am a Nigerian, that I was proudly Nigerian at some point. This is the point I'm making. So let's not go and look at other. Even the white people, England was a colony of Rome. It was backwater, the same England that the forefather is sitting down comfortably there. So I'm just saying that I want us to be very careful to just put Africa in a bad basket. It's not always like that.
What do we do today from where we are today? What do we do?
Okay, so my argument today, let's talk about the constitutional issues and the struggle.
Sorry,
concurrent list.
Let's
concurrent list. If you talk about the constitution.
I've been quiet for a little while.
Lick hasn't said anything at all throughout the show.
I agree. Okay, that's fine.
Lick, welcome. You see how heated it is. These people would never let you talk if you carry. Leave it.
Actually, though this is not my first time. I've been, very busy at work. So I just want to have a feel of what the discussion is about before I make contributions. So it's okay.
So let me run with it.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So
Paul too. I don't know. Patrick Okafor hasn't said anything for a while. Paul hasn't made any major submission. So
no, that's not true. Paul. Paul. See, Paul
okay,
wants
then we will go to
he was going to enjoy that. Look at Paul.
Just let me just talk. Then let me just even go. Let me leave you now. My wife has been beating me. My wife has been beating me.
No, let me.
I hope we don't cause problem. Let's not get to that point where.
So just give me 1 minute. Let me leave. I'll be listening on the background.
Let me just make a point.
Then hold it. Go ahead.
See, obviously I agree with Ferreira in many things he's saying, but I think he's over celebrating this now. Everybody knows what is good. If you put human beings in a bad condition, they will lash out. There was a time, I'm not sure whether in the 70s or something, that we had, there was blackout. I think it was in LA. Everything you're seeing in Nigeria happened in LA. Just blackout. People started robbery, people went completely insane. My point is, Nigerians are being suppressed. You see, all these constitution, all these things we're saying, I tell you, it falls to patriotism. If Mahmoud Yakubu was a patriotic person and wanted the good of his country, he would have done what is right last year. Let me tell you something. You see, all these UK people, you know, where a lot of us that live in the West, they're doing good. But look at what's going on in the Middle East. One of the guys that I'm looking at these days is, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. He's not a very nice guy, but he's patriotic. He loves his country. He's not messing around. That country is moving from stage 1 to stage 2 to stage 3 to stage 4. He has all these. If you come to Saudi Arabia, all those people, this Wahhabi type of Islam that they were practicing and spreading all over, he shut it down. He has allowed women to go to games. Quietly, Saudi Arabia is changing. They are building a place where people can come and bring their money and spend and expand their economy. He has put, their oil industry is on the stock exchange. They're making billions and billions of dollars.
Nigeria.
No. I'm talking about that you can even have a dictator and the country will be good. Everybody's going to Dubai. Okay. Or the best, if they have one of their healthcare is superb. They're everything we want to have.
How do we select one?
That's what I'm saying. All these guys are dictators. If you say something about them, they will kill you. Bad about them. But what they have is that they're building a country for their people that they have a high quality of life. Look, if your country, if all of us here, if our country is UAE, all of us don't go back.
You won't be here in the first place. Anyway, so in other words,
all this constitution, all these things, our leaders are not patriotic. Tinubu will not buy a $5 billion yacht if he's a patriot.
Okay.
Let me tell you.
7 billion. 7, not 5.
Is it 7? I don't know.
7.
Just to
yeah. So my point is, if these guys, look, Akpabio won't be sending prayers to people if it's a patriot. When people are suffering, these guys have not even reviewed salary.
So
they've been saying just review salary.
Let me link it to what.
Listen. You're saying that we should depend on Akpabio's voluntary submission to be patriotic to get him to be patriotic.
No, that's not what I'm saying. If you were here, what I said earlier is that
I'm leading you on. So
we have to
we know
get them accountable. We need to have a system where we can hold our leaders accountable.
How do we have that system? Question should follow
we have to get, well, that's what we're here debating.
Instead of putting the egg and the chicken back and forth, question should follow question. I shouldn't be the only one. Everyone should throw in. You made a good point. Akpabio is not going to change on his own. We already know that. So how do we get him to change? That's the question.
Yeah. So let me just. There was something Alaba said initially. Alaba talked about us and talked about the West and us. The Benin Kingdom was a well-run kingdom.
Excuse me, sir. We're talking about Nigeria. We're talking about kingdom, please. Excuse me. You guys should.
It's part of Nigeria.
People build their world. People build it to somewhere. Don't shut people down like that. It's not too good, Odi. You shut people down.
You don't want to give us history. Benin Kingdom. No, listen. He said something.
You tell us how Nigeria will work.
Excuse me, Paul. Excuse me.
You tell us how Nigeria will work.
No.
Tell us how Nigeria will work.
So, Odi. Okay.
Odi, no. How do you feel now that you want to talk and putting words in your mouth? That's what you are doing to people. And it's not too good.
Go ahead. We don't have all time. Hold on.
So let's question. That's what I mean by elevate the intellectual discourse. I don't believe as Black people we can't solve our problem. I'm not one of those who share that view. I believe we can solve our problem. We're just not putting in enough effort and brain. That's my firm belief. No matter how bad the situation is, no matter how bad the obstacles are, no matter how bad our situation is, our tribal, whatever we have as problem, it's solvable. And we are so lucky there are already blueprints available to copy for the solutions.
The ones that have the resources are not doing it. That's the problem.
Look,
go ahead.
You made an important point, okay? And I want to link it with what Ferreira said, because look, if you're thinking, we've got to be joined up thinking. It's not just people, look, you talked about patriotism, okay? That is important. And patriotism also, I mean, you have to have self-love, okay? And if you don't have self-love, you cannot love someone else or your country. And then again, this is tied up to what Ferreira was propagating, this thing about the culture. Now, because and people not actually being self-aware, not knowing, lack of knowledge. Because look, you see, love and justice and all these things, you have to have really the kind of the consciousness for these things to have a meaning for you. So that means our elite, the 10% that is core to Ferreira's analysis, if these people that are that make up this core, the percentage, if they don't really know what they're doing, they lack understanding, they're not properly educated. I mean, forget about going to university, that's one thing. It also to have knowledge and understand what, have a vision, have a humanity, culture. Again, back to Ferreira. So that means we're not going
Yoruba call it ilakaye, otonika kawe, otonike.
There's a kind of a link. There's a link.
Vision.
There's a link, with Odi talking about patriotism, and then patriotism, we have to put self-love. If you don't love yourself, you can't love your neighbor or your country. So I think there's, that's the link I'm trying to kind of see there.
Oti, I don't mean to cut you off. Let me add to that so that people can add. You see, there's one proverb that says, one rich man among 6 poor people is a poor man. Now, if you are among 7 people and you understand that proverb and you want to define success for yourself, you will understand that your wealth got to be providing for all of you together so that collectively the 7 will rise. But if your understanding of your success is that if you're the only one that makes it out of that 7, you see, those are 2 human beings, 2 different concepts. So same success, they're both defining success, but one has longer ranging effect than the one who just wants to make himself rich. He's justified in his action. Don't condemn him. But at the same time, collectively, he is poor because everything else that surrounds him.
I think for me anyway, my interest is whether you are, as a people, if you belong to a community, you want your community to be able to be sovereign. They can be able to determine their fate and decide what they want and decide and also be able to survive. There's no use arguing about the rest if that is compromised. And if that is compromised, you have to go and fix it, because this is something that other people make sure they fix first before they worry about everything else. And for us, our education seems to have been faulted in such a way, or polluted in such a way, that we always talk about economy, belly, and all the rest first. But why other people worry about their gate, worry about their survival first, worry about their sovereignty first? That's what they fight for first. If the Palestinians were worrying about food, they had enough food. No, they want their freedom. They want to be able to determine their destiny, and they are willing to do anything to get to that point. The Algerians did the same thing. The Indians, the Chinese, all of them did the same. Sure, the Oyibo people, the same thing too, they did. If you don't get to that point, if you don't say, okay, I want to fight for myself, for my own people, because for me, it's very, very simple. This is why this education system is very wicked. When they tell you about Asia and all this stuff, it's ancient knowledge. It's not even new knowledge. Nobody tells you how to feed your children. Nobody tells you how to take care of your family when you have a family. Nobody. But how is it that somebody has to remind you that you have to protect your own? The fact that we forgot that shows you how our educational system has been polluted to tell us that all you need is food. That is the important thing.
So
if that's what we need is food.
Forgot what?
We forgot that you need your freedom, you need your sovereignty to be able to say, I can live free in this land. And we live in a world where we have seen
put it mildly,
in America.
Individual success or collective success. Put it in
if you want to put it in that context, is collective success as a community. If you cannot survive, be prepared that you are going to be poor. You are going to live like in the reservations, like the native Indians. You are going to end up like the Australian Aboriginals. There are historical contexts where this is happening in a world where the founder of Blackwater, an ex-Marine, is saying that they should colonize Africa. You can't. We have so much. The fact that we have so much is even more concerning. If we are living in a desert land, we can say, okay, yeah, maybe it's okay. Nobody's going to come for us. They are going to come for us because we have so much resources, because people are busy fighting for desert land.
But what are you saying, they have come for us long time ago. Now, people who have come to carry slaves, they've carried slaves, they've colonized us. There is no, and you are saying that they haven't come for us?
No, they came first. It's true. They came.
Coming back again.
But yeah, they will come again.
They are already here.
Like Christ.
My point is that they are already here.
But our people,
all these issues, no, seriously, all the issues we are talking about is simply because the people are already here. Our leg is not touching ground. If we all think that our leg is on the ground, I lie.
You are very correct. I think it's very, very correct.
I agree with you 100%.
I'm talking about. He is at it. He's even ahead of me from that point of view. The way he just put it, that our leg is not even touching the ground. The idea is that we don't even. Somebody came on this panel. I said Nigeria doesn't have any enemies. Nigeria, it's like, how can you think that? You can't exist if you actually believe that. Then you are really living in this modern way of education that they've given us to make us think that everything is okay. It's just our corruption. That's why our country is not functional. No, you have to gain your sovereignty first.
Father, don't say modern day education, which means you are reducing it. Say modern day education plus religion.
Okay, yeah, including does religion tell us not to protect ourselves? I don't know.
It kills us. Is it not religion that teaches us how to forgive unnecessary forgive?
Yeah, it does.
Religion dumbs you
down. All of them.
It's like unnecessary forgive.
They have the same religion, but they use it to oppress other people.
The problem is not religion, it's education.
My brother, don't let me use harsh word. Religion contributes immensely. Religion divides us, bring us together. It divides us tremendously, bring us together.
Now listen, when you're educated, you will know what religion means, and you know.
What are you talking about? The evangelical in America that is educated. Do you see the kind of barbaric thing that they are doing? What are you talking about? The people who protect those rascal religiosity in North, in South, the people who protect them are the clergymen, are the very sound one, are the educated one. What are you talking about?
Let me ask you. Paul,
you understand? When you work in a factory, the people in management think what you do or produce there.
I ask you a question. So, Paul, somebody who is educated, can the person be a fanatic if you're properly educated?
If you are a fanatic, then you are an educated illiterate.
So you're not
educated any longer. You are an educated illiterate. You understand? So, but that's how religion works. So, see, because religion is not scientific based, you can't question it.
Let's come back to Nigeria. So, how many educated?
You can't question it. It's not scientific based.
You cannot be a fanatic while you are educated. Depend on the subject.
How many educated do we have among the 10%?
If you're properly educated,
Martin Luther King or Malcolm X can be called a fanatic, but he's educated.
And you're not gonna be unreasonable with matters religious. That's what it means.
See, I think that in the case of religion, I think Paul made a point about religion. My own take on religion is that if you want to have a religion, you have to take control of it. Because this is what they did. Because that's how I do my things. I try to study what they did.
No, you don't take control of anything.
They took control of it.
No.
Are you religious? Do you
see? You don't understand when we go to bet Christianity, they put the capital in Rome, and even England decided that, you know what, I don't want Rome. I'll put it in my own capital.
Are you a Christian, or which is that?
What is the relevance?
I'm a Christian. So I can speak for my religious affiliation.
No, I'm talking about from no, individually you can do it as you are doing it. I'm talking about as a group of people, you have to take control of the religion because it's a strategic and it's a strategic asset. And you if you cede it to other people, you are conceding a form of
a religion. If you are a Christian, and I'm a Christian, and both of us can interpret the same religion in a different way, and both of us can be right at the same time. It is never scientific based.
Actually, I agree with you. I agree with you in a way, because religion can also instrumentalize it. Okay, so yes, it's politics. Religion and politics and church.
Exactly.
So I get it.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I understand that. You see, but I'm saying for a religious, for somebody who's educated, you should be able to understand these things. Understand religion is also politics. There's politics in it. Church, okay. So and you should religion should shouldn't be carried away by that. You shouldn't be foolish and not have a critical mind.
There is power in it.
There is
some power in it. When you say politics, it makes it look like it's just debate and all kinds of stuff.
Power.
But there's soft power in it. When you concede soft power, it's a dangerous thing.
Excuse me. You see, because look, the reason why I'm kind of focusing perhaps solely on education instead of maybe combining with religion, because religion is something that people kind of are too sensitive about. When they are properly educated, they will understand. They will know the boundaries. Okay, it won't be. My point. So therefore, the key is education. Okay, because when you start arguing with people over religion, you see how sensitive they can.
I'm not arguing with people about religion, but I'm just telling you, religion, you understand, can influence the mind of the people, the psyche of the people.
We didn't take control of ours, and yes, that's why it's affecting us badly. We didn't take
control. It's not the fault of the religion as such, but rather, it's the education or lack of education of the people.
Okay, I can agree with you on that. Technically, my own, you saying it's education. I'm saying it because we didn't take control of it. That is the reason why it's damaging us.
Forefathers, can you guys hear me?
Time on the things we know.
Yeah, Masca,
what are the way forward? We spent too much time on things we all already know.
I think you've given us one of the DC solutions, Ferrari, and I agree with that solution. And I also agree that most of this is mostly sensitization. It's our mind. That is where our problem is. It's not that much physical. It's the mind. That's where the problem is.
Yeah. Can I say something, please? Okay. Can I say something, please? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I was when Oti was asking forefathers what religion he was, I was in my mind waiting for him to answer that question, because I remember during the election we were trying to know which state he came from. He never really revealed it. I don't know if he has revealed it.
Not yet. Not yet.
In the past few months. So actually,
it's irrelevant now.
I know, it's okay. I just want to
So sorry, Judge, before you go, let me just quickly circle back and say good night to you guys. I just want to quickly circle back to Oti and make him understand that with all the things that have been said, after all has been said and done, Oti, you can see that in the discussion, even though it was supposed to be constitutional discussion, you can see constitution lost relevance in the whole discussion. So I just want to circle back and make you see that we tend to elevate the level and importance of the constitutional issues to a point that it really is not that.
His own,
guys. What I think we are all making is to convince our colleagues on how it will benefit them if the country runs well. Now, we know the problem, people, maybe those in power now, they don't want to change. But there are those that are not in power, that are people of influence, that you can talk to, get on board. They can be your megaphone, not necessarily. They can support on the ground. They can help without putting themselves out there. They can set up radio station in every local government. Information is power. If you want to empower the people, let them have information. Maybe you have a Davido. So, okay, Davido, you got all these millions you're making, Obama boy. Somebody goes up to him and talk to him. Somebody like Deliverance, you talk to him. It's in your own interest. If you're an actress, Nigerian Nollywood, you want to have good laws so that piracy doesn't destroy your business. It's in your interest that the country works. This is what you can invest on today that will yield result for you tomorrow. And then you begin to get, until we get to that critical mass and critical number, there will be no change. We can debate all day until we get people we need to get on board, people who are controllers, powerful people, powerful in their own rights. And let me tell you, power only runs for about 10 years. They might be powerful this, but if you check on them by the next 10 years, they might not have been as that powerful. They'll be poor as the church rat. There was a time Babangida was that powerful. He's on a wheelchair now. You understand? But everybody has their time. Yoruba has a proverb. There are 10 kings and 10 seasons in this world. So those who are in the season now, they should be on board. Whatever you have to do to convince them, it's in their interest. I don't see how they're going to lose. It's an investment that will yield return for them if the country runs properly. But right now it can, because we have 2% that are naturally insane. Don't blame them, blame Lord Lugard. Lord Lugard join us all together with the naturally insane people. But
you just said something just now that, you know, I don't like to let things get past me. 10 kings and 10 seasons, it doesn't seem to make sense at all.
Well, go debate with our elders.
How can you just say stuff like that, like as if they are high? You should be asking what they mean. You can't just say they just say
no, the meaning is deep, it's real.
But what is it then?
And 10 kings, just like they say 20 children don't play for 20 years. How many of the friends you played with
that
20 years ago do
true.
you still see?
10 kings and 10 seasons doesn't add up.
Gentlemen,
for those who are not built with wisdom.
I'm just trying to ask you what it means.
Forefather, 10 king and 10 seasons, Yado. One time Greece ruled the world, where are they? One time Egypt ruled the world, where are they? It keep going round. You understand? It's all round.
Where are they? Paul, you see, that's why I say Paul has lived many lives. He understands it. The only that he's saying, he doesn't understand what he's saying. They asked him, he was like, "Oh, you don't know what you can't challenge the elders. You should be asking the elders."
Father, continue to make me look old. Father, good night.
I think Ferrari is not saying anything wrong.
I didn't say he said anything wrong. I'm just curious about the 10 kings and 10 seasons. You know, people use proverbs. They don't ask their elders. What do you mean when you say 10 kings and 10 seasons?
I thought you were saying something. I thought you were.
Yeah, I just want to, you guys have been bonding for a long time.
In Lagos Island, I was living with my grandmother. We would be in the shop where she sells her beer, and she would throw one of those proverbs, and I would ask her, Mommy, what can you mean? Like, what does that mean? Then she will break it down to me.
Gentlemen,
I think he's saying that time is transient. That's what he means. Or something.
Gentlemen, we can spend the rest of our life, here right now, talking about Nigeria problem. That will not help anything. This old man that's holding Nigeria to ransom, they're not willing to give up, what they have right now. What is the best way? What we the masses? What are we going to do? We can debate Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. It's not going to help move, these guys. They're there and they will not leave. Let's talk about how to get rid of them. They're not ready. They can't give up power. Just like Tinubu said, we have to equally go back and grab it, snatch it, from them and walk away. That's the only way. You can speak all the grammar, all the.
Just imagine if we have 1,000 Sahara reporter, 1,000 Dr. Damages, 1,000 Niger Watch, 1,000. Just imagine.
That's a start.
Yeah, and that will change things. And one of the areas, you see, the thing is, we have the ideas, but you don't have the resources, and this is the beauty of it all. Because if you don't have the resources, you can't execute. But it doesn't still mean sometimes the execution can occur based on a catalytic event. Because something occurs, then the momentum, you don't need to educate the people. The momentum will push you there. Yes, and I really share your frustration.
Before I go, do you have something to say, Lake? I want to listen to hear yes.
Thank you. You're always trying to, be at my back. Actually, the
because
thing there is,
I want to listen to it before I go to bed. I mean, I know what I know AY, so it's nothing new.
Oti, how can you be? Why are you always looking for trouble?
Why are you harassing your AY?
He's a new chap. I've not seen him before. So I want to hear
and Paul, there was something Paul said about Oti that wasn't. If I had known, I would have asked him to think twice about saying such. But it's past now, but it's okay. But Oti knows. I think he knows. Go ahead. So something Paul said, I just wasn't very comfortable with that, but it's okay. I actually
wanted to reply on what Ferrara said earlier. He was talking about why I liked what he said. He has hope. He wants Nigeria to be better. But I think the problem we have now in Nigeria is that we have lost hope.
Yes, that's not enough anymore.
That is just the problem. Nobody. If you think about it, Nigeria is over 60 years. Things has always been going down from that 1960 till now. If you're a betting person, if you want to, hey, I cannot bet for Nigeria. I'll have to bet against Nigeria because I know that I'm sure to win betting against Nigeria. Every Nigerian now doesn't have an atom of hope for Nigeria.
Thank you.
And it is I heard someone said Odi was saying something about Saudi Arabia and everything. There's something that I really witnessed when I started, frequenting the US always for business back and forth, because at one time I used to come in and back and forth once every week. I always tell my wife this. I said, why is it that when I bought a flight from Abuja or Lagos, actually going to New York City, or coming back from this, let's say I'm coming from New York City to Lagos. From New York City, every Nigerian in that flight, everybody will be orderly, going through the checks, do the right things, and you see everybody saying. But the moment they just say we have 5 minutes to land, the Nigerian, aggression enter. You see people rushing out, like, drag. You see people fighting, tossing themselves. But they were very orderly when they are there, because already everybody has seen Nigeria as a shithole place. Like, it's, dog eat dog.
It's really bad.
Which should be the opposite, really.
But sorry, Mr. Lake, something to your share, but it's not in all cases anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's not.
No, in all cases.
Lake. I'm just talking about my experience. Your experience might be different. I'm just talking about my own personal experience.
It's like Nigerians see it as a no man's property.
I am more hopeful today than I was even 2 days ago.
Hey, Lake,
for Nigeria.
Lake, you are actually
okay. Let me come to something.
Let's hear from AY. AY has not spoken.
Let him finish.
We know what AY will say. Don't worry. We already know what AY will say.
Even on this platform, that's what they do.
No, right. Odi is trying to steer the conversation to people that are hopeless about Nigeria. That's what he's trying to do.
Hold on a minute.
Just let him finish.
Hold on a minute. Okay, now coming down to the past election we just had in 2023. We all saw what happened. We all saw the shit that happened with INEC and everything. And you see, if I were to be Tinubu, or if maybe I cannot be Tinubu, but if someone has to, advise him, at least just like Yaradua did, if he has started off with, okay, yes, I know that, okay, things are not too okay. What happened in the election wasn't really all that good. And they started off at that note, like for him to, acknowledge the fact that, okay, things that brought the election that brought him to this point wasn't all that good. I think that would have been like a stepping stone, to the right direction. But everybody knows Tinubu's track record. Personally, I know that there's no way he's going to change, and there's no way any good thing will come out from this government, because his mantra is take it, grab it, and run with it. And that's
except people make it happen.
That's why when you a couple of days ago when you see some Igbos say, "Oh, that we're not going to protest and everything," it's just because they are tired. They know that there's nothing can really change, even if you do that, because we lost hope. Everybody here in Nigeria have lost, like, we don't know. We know that there's nothing can be done. I hope there's like a wand that you can wave and then everything becomes perfect. Like, I wish my country.
What have they done?
It's so bad.
What have they done to fix it?
So bad.
We're
praying on each other.
Nobody has done. Nigerians, what have Nigerians done to truly turn their country around? That we are making it look like we've done a lot.
Nobody has really done anything. To be fair, everybody's just going on the bandwagon. At this point, no need, because 2 or 3 or 4 persons just said it. The thing will just demoralize your spirit. You don't want to do something, you will just relax.
Exactly.
Nobody really wants
it's
to.
Empowering statement.
My brother,
I've seen
I agree
Nigerians,
with you.
right?
It has gotten so bad.
This stupid nonsense, one kind of stupid catchy phrase that will just suit their spirits, their mindset, so that they will look for excuse to fold their arms like henna. I'm not talking.
Giving up shouldn't be an option. Giving up shouldn't be an option.
Excuse me. One more thing.
Yeah, but it's good. But it's just where they want to be, where they like to be.
AY is just looking at everybody with his stare right now. Yes, go ahead.
The hopelessness has gotten so bad that Nigerians are preying on each other right now. Yesterday, I sent money for 4 bags of rice, to my uncle, to share among the people that I feel will need it. For the past 4 days, I can't reach on his phone again.
Wow.
He has switched off. Nobody knows where he is. The money is in his account.
No, wow. Mr. Patrick. Does it have anything to do with government? No.
I'm saying we're praying on each other now. We're praying
exactly.
on each other.
Yeah, that's what government is. The people, the wizards.
It has been like that. It has been like that for a while.
The society makes the people. The
society culture needs to change.
The society wants the people.
This man, I trusted him so much.
Society, look.
I trusted him so much.
Take out the people. Right?
I'm sorry that you have to go through that. It's Nigeria of today.
Take out the people.
One for him.
Nothing will happen. It's the people that is a problem in society. If you do your own part now, see, look, I told Rule of one time, I said, look, right, just do the wrong thing. I mean, shout to you, I used to be, what's wrong with you? The best thing you can do is to come, are you crazy? What's wrong with you? Why are you talking to me? Is it your business? Mind your business. 1-1, Abi, then I'm going. You walk the next 20 steps. Somebody also called you again, Mr. Lee, I was wrong with you now. Why you do like that? Behave yourself, Jerry. You two also attack a person. By the time you encounter like 5 of us, you stand at 5 simultaneously, 5 different places. You begin to ask yourself a question. Why is everybody accusing me of this and that? Is there something wrong with me? But you will have this idea the first time I attacked you to tell you, hey, this and that. By the time you have this, people scolding you like 5 or 6 or 7 times, you begin to question your own sanity, like, I might do something wrong. Why is everybody? The idea is nobody's doing anything right now. If I shout at you, try to correct you, you understand?
Look, have you worked in Nigeria? Have you worked in maybe civil service in Nigeria? Have you really worked there?
The only place I think I've worked is maybe I started with like NNPC refinery in Port Harcourt. Yeah.
NNPC refinery in Port Harcourt.
Yeah.
Good. If you go to NNPC refinery in Port Harcourt,
yeah.
Because I have a lifting license. Then when it was working, I have some gas stations. I lift from NNPC Port Harcourt. Even if I want, even with my license, with all my allocation, if I want to lift, even as of 12, 13, 15, 20 years ago, if you don't bribe your way, it wouldn't work. If you don't, it wouldn't work. You know what I'm saying.
Hold on. Let me tell you where you are 40. Let me tell you hold on. Right? How many? Let me tell you are 40. How many are you? How many of you are lifting? The capacity that is lifting. How many?
It doesn't matter. Hold on.
I'm going somewhere. See, like, if you reach there, they ask you to bribe and you refuse to bribe. All right? You'll be thinking of, my market won't spoil you. But you will not be thinking of the positive change impact that you're going to make if you don't give. Hold on.
You go hungry.
Listen, hold on. That is the problem. You go hungry. But let me tell you, just listen to me. For you to have attained that level of lifting, having a license to lift, you not be poor man. You get my point? You not be poor man. Even if you don't lift in the next 2 weeks,
Did you get the license even with free of charge?
Listen now.
You to get the license.
Listen.
Get the license.
Listen, hold on. Now you've gotten the license. Assuming you bribe to get the license, now you want to lift, right? But like I said, before you go to that stage of getting your license, you not be poor man. You not be child. You don't be beans. Because hold on. Let me finish now. Hold on, please. Let me finish. You want to lift, right? You want to lift.
You people are completely.
They ask you to bribe, and you refuse to bribe, right? Then your partner or your colleague in the same field, the same profession, he's coming to come and lift. You understand? And they ask you to bribe. Like bribe? No, I'm not gonna bribe now. Then he joins you, not bribing. Then all of you for that week or for that month that's coming to lift, none of you decide to bribe. Do you think they will not question those guys? Why are these people not lifting? But the problem with Nigeria is that you refuse to bribe. One other non-entity, one idiot will like, no, na fake guy, na me shall pass. I will not go and bribe so that I will not go and lift. You understand? For the other guys to support you for doing the right thing, they will support for doing the right thing. That is where the problem is.
See,
so if you refuse to do, and your colleague do the same thing,
I hear what you are saying. Look, that if nobody bribes, then
exactly. Listen to me. Look, you see Nigeria. Nobody want to take the pain. Nobody wants to sacrifice. That's Nigeria's problem.
But you are not going to expect them to do that. I think I don't think that is our problem even. Our problem is strategic. We are with the areas we are missing, like production. I don't think bribery is the reason why we are not producing. Is because our leaders are not interested in it because they want to go overseas. You know, like we all know how brainwashed they are.
That might be something. No, but I'm talking local right now. No, I'm talking from where look is coming from. I'm talking local. Like
let's allow AY to come in because he hasn't said anything for a while at all. Actually, not even.
Don't mind them all.
You were just watching everybody. You know, you were here for a long time yesterday. I see that you look a little bit rested. You went arrested.
Man. Yesterday was a nice one, man.
Yeah, man. That classic one from Nigerian there was Nigerian want to finish Aburi.
I was laughing, man. I was cracking
man, I've never laughed so much before. My tummy was hurting like crazy. And it's a shame nobody will see that too. 17th hour. That's when he ranted like that. Nobody will see it. What
was that? Right? Which time? After the comment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everyone.
The guy, he was bashing.
Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it.
Peter Obi was not scared. He said he contributed 4,000 pounds.
I get a good skill. Don't tire.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been nice, hanging with you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick Okafor. Please join us again. Join us again.
I will. Thank you so much.
Nice. Nice to have you.
We have to join us together.
Yeah. Yesterday, man. From Popogari to man, the kind of insult
take my time this guy. Which one you
did? Una don't agree me make I talk since. I just leave Una. When I talk now, you know go allow me talk. Hey, why you don't need talk? We know what you want talk already from yesterday.
What do you know? Can you predict what is going
on? Everybody knows AY. But the truth is AY is getting born again. Forefathers is getting born again.
To what?
Masca is getting born again. We are all you see this suffer for Nigeria is for us to get together to find the solution to Nigerian problem.
To get together, that is where the problem is.
Well, no problem. Suffer go bring us together. If I fail to bring you together, suffer will bring all of us together.
Yes, let me.
Everybody go chop breakfast for Nigeria.
The inconsistency of people like you and a lot of people that come here is actually the problem. It's part of the problem we are having. The truth is, it's easy for you guys to point fingers. Listen, for Nigeria to work, for Nigeria to be good, we as people, we as Nigerians, we have to love that country. We have to look at we have to look at issue not based on our tribe. We have to look at issue. We have to love Nigeria. That is the solution. No way. Today, for example, you hear some people say, "Oh, we're not going to be involved in the protest." For what reason? You see, the division of Nigeria, I have actually
You see, I baited you into starting to speak. You see, you are accusing me of tribalism. You're the one who is tribalistic in the heart of your heart. I didn't say anything. You're the person talking about people who don't want to protest. It's you. The problem is that when you're pointing one finger at one person, the four fingers are pointing at yourself.
Let me speak.
It's just a fact.
Odi, you're a Pan-Africanist. You need to represent. You know, we don't have a lot of you in the Nigerian community. So let exercise of the quorum.
Right? The problem of Nigeria.
Sorry to interrupt, but you can't. I'm a Pan-Africanist. You can't be accusing me of tribalism. Stop pointing at that. Don't even go there.
What do you mean by we are repenting? Repent from what? You have to be guided in your statement.
No, finish what you are doing. I will respond.
Here, the point I've actually I want to emphasize on is the division of Nigeria is part of the big problem we have. When President Buhari was in power, when he was misbehaving, a lot of the Northerners, they said they were not going to protest. They refused to protest. Today, Tinubu is in power from the Southwest. A lot of the Yoruba, they are not interested in the protests. I will not be surprised if Peter Obi was in power today. Southeast will tell you the same thing. This is, especially these three major tribes, they are part of our problem in the country. That is just what it is. You cannot be shifting goalposts at your convenience. When it favors you, this is where we're going. When it doesn't, this is where we're going. You have to stay in one place. A lot of people that are coming here, you look at yourself in the mirror first. Everybody is suffering, but a lot of you people will allow the politicians to divide the people. What I've seen in Nigeria, what I've repeated on this platform, is only two tribes. That is what I know in Nigeria. The oppressed and the oppressors, nothing more. The poor man that is suffering in Maiduguri is passing through the same hardship with the poor man in Rivers State that is suffering. But the politicians that are stealing the money, they don't even define their tribe. Of course, with this hardship going on currently, how many times have you heard senators or House of Rep, which they are from different parts of the country? How many times have you heard them speaking for Nigeria, for the poor people? They don't, because it's all about their interest. So people should not come here, you want to lecture people when what you are doing is civil, like completely opposite. I don't care who is in power, but what I care about is for the country to be good. Let Nigeria work for everybody. That has been my position, and I will continue to stand on that platform. So if you have anything against anybody, point it out. Nobody will accuse me on this platform, say,
let me tell you something. And then, look, I've made the same comment against Masca. I even have more heated argument with Masca. He didn't feel bad. I'm not saying anything to you personally.
I'm not feeling bad. If
Hold on now. Let me finish. I allowed you to just get to your point. Yeah, no. My point is this. It's very simple. You see, it's easy for people to say, I am good, and the other people are bad, or this person is good, and you made an error in statement just a few seconds ago. You said that there are people who don't want to protest, and because of their tribe. The Southwest, actually, the protest started in the Southwest. You said the Southwest people don't want to protest.
Protest started in Niger State.
Well, the people that are protesting in the Southwest,
in Niger, Kano State.
But it's now we're having protests in Southwest and in the North. But you said that the Southwest people don't want to protest because they are This thing is there. They are
How many protests in Southwest? Tell me, how many did you witness?
Well, look, let's not debate mundane things. My point is that the suffering is good. You're saying that you see, the problem is that you can't, in the process of logic, make sense from what you're saying, because it's impossible to. Because the idea that there are people who said we will not protest against Tinubu's government, you're trying to use it for your own argument, but it's failing. It's arguing because people in this.
Nigeria.
Let me tell you something. Let's just get on the right path. There is hardship in Nigeria. I actually do agree with you. There are two tribes in Nigeria: the oppressed and the oppressor, the elite and the common people. I agree with you. At the top, there is no tribalism. When they are hanging out in the Senate and they are sending prayer requests, there's no tribalism. The problem is when all of us start agreeing about what is bad and what is good. I have friends that they told me, oh, I'm telling you the truth. This guy said, oh, we will not support these guys in Lagos. What's his name? The GRV. What is GRV, right?
Yeah,
Badebo is rival. Yeah, they said they won't support him because he's not Yoruba enough. I said, what do you mean? He said, no, his mother is not. But this guy, some of them, they are marrying wives from outside the distance. I said, why you're intellectual, you're my friend. Why are you discussing things at this level? He said, yeah, but all those guys, they are singing a new song. Suffer don't catch everybody. Everybody is coming to the table. When people say, oh, why don't you support the government? No, the government, people don't have to support the government. The government has to just make the right decision. Here's my problem. We're speeding towards 2027. Where, we are going to, every country has a chance for revolution every 4 years. Every country. In the next 3 years, it's almost in 3 years' time, Nigeria will have another chance to change their skin. By the time they will start sharing things and they will go to mosque and they will go to some place and say, no, we're going to do Muslim, or we're going to do, who cares about, I don't care if there are 2 Muslims at the top of the ticket. If they can rule Nigeria well, they can rule in perpetuity. Go to Rwanda. The minority is ruling the majority. But nobody is making noise in Rwanda because they are getting the dividends of whatever government or democracy. The man is a dictator. But people want to go to Rwanda because he's a patriotic man. He loves his country. This is one, look, if we want to have Fulani Yoruba oligarchy forever and they are ruling well, we will not have any problem. Why would anybody have problem? But what we are saying is that these leaders are nepotic. These leaders are not making the best decision. Let us all agree on that part first. When we agree, then the question is,
but I think everybody agrees with you on that the leaders are not performing at all in Nigeria.
They don't have a point. Just talking,
I don't think
not everybody. We see how people who come and defend, who come and gaslight, who come and make excuses, and that's the problem.
There's something I want to ask AY.
Is performing well.
There was one guy here, the guy here, what's his name? The guy that didn't turn on his light. He was here defending all the nonsense, saying, why are the citizens not going to take over? Do this one. He's just saying, he was saying everything, but blaming the government.
But that is not saying that the government is performing. He is saying, remove the government.
No. What he's saying is that citizens should go and do the job. You know, just
but that's what your assertion was that some people are defending the government. He wasn't defending the government. He was saying, do the job.
Forefather, he was. Don't sugarcoat things.
I don't know why forefather is not.
Because I've had
but
these
the
people
day
talk.
we start being honest to ourselves, that's when our liberation will
I don't
come.
know what you want about honesty. Sometimes when people have a slightly different opinion from the way you are looking at it, they are
different opinion.
You lump them. You lump them into the area that they are not. No, because this has happened to me.
Go forward.
Ferrari. This has happened to me, and you are one of those people that did it to me. Whereby just because somebody is saying that the citizens should go and do it, it's not a defense of the government. Because you are still condemning the government. You can still condemn the government and say the citizens can do more on so and so areas. I don't understand how that becomes a defense of the government. I really don't. AY, please carry on.
If you listen to what he just said, you see, his party figure, if it's Yoruba and Fulani oligarch, you see, to me, these are not necessary. What is necessary is we look for leaders that will do the right thing. I don't really care where the leader is coming from. I don't really care. If Tinubu was doing good today, I'm here to praise him. Trust me.
Is it not the same thing that I said?
Yeah, that's exactly what Odi said too, which is a great thing. You see, that's the thing. We just want the country that works.
To me, I don't hope nobody is feeding me. Tinubu is not feeding me. Peter Obi is not feeding. I don't even care. They are leader. They are off bullshit. Nobody is. I don't care. Even if Peter Obi is in power today, if he's doing wrong, I will be hitting hard on him every day. If he's doing good, these are the kind of stuff. My loyalty is to my country. That is who I am.
We should be running up
even
soon.
Even if I'm working in your government, if you don't want me to be loyal to my country, I will exit.
Yeah.
So we need to have this mind, because sometimes people will come here, they think they're speaking the truth, but you have an agenda. You have an agenda which you are projecting. You can't do that. So we have to love the country. Things are getting bad. Things are getting, like, every day I'm crying here. Like, it's just crazy. We just want the country to be good. Yeah. I want a system in America today. If you're in America, you come into America, you don't need to be president. You don't need to be senator. You can start a business and do well. If we have a system that is working, I'm not interested of who is the president, as long as there is a good environment for us to thrive, for us to do business, succeed, for us to get the basic amenities. That is what the minimum. That is what we are asking for.
Exactly.
So that is the
pain. This seems to be universal to most Nigerians, even if they express it in different ways. Even I must say, there are, if you look at, let's say, 100 people that say they are for Biafra, 80% of them, 90% of them are looking for exactly the same thing. They will move on from the issue. There are always a core people that prefer separate these nations. You have them in the UK everywhere, but they don't have a lot of oxygen if the nation is functioning. If the nation is functioning, most people will just go on their merry life, and nobody will be disturbing the nation, and even the agitators will not be that angry, because they are likely to be more angry when everything is all falling apart everywhere. And but then that brings us to the main question. Okay, we all agree now we want a functional system. How do we get our mindset to a place where we can actually start doing it? I know you can. Most of the people on this panel have a mindset that at least will improve things from where they are now. But how do you scale it up so that it becomes a kind of the consciousness of the nation now?
See, I have an idea.
Odi, sorry, no, I'm not trying to cut you short, Odi, please.
No, go ahead, man.
Because I wanted to ask you one question. What I'm trying to say is about what you said. You were talking about after how many in next 2027, you will have opportunity to do your revolution. Honestly, I have to be very honest with you. With this, our Baba inside this government, only if God does something magical to get him out of that seat, I've not seen anything that revolutionary with your votes to make him not to win 2027 election. And that is, please, AY, please. I hope, in fact, I pray every day, let things be okay. But I just want to be realistic. This man is somebody. Tinubu is a very, very intelligent man when it comes to politics. He's not an easy person to shake. It's not easy to shake. Tinubu against all odds. We all know that Buhari did not support this man. They were working against him from the villa, but this man won and entered inside there and appointed more Supreme Court judges and all the maneuver they are doing. And we think that when come 2027, that you want to use your vote and take him out. I pray it happen, but I will bet against it.
I get that you feel a little bit like he is putting all the chessboards, pieces in place. But Trump appointed a lot of Supreme Court judges, appeal court judges, and he still lost. The truth is that even in the context of Nigeria,
you can't compare America to Nigeria.
No, I get what you mean, but Trump. I understand what you are saying.
America with Nigeria, we know our system.
I hear what you are saying. Yes, but in Nigeria too, there's another factor that is even working against the government even more: exposure, which means they've been in office by 2027. They will be in office for going to how many years? 12 or so years or more. So now people have seen a lot of them, and if things don't improve, things are still this expensive. It's not gonna. How do you think if things are this expensive?
Oh, Father,
it will be easy for Tinubu to convince anybody to vote for him.
Lake. To be honest with you, Lake. To be honest, right? If things remain this way, the way we're going, 2027. Here is my fear. If Atiku and Peter Obi and Konkoso, if they are ready to work together and look, not Atiku is not going to be different from Tinubu, and look for people that can get this job done. Tinubu cannot rig Nigeria out, everybody out.
Yes, if
Tinubu,
the
hunger, even himself, maybe he will say, I'm not contesting. If this continue this way,
he'll be older too.
He can do. I can tell you that for free.
I can tell you. The idea that he's just going to walk it. Politics is a fickle beast. He can turn very quickly.
See, part of what Tinubu has done since he came into the government is preparation for 2027. One of the things that give us some confidence is that we know Tinubu is not a very healthy guy, right? He's older. We said that about Buhari. Somehow he stayed steady. But, Tinubu seems to be at a much weaker kind of position health-wise, compared to, if you get some, inside information about what's going on with him. It's like Yaradua. We knew he had chalk straws at the time he had it. Tinubu, I think if you have your ears on the ground, you know what he has. I'm not going to say it here. We kind of understand what may happen. My problem is this. Many of these people that are suffering from Tinubu's government, and I told my friends, what they are waiting for is for Tinubu to do one good thing. Look, once one thing good happens, you say, Jagaban, we told you. I'm telling you, many of these guys,
they will say that.
We told you change.
They will change.
Look, Lake, I agree with you that it's making it tough. But at the same time, there is something that AY and, I told you, AY, me and AY are singing the same tune now. That's why I told, me and you see.
No, they stop repeating that. Which one was I singing before? Can you explain?
Now?
No, you don't invest me. Explain.
We want change.
No, hold on.
No, don't worry. Stop taking it personal, man. Just let's move on. Okay, I will stop calling your name. I'll call forefathers. Forefathers, I used to have arguments with him. He's not even taking it personal. Stop taking it personal. Come on.
It's not
what
personal.
I'm saying is
Tell
this.
us, which one do we
He's not taking it personal. He was just asking you.
No, it's not personal.
Here's my
I don't
view.
think it's personal. Which one?
Look, my view.
Explain to Lake. Lake is a stranger here. Which
No.
one you think?
Lake has come in. Okay, let me just make my point. My point is this: is simple. All these people that we are saying are Tinubu supporters, they are waiting for just one green light. I told my friend last week, I said, Oga no green even one thing. Nobody, none of us here, me, even I was saying that anybody that replaces Buhari between Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, and Kwankwaso will be better than Buhari. Are we so much proven wrong? Like, how did we know it would be this bad? Policy. Tinubu entered and they were just sharing money. Like, let me tell you, the insensitivity of the government.
Negatively, he performed more than I expected.
No, my brother said, Tinubu, as not last week or 2 weeks ago, he appointed his son-in-law to even this particular one is making his core supporters very, very angry. Like
the problem is that nothing is working. All these things you are going to see
what I'm
everywhere.
saying. See, I'm saying that many people are waiting for one good thing that Bat will do. One good thing. We are hoping. Look, what is galvanizing Nigeria? The people that voted against Tinubu more than 90% have said that they won't protest against him. When it comes to the next election, they will still vote more than 90% against him. Let there be against him.
Okay.
More than 90%. Tinubu will not get more than 5% votes in the southeast in next election unless they rig it.
1%, you won't get 1%.
I'm saying, but these people are saying.
Like, I don't know why you are saying that though, but you see, they go and elect APC governors. Yeah,
no, the APC governors they're electing. It's by force now. Who is electing?
What you just said is by force. What kind of force did they force anybody to go and vote?
Forefathers. So you believe that people went elected APC governors? No, that's part of what we're saying. INEC is completely in shambles.
What do you mean no? It's the people that went and voted for those governors.
It's different though. Electing APC governor is different than
it doesn't matter though.
APC.
No, but you agree it matters. But you agree it matters.
Give you an insight. Let me give you
elect APC governors.
I think look, let's not get distracted. The main point that we have here is that you ask a question 2027 because that's when the next election will come. AY brought up Kwankwaso Obi kind of emergence. My problem has been that when we are getting closer to that time, people will start bringing up primordial sentiments that, is my brother or is a religion. And when I mention about something, people will say, oh, it's because of Obi or something. And people don't give even the Southeast credit that they have not voted for anybody from Southeast since 1999.
Who contested from Southeast since 1999?
What are you saying? Odumegwu Ojukwu contested from Southeast now.
Which party?
Under Abga. What are you saying? They voted against him. Odumegwu Ojukwu is the hero of Southeast forever and ever. They voted for Obasanjo. The problem is that you won't even believe it.
Yeah.
All you think is that people from Southeast have primordial sentiment. People said, no, we don't want Ojukwu.
Let me ask you a question. You think Southeasterners, their thinking was...
Ask me under whether we have...
Hold on. You think their thinking was Obasanjo was better than Ojukwu? That was why they voted Obasanjo? Is that what you are thinking right now? Asadem.
But you asked the question, we answered it. Why do you want to tell me what they said? Okay, tell me. Okay, AY, tell me why they voted for Obasanjo. Tell me, you are more Southeast than the Southeast people. Tell me. No, tell me now. You know everything. You see the problem. You know your own. You know my own. You know everybody's reality. Tell me.
Let's round up so that we can go backstage.
So,
gentlemen. Thank you all for joining us today. Local AY, please hold on, because today is going to be a busy week for every people in the UK anyway. The conversation has actually been quite solid.
What is happening
new people
in the UK?
coming in. We work week now. People have to survive.
Are you guys worshiping your queen today, or
nah, nothing like that, nothing major. Just heading for your average February this day. Loco. Thank you. We really appreciate your presence here today. Odi, as always, you are welcome, and nice conversations. Ferrari, thank you for staying all the day and time with us here and sharing your opinions. And I like your Agbero
Ferrari,
ways.
I don't know where you get energy.
My favorite part of Ferrari is Agbero ways. That's the one when he gets into that with Ferrari.
If Ferrari no go school, Ferrari for be motor park.
I'm
no
telling
doubt.
you.
I swear.
There will be no saving
MC
him
no
at
more
all.
for the leg where Ferrari did.
There will be no
Ferrari
saving him
no
at
go
all.
school.
Yeah,
MC no more for the leg.
Lake, thank you for.
Now don't forget, say I be on me Gongo. If you know my background, I go talk to a big I had school for Lagos. I go Igbobi College. I go LASU.
Exactly. That's good. That's good. Lake, thank you for joining us. Long time, people have to earn a living, so I get that. And whenever you get a chance, try to join us. Because this conversation is not only one side is going to get. I think it's building a consciousness right now. There is a zeitgeist out there that is emerging, not only from here, from all the other channels that are discussing these things. When a major incident occurs, that's when you're going to see the change. Because I'm more hopeful today than I was 2 days ago because of what happened with the ECOWAS community. It tells you what can happen. When they tell you these people are not that powerful, when a small group of nations decide that enough, we are not having this nonsense that ECOWAS is doing anymore, we are going to come together and go away from them. And look at them. Now they are saying, oh, we're going to lift all the sanctions. Please come back, please. We are sorry. That is how you get change. And those people now will be able to negotiate and say, enough is enough with this nonsense you are doing. And let's hope ECOWAS learns a lesson from that. And even the democratic government in the ECOWAS, like Tinubu government and others, they learn from that. Because I can show you this report right now before we close out, what is going on in Nigeria. While they are all trembling now, because it appears that there's a fear that there could be a coup in Nigeria because of some of all this is going on. Because all those military branches are seeing what ECOWAS leaders were able to pull off. Those this in Niger and the other countries. Now, there's a lot of shenanigans going on in the background, trying to negotiate or have discussions about possible agitation. They are watching military divisions and making sure that everybody is in line. So this is the kind of situation we are in. And because people can change things, they can change their destinies, that is the what those countries have proven is that it's possible. It's just possible, and there is a glimmer of hope. 2 days ago, that glimmer of hope wasn't there from my point of view. I felt like this Tinubu guy has just been hijacked by Westerners, and this guy will never let us go. He will just keep doing stupid things until he leaves office. But it looks like, you see what is happening, it looks like it's not up to him now. It's up to what the Niger Republic and the others have done. And this is how it's going to happen in Nigeria too. It's not only up to Tinubu. If Nigerians react, he will have to do what they want. Just like Niger Republic now, Burkina Faso and Mali are forcing ECOWAS to do what they want. It's not only we are not entirely powerless. If we force them, they will change their ways. And the idea that, to me, like you were saying that you are completely hopeless, don't even go there. We have not even moved. Like, if you look at what other nations do to their nations to change it, Nigeria hasn't, we've barely even moved. And I know when we move, the leaders move. They are scared of Nigeria. Who is going to protect them? With what army? Other nations that have bigger armies, their leaders are scared of the people. Nigeria army, is one soldier to 1,000 people. When the people rise, they will shake and they will do what the people want. And this is why I think all those people that are saying that some groups should not join the protest, they should all join, because the more you come together and raise your voice, the more the leaders are going to listen and do what you want. What is the use of sitting back when others are complaining? Then when you complain, they sit back. Everybody's sitting back. You are doing exactly what the leaders want. So I'm hopeful that if Nigerians choose to come out, they will change that country. And that is the work we are doing here. We are changing our own mind. I'm learning a lot myself here. When the time comes, if I get the opportunity, I'm going to put the right lever. That's how it's supposed to be. When you get the opportunity,
I said you're born again now. You're now born again.
I'm not born again. I don't know why you keep saying that. We are born again. You say AY is born again. We are not born again. We have always been like that.
I'm actually surprised when he says
I think
that.
I understand
what
what
he's
he means
talking
by born again.
Yeah,
no, he doesn't know what he's talking about, my friend.
I think he's saying he's using a coded language. Maybe who knows?
I know what
Lake is understanding him. So he's using a coded term. So, but I'm glad the conversation went well today, and let me just say some acknowledgement to the people in the chat. AY, as always, you are in the chat and on the panel. You are one of the most foremost Nigerians out there that has a level head. And
even though they no agree.
Well, hopefully someday you go to Nigeria and let your this thing hand there to actually straighten things out.
If you know, as Nigeria matter, they pay me for father. Sometimes I won't cry. No joke.
You know what?
It's painful in my bone.
Nigerian man is one kind of. It's like the kind of person you want as an enforcer in Nigeria. That guy, like, yeah! He doesn't like nonsense at all.
Yo, I laughed yesterday.
If you put Nigerian man as an enforcer, goodness, if there's a rule you broke, my goodness, don't even bother explaining to him, because you are going nowhere. That guy doesn't take nonsense at all. You know, it's almost like the way I had the kind of weird experience with Ferrari. One day when we were having an argument, Ferrari was like, he just like talked to an argument on camera here. He was like, start doing this system of stuff. I was like, he started making me laugh. So it's like the whole thing is like he flipped a switch in my head, and that's how Nigerian was too. There was one day we were having a discussion here. And everybody was just having a discussion, and the points were not going very well. And he was like, it's like he doesn't like hearing things that are just incoherent. It's very funny. There are people like that, and I really do enjoy them, because they tend to want to simplify silly arguments. They don't like things getting very complicated.
No, Ferrari, to be fair to Ferrari is very consistent. That's what I was talking about. You see these people talking here. I remember the same Abure we were talking about yesterday when Abure was here. Ferrari, you and one other. I was watching from this thing. You guys were the only people that look at the issue and ask this man good questions. The other people, because he belongs to that is my problem. Even if Peter will be come here tomorrow now, some people you will see, oh, because he's Peter. No, you don't treat people like that. That is where we're selling ourselves out. That's because true, you supported the person. You are not saying disrespect the person. Ask the question. What is wrong? If I see Tinubu today, Oga Tinubu, what is happening to our country? I don't hate you, but can you, if you are not, can you do something? Can you work and work for the people? That is my interest. I'm not going to be
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. Let me just start calling these names out. Jeremy Aspiqueta Robinson. Jeremy Aspiqueta Robinson. Yeah, this guy, I think he was praising you earlier on, and then he was insulting me too. But it's all right. This is regular. It's so good. It's so good. Young one. Thank you for coming. Young
You
one, I
see
see
that
you
one?
there.
You see that one?
You know what is anti-Igbo. He can't hide it. No, it's not. Anyway, young one, he's not. I don't know why people mistake when somebody doesn't say what you want, suddenly they are anti-Igbo. They are not anti-Igbo.
Yeah.
Where does that come from? It's ridiculous. Reabua, thank you for coming in. I see you there, Reabua. Can do. I see you there too. Can do. Thank you for joining us. There is also who else is there again? Basil Aguzi. Thank you for coming in. Patrick Okafor, thank you for coming in. Paul, Masca, Amadioha. I'm gonna forget somebody, obviously. I'm definitely gonna forget. If you guys remember anybody, just remind me. Henry Johnson, I see you there. Henry Johnson, man of prestige, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. Jeremy, okay, I've said that before. One man went to Mo Hez 969. Hez 969. I see you there, Hez 969. And Charles Obona, thank you for coming in. That sounds like a name from the school register, really. Charles Obona, I see you there. One Nigeria, thank you for coming in. One Nigeria. Nwachuku, thank you for coming into Nwachuku. I see you there. Who else is there? I've seen one Nigeria. Bello Babs. Bello Babs. Good thing he didn't come in today because he has a way of triggering a lot of people here. Bello Babs, thank you for coming in and being on the chat. Edioba Edobo, thank you for coming in. Edioba Edobo, I see you there. CMOB9. I don't know whether that's our CM that comes on the panel or just on the chat. Oyi of Oyi of all. Thank you for coming in, of all. User found, thank you for coming in. Dan George, I see you there. Dan George, thank you for coming in. Sunday Okafor, thank you. I see you there for joining us. If Nkyo Onye Duru. Wow, there's a lot of new names today. You know, Nkyo Onye Duru, thank you for joining us. There's quite a lot of new names today, actually. Tope O, I see you there. Tope O, thank you for joining us. Oscar Blackstone, and you donated too. Thank you for joining us, Oscar Blackstone. He was attacking me. He said, your intentional dishonesty is appalling. Oscar Blackstone, thank you for the $2, Oscar Blackstone. Nkyo Onye Duru. You know, it's very, very interesting. You know, this is one of the few panels, I'm telling you, that you go online where sometimes, like most of the people that are in the chat are having a go at most of the people on the panel, and especially the moderator. They're having a go at the moderator constantly. It's like that's quite unique to this channel. Actually, I've never. Can you imagine Nigeria Watch? You go to Nigeria Watch, you are busy badmouthing the Nigeria Watch host, or one man went to Mo. You just keep badmouthing constantly. You don't normally see that, but you see that on this panel quite a lot. Somalia will better the Nigeria. You people spoke who will die for Nigeria. Oh my God, I don't know where this one is coming from. Yeah, that will lead me to something else. Efosa Isaac Uwezi, thank you for joining us. That's another new name again. There's a lot of new names. What's all these new names coming from? But why? That one too, I don't know. AO, I think I've seen AO before. No, OA. I hope this is not the OA that we know. You know, there's another OA out there. Do you know about the OA? OA. Yeah, OA is an interesting this thing. It's a TV program actually too. Weird TV program. Mark Okunsanya. Thank you for coming in, Mark Okunsanya. I see you there. That's another name again. I don't know what I've seen before. Fad, I've no Fad, of course. If you King, I've seen you. I know you. If you King, thank you for joining us. Easy, I see you there. Kolata. Mark, I've said Mark already, and I've said I think I've said that one too. Who else is new out there? Kenriba, thank you for joining us. Daniel J. Let me just finish off now. Olisa Franklin. Let me go to the people that donated money. Alexander Gomez, Chamba, Kando. with $20. Then Mazi Prince, $19. Oscar Blackstone, $5. Oscar Blackstone again, $2. And this in Alexander Gomez, $5. Alexander Gomez, $5. Thank you all for all the donations. And Dr. Damages appreciates all the donations to help with the subscription package. And hopefully next Sunday we'll be back here. And I think we should be making these sessions, Sunday sessions, more of an esoteric or really, it was supposed to be like Bible study, something a bit more easygoing, that is more intellectual. I don't know whether when people are hungry in Nigeria, you come here to discuss intellectual stuff. I don't know whether that will gel very well, but well, there has to be room for more intellectual discussions. We have to make room for that, because we don't do a lot of that kind of conversation in Nigeria. All right, let me see if I can find. Okay, yeah, it's time for us to round up now. Till next week, you all have a great week ahead. Thank you. Bye.
When your mazolo pio, akwa mazolo pio. If you have unye bapanu mo, Olaga ni biasugo, Olaga doni biasugo, Abawa wilochi, Konavazia. Onyo mansuru, Abama watere. Ija unye ni ganamu. Olaga doni biasugo, Olaga doni, Abama wilochi. Mazi welcome up. Odogu no kwere. Onyo mani gadele mo. Mazi ni biasi. Ibu go with the melody. Odogu na chala noka. Ezi wane mliga delemo. Olaga doni bezigono. Olaga doni bezigo. Amama wilo chilo. Bigora muzo. Anabazi. Say, Onyama zoro. Sorry, if I were to go on a Olaga, don't biasugo, Nazaboy. Olaga, don't biasugo. Amama wilo chilo, Bigora Puzoro, Anabazi. Odogu can never be kitchen for. Ama kwa mnika gogogia. Waligwe kwelo. Ikejo mabele bege. Hey, you want? Eku kampune kene. Omogo ndinso. Chukwu negaji esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke
gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom megade ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọbụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị